Chapter 141, the second set of Black Technology. Let's congratulate Top. They successfully won the game with a hearty attack, defeated the strong enemy SKT, and led with a score of 1-0. Wawa looked very excited and spoke in a loud voice. That's right. Miller was also very excited and couldn't stop the smile on his face. This should be the smoothest offensive game I have ever seen in this MSI. From the beginning, Noob forced Faker to be replaced. From the beginning, the game has already entered the rhythm of Top, and SKT can only passively defend against Wave after Wave attacks from Top and get beaten. This is what we are best at in LPL, and it is also our favorite way. Top sets a good example for the entire LPL region. In the past 2 years, we have put too much emphasis on operations. Korean operations are indeed strong, but it does not mean that we have to abandon the characteristics of our division to forcibly learn from theirs. Look at Top. Do you dare to say that Top can't operate? Integrating Korean operations into the characteristics of fighting in our division is the right solution. Although the sentence is already offensive, I still want to say that maybe this year is indeed the most promising year. Maybe it's because I'm too excited. Or maybe it's because I've been overwhelmed by the Korean-style management style represented by LCK in recent years. Finally, a team that represents the fighting characteristics of the LPL division has achieved certain results. And Miller couldn't help but say a few more words on such an occasion. That's right. Su Xiaoyan nodded. Operation is the characteristic of the LCK division. They bring their characteristics to the extreme, so they win the championship. The characteristic of our division is fighting. If we can also maximize it, can I also win the championship? To be honest, many viewers must be in the same mood as us. Looking at this Top, they can't help but wonder, how far can this team go? What results will they achieve? Brothers, I am crying. Where is Neiman? That is, people have always been involved in operations. No matter how you learn, can you still know how to operate better than others? Anyway, if nothing else, Top's game is at least fun to watch. I would rather die standing than live on my knees. Go! 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 Beat SKT for me! The audience kept waving the cheering sticks in their hands and making a muffled sound. Their cheers and applause intertwined into the most beautiful sound in the ears of the contestants on the stage. The coaches of both sides have returned to the stage. Bayueyao laughed proudly and patted the players on the shoulders one by one. Ha ha ha. Everyone performed very well. I guess SKT's head is buzzing. Candy also gloated. I guess they are having a headache how to deal with our black technology. That's not the case. Li Hansheng shook his head. To be honest, the last one was not a reflection of the true strength of this SKT team. It can only be said that they were calculated at the BP level. And Top was indeed so smooth that it looked like a crushing game with a huge disparity in strength. It is actually not difficult to crack this set, as long as Faker doesn't choose stupid heroes like Rise and Clockwork that don't have any displacement. Li Hansheng doesn't have much to do with him, although the Evil Retribution combination is still strong. It is not that easy to perform like the last game. Moreover, in the S6 version, Crocodile lacks the core item, Blue Dragon Sword. And unlike the mythical version, it does not have Bloodthirst Battle Axe or the Advancing Destroyer that can advance forward. The team fighting ability is indeed average or even a little poor. If it is really delayed to the mid to late stage, the Crocodile will gradually become weak. Just think about this, and it will be easy to target. But there is a saying that those in power are obsessed with it. And bystanders can see clearly. As SKT is in power, they may not be able to see this. If you really can't see through it, then SKT will be in trouble. The ban position in the S6 season itself is very tight. Once there is a BP that cannot be targeted, SKT will fall into a disadvantageous BP no matter how they choose. It's similar to S7's RNG, where Galio is released 5 times. After the game, the voice can be judged that Galio was released because Xiaohu thought he could handle it. But another reason was that Uzi would not be caught by Xiao Luo by SKT. As a result, RNG's ban position was very tight, and there was no extra ban position to give Galio. Ban. By the way, should we try that set in the second game? Candy suggested. After all, once version 6.9 is updated, a key prop will be gone. You can give it a try. Gao Dui chuckled. Just defeat SKT with 2 black technologies in a row and that's it. Get off work early and finish early. There is no need to waste time with him. The nest is so spacious. Imp nodded. Hansheng, what do you think? Bayueyao looked at Li Hansheng again. After all, the core of this black technology still lies in Li Hansheng. I think it's okay too. Li Hansheng laughed. Knock them out completely. And the other side. Over at SKT's player bench, Koma is comforting his disciples. The failure in the last game was purely because of me. Koma took over the responsibility and tried to reduce the psychological pressure on the players as much as possible. It was because I failed to see through their BP design and was calculated by them. However, if you want to win the game, you still have to rely on hard power. You can't defeat us with this little trick. Koma actually saw the shortcomings of this tactic when he was watching the game backstage. So he was not very worried that Top would continue to use this tactic in the second game. He even wished that Top would continue to use this tactic. This way, he can take advantage of the situation. Shiba, I must regain my face this time. In the previous game, Bang was killed by various tower jumps, which made Bang very depressed. LCK has 3 S-Tournament champion ADCs. Piglet, Imp or Bang. Who among the 3 is the ADC of LCK? From the current point of view, Piglet has completely fallen behind. After S3 won the championship, S4 quickly became more competitive, and S5 even had to go as far away as North America to make money. Currently, the only one who can compete with him is Imp. After all, Imp has not improved even after playing in the LPL for 2 years. S5 performed very well, and S6 also performed very well after moving to top. How to prove that you are the number 1 ADC produced by LCK? In a head-to-head confrontation with a competitor, defeating the opponent is the best way to prove it. That's right. Wolf also nodded. Chubby people usually look more honest. But at this moment, both he and Bang looked a bit fierce. The reason was that the last game was really frustrating. I can't blame my teammates. I can only put all the blame on Top. Koma nodded. He opened his notebook and began to plan the tactics for the next game. We can actively choose the red side in the next game, so that Haoqing can counterattack. Wow! Xin, Top won! And he won so easily. Wenxin's little head didn't know how to describe it. He gestured with his hands in the air for a long time, and finally found an appropriate metaphor. It's like I'm playing in ranked. My opponents beat us just as easily. Huang Xian opened her mouth slightly, and didn't know how to continue. Good guy. Are you going to be so cruel that you'll even be ashamed of yourself? It's normal. When Huang Xian looked at the screen, she happened to get a close-up shot of Li Hansheng, who showed an extremely bright smile. Seeing this scene, Huang Xian felt her heart beat faster. After all, it's him. He said before the game that he would win, so he will definitely win today. TSK, TSK, TSK. Wenwen smacked her lips and looked up and down at her best friend. Oh, I really hope that next time if I have a chance to meet him again, I can just talk to Jiangzi. But don't be so shy and nervous as last time that I dare not talk to him. If someone strikes up a conversation, you have to rely on me to help you. TCH. Huang Xian rolled her eyes and retorted vehemently. The idol that could only be seen on the computer screen suddenly appeared in front of me. Anyone would be nervous. Right. I'm not a heartless person. Well, Huang Xian, I'm helping you. But you still want to secretly scold me for being heartless. Right. No way. You have it. If we really meet him next time, I will definitely tell him about you. You're going to die. After the two of them laughed and joked for a while, the scene on the pre-match analysis desk just ended. Abramovich and the factory director briefly analyzed the first game. Thank you to the analysis desk for the analysis. Miller left the topic for the game. Both players are ready to start the second draft. In this game, SKT actively chooses the red side, and Top will come to the blue side as soon as it comes up. Top chose to continue banning Enchantress. Faker's Enchantress deserves a ban from Reese. Should SKT consider dismantling the Crocodile plus Leopard Girl combination that gave them a headache and even couldn't handle it? Miller chuckled. Let's see how stubborn they are. Finally, SKT gave the answer. They still chose to ban Jess. A hero like Jace has almost no natural enemies in the lane. Even if SKT has a counter on the red side, it can't handle it. And Duke doesn't know how to play top laner Lucian. Top's second ban was given to the Tsar. This move was purely because he didn't want Faker to get a big core that could support him in the later stage. In last year's S5 spring game, Faker was pushed to the bench by Monkey King because the two long-handed mages Tsar and Xerath played too green. At that time, I thought he might not be able to play these two heroes. Unexpectedly, now his Tsar is not only proficient, but proficient enough to carry the team. However, SKT still did not ban Crocodile or Leopard Girl as the commentators imagined. Instead, they chose to ban Li Hansheng, and they chose to ban Rambo. Same reason. Rambo is also a hero who doesn't have many natural enemies during the landing phase. Rambo's only natural enemy is Dog. Who is the dog? Except for the opponent's top laner. Everyone else who appears in the top lane is regarded as a dog. It's interesting. SKT has gone to great lengths to prevent Noob from having an advantage in the top lane. Miller joked. Don't they know that Noob is not afraid even if it's a third ban top laner? Top chose to ban Wilmom on the last floor, while SKT chose to ban Yodo. Thus, Top's embers appear instantly on the first floor. Oh? Miller was stunned. Jin? This hero doesn't need to grab it instantly. Right. Even SKT is confused and doesn't play according to the routine? Many people have misunderstandings about Jin. When it comes to the S6 season, they say that the bottom lane is the version of tool shooters such as Jin, EZ, Han Bing, and Wilmom. I say this because the memory remains at the World Championships. Actually, Jin logged into Summoner's Rift in version 6.3, which is the beginning of the spring split, and his initial appearance rate was not high. Only EZ is consistent throughout, and the entire S6 season is very hot. Heroes such as Wilmom, Jin, and Ice only started to become popular in the summer split. In the spring split, the really popular bottom lanes are Lucian and Skateboard. Know this. It's not difficult to understand why both commentators and opponents don't quite understand Top's selection. The blue side's grab is very valuable. This is also the blue side's biggest advantage in the BP stage. But to grab a hero that is not popular in the version, SKT won't care that much. They immediately grabbed Lucian and then locked on Leopard Girl. And Top is the choice on the second and third floors. Quickly target Lulu and Troll respectively. It can be regarded as a decent choice. Troll can be used as a supporter. Gaodui has also chosen mid laner Lulu many times in the league. Looking at it this way, Top may choose Big C on the road. The top lineup on the field is very lacking in output. Miller boldly guessed. I guess there is a high probability that it will be Sword Lady or Captain. Right. It's possible. Su Xiaoyan nodded. It's also possible for the male gunman. SKT is still hesitant. What Koma can't figure out is why Top would take the initiative to change tactics. In the mind of a Korean coach, the winning side doesn't need to make any adjustments at all, and can continue to copy the previous lineup. Unless you can crack this tactic, I will use it until death. After thinking for a long time, I couldn't find an answer. He didn't bother to think so much. In the end, SKT chose Ryze and Echo. Even though Top took the lead in playing Troll, the tank Nemesis, they still chose to play the meaty Echo first. After all, the strength of the hero is here. And Echo is very flexible, and has a strong ability to protect himself. It's Top's turn again. How do you think the audience will react when these two heroes are selected? Candy asked with a smile in the team's voice. What else can we do? The audience is having a blast. Gaodui rolled his eyes. This hero is a killer at a low level. Thinking about it this way. Han Sheng, you have developed an invincible playstyle. Lemeo sighed. I guess the players of this hero will also make you their honorary bar leader. Li Hanxing smiled. Top gave his answer on the last two floors. The Jewel Knight and the Infinite Sword Master Masterii. After seeing these two heroes being quickly locked, everyone was stunned. Their mouths slightly opened, and they looked towards the stage in astonishment. Huh? The doll trailed off in a long voice, which was enough to show how confused he was at this moment. Sword Master? Gem Knight? What kind of trick is this? Miller was also confused. It can be seen from the speed of Top's selection that this is a carefully designed tactic. Not that they did not have enough time to select the wrong person. But these two heroes, no matter how you look at it, you don't look like a hero who could enter the professional arena. Right? Everyone in Coma and SKT was shocked again. Damn it. How many black technologies have these bees from Top prepared? Chapter 142. The combination of swords is also invincible. What kind of underworld lineup is this? Good guy. Bai Yueyun knows how to live broadcast. He chose the lineup with the most comments. Gui Gui. This lineup has the flavor of our stubborn King 5. Just expand Top. SKT will let you know what it means to be a championship team. Melon Skin rushes to the duck. Isn't LPL such a piss poor? He doesn't have any honors, but he expands faster than anyone else. Hide the ID. I thought I was watching Sieta's live broadcast. Gem Knight has just been reworked. Juggernaut has never been on the professional stage since S3 underwent a small-scale rework, making AP Juggernaut a swan song. These two heroes were taken out at the same time. The former is okay. No one knows the specific strength just after the rework. It may be really strong. but the latter has become the recognized king of abuse and the favorite of low-level players. The food-crushing killer, appearing in a competition that represents the highest standard and highest level of League of Legends. It's like going to a high-end Michelin restaurant to enjoy a gourmet feast. But you are served a plate of stinky tofu that can be bought at a roadside stall. Seriously lower the quality. Shiba, Koma angrily clenched his right hand into a fist while holding the pen, and punched the air twice. His face, which resembled that of Wang Lihong, looked a little ferocious at the moment. Facing the top one after another Black Technology lineup, he was really a little irritated and subconsciously tugged on his collar. BP is a process where the coaching staff of both sides try their best to interfere with the construction of the opponent's lineup while making their own lineup impeccable. The most disgusting thing about the Black Tech lineup is that you don't know it in advance. And it can have the effect of making moves. You don't even know the strength and rhythm points of the opponent's lineup, and how to get there. Against? He wasn't even given time to think. The counter position, the red side's biggest advantage, seemed to have little value in front of top. A Black Tech lineup. Fortunately, there is still Brown to choose from. Whether it is cooperating with Lucian's line or in team battles, it can have a very good restricting effect on heroes, like Juggernaut, who need to enter the field to engage in melee combat. Braum's passive and ultimate move are simply a match for a melee hero. Not to mention the cooperation of a professional team. Even in an ordinary high-scoring passer-by game, Braum can quickly focus his fire to kill the Juggernaut with Braum's passive point. Seize the line as much as possible and help Shanjiao invade the opponent's jungle. Juggernaut's jungle combat ability is very weak, and the speed of clearing the jungle is not fast. Shanjiao, you have to be more proactive and talk more in the early stage, and everyone will cooperate with you. Do you understand? Since we are facing a weird lineup, let's focus on the weirdest point in the lineup. Among the top lineups, Juggernaut is undoubtedly the hero that is most incompatible with the professional arena. And he is also the hero with the most obvious shortcomings. As for the other side, Hansheng, just follow the same state as when we were training. White Crescent Moon patted Li Hansheng on the shoulder. In fact, the sword combination routine can be played even in the follow-up. But once the 6.9 version is updated, Devourer will be deleted and replaced by Blood Blade, which is always a bit boring. In the end, the lineups of both sides were officially determined. Top lane, Echo vs Juggernaut. Jungler, Leopard Girl vs Gem Knight. Mid lane, Ryze vs Lulu. Bottom lane, Lucian plus Braum vs Jhin plus Troll. But when the game entered Summoner's Rift, everyone was shocked. Huh? Isn't Candy playing Gem Knight? He didn't bring punishment, but Nu brought punishment. What the HL is this? The doll was completely confused and couldn't understand Top's situation at all. Not to mention him. Even the SKT players on the court looked confused. What are these? The professional arena does not stipulate that the jungler position must carry punishment. Otherwise, there would be no such thing as the igniting male gun. If you forget to change skills, you will have to play hard as soon as you start the game. If they could see the equipment, they would be even more confused. Because the troll bought a salary-equipped relic shield. And the Gem Knight also bought a salary-equipped relic shield. Do you want to invade and interfere with the other party? Bang suggested, somewhat eager to try. Obtaining Braum means taking the initiative in the first-level team. Not to mention that the top team's first-level team combat effectiveness is weak no matter how you look at it. It's better not to. Wolf shook his head. We will line up as normal, and then seize the line rights in 3 ways. Let Blank arrange the trap by himself. Quickly clear the jungle, and then go to the jungle to counterattack. Alright. Faker agreed with Wolf's idea. People are always full of fear of unknown and uncertain things. They have never seen the top lineup, so they should use the safest way to play the game, so that at least they will not step into a trap. Both sides start the game normally. However, from a god's perspective, you can see Top's bottom lane duo standing at the Stone Man, while Gems and Juggernaut stand at the red buff, and Gao Dui's Lulu goes directly to the top lane. Huh? Wawa noticed something was wrong. Top changed lanes again? Does that mean Noob is in the middle? But he brought punishment, and Candy went to the middle? Then why isn't the Gem Knight online? Top's series of confusing operations at the beginning directly confused everyone. Not to mention the LPL commentary booth. The commentators in the LCK, Europe, America, and LMS commentary booths didn't know what to say. I can't comment on something I've never seen before. In the field of commentary, I would rather speak less than to appear too dense. If I make a mistake, I will be easily slapped in the face. Of course, If Guan Ziyuan had the ability to set up the poisonous milk people, it wouldn't matter if he was slapped in the face. SKT seems to realize something is wrong. Duke had already started to meet Gao Dui's Lulu in the top lane. But SKT still didn't understand Top's tactical intentions, and simply chose to continue the regular landing. The first wave of soldiers will be refreshed at the entrance of the base at 1 minute and 15 seconds. According to normal circumstances, the first melee soldier from both sides will meet on the middle line at about 1 minute and 35 seconds. Faker's Rise was standing in the middle. But he looked around with a blank look on his face. Where is my opponent? He sent several signals wildly to the center. In this case, the opposite center should be a gym. It's not like gyms without Smite develop in the jungle. And Juggernaut with Smite comes online. Right? Isn't that simply missing a landing skill? Do you really think it is still popular in S5 for top laners to punish Dragon Lady and Centaur? Gym should help Juggernaut in the jungle? Do you want Juggernaut to farm faster? Isn't there a bottom lane? Faker didn't quite understand. But this was the only reason that could be used to explain why Gym was not online. He also thought of the most crucial point. By the way, Zaiwan, is there anything that the hero gemstone should pay attention to? The gems had just been reworked. And Faker glanced at the general content and skill description when the update announcement was first released, but did not understand it in detail. Sometimes professional players may not understand new heroes as well as ordinary players. A complete redesign like Gemstones is no different from a new hero. Since he is not a new hero in his position, Faker will not waste time to understand him in detail. If this hero is strong, he will naturally be encountered in rank. And the selection rate and winning rate of rank will be extremely high. Only then will professional teams truly understand and study it. Nowadays, no one is playing in the Gem Knight Passerby game. Who the H.L. would study this thing? When asked by Faker, Wolf was also a little stunned. He knew a little bit about it, but not much. It was just an instinctive reminder. Be careful with his E. It will cause dizziness to people in a straight line in front of you. The gem can flash E. He the W, and E can be linked together. And this hero has a very strong stand-up ability. Oh. Faker nodded. Can he be stronger than Rise if he has strong standing skills? Besides, why can you, a melee fighter, get close to Rise? As for control, Faker, who is still at his peak, can even move and dodge the skills of his teammates, as long as it is not controlled by directional skills. He has the confidence to rely on his positioning. However, after so long, the melee soldiers on both sides have lost half of their health. But the Jewel Knight is still nowhere to be seen. What are they doing to gods and demons? Faker was confused. Under normal circumstances, Faker will definitely choose the tail knife, which can maximize the opponent's experience loss. But the team's tactical setting is to seize lane rights to help Leopard Girl counterattack. Then he must push the lane. Although this will cause the Gem Knight to lose fewer troops, it will allow him to gain troops to cooperate with the Leopard Girl's invasion of the jungle, thereby interfering with the development of the Juggernaut. Rise began to take the initiative to clear the line. And actually, look inside the top jungle area. The commentators are all amazed. Oh my god! What kind of imperial treatment is this? Miller was dumbfounded. Because the Gem Knight did not go to the middle lane to grab the lane and cooperated with the Juggernaut to brush the red buff. While the top-bottom lane duo, Jin and Troll, started brushing the Stone Man at the same time. If that's all, forget it. But when Jin and the Troll reduced the health of the two Stone Men, big and small, to residual health, the Gem Knight, who was originally helping to fight Red, still did not go to the middle. Instead, he came over to take over the hatred and let Jin and the Troll go to the lane. On the top, Gem Knights can resist the damage from wild monsters, so that they will not lose hatred and return to their original position to recover blood. Gui. What does status in the team mean? The doll took a breath. Candy will probably burst into tears when he sees this treatment. Right. Brother Han Chung is the team leader and has a high status in the team. Candy can only call him the younger brother in the team. This damn team is so domineering. How can anyone help out in the jungle like this? This is the effect of feeding the cake to your mouth. Right? What is the treatment of a team leader? The Sword Master took off the red buff comfortably, then walked over, facing the two Stone Men with residual health, and directly slashed each one. However, this time the Gem Knight did not leave, but stood aside to share experience. The two walked together again and walked up to F4. The Sword Master used the punishment that had been useless on the big bird to obtain the special effect of True Sight Potion. The Gem Knight was still sharing experience. In this way, the Sword Master is still at level 2. And the Gem Knight is still at level 1. But they are only a little short of reaching level 2. Compare horizontally from God's perspective. With the Leopard Girl's perfect trap placement at the beginning, she has just started to brush the 3 wolves. But Top has already wiped out all 3 groups of wild monsters in the lower half. After taking a look at the situation in the middle, Li Hansheng was stunned. How dare you push the line? Li Sanghyuk has never died. Right. Hey, he doesn't understand our routine. Candy chuckled. Would you like to let him see it in advance? Let's go up then. Li Hansheng sent a signal to the middle lane. He walked directly to the river and entered the river grass below the middle lane, while Gemstone returned directly to the line. Rise had already cleared the first wave of soldiers and was pushing forward with his army when he saw the sudden appearance of the Gem Knight, who was in poor condition and came out. Without saying a word, he directly chased Ping A and continued to consume. However, Faker deliberately kept a distance to prevent the gem from dizzying him. But the gem ignored him and walked to the side of the soldier line. The moment the gem approached the military line, the sword master in the grass came out. 1 draws ace. 2 draws draw ace. The melee soldiers with residual health directly trigger the effect of the Holy Shield. And the gems assigned to 2 sets of wild monster experience will be immediately upgraded to level 2 after gaining the experience of 2 melee soldiers. Reach level 2 1 step earlier than Rise. Shiba? Faker looked stunned. He looked at the gems in front of him, and then at the level 2 sword master attacking below him. He really didn't know how Top allocated experience. But he can realize the danger is coming. Run. But this time, in order to better support the wing, he chose Flash plus TP. And his talent was Storm Knight's Surge. How does Rise at level 1 trigger Wind Rider? He originally wanted to keep the Juggernaut with W, and then distance himself. But the next second, the Sword Master took the lead and handed over Q, Alpha Strike, and his whole body turned into a stream of light that shuttled back and forth between Rise and the army line. At the same time, the Jewel Knight also handed over E Dazzle, and a beam of starlight appeared in front of him. Faker thought of Wolf's instructions. The gem can flash E. The Sword Master has already rushed to his face with Q. If he is stunned by the gem's E flash again, he will be completely finished. Dodge first to avoid being stunned. Then use W to imprison the Juggernaut, widen the distance, and finally escape. In the blink of an eye, Faker had already thought of a countermeasure. He didn't dare to bet that Li Hanqing's gun had no bullets, because he was not Yin Shuangying. Any hero whose control skills can be used in conjunction with Flash will create invisible pressure on the enemy when Flash occurs. In professional competitions, we often see scenes of Jiugong and Shin throwing E at the opponent's face, causing the opponent to be scared out and flash. Buzz? Ritz flashed? Huh? How did you get stunned? The doll exclaimed again and again. Jim did not follow the flash. But Rise, who handed over the flash, was still dazed on the spot. He could only watch helplessly as the sword master who turned on E, Endless Kendo, slashed at him. At this time, Faker had no time to think about this. The moment the dizziness ended, he used W, Rune Confinement, with his backhand to freeze the sword master in place. However, Li Hansheng is more detailed than he imagined. While Rise was dizzy, the Juggernaut walked a while adjusting his position and going around directly behind Rise. League of Legends has a volume collision setting. If Rise wants to run back to the defense tower, he must bypass the Juggernaut. Then the problem comes again. The control effect of Rise W is imprisonment. Imprisonment can only make people unable to move. The imprisoned person can also level A and release skills. Moreover, the Juggernaut had a red buff on him, which gave Rise a deceleration effect, making it impossible for Rise to walk at all. He was stunned by the Juggernaut's continuous flat A damage. Unfortunately, Faker couldn't move up to the upper half because Leopard Girl was still at the 3 wolves at this time. No one could pick him up as he moved up. Instead, he would be chased to death by the Juggernaut's deceleration. Swish. Swish. The skin of Star-Slashing Demonic Sword has not been released yet. So Li Hansheng chose Star Wars. This skin is not expensive and does not have any gorgeous special effects. But the model of the sword is particularly beautiful. And the blue blade is especially colorful after turning on E. Especially beautiful. Rise's W at level 1 only has 1 second of control time. The Juggernaut quickly broke free and caught up again. However, Rise was far away from the defense tower because he was pushing the lane before, and he couldn't run back for a while. In this showdown, which was hailed as the highest level of MSI this year, the audience watching at the scene, and even through the broadcast around the world witnessed the most unpretentious killing method in League of Legends. Cut hard. The Sword Master really chased him all the way and slashed hard with his sword, lowering Rise's health bit by bit until it was all cleared. First blood. First blood obtained. First blood. It's just a replica of the last one. Still in about 2 minutes. Top took the lead to get first blood. What Anna shouted excitedly. Faker gave first blood in 2 consecutive games. What I'm more curious about is how Juggernaut and Gem were able to stun Rise when he handed over his flash. Miller's focus is also the focus of everyone on and off the court. No way. In fact, the rework of Gem Knight has not been long, and no one knows much about this hero, let alone the cooperation between the two heroes. But the Faker on the court probably understands a little bit. Gem Knight's E will not take effect instantly, but there will be a short delay. Juggernaut's Q also has an animation effect, and as long as Juggernaut uses Q, no matter how the selected target moves, it will land next to the target. In other words, as long as Gem hangs W, Fortitude Barrier, on Juggernaut first, then stands there and throws E when Juggernaut Q comes out, he can achieve 100% control. After realizing this, Faker's expression suddenly changed. The existence of the gem meant that the Sword Master had an additional control skill that was 100% sure to hit for no reason. The Juggernaut's continuous output ability and pursuit ability are very strong. Now there is an additional control. This hero is not allowed to take off. After resurrecting, he immediately TP'd back to the line because Juggernaut and Gem had already pushed the line of troops over. The two of them disappeared online together, leaving Blank, who originally wanted to go against the wild monsters, to just farm the wild monsters in the upper half of his area. After the Faker in the middle was cheated once, his position became extremely cautious, and he did not dare to push the lane at all. Seeing this, Top was not in a hurry. The Juggernaut shuttles back and forth in the wild area with the gems, entering a cycle mode. The cycle of clearing the wild, retracting the line, clearing the wild, and retracting the line continues. Since the Sword Master carries a Gem Knight with him as a pendant, Leopard Girl can't even defend the River Crab, not to mention going wild. The upper and lower River Crabs are all taken by the Sword Master. River Crabs are of great strategic importance. Eye positions are very scarce in the early stages of the game, and the field of vision provided by the River Crab can provide some protection for both the upper and lower lanes. Certainly, it seems simple to clear the jungle and close the line, but in fact there are many things to pay attention to. Candy was responsible for calculating the refresh time of each group of wild monsters, while Li Hansheng paid attention to the movement of the army lines and the situation of the 3 roads. After the wild monsters in the wild area were cleared, the Juggernaut even took the gems and ran to the top lane to mess with Lulu's wave of soldiers, truly achieving 1 person, and i.e. 3 lanes. But after seeing this kind of picture too much, the audience will inevitably feel some visual fatigue. No way. Not to mention killing kills. There is not even a duel. Top seems to accept the situation of brushing lane development by default, and SKT's side can only brush lane growth by throwing the mousetrap. It wasn't until 7 minutes in, when the Sword Master and the Gem Knight went home together, and the Sword Master, who was rich in money, took out Enchanted, Devourer, and a pair of straw sandals in one go. Everyone realized that something was wrong. What kind of growth rate is this? Miller was stunned. Look at his last hit. Su Xiaodan pointed out the problem. In more than 7 minutes, Juggernaut's last hit count was a terrifying 94 knives. The second place was SKT's Bang. His last hit count was only 66 knives. The gap between the two sides was nearly 30 knives. And these more than 30 swords cannot be counted as an ordinary soldier line, because the Sword Master's last-ditch composition not only has a soldier line, but also wild monsters. The economy provided by large wild monsters is actually equivalent to that of a cannon truck. Under normal circumstances, if the Juggernaut wants to rely on brushing to bring out the Devourer, it will take at least 11 or 12 minutes. And this is without interference. Everyone knows that Juggernaut is slow to clear the jungle and has weak combat power in the jungle. The monsters will definitely come against you. Considering this factor, it is not surprising that it took 14 or 15 minutes for Juggernaut to make Devourer in the passerby game. But I think to reach 30 layers of Devourer, it will take at least 25 minutes if the pace is smooth, and at least 30 minutes if the pace is slow. Therefore, although the equipment, Devourer, matches well with the Juggernaut, the Juggernaut's combat effectiveness is also extremely strong after it is formed. But not many people play it, and even professional teams don't consider it at all. It is because the strength of the Devourer Sword Master is only theoretical. It is a castle in the air and cannot withstand the test of actual combat. But looking at it now, The Juggernaut of Devourer will appear in 7 minutes. According to Li Hanqing's farming method, it is estimated that 30 layers can be stacked in less than 20 minutes. This is very scary. It's equivalent to the difference between Easy's 16-minute magic cut and its 22-minute magic cut. The strong period can come early. No. We can't let them continue to develop like this. Faker also realized the seriousness of the problem. But he also had a headache because he didn't know how to deal with it. In essence, Top's Juggernaut system is somewhat similar to the 4 guarantees and 1 system, which concentrates all resources on one person, allowing one person to develop beyond the timeline. In the past, SKT was not afraid of this kind of 4 guarantees and 1, but they were really afraid of it this game. The Juggernaut is a warrior, not a marksman. The traditional 4 guarantee and 1 guarantee system is for the shooter, although it can cause the shooter to explode with damage. As long as he finds an opportunity to kill him once, he can make a comeback. The shooter's fragile body always gives him a chance. And the shooter is the only one who almost never saves his life. Installation location. The warrior is different. The warrior's body is quite solid. And there are 2 assistants, Lulu plus Jim, to provide him with various buffs. Moreover, everyone understands the strength of the Devourer, Sword Master. He had no doubt that once the equipment was formed, the Sword Master would be able to kill them all in one charge. If you can't target the Juggernaut, then do it to his teammates. After watching Juggernaut walking towards the upper half of the jungle with gems, Faker immediately started communicating. Go grab the bottom lane. Their people are in the top half. Blank's leopard girl relied on the hero's flexibility in the jungle to enter the lower half of the top from the dragon pit. She didn't even need to look around and just used West to place a clip on the ground. Echo on the top lane and Rise in the middle lane can directly hand over TP. Any friendly unit can be the target of TP, such as the Prince's Flag, Annie's Bear, Thresh's Lantern, and Phoenix's Egg. Oh my god! Is SKT going to have 5 packs and 2 in the bottom lane? Miller shouted in disbelief. As soon as the words fell, SKT's top, middle and jungle trio completed their assembly in the jungle, and then completely cut off the retreat of the top-bottom duo. What the HL? These Lansy guys from SKT are going to die. Seeing SKT's large army, Imp could only say a few words angrily, facing the 5 people jumping over the tower. Jin and the troll stood under the tower without any room to operate. They even gave up the 2 heads to the 2 C positions in detail. To deal with the Sword Master, there must be a terrifying instant burst. SKT's lineup can only count on Lucian and Rise. The development of these 2 people may not catch up with Juggernaut, but at least they cannot lag too far behind. SKT thought they were making a lot of money. In fact, Li Hanqing felt that he was making more money. If it weren't for taking care of Imp's feelings, he would have laughed out loud. No one interferes. He can easily take the Rift Herald into his pocket. You must know that the Rift Herald is an epic wild monster and can provide 5 layers of Devour. And the River Crab in the upper half of the area can provide him with 2 layers. Devourer layers. This wave will directly gain 7 layers. And ordinary wild monsters will only provide 1 layer. When there are no buff monsters, it will only take 4 layers for 1 round in the wild area. And only 2 layers for killing the opponent. Just the number of layers. It's simply not that exciting. The essence of Wild Core Tactics is to be independent. He does not need to care about the life and death of online heroes. And he has no way to control it. Li Hanqing must maintain his leading position and maintain the highest development situation in the game. This is truly responsible for his teammates and provides guarantee for the team's victory. What he has to do now is to continue to grind, continue to improve and accumulate his own equipment, and continue to quickly add layers of Devourer. After making Devourer and gradually increasing his level, Li Hanqing's jungle clearing efficiency became faster and faster. At the beginning, he could also do the jungle, close the line, the jungle, close the line. This is a constant cycle. But now the refresh rate of wild monsters in the jungle has begun to fail to keep up with his spawning speed. And the audience on the field has once again seen what it means. I'll eat 3 ways for 1 person. Are there no wild monsters in the jungle? The middle line of troops hasn't arrived yet? Then go for the top lane. Then go for the bottom lane. In short, the rhythm of development cannot be interrupted. If nothing else, Noob must be very happy now. Miller laughed. And it's really scary. Look at the Juggernaut leading the field in the number of last hits and level. Who is not confused after reading this? There is only one question for everyone now. What kind of monster will the Juggernaut who eats up all the team's resources eventually grow into? The first one to suffer was SKT's bottom lane. Chapter 143 The God comes down to earth, and cuts 5 with one blow. When they saw Juggernaut running to the bottom lane with gems again, Bang and Wolf were used to it. This was not the first time that Jin came to the bottom lane. And Jin and the troll were indifferent. The troll even took the initiative to distance itself from Jin, just because he was afraid that the passive effect of the Holy Shield would be accidentally taken away by Jin. Seeing this small detail, Bang was really sour. Very sore. Who wouldn't be envious or jealous after seeing such treatment? Gu Sungbin. You don't deserve to compete with me for the throne of Korea's #1 ADC. And you actually become a dog for others. Green hair, imp? I'm so unfamiliar. Brother Han Sheng is my only one. Pfft. You touch labor. I'm afraid Brother Han Sheng will misunderstand. I save all my beans for Brother Han Sheng. Ha ha ha. Lu Mao. You have no heart. If this is the case, are you really not afraid of bursting into tears? Suddenly I feel a little bit distressed and aggrieved. If you see it, you will get angry. Bang throw a W, holy bullet, from the extreme distance and mark it. Then receive, baptism of the holy spear. Ta 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 ta. Gatling transformed into blue fire, trying to use this method to combat Li Hanqing's arrogance. Anyway, he has E, flash, healing, and brown protection. Why should he be afraid? Maybe he hasn't heard the saying, "You can't touch a tiger's butt." Li Hansheng was stunned. Why didn't he give them some trouble? Do you really think he can only bully wild monsters and soldiers? Lumeo, slow down. Xiang Renjie is ready to cooperate with me. Li Hansheng is not someone who tolerates children's mistakes. He added a little more A to the minions in detail, just in time to activate the passive Double Strike, and directly activate Plateau Bloodline. The troll also activated W, Ice Field, on the spot, just to accelerate himself, and released E, Ice Pillar, at the extreme distance. A thick and long stone pillar emerged from the ground. Although it failed to catch Lucian, it successfully slowed down Lucian. It is this brief deceleration that gives the Juggernaut the opportunity to close the distance. Q Alpha Strike. The Sword Master immediately turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Lucian. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Come closer to me. Wolf shouted immediately. He knew that Juggernaut's Q was unsolvable and buggy, so he didn't rush to throw away skills. Instead, he waited patiently for Juggernaut to land. When the time came, he could directly backhand a big move to help Lucian escape. Can. The gem that activated E, Dazzle, not far behind them was approaching the two of them. Buzz. The Jewel Knight made a decisive E flash, aiming directly at Brown. Brown and Lucian were stunned at the same time. Shiba! Wolf was shocked, and could only watch helplessly as the Sword Master swung his sword and slashed Lucian continuously. The extra real damage provided by E, Wuji Swordsmanship. The extra real damage provided by Challenge Punishment. Swallower will add an additional 30 points of magic damage to the basic attack, and an extra point will be added for each layer. Now Li Hansheng, Swallow, the number of layers is 14, which means that each basic attack with the sword can gain an additional 44 points of magic damage. What's even scarier is, Juggernaut's passive, Double Strike, is regarded as 2 basic attacks. Although the second attack can only deal 50% of the damage, it can trigger other effects, such as E, Challenge CJ's true damage, Devourer, as magic damage. There is already a passive Li Hansheng, and when he lands, he has a double sword. His talent is still War Zeal, and the more layers it stacks, the higher the damage. Bang looked at his health bar in astonishment, as if he was watching a science fiction movie. In the blink of an eye, he didn't know how many times the Sword Master slashed, but he lost nearly half a tube of blood. The damage is more terrifying than that of an assassin. Fortunately, the stun time of Gem E was only 1.25 seconds, so he quickly wanted to hand in the skill. But Imp has been waiting for this moment and is ready to get up. The Fatal Brilliance added the control effect, and Lucian was once again controlled on the spot. After the dizziness was over, Brown quickly used his big move with his backhand, knocking the Sword Master into the air. Lucian, who was still low on health, could finally hand over Heal plus E plus Flash and try to escape. However, at this time, the cosmic brilliance of Gem's ultimate move finally came down. The Sword Master who entered the invincible state didn't care about so many things and rushed straight in. The super fast movement speed allowed him to catch up with Lucian quickly, and with 2 swish swords, he killed him, then immediately turned around and rushed towards Brown. Although Braum's level is a little lower than Lucian's, Braum's body is solid, but facing the unreasonable output of the Juggernaut, even Braum couldn't withstand it. At the moment when the gem's ultimate move ended, Braum's blood volume had dropped to less than half health. The Juggernaut carried the attack of the defense tower hard. Cut. The moment the defense tower attack comes into contact with you, AWA immediately, using the percentage damage reduction provided by W, meditation, to resist the damage of the defense tower. By the time the second attack of the defense tower was launched, Braum had become a corpse. The Juggernaut uses Q minions to make himself unselectable, causing the defense tower attack to fail, and the hatred to be transferred directly. Double kill. Oh my god! What kind of horrific damage is this to the Juggernaut? The doll kept exclaiming. The audience also kept screaming and applauding. I declare, Brother Han Sheng has been promoted to the honorary bar master of our Wuji Sword Master Bar. Go. 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 Get in line behind me. Is the cooperation between Go Sword Master and Jim so brainless? Are you still watching? I have already started playing Duo Q with my gay friends. Just started Duo Q. I'm already in magical gear. And I'm cutting 5 at a time. The hero Juggernaut is so outrageous. The output method is obviously similar to that of a shooter, basically relying on basic attacks. However, because Wuji Kendo can provide exaggerated real damage, and the equipment comes with various special effects, it seems to be a basic attack. But in fact this basic attack may directly trigger 3 to 4 attack special effects. With so many attack effects superimposed together, the damage is quite exaggerated. My Bang is a little embarrassed. He is the most typical Juggernaut, who pretends not to be good but is fooled. He is very fat himself. This weight has completely taken off. Be careful. Once the opponent gets close to this trick, you really can't get away from it. Faker didn't say much. Just a reminder. Top took advantage of the situation and pushed down their bottom tower. Fortunately, there is no dragon now. Otherwise, if the Juggernaut gets the dragon and adds 5 layers of Devourer, it will be really unplayable. After getting 2 heads in the bottom lane, Li Hanqing's Devourer successfully reached the 18th floor, with the last 12 floors left to go. He was not in a hurry to go home, but went back to the jungle to clear the field, and then ran back to the middle to defend the line, without wasting any development time. And then he pressed B to return to the city. When he returned to the spring, the time in the upper left corner is 15 minutes and 12 seconds. At this time, his last hit count has reached a terrifying 239 knives. It is not uncommon for professional players to achieve last-ditch hits beyond the timeline. But this surpasses so much. It simply refreshes everyone's understanding. But it's actually normal. The core lineup itself is to concentrate the most resources on one person. While core was popular for a period of time during the S8 era, not to mention anything else. At that time, Uzi was able to earn $319 in 20 minutes, and $500 in 32 minutes due to the resource tilt of the wild core system. The development ability of professional players is terrifying in itself. And coupled with the tilt of the team's resources, it is not very difficult to achieve this. The swords combination is also a well-deserved leader in the wild core system. When Li Hansheng spent all his savings and updated a round of equipment, the temperature at the scene could not help but rise several degrees. Because tens of thousands of spectators subconsciously took a breath. Enchantment, Devourer, Mercury Shoes, Ginsu's Furious Blade, Purple Rainforest Fist. Since the Devourer has not been deleted in the 6.8 version, the equipment special effect of Ginsu's Fury Blade still causes the attack to cause small-scale AoE damage after the stack is full. The reason why Li Hansheng did not choose Blade of Ruin is because this version of Ruin is expensive and rubbish. And Blade of Wisdom has not been strengthened yet. It is not the magic weapon that can turn the Sword Master into a medical miracle after the S7 version is strengthened. Therefore, Devourer plus Sheath Knife are the core equipment of the Juggernaut. After that, you can switch to semi-meat equipment, such as Bleeding Hands and Big Ice Hammer, which can increase damage and increase tankiness to improve your fault tolerance rate. After all, the Juggernaut really doesn't lack for damage. Is this growth rate going to set a record? Miller subconsciously murmured to himself. The most terrifying data I remember was the one I saw on the internet before. The world's #1 iceberg Buddha was used in rank. Death Song made $300 in 20 minutes. I feel that after this game, Riot will definitely weaken this combination to a certain extent. So if you want to have fun, hurry up and learn. If nothing else, I just want to see how terrifying this Sword Master Daiman, the Devourer, will be after he comes out. Wawa's mentality is the same as that of the audience. Before Devourer is at full level, no matter how fat the Juggernaut is, it cannot be considered a complete body. When the people from SKT saw Juggernaut appear on the map and took a look at his equipment, they were all silent. Rise and Lucian are the best players on SKT. At this point it's only 1.5 items. Rise made the Staff of Time plus Tears of the Goddess plus 3 speed shoes. Lucian has a blue sword, attack speed boots, and 2 attack speed daggers. This is simply no harm without comparison. If compared one-on-one, it is equivalent to the economy of Juggernaut being at least 4,000 ahead of Lucian and Rise. Shiba, we have to find an opportunity. Wolf was very anxious because he saw the purple rainforest fist in Li Hansheng's backpack and realized that Li Hansheng was about to start switching to meat equipment. Now their whole team is still capable of dealing with the Juggernaut. But when the Juggernaut actually makes the meat suit, there will really be no way to save the day. The ownership of the second little dragon is particularly important. Everyone in SKT began to gather in the dragon area. And they must guard this dragon, and not give Li Hansheng any chance. SKT's defense of this little dragon is bound to win, Miller shouted. Do you want Top to endure it a little longer? After all, Juggernaut's Devourer stack is not officially full yet. Top is also here as a team. The two sides are likely to have the first wave of 5v5. In the Xiaolong area, the two sides are constantly pulling and pulling, and no one dares to move. On Top's side, Jin fired a flat A to wake up the little dragon in the dragon pit, and pulled the little dragon to his side. Then Top started to focus on the fire dragon. Do you want to fight for punishment? I don't know how good Noob's punishment is. Everyone looked anxiously towards the Xiaolong area. SKT saw that Xiaolong's blood volume was less than 3,000, and they could no longer hold back and move forward as a group. The entire formation pushed forward, trying to protect the leopard girl and go forward to fight Li Hansheng for punishment. Come on! Li Hansheng shouted. All members of Top decisively gave up on the focused dragon. After turning on W, Troll took 2 steps forward and directly used E to summon a decelerating stone pillar to cut apart SKT's entire formation. Since SKT was tightly grouped, almost everyone affected by the Troll's stone pillar. Jin immediately followed up with the Fatal Brilliance and accurately kept Leopard Girl in place. Then he set up his gun on the spot and activated his ultimate move, Perfect Curtain Call, using the bullets in the gun to help keep people alive. Away! Give me skills! Lulu immediately E, help! Pix and W, Fantasy, were given to Juggernaut. And Juggernaut himself also activated his ultimate move, Plateau Bloodline, and directly turned on Mad Dog mode to bite at SKT's formation. Save your skills! Save your skills and pay attention to the Juggernaut! Everyone in SKT felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. But Gem had already activated R, Cosmic Glory first, and then E Dazzle. Li Hansheng couldn't get directly into Lucian's face, so he aimed directly at the leopard girl at the front of the crowd. Q, Alpha Strike, started and turned into a stream of light and rushed towards leopard girl. Flash back! Wolf shouted. Blank understood and directly handed over Flash to bring the Juggernaut into the crowd. But he himself was stunned. Brown directly used Q, Winter's Bite, to try to cooperate with his teammates to quickly stun the Juggernaut. However, the Juggernaut directly W, Meditate, on the spot. Level 1 W can provide 60% damage reduction, which is comparable to the effect of Nyoto's ultimate move. SKT's execution was very good, and it eliminated Brahm's passivity almost instantly. But the problem is, Juggernaut W has an effect. That is, after the chant ends, the damage reduction effect will remain for 0.25 seconds. It is precisely these 0.25 seconds that help Juggernaut resist a wave of SKT's bursts. And he also attached the red challenge punishment to Rise on the head. There is additional damage reduction. Behind, Duke's Echo used W to leave a force field between the two sides in order to cut the battlefield. And Brown also used a backhand ultimate move to try to delay the support of the top crowd. Prevent them from coming to support immediately. Just when SKT thought they could focus their firepower to kill Juggernaut instantly, the cosmic light of Gem's ultimate move finally shines down. Gem's ultimate move requires 2.5 seconds of guidance time. Although it can make groups invincible, the guidance time is too long and is far less effective than Angel's instant single-person invincibility. Therefore, even if this hero it's because the passers-by are in a state of neglect. But at this moment, Li Hansheng was saved. Seeing the Juggernaut in an invincible state, everyone in SKT looked aside. Go! 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 If you don't leave now, you really won't be able to leave. But Gao Dui's Lulu would not give them this chance. Lulu flashed and gave R, Wild Growth, to Juggernaut. And then used Q, Sparkling Spear, since she gave E to Juggernaut at the beginning. Pixar now on the Juggernaut. Shining Spear, directly slows down Rise and Lucian. And the ultimate move makes the Juggernaut increase in size. Directly knock away Brown, Ike, and Leopard Girl from the Juggernaut's face. But Li Hansheng ignored the three people in front of him and rushed directly towards Rise, whose skills were in a vacuum period. Open E Wuji Kendo. The effect of challenging punishment is still there. 1 sword. 2 swords. Already owning the Mercury shoes, he was not afraid of Rise's W control at all. And the audience kept screaming. Rise's health bar fell sharply, as if a gap had been cut directly by the Juggernaut. Especially as the layers of Sheep Knife and War Zeal continued to increase, coupled with challenge punishment, Wuji Kendo, Devourer, and the incense burner that Lulu helped create. Even Li Hansheng himself is now it's not clear how much special attack effect he can achieve with one strike. I just know it's great. No wonder it is said that Juggernaut players all over the world share the same brain. Playing this hero with your brain is the biggest insult to him. Just mindlessly chop. Chop. Chop and that's it. Faker is down. Juggernaut refreshed his Q. Q hit Lucian's face. Bang can't escape without flashing. If you want to replace Juggernaut, can he do it? He can't, Baby said quickly. The fierce team battle situation on the field. Due to the effect of the incense burner, and the health provided by Lulu's ultimate move, the Sword Master, whose health was originally in danger, was restored to more than half health. The fall of SKT's Double C made their team battle doomed to failure. Hurry up! Xiaolong! Xiaolong! Faker, who turned into the commander of the fountain, quickly reminded him. But Leopard Girl has no hope at all against the Sword Master, who has full layers of Sheep Knife and War Zeal. Just the special effect AoE damage provided after the Sheep Knife is fully loaded will reduce the health of Echo and Braun next to him. Keep it down too. Even Ike, who was dressed in a meat suit, tried to use his ultimate move to go back in time. But he couldn't hold on for more than 5 seconds in the hands of the Sword Master. Ace. As the last Brown falls, Li Hansheng also got the first 5 kills in this MSI. Pentakill. The audience at the scene could no longer contain their excitement and burst into a burst of fierce cheers, which even once overwhelmed the voices in the commentary box. Is this the charm of the Sword Master? Miller was also very excited, not only because Top currently has an absolute advantage on the field, but also because of the exciting scene on the field that drives up their emotions. This most primitive method is more likely to stimulate people's adrenal hormones. Who dares to say that Juggernaut is a garbage hero in the future? If everyone rushes up, give him a slap and let him watch this game. The doll was also very excited. This is too much. Su Xiaoyan laughed. But this noob Juggernaut is really cool. This should be the ultimate dream of every Juggernaut player. The whole team acts like a dog to themselves, using various auxiliary equipment, using resources and economy, and can reach the full level of Devourer in less than 20 minutes. The main thing is, SKT's lineup has a huge flaw, extremely lacking in explosive ability. After Rise has been weakened in multiple versions, his damage ability has been greatly reduced. Moreover, he is positioned as a spell mechanism that does continuous damage, and his explosive ability is mediocre. Bang's Lucian chose the traditional crit-style route, which does good damage in the later stage, but average damage in the early stage, which is far inferior to Yeomung's armor-piercing style. But he couldn't change his equipment at this time, so there was no regret in the world. As for the remaining Braun and Akeborn, they are just shit sticks with no damage. Blank's Leopard Girl is not well developed and does average damage. This means that even if Li Hansheng rushes in alone, as long as his teammates are well protected, he will not be killed instantly. Shit. Hurry up and have fun. Hurry up and have fun. Such a buggy routine must be cut according to the urine properties of the fist. Nonsense. Such a Sword Master is obviously very cool. But Riot must not think it is cool at all. I've already got 5 kills. And the game isn't over yet? Today's barrage is extra clean. Where is Kerdog? Why doesn't the dog bark? As Li Hansheng pocketed the remaining little dragon, he got 5 layers again. The Devourer is directly at full level, which also indicates that the Sword Master has truly become a complete body. The 30th layer also means that Li Hansheng can now get an additional 60 points of magic damage for every basic attack. In addition, there are also attack special effects. If a VN player has a full layer of Devourer, 1 basic attack can equal 2 attacks, and 2 A attacks can directly trigger the 3rd ring. In the same way, the Sword Master can trigger Double Strike with 2 slashes to make 1 more slash. Once the fight starts, Li Hansheng can stack up the number of sheep knives in 2 seconds. And this wave of 5 kills. What's more, when Li Hansheng went home, he took out the bloody hand directly. With the shield of the bloody hand, it was really impossible for him to be killed instantly again. Next is Li Hansheng's personal show. At 20 minutes, he refreshed his personal last hit count to 334 knives. Haha. The director told us that Noob's 20-minute CS is already a historical record in the League of Legends professional circle. Enough to go down in history. Woa laughed excitedly. It's pretty cool that this kind of record happened in our LPL division. Miller also laughed. The record of Buddha's meat heel has been broken. It's not just the last strike that's terrifying. The equipment on his body is also extremely luxurious. Sheep knife, full layer devourer, mercury shoes, bloody hands, and demon drinking knife. You can have a luxurious 4-piece set in 20 minutes. It can only be said that Li Hansheng is constantly refreshing the audience's understanding of this game. In the past, no matter how smooth the game is, being able to get a 3-piece set in 20 minutes is already terrifying. You also need equipment that costs over 2,000 yuan to fish in troubled waters. And even the shoes are expensive mercury shoes. Highlight an outrageous one. Baron Nash became the first target to feel the damage from the divine weapon Li Hansheng. No one else is needed. The Juggernaut came to Baron Nash alone, activated his ultimate move, and played standing up. Even if SKT was prepared, it was too late. It was too fast. After getting the top of the Baron buff and going home to update a round of equipment, Li Hansheng simply bought a bottle of 500 red medicine and put it in his backpack. Then he led his teammates to group up in the middle and advance directly. Still the same. Troll and Jin were responsible for slowing down to save people, while Li Hansheng rushed into the crowd without thinking. Jim's and Lulu's ultimate move form a perfect coordination. SKT actually handled the team battle very well. They actually controlled Juggernaut for a long enough time in each wave. But it's still the same. Not enough damage. Drinking the magic knife plus mercury shoes. Rise, who had not yet penetrated the armor, could only stare. Lucian only has 2.5 pieces. And the equipment is not ready yet. After all their efforts, they only managed to knock out the Sword Master's bloody hand and the demon drinking knife shield. Kill? Impossible. The final game time was fixed at 23 minutes. Top. Another city. 2-0. Chapter 144 give them a 3-0 victory. Congratulations to Top for another victory. You brought us a real 4 guarantee 1 teaching. Miller shouted excitedly. Ha ha ha. The baby also kept laughing. Who said you can't beat the Korean team with 4 guarantees and 1? Today Top will teach you how to win. Let me put it more directly. These 2 games were almost one-sided massacres. The score is 2-0. Top has successfully won the match point game. They are only 1 victory away from reaching the finals. I believe Top will not let the opportunity to enter the finals slip away from their hands. The most important thing is that the right to choose sides in the next round will return to Top again. Top used black technology tactics for 2 consecutive games. What can SKT use to fight Top? What other trump cards can you have? The last time we defeated a Korean team in a BO5 was last year's MSI. Right. Looking at it this way, MSI is really a very lucky cup for us in the LPL. Hack SKT. Kill Faker. I don't even understand that it's just a friendly cup competition. So what if I win the championship? Last year, EDG was the MSI champion. Wasn't it still the quarterfinals of the S tournament and was beaten 4-0? Hee. If Hanzok can't beat the classics, he says the game has no gold content. I'm thinking about a game that has no gold content. Why did Xian Kadaddy say before the game that he wanted to complete the Honor Grand Slam? Want to win this championship? If you feel that the MSI championship is of low value, I suggest you ask your dad if he wants this championship. I don't know about the audience in other regions, but the domestic audiences in the LCK and LPL basically have the same opinion. This semifinal is an advanced stage of this MSI final. Whoever can win this duel and enter the finals will be the designated champion. This is the confidence of the 2 major regions. Although League of Legends now claims to have 5 major regions, the only ones that can truly challenge the championships of various events are the LPL and LCK. Only. In the S-League in the past few years, the LCK has been a crushing and dominant force. It is not at the same level as other competition regions. It is 1 level ahead. And the LPL is only acting as a challenger. But there are also differences in challengers. And the only one that can bring pressure to the LCK is the LPL. The atmosphere at the scene was very hot. Most of the people who came to the scene were fans of the domestic LPL. Naturally, they wanted the rival LCK team to die as soon as possible. What's more, even from a neutral perspective, the pure passerby audience obviously also wanted to die. I will appreciate Top's extremely offensive and entertaining style of play even more. For ordinary viewers, no one will be willing to watch boring operations. Even if the LCK's operational style dominates LPL's international competitions today, it still does not prevent the audience from hating this utilitarian style of play. Just like in the NBA, teams such as the Spurs and Pistons used iron-blooded defense to win the championship. Such a dull and utilitarian style of play can bring honors, but it cannot bring them enough popularity. The MVP selection is also out. There is no doubt that Lee Han-sheng, who selected the Juggernaut, won the MVP again, under the 4-guarantee-1 tactic. The most eye-catching one is naturally this one, and it also has an advantage in MVP selection. And the terrifying data that Lee Han-sheng produced is worthy of this MVP. With the data of 14-0-3, the top team has a total of 17 kills, all of which are related to him. The opponent's economy is 12,800 ahead, and the damage ratio reaches a terrifying 58%. One person is responsible for more than half of the team's total harm. Seeing this luxurious data, the commentators took a breath. "I have a hunch," Miller said after a moment of silence. "The system of Juggernaut Gemstone will probably be weakened. It's true that this is too buggy." The doll nodded. "Using melee combat as a big brother is really a bit like the in-game flavor of the guy next door, who cannot be named." They are both MOBA games. But in League of Legends, due to the prevalence of the EU flow split and the shooter's ability to ensure minimum output in team battles, the team must treat a long-range shooter as the big brother, because the game mechanism of Dota is more complex, and the attributes and effects of the equipment are also more powerful. Dota can also serve as the big brother in melee combat. Nothing else to say. If you let League of Legends have a BKB, a hero like Juggernaut can indeed be a big brother. But that's not the case. But now Top, the 4-guarantee-1 system with a combination of swords as the core, really makes up for all the shortcomings of melee heroes being easily pulled, kite, and killed suddenly in team battles. "The main thing is that I can't counterattack." Su Xiaoyan deserves to be the female commentator with the best understanding of the game. "I think Top's lineup can continue to improve. For example, you can choose Morgana as an assistant, and you can even choose Shen in the top lane. MO combined with Gunnis' magic immunity shield and Gem Knight's invincible ultimate move. Juggernaut is really no different from playing BKB." Actually, Riot has always had a track record of making changes in certain aspects. Counterattack is a particularly important criterion. For example, subsequent heroes have fewer and fewer directional control skills, and they are basically non-directional, so that opponents can avoid them by moving, instead of being inevitably headlocked by Titan's ultimate move or Wei's ultimate move. Another example is the ADC position. Due to the early cancellation of the dodge mechanism, the ADC, which uses normal attack as its main output method, becomes unable to counterattack. Riot's method is simple. Add damage. The ADC is a position where damage overflows. Adding more damage will not improve the ADC. After all, adding more damage will not make you instantly hit the ADC. But on the contrary, the ADC's body is very fragile. The increase in damage in other positions is equivalent to limiting the change of direction and weakening the output environment of the ADC in team battles. The ultimate talent of S6 is a watershed. In the past, the tank top laner became the mobile blood bank of the ADC in the later stage because their damage was not fatal enough. Since S6 has the ultimate talent, for example, a tank can bring Immortal Grip. The additional damage of Immortal Grip is based on the percentage of its own maximum health. To put it bluntly, it is a damage tailor-made for tank heroes. Type talent. With Immortal Grip, tank heroes can cause real and substantial damage to fragile shooters. Coupled with a certain degree of weakening of ADC equipment, ADC can no longer be used in late team battles when the equipment is formed. Do whatever you want. Riot's changes are all centered around allowing all positions and all types of heroes to have the opportunity to play, and have a perfect counter-ecological chain to form a closed loop. Once an overly powerful being destroys the ecological chain, it will inevitably be punished. Game changes are something designers should consider. But this system is really suitable for Black. Miller laughed. This Juggernaut is really fun for everyone. And no one expected that the Gem Knight could actually there is such a linkage with the Sword Master. And if you really think about it carefully, you can have linkage with the Sword Master. But what about other heroes? Lee Han-sheng picked up the paper cup on the side and drank several sips of ice water. The last Juggernaut really made him enjoy the game, and the operation of cutting 5 in 1 made his blood boil. It's not about drinking ice water to calm down the excitement. MD! If nothing else, this guy Lowly will definitely not be able to escape tonight's treat. Candy took off his headphones and said with a smile, "You don't know how to eat a good meal for this big guy. It's totally unreasonable. The whole team is for you. Dog. That's right. What? I want to drink." Imp also turned his head and looked over. Pelly. Take with a drink. With the atmosphere here, I have to say. Han Sheng. Take the guys to eat. Naturally, Lu Mao was not to be outdone. You people are just ignorant. Gao Du rolled his eyes. Do you still need to say such a thing? Do you think Lao Li would be so ignorant? Li Hanxing smiled and waved his hand. Eat. 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 It's just a meal. Bai Yueya arrived belatedly. Seeing the heated discussion among the team members, he came over and said, Okay. Let's not talk about the celebrations yet. The game is not over yet. Is this different from the end? Candy rolled his eyes and asked. SKT wins first? Bai Yueya opened her mouth and really didn't know what to say. Because, in his opinion, SKT is indeed out of control. You can also choose some flexible heroes in the middle to avoid falling into a premature disadvantage. But what about the sword combination? SKT itself does not have enough band positions. Now it is necessary to allocate extra band positions to deal with this black technology. How is it possible? SKT really has a headache here. Although Koma remained expressionless, he tried not to show any sadness and affect the morale of the team. But looking down, it seemed that the morale didn't need his influence. It was already very low. We can't blame SKT for why this group of experienced players are so fragile. Who is not confused about who to replace? He was beaten to death twice in a row, but he had no chance to counterattack. What's going on? The game isn't over yet. And it's far from final. Why do you all have such expressions? Koma kept clapping his hands to attract the attention of the players. He chose to take the blame once again. I admit it's our problem. We didn't find out in advance that Top actually hid such a trick. But it's impossible for them to have a third set of black technology. And we still have our own stuff. Hearing this, Faker looked up at Koma. He naturally knew what Koma was talking about. After a while, the two sides started BP again. Should SKT seize the last glimmer of hope in a desperate situation? Or should Top defeat the powerful enemy in one go and advance to the finals? The answer will be revealed in this game. Wataba shouted. Top chooses the red side. SKT is here blue square. As soon as it comes up, SKT immediately banned Juggernaut without saying a word. The audience immediately booed. I'm scared. SKT is really scared. Miller looked a little gloating. And here at Top, they gave SKT a head-on blow right from the start. Old Man Time was sent to the ban position. The whole world knows that SKT's bottom line is the timeless system. But this system is useless for Top. Su Xiaoyan chuckled. Now SKT has nothing to do. Really, everyone knows that SKT has a time-consuming system. But many teams are helpless. The reason is simple. There are still not enough banned seats. The strength of the hero time Old Man itself is actually average. Especially after passively changing from providing 8% additional experience to teammates globally to storing experience that can only provide experience to one teammate. But fortunately, Father times W, travel to the future, can also reduce the CD of his ultimate move, return time. So the strength is not that weak. And since W couldn't reduce RCD, even Faker himself gave up the Old Man times mid-range play because it was too weak. Top is different. There are enough banned positions. So even if there are only 3 banned positions, you can easily use them to target some of the opponent's black technologies. I saw Old Man Time being banned. Koma's face suddenly turned dark. Although he had expected this step, when it actually happened, he couldn't help but curse. Shiba. As Handsome Face was not only irritable but also irritable at the moment. But BP had to continue. In the second ban position, they still chose to block Jace. And Top's backhand was to ban Will Mom. In the last ban position, SKT banned Leopard Girl, while Top banned Bullhead. In the end, the lineups of both sides were determined. SKT is on the blue side, and Top is on the red side. On the road, Bobby versus Crocodile. Jungler, Male Gun versus Spider. Mid lane, Rise versus Ice Girl. Bottom lane, Easy plus Braun versus Lucian plus Troll. Huh? Top once again brought out the Zeus Top and Jungle combination. Are they going to change lanes again? Miller's unintentional words directly confirmed the next development of the plot. That's right. Top has changed the line again. Gao Dui's Ice Girl was moved to the top lane to brush troops against Duke's Poppy. And Li Hanxing's Crocodile was moved to the middle lane. Essentially, both the Evil Retribution combination and the Desert Spider combination are Zhu combinations. And the Desert Spider combination is even more violent than the Evil Retribution combination in the early stage, because the Spider's burst is not inferior to that of the Leopard Girl, and it has an extra level of control. So it is not very dependent on the Crocodile's initiative. Certainly, Crocodile's Red Fury W is the most stable to strike first. But when Crocodile cannot approach the opponent first, Spider's E may be able to create opportunities. Crocodile beats Rise? Otto shouldn't blow the Swanna and happily send the Melon Peel away? SKT. Otto didn't tell his teammates that he couldn't choose Rise against the Crocodile? His own famous battle in his debut was when the Crocodile exploded and killed the high-level Rise. Thaker looked at it and realized that he had never seen how Rise, who was going, was beaten. Can't think of it? Even if you ban Leopard Girl, you can still come up with a Zhu combo. SKT really didn't expect it. When he came to the line, Li Hanxing still used his old tricks. As soon as he came up, the A soldier accumulated anger. Anyway, he brought the Dolan shield. It didn't matter if Risping consumed his A or his skills. Rise's early skill damage is basically negligible. But this time Li Hanxing did not forcefully switch to Flash. The level 2 Leopard Girl could cooperate, but the level 2 Spider could not. If you learn Q and W, you won't have the means and control to get close to Rise. If you learn W and E, you will lose 2 stages of killing damage. If you don't learn W, Spider doesn't learn how to farm with W. Moreover, SKT placed I positions on both sides of the middle lane at the beginning to defend against this move. Li Hanxing was just pushing the line. When the junglers of both sides reached level 3, Blank's male gun immediately moved towards the middle. He crouched for nearly half a minute, only to find that Top had no intention of taking action. He could only give up and continue to squat, but ran to the wild area to continue brushing the jungle. But the audience and commentators from a god's perspective can find that the Spider is already on its way to the middle. Ha! SKT has been fooled, Miller laughed. They thought Top would choose the strongest wave at level 3 to attack. But they didn't know that Top deliberately came up with a counter logic. The Spiders were all 6 groups of wild monsters. Fast 4. That's right. Everyone knows that the Desert Spider is very powerful at level 3. And any hero must immediately give out blood when facing this combination. There must be some precautions. In this case, Li Hanxing asked Candy to make a time difference. You think the Spiders are rushing to catch people in the middle. But I want to take my time and clear the jungle. There is a feeling that your male gun will always hang up in the middle. But this is impossible. The nature of the hero determines that the male gun must constantly clear the jungle to maintain his own development. On the other hand, SKT speculated whether Top might go to the road to catch someone. After all, Ice Girl can also stably cooperate with Spiders to catch people. Although the explosion is not as high as that of Desert Spiders, it is still fatal to Poppy. It's really possible. It's not like Top has never played this kind of trick in the East and West. When everyone thought they were going to help Li Hanxing, they suddenly went to other roads to do it. Unexpected results can often be achieved. After finishing the Demon Swamp Frog, Blank immediately rushed to the top lane to counter-crouch. But at this moment, Spider has crossed the river and entered the upper half of SKT's wild area. He is standing in the grass on the triangular wall on the left side of the first tower in the blue square middle road, preparing to detour behind the first tower. Front. The Crocodile is about to enter the tower with its troops. Rise, who is full of health, is standing under the tower waiting to withdraw his troops. It seems that he is not aware of the danger yet. Are you going to freeze your hands? Miller exclaimed. The Spider has already circled back. Seeing the Spider coming out of the jungle entrance behind the first tower, Thaker knew that he was doomed. But he still had to do this operation. But Li Hanxing didn't force Lai Lai with him at all. Directly flash A, and then Red Fury W, Cold Prey, to freeze it in place. The Spider releases W, Self-Exploding Spider, on the spot. And then uses Q, Neurotoxin. The Q of the Spider in human form will cause more damage the more health the opponent has. The higher it is. And Q in Spider form is beheading damage. The moment the toxin was injected into Rise's body, the self-destructing Spider walked towards Rise. Candy calculated the control time correctly. At the moment when the control of Crocodile Red Fury W ended, the white Spider Silk of E, Cocoon, controlled Rise in place again. Then the Spider switched to Beast form and used Q, Poisonous Sting, to move a small distance to Rise's face. Turned on W, Prowling Fury, to get a huge attack speed bonus. and took the little spider to bite the blue bald head in front of him. On the crocodile's side, AE also used Red Fury Q, and then leveled A, and then the second stage of E to go outside the tower. The two burst out and killed Rise directly under the tower. First blood. Although the time and method of death are different. In the end it is Faker who delivers the first blood. Nice! Top start is still perfect. 3-0. Give SKT a 3-0. We in the LPL also long for such a 3-0 against the Korean team. Miller shouted excitedly. The audience did not hesitate to cheer, and applaud to cheer for the top on the field. At last, almost exactly the same way as the first game, the top midfielder first opened a gap in the middle, and then began to mindlessly play 4-pack and 2-2 in the bottom lane. In the end, with 25 minutes of Baron team victory, the Baron buff was obtained, and finally pushed SKT's base Crystal. 3-0. Chapter 145. Who is in favor, and who is against? The moment when the SKT base Crystal exploded, many LPL fans who came to watch the game kept waving their support sticks, screaming, the muffled sound of the support sticks, and applause. There were even some overly excited fans jumping out of their seats and pumping their fists. In the huge auditorium, no one knew who started the conversation and shouted, "Top!" Tens of thousands of spectators at the scene shouted together, "Top! Top! Top! Ha ha ha!" Wawa laughed wildly. 3-0. Top did not disappoint the audience who came to support them. Nor did they disappoint the audience waiting in the live broadcast room. They did not give SKT any chance. Clean! Defeated SKT neatly. Successfully advanced to the finals of this MSI. That's right. Miller nodded. His mood was also very excited, both in his expression and in the tone of his words. The LPL region needs such a victory to reboost our morale. Top has shown that LCK is not invincible. Even if so, what if you are the LCK champion? So what if you are the world champion? Some people may say that SKT has new players, and they haven't adjusted well yet. Indeed, SKT needs to face such problems. But Su Xiaoyan also talked about it. Don't there be pressures on Top? As a brand new team, the team many of the newcomers have no experience in the World Championship. So Top had to overcome many difficulties in defeating SKT. It's so cool. It's even more exciting than seeing OMG's bloody torture of Nijin Baidun in S4. Nonsense. White Shield is just a third seed. Top is doing SKT. Where is Kerdog? Where's the kid? Where is Han Za? Why are you all mute? Hee hee. Kerdog will not come out at this time. How can it be against the wind and tower output? I understand. After all, Kushuzi lost his biological father, and he is probably crying. The barges in every live broadcast room are scrolling rapidly. S6 is a special season, because in last year's S5, the LPL division suffered an unprecedented defeat. Before the official start of the S5 World Championship, the teams expanded, the players expanded, and the audience also expanded. Everyone felt that they were the first division. Everyone felt that the LPL teams going to the World Championship were just a formality, and the LPL would eventually win the championship, belonging to the first S competition champion in the division. However, LGD, which had high hopes, failed in the group stage. IG surrendered on National Day and failed to advance out of the group. EDG, the only lone seedling, finally appeared with a bump in the road. Not to mention the embarrassing scene where Jean passed the light. It was even more criticized by the LPL competition area. Fnatic, a European and American team that even looked down upon, was beaten 4-0. Not to mention the old rival LCK. Even European and American players can ride on the LPL's head and shit. The disastrous defeat of S5 made everyone wake up from the dream of the first division. When the finals of the S competition became a civil war for the Koreans, everyone can clearly see the gap between the two divisions, like an insurmountable gap. In such a situation where the overall morale of the division is low, what is needed is such a victory. This victory is like a ray of light shining into the LPL competition area shrouded in darkness, bringing a dawn of hope to the entire LPL competition area. Ha ha ha! Loudly! We actually beat SKT 3-0? Am I dreaming? Obviously this was what he had just experienced. But Candy still felt a little incredible. This is SKT. It is known as the most successful team in the history of League of Legends. And their mid laner is Faker, who is known as the #1 player in League of Legends. They actually won. Was said. SKT is not good. Bang is just a Lansy. Today will only use 50% of his skills. Imp is still so arrogant. It has to be Han Sheng. Lu Mao sighed. The experience of these 6 months is really like a dream to me. From LSPL to becoming the main force of the LPL team. And even winning the league championship with the team. And now even hoping to win the championship of international events, such as MSI. Lu Mao even feels an unreal feeling. Oh shit! Why are you pinching me? Candy felt a sharp pain in his arm. When he saw that Li Hansheng was pinching himself again, he couldn't help but curse. Well, I'm just telling you. You're not dreaming. Li Hansheng laughed out loud, and then said in a fair tone, How many floors does a bag of rice cost? Go away. Candy rolled his eyes angrily. Little Heisey is leaking chicken feet. So he subconsciously spoke his hometown dialect. Right. The whole team was in a very high mood. It's also normal. Tens of thousands of spectators cheer for you, applaud you, and chant the name of the team in unison. It's hard not to be infected by the atmosphere. Only, after experiencing the baptism of the spring final stage, several newcomers in the top team will no longer be nervous or excited to face such a grand scene again, but can deal with it calmly. As the winner, top needs to go to the other side of the stage to shake hands with the losers SKT as a winner. Li Hansheng came over with his teammates. Everyone in SKT was silently lowering their heads to pack the peripheral equipment on the table, looking a little lonely from a distance. This is also where the competitive arena becomes cruel. Everyone only has the winning side in their eyes, and the atmosphere of celebration only belongs to the winner. Losers can only lick their wounds alone in a corner where no one cares. The loss at MSI was not enough to bring down this SKT team, and Faker did not appear as lonely and unwilling as he did when he failed in the S7 finals. First, because MSI was only established last year. Its scale, popularity, and audience recognition are not very high. Not to mention that they had already lost to EDG once in MSI last year. Second, the situation is different. In that year of S7, Faker was really only one step away from winning 3 consecutive championships. He was just a few steps away from creating an unprecedented miracle. And there was a high probability that no one would come after him. To know, League of Legends is a game that will have version updates every half a month. It is very difficult to win 3 consecutive championships. There are too many objective factors to overcome. So after the defeat in S7, Faker cried because he missed the opportunity to create a miracle. What's more, he also knew that that was his final peak. The decline in various physical skills brought about by age will only make his dominance in the middle slowly decline. When everyone in SKT saw the top people coming, they all stopped what they were doing. The two parties were not very familiar with each other, so they just shook hands briefly. Although Gu Shumin is Korean, his relationship with the SKT group is not good at all. And he even hates the SKT club. It's not that I have a conflict with Faker and others, but to be precise, I have a conflict with SKT's fans in Korea. Gu Sungbin, who just debuted in the early years, was very arrogant and made all kinds of comments. In the S3 World Championship, Gu Sungbin Samsung Ozone failed in the group stage. On the contrary, SKT led by Faker finally won the championship and became a fan in South Korea. A hero in your eyes. And in the subsequent OGN Winter Tournament, Faker once again led SKT to defeat Gu Xingbin's team in the finals. And in S4, with the rise of Samsung and beating SKT domestically, Samsung White personally cut off SKT's hope of participating in the S-League. At that time, Samsung was criticized by SKT fans in South Korea. Even after Samsung won the championship, their popularity in South Korea was still not as good as SKT. The first championship is always the most easily remembered. Just like before Li Hansheng crossed over, 3 teams in the LPL also won the S championship. But the most popular team is undoubtedly the IG team that brought the first championship to the LPL. The Incheon people are greater than the Parisians and the Icelanders. Gu Sungbin's hostility towards SKT is typical fan behavior, with idols footing the bill. Backstage here, Koma stood at the door of the lounge to greet his disciples. Every time he passed by, he would pat their shoulders one by one to show encouragement. After everyone entered, Koma clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Children, you have performed very well. Losing the game does not mean losing everything. This season is still very long for us. We even have to be grateful to our opponents for defeating us, allowing us to discover our shortcomings and find ways to improve ourselves. Losing at MSI is better than losing at S. We will train hard when we go back and improve our shortcomings and deficiencies so that we can become better, become stronger, and strive to win back in the S game. When facing the media later, don't make any complaints, and don't find any objective reasons for your loss. Because when you lose the game, everything you say is an excuse. The other side. Li Hansheng was stopped again and went to the stage for an interview. The person interviewing him was Immortal Grip, Ren Dong. Congratulations to Top for defeating SKT for the final victory. We are also fortunate to invite Nu, the MVP player of this game, to accept our post-game interview after the game. Congratulations, Noob. Ren Dong looked at Li Hansheng and asked the first question. SKT's performance in the group stage was not good, but we all know that based on previous experience, SKT in the group stage and SKT in the knockout stage are completely two teams. Before the game, SKT, have you considered this? We also know this, but we know better that this is because SKT has been overly mythologized by some fans. Li Hansheng smiled and spread his hands, talking eloquently. The group stage and the knockout stage are two different teams, which only shows that SKT, they have strong learning ability. But this is not their unique ability. Those Korean teams with excellent coaching teams all have this trait. Every year in the S tournament, there are very few Korean teams that have a particularly smooth start. They basically stumble and get upset in 1 to 2 games. The reason for this is purely because they have not adapted to the version and are slowly exploring the version. But from the end of the group stage to the knockout rounds, there are enough game samples and data for the coaching staff to study. And there is also plenty of time. So the importance of the coaching team is reflected in this. In the past few years, the LPL has fallen behind the LCK not only in terms of player ability, but also in all aspects including the coaching team, data analysis team, etc. So facing a prestigious championship team like SKT, is there really no pressure at all? Ren Dong continued to ask. As I said before, don't overly mythologize a certain player or a certain team. Li Hansheng waved his hand. We are all human beings. Why should we have to bring our own fan filter to see him? That will only make him appear timid. I communicated with my teammates before going on stage, and I only have one idea when facing SKT. They were able to win 2 championships because they didn't meet us. Ha ha ha. I just love how domineering Shengbao is. Shengbao. Obviously Poo and Alway have met SKT. Okay. That's right. I'm thinking that LGD should have had contact with SKT in S5. Right? Li Hansheng felt something was wrong in the middle of saying this. He quickly changed his mind and said, Oh, Alway and Poo are experienced and don't need me to enlighten them. In fact, I only told Xiang Renjia and Zhuan Mingho that sentence. That's not right either. Alway and Poo were eliminated in the group stage and never met SKT. Li Hansheng looked at the dumbfounded Ren Dong with a slight embarrassment. Can this segment be cut off and broadcast elsewhere? This really doesn't work. Ren Dong also laughed twice awkwardly. We are doing a live broadcast, and there are so many viewers listening. Ta. Brother Hansheng is planning to laugh me to death, so he can inherit my Aunt Flower? Professional in beating up teammates. Right? I pray for the psychological shadow area of Away and Poo at this moment. That's right. LGD fell to GG after the group stage. And they couldn't meet SKT. They weren't in the same group. Shengbao. Don't be so embarrassed. Can't you make an appointment for a training match in private? In the backstage lounge. When Gao Dui and Imp saw this interview, they both put on stern faces, and the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. Imp shouted emotionally. Pear is so bad. What is so angry? He can't get rid of his anger without 2 Korean fried chicken meals. I knew this GDX was going to engage in a labor management mentality. Gao Dui also cursed, and then glanced at Imp with disdain. You're worthless. How can you settle this matter in 2 meals? Let me tell you a number. 5 meals. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. The S5 incident has indeed had a great impact on Imp and Gao Dui. But now that the team is on the right path, they also have the opportunity to prove themselves again. So they are gradually becoming less optimistic. I don't even mind teasing myself occasionally. On the stage, Ren Dong was still asking. In the second game, you came up with a set of black technology tactics that I have never seen before. Can you reveal how this set of tactics was developed? It's okay. Maybe it's because our coaching team has worked a little bit harder than the coaching teams of other teams. This was a domestic interview. Li Hansheng faced the camera and made a gesture of the universe with his fingertips without any worries. Ren Dong laughed twice and asked the last question. Has successfully advanced to the finals met the team's expectations for this MSI? No. Li Hansheng shook his head. The championship is our expectation. Is the team confident in winning this MSI championship? Hear the question. Li Hansheng looked at Ren Dong as if he were a fool. And Ren Dong also realized that he seemed to have asked a stupid question. SKT, the most competitive team, was eliminated by Top. CLG and FW in the lower half were both completely beaten by Top in the group stage. The finals does seem to have lost suspense early. However, Li Hansheng still knows how to take care of others. Even if the other person asked a stupid question, he still answered it. He put on an arrogant posture, just like Ligu played by Tony Leon Ka Fain. Empire of Money. I say that this time the MSI Championship has lost its suspense, and our top team will eventually win the cup. Who of you agrees? Who objects? Such arrogant and domineering words may arouse the resentment of many people and feel that they are too exaggerated for other people. But Li Hansheng has always had this style in interviews since his debut. And Li Hansheng also has the capital to say this. Let him say it. It really has an internal smell. Especially with the arrogant attitude of a gangster he puts on. Once again, there was a burst of excited shouts from the audience. And the sand sculpture netizens are also very fast in making sand sculptures. Not long after Li Hansheng finished the interview, someone actually went to the previous Hong Kong movies and found the kind of animation of the arrogant and domineering gangster boss shot with Li Hansheng's words. The MSI Finals, which has no suspense at all, was once a hotly searched topic on Weibo. This scene of Li Hansheng being interviewed after the game caused quite a stir in other competition areas. LCK was naturally furious, especially when they saw Li Hansheng's universe gesture on his fingertips, which angered them even more. Noob. This bastard. I have the guts to come to Korea to participate in the competition. SKT made an unforgivable mistake. To actually lose to such an opponent. You don't deserve to fly back home. You only deserve to swim back. Protest. This is a discriminatory gesture. Appeal to the league. Appeal to the riot. And ban Noob. Disqualification of the LPL region from hosting international events. On the contrary, in the European and American divisions, despite Li Hansheng's speech, he did not take their division's championship team seriously. But Europeans and Americans like this kind of confident and flamboyant character. They like crazy and capable people. Li Hansheng is exactly this kind of person. What's more, his playing style in the game is also very entertaining. No one knew it from the beginning. Through the spread of this MSI, he now enjoys a certain degree of popularity even in other competition regions. In the LMS region, Wanwonren is a bit petty. On the Underworld Forum, there is a strange atmosphere. Fortunately, the people in LPL are all people from the upper world, and will not be affected by this group of people from the underworld. After the game, Guihao took everyone out to have a big dinner. Ha ha ha. Everyone, perform well. I will try to continue to apply with people from the head office. And the MSI Championship Bonus Club will try not to take a commission. Although MSI's championship bonus is not as large as that of the S game. And there is no bonus pool for championship skins. It is definitely more than the championship bonus of the LPL League. The championship prize for this MSI is $250,000. According to the current exchange rate, it is nearly $1.7 million. This is not a small amount of money. If the club can really not take a commission, and all of it is distributed to all members of the club, it will be a huge amount of income. Who wouldn't be happy to make more money? The main reason is that Tabwa is not short of this small amount of money. The excellent results achieved by the top team have allowed them to reap a huge advertising effect. And the advertising fees saved are more than this small amount. The next day, the semifinals of the second half of this MSI started between FW and CLG. The strength of these two teams can be said to be equally matched. There are also winners and losers in the group stage, which in a sense is quite enjoyable to watch. You said novices are pecking each other. But that's not the case. After all, they are also the championship team in each division. They are definitely not special. In addition, they are strong and exciting, which shows that they are very anxious on the court. Although FW is Maple and Karsa, a pair of world-class midfielders and top-notch auxiliary snake. But this CLG team really encountered a version that perfectly suited them, especially Stix's policewoman in the bottom lane. Other shooters in this player are average, but only the policewoman is particularly good at it. And this is what makes FW the most embarrassed and tangled. Are female police officers strong? Powerful. In the version where the Hurricane can be used passively, as long as there is a line of troops or there are enough people around. The policewoman is like a sword master with a full layer of Devourer, and can hit the head with 3 shots. Is it ridiculously strong? Not necessarily. Although the enhancement of Riot allows both policewoman E and W to trigger passive headshots. The combat effectiveness of the policewoman in the midterm is enhanced to a certain extent, but it still hasn't solved the V-shaped curve of the female police hero. This hero needs to have a huge advantage in the landing phase. Bring up the rhythm of pushing towers. and quickly accumulate equipment in order to carry the game. It is precisely because of this. Let's waste a precious band spot. FW can't bear it. So don't waste it. Stix's policewoman can always cause them huge trouble. FW, who was focused on one thing, but not the other, retreated steadily in the face of the pressure from CLG. Despite relying on the outstanding personal performance of Karsa and Maple to win the game. But in the end, there was no way around it. They could only be eliminated with a score of 3-1 and missed the finals. Congratulations to CLG for defeating FW and successfully advancing to the finals. Chong Mao, who served as the commentator, said, CLG seems to have changed our inherent impression of the North American region in the past. Is it possible that the North American region will usher in a new outside region after C9? Battle Glory? Indeed. His other partner Wang Lauer also confirmed. CLG will meet Top in the finals. This will be a major test for CLG. Because judging from the group stage matches between the two sides, CLG will face Top. There is no way to fight back. The outside world's view of this MSI is that the finals have lost its suspense. The only suspense is whether CLG can cause trouble for Top in the finals and make the game look ups and downs. Let's wait and see. MSI's overall schedule is quite tight. After all, the off-season between the spring split and the summer split is less than 2 months. If the schedule is not compressed, it will delay the preparation process of participating teams for the summer competition. Therefore, the day after the semifinals are over, the finals of this MSI will begin. Although everyone feels that this time the MSI finals has completely lost its suspense. No matter how you look at it, CLG doesn't look like a team that can cause trouble for Top. Even so, the scene of the finals was still in a hot state. On the day of the competition, the area was crowded with people, and spectators preparing to enter were everywhere. There are also some graceful girls and handsome boys cosplaying into various heroic characters near the competition site. All of this was done deliberately by the authorities, in order to give the finals a more lively atmosphere. Surrounded by fans, Top's bus slowly drove into the parking lot. When the team members appeared, countless fans screamed. Chapter 146 easily 3-0. Outside the crowd gathered as the Top bus entered the parking lot. Wang Xian and others stood not far away and watched. Brother Han Sheng is so popular. Luo Feng showed envy in his eyes. The next second, when Xian grabbed his ear. Is there something you haven't said yet? Are you envious of his many female fans? It hurts. It hurts. Shirxin, I didn't mean this. Luo Feng quickly begged for mercy, angrily trying to please his girlfriend. No matter how beautiful the wild flowers are, they are not as fragrant as home flowers. That's nice to say. But before you say this next time, could you please take your eyes away from the other sister's thighs first? When Xian gritted his teeth and increased the strength of his hand. The hot summer gives all girls the opportunity to show off their perfect bodies. You can't blame me. Luo Feng didn't bother to cry out in pain, and explained with a slight grievance. I just made a mistake that every man would make. Dashing. When one let go of his hand, rolled his eyes at him, and immediately took Wang Xian's hand and walked towards the ticket gate. Li Hanxin's popularity is really high. It feels even more exaggerated than the last time I watched the finals. A little bit. Wang Xian smiled softly and explained. After all, we defeated SKT. Yes. When she nodded, ignoring her boyfriend beside her, and pulled Wang Xian forward quickly. Luo Feng smiled bitterly and had to follow quickly. When everyone in Top got off the bus, they did not experience any disturbance. After all, fans can't follow in, and will be stopped outside by the security personnel responsible for maintaining order at the scene. But when you get out of the car, you can still see many staff members with cameras filming themselves. Li Hansheng nodded towards the cameraman and cooperated very cooperatively to let him take a few pictures. Officials will specially select some photos with good results and publish them online as post-game highlights. To be honest, it also adds a channel to interact with fans, which is similar to the fact that when celebrities in the entertainment industry attend some events, there will be live filming. Entering the venue, the official makeup artist was already waiting in the lounge to give them makeup. The audience here was already entering the venue one after another, and there was a wonderful opening performance before the game officially started. After putting on makeup, the contestants were about to go to the stage. Even in the aisle, they could still hear the roaring cheers from the auditorium outside. Li Hansheng guessed that there was a high probability that the host might be on stage to warm up. Arriving at the edge of the stage, the host's warm-up was coming to an end, followed by the contestant's appearance. Every time the host reads an ID, the corresponding player comes on the field. Top's home field advantage is fully demonstrated at this time. Although the audience in the LPL division was very personable and did not treat the appearance of CLG players indifferently like the library, they also cheered to save face. But compared to Top, it's not on the same level, especially when I think of Li Hansheng. Next, let us welcome Noob, the top laner of the top team. Rendong deliberately dragged out the long ending, just like those foreign football commentators who would deliberately lengthen the pronunciation after someone scores a goal on the field. The cheers at the scene broke out instantly, and Li Hansheng's ears were filled with all kinds of noises. The decibels and sound caused by the cheers of tens of thousands of people were really terrifying. But this was not the first time that Li Hansheng had seen such a scene. There was no timidity. A simple smile followed by a wave in every direction of the audience, who responded with even louder cheers. Welcome everyone to the 2016 MSI Finals. Wawa fully performed his duties and warmed up the venue first. The audience at the scene is very enthusiastic, and there are also many viewers in front of the screen who were unable to come to the scene for some reasons. But I believe you will also send comments in front of the computer to support our top team in the LPL. Miller followed up. That's right. After a year, our LPL team once again entered the finals. At this time last year, EDG fought hard for 5 games and finally defeated the strong enemy SKT to win the cup and successfully became the champion of the first MSI. Now, the young Top follows following in the footsteps of our seniors. We will once again enter the MSI final stage, and I believe they will not let us down either. Ziyuan also said a long paragraph. The Hai brothers plus Guan Ziyuan can be regarded as a combination of old and new in the commentary world. This year, a large number of newcomers have entered the LPL. Not only players, but also commentators represented by Guan Ziyuan and Wang Lao. Guan Ziyuan and Wang Lao are undoubtedly the best among the new commentators. For this occasion, it is obvious that the officials are deliberately cultivating them to partner with the higher brothers. Although everyone thinks this is a game without suspense, the commentators still have to say this. Even if they are completely neutral, objective, and fair, there is a certain degree of partiality or biased commentary. But it does not mean that this kind of game has not been done yet. Just say Top when the fight starts to book the champion in advance. The players on the field are also making final adjustments. The two sides did not understand the language before, and there was no pre-match communication. The CLG players seemed very nervous. Even during the group stage, they even sent H low to say H low. After communicating with both parties, the referee announced that the BP of the first game had officially begun. The game has officially started, and the two sides will start the first BP battle. Miller immediately raised his voice. Before the game, the two sides guessed the coin and CLG won. They took the initiative to choose the blue side first, and Top will appear on the red side. Square. I wonder if CLG has figured out how to deal with the Top sword combination. Watanabe looked a little gloating. There is also the evil reward combination and the desert spider combination. Have they figured out how to deal with it? It's difficult to tell the truth. Guan Ziyuan shook his head. There is no time at all. They just finished the semifinals with FW yesterday, and they are going to play the finals today. I think one night is enough. Really? Therefore, the first ban position on CLG was given to the Gem Knight. Apparently they felt that they could not cope with Top's sword combination, so they could only ban key heroes to forcibly prevent Top from using this tactic. Top, on the other hand, sent Hui's signature Dragon King to the ban position with a backhand. Ha. The bans on both sides are very competitive. Miller chuckled. But I think the sword combination is dispensable for Top. But the Dragon King has a great influence on Hui. This is also the decision made by Top after discussion. Originally, Candy and others thought that giving up Dragon King and Policewoman, CLG's strongest system heroes, to the opponent in the first game would add a little bit of fun to the finals. But Li Hansheng refused. Li Hansheng just wants to get off work as soon as possible. So Top has only one BP idea, which is to ban the opponent's core system heroes and use their overwhelming overall strength to quickly resolve the battle. Li Hansheng has a little impression of the CLG team in S6, because it is one of the few shining moments in North America, especially the two players Hui and Stixxay. But later on, these two people disappeared from everyone. Hui had a unique understanding of the Dragon King. He had extremely strong roaming ability, but average landing ability. If he couldn't get the Dragon King, it was like the Sword Queen's unique skill brother Sword Queen was banned. Stixxay's female police officer even has a bit of Uzi's taste of policewoman. Many people are attracted by the Uzi S3's bypass VN, thinking that VN is Uzi's signature. In fact, Uzi is the most powerful. The hero is his policewoman. He has script-like control over ordinary distances. Once he gets the policewoman to line up, he will put tremendous pressure on his opponent, making the opponent unable to breathe. Stixxay is the same as Hui. Only a certain hero can look powerful. So, the peak period of most professional players is very short. It may suddenly rise when you encounter a suitable version and leave an impression on people through a few highlight performances. Once the version changes and cannot adapt, it will immediately fall. This is why most professional players' contracts are signed on a one-year basis. The version has a huge impact on most players. The competitive state is a mysterious thing, and no one can say it for sure. Two players, Hui and Stixxay, were a blockbuster at this MSI. They both showed their status as world-class players. But then, they fell into obscurity. It is really difficult to maintain a good competitive state for a long time. Either you are a fool, like Li Hansheng, or you are a training maniac and maintain your competitive state through high-intensity training. There are many dog brags around the world. It's not that they think Uzi is the best in the world, but they admire that Uzi has maintained the top status and strength in the world every year since his debut. The same goes for Faker. The second ban spot for CLG is given to Jess, and the second ban spot for Top is given to the policewoman. Wow! In terms of banning people, Top intends to carry out the ban to the end. And for this reason, they will not hesitate to release some versions of popular heroes? Guan Ziyuan seemed a little surprised, but he was soon relieved. It's normal. Top's ban positions are sufficient, and they have enough confidence. The last ban positions of both sides were given to Sword Girl and Dashu respectively. CLG directly grabbed the bull head in seconds on the first floor, while Top locked down Braum and Lucian with their backhand. Braum is a counter-attacker, and Lucian's current version of the bot lane is still very strong in both lane and lane. And CLG can't find a way to deal with it. If you choose easy, you will definitely be suppressed. So you can only choose Wilmom. Wilmom has an E that can block the most painful damage from Lucian's Q. And the lane clearing speed is also very fast. Therefore, CLG backhand locks Wilmom plus Ike. Darshan definitely doesn't dare to compete with Li Hansheng online. And Dashu has been banned, so he can only use Echo to mess around. The choice of Top is also very simple. Excavator plus Enchantress. Still a pair of highly offensive midfielders. CLG finally locked in cards and mailed guns. A card? Player who he seems to like roaming very much. After all, his roaming ability is indeed very strong. Guan Ziyuan said with a smile. Hui's landing ability is really not good. This is the evaluation of him by the top team after watching the CLG game. Therefore, Gao Dui simply used assassin heroes such as Enchantress to be more proactive in the lane. In the last round, it was Li Hansheng's turn to choose someone, and he rarely took out the troll. Thus, the lineups of both sides were officially determined. CLG is on the blue side, and Top is on the red side. Top road, Echo versus Troll. Jungler, Mail Gun versus Excavator. Middle lane, Card versus Enchantress. Bottom lane, Wilmom plus Tao Tao versus Lucian plus Braum. With this lineup, if the IDs are covered, I think the left side would be better. But the right side is Top, so I'd rather be optimistic about the right side. Wataba completely explains what nonsense literature is. It seems like I didn't listen to Robbie's explanation. The last time I heard Robiva say this was the last time. Laughing to death. CLG's group of colorful players gave them the best lineup. But it was all in vain. And they were destroyed in the lane. GKD. GKD. I just want to see Brother Hansheng be interviewed after the game. I can only say that the lineup also depends on the ID. Miller explained. I don't mean to look down on CLG, but there is indeed a certain gap in the strength of the two sides, and it may be a little difficult for them to win. Accompanied by bursts of cheers from the audience. The full view of Summoner's Rift is in front of everyone. Considering that Top is Braum on their side, CLG has no intention of invading the jungle. This cuts off the possibility of changing lanes, and both sides will face a normal start. What is Noob doing? It can be seen in the game screen that Li Hansheng did not follow his teammates to the jungle to defend, but went straight to the road, and finally stood in the grass closer to the blue side, and then remained motionless as if he had been disconnected. Does this troll also want to ambush others? Miller expressed his dissatisfaction with Sisterly. Darshan honestly followed his teammates to defend in the jungle, and then followed the troops to the top lane. He was very cautious and did not get close to the grass. Instead, he stood close to the river. But the delay in seeing the troll made him murmur in his heart, and he immediately reported the news to his teammates. The troll is gone. You guys, be careful. Is he going to invade the wild area? The news of this feedback can frighten the junglers of our own jungle and other laners. They are really afraid that a troll will suddenly rush out and throw a pillar to slow down. It was not until the minion was reduced to low health that he could not see the troll. Darshan then moved forward with a Q to collect the 3 low health soldiers, in order to prevent the Q's AoE damage from affecting the long-range soldiers behind, causing the troop line to be pushed forward. He also deliberately adjusted his position and took a few steps up. This is exactly what Li Hansheng wants. When he saw Ike leaning towards the grass, Li Hansheng rushed out of the grass without saying a word. Hack! Why is he here? Seeing the troll emerging from the grass behind him waving a stick, Darshan was immediately frightened. The troll would not reason with him. He swung the thick stick in his hand and faced him with a flat A followed by a Q, sharp teeth bite. He lowered his head and shook it on Ike's body. The troll's Q can slow down and steal the opponent's attack power. It is truly a one-on-one weapon. There are very few physical heroes on the top lane who can beat the troll purely from a standing position. What's more, Echo is positioned as a mage, and his own attack power is not very high. After being QQ like this by the troll, the attack power of the panel dropped directly to below 40. But even so, Ike still had to bite the bullet and face the troll with A, because his Q had been handed over, and he had no means of escape at this time. So he could only bite the bullet and hit the 3 rings with A. In fact, Li Hansheng was carrying Xiao Bing's hatred and having sex with Ike. But he didn't care. Trolls have a passive, King's Tribute. As long as an enemy unit around them is killed, they can recover a certain amount of health. This is even more disgusting than a big bug. Although the big bug can recover mana and blood, he must replenish his troops himself. Once he cannot replenish his troops, his passive cannot be triggered. The troll only needs to stand on the top road and hang. And the troll's health does not need to be concerned at all. Flat A. Flat A. Because the troll came out from behind Ike, this meant that Li Hansheng could use his body to get stuck behind Ike at the beginning, preventing him from running back to the tower in a straight line. If Darshan wanted to circle back to the tower, he had to bypass Li Hansheng, which forced him to be hit A2-3 by Li Hansheng until Echo finally hit the 3rd ring and gained a huge amount of movement speed. The troll's next Q turned good again, with an AQ immediately followed by a short slowdown, coupled with the troll's attack distance of 175. Echo was surprised to be hit by 2 more A's when he gained a huge acceleration. After a lot of blood exchange, the troll lost just over a third of its health, while Ike's health was solidly lost by a little more than 2/3. However, the troll turned around and fired 3 rounds to draw A. After taking away the 3 melee soldiers with remaining health, the health volume recovered little by little. Ike could only use all the supplies he had on him. TSK. TSK. Miller didn't even know what to say. Why do I feel like I'm just on level 1 and the landing is already over? There's really nothing wrong with it. Guanzi Yuan also said, all the supplies were wiped out at the 1st level. This is no longer fun. The most important thing is that the army line seems to be moving outwards. It may be difficult for Ike to replenish it next. Soldiers? I knew before the game started that this was a one-sided bloody battle. But I never expected that the gap would be so big. Is CLG really that good? As soon as I got started, I was tortured into this be-like state. I feel sorry for Darshan. Brother Hansheng really doesn't give face to international friends. I just want to see a hearty 3-0. Because Echo used his Q to kill 3 melee soldiers at the same time at the beginning. But Li Hansheng did not. The health of the 3 ranged soldiers on the red side will be lower. Although Li Hansheng later attracted the hatred of the soldiers, Echo also attracted the hatred of the soldiers, equal to canceling each other out. After both sides reset and get out of hatred, the military line will naturally advance in the direction closer to the top. What CLG didn't expect was that Candy came on the road too quickly. In fact, this is also due to Darshan's feedback at the beginning, because Darshan's feedback made other teammates nervous for fear of being ambushed by top. The male gun with the red buff did not go up immediately, but the red buff Stone Man F4. For the route, give priority to clearing the lower half and then go up. But at this time, the excavator had already used E to drill the tunnel into the dragon pit from the Dalong pit, all the way to the tower on the upper road. Ike was not under the tower, but not far from the military line, watching eagerly. After ECD improves, Candy's excavator only uses the wall to jam, just like Ice Girl uses E to jam the wall. It can move further and come directly behind Ike. Echo, who is already behind in level, has learned E phase dive at level 2. But Echo's E has a limited displacement distance and can only move 325 yards. He was immediately knocked into the air by the excavator and fired his Q, Queen's Wrath. After 3 quick hits to level A, then cooperate with E, Wild Bite, to deal huge real damage. The troll directly used W, Frozen Realm, to accelerate himself. The moment Echo landed, he connected with AQ twice. Echo backhanded Q and flashed to try to distance himself. The troll accurately used E, Pillar of Ice, and the huge stone pillar that broke out of the ground forced Ike back. The troll's stone pillar was also regarded as terrain, causing volume collision and extremely exaggerated deceleration. The effect is also the reason why Troll can become a popular support in the bottom lane. Darshan is completely desperate. His male gun has just reached the blue buff and cannot fly over even with wings. He could only watch helplessly as the murderous troll approached him with a stick and an excavator. Ike was killed, but there was no prompt for first blood. Everyone was curious. It turned out that before Ike was killed, the kill prompt had already appeared in the middle. Gao Dui's Enchantress single-killed Hui's card in the middle lane in advance. Wow! 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 CLG is really unplayable. How does this work? Facing a bug team like Top, which has operating monsters in all 3 lanes and has full landing strength, CLG simply cannot match the corresponding landing strength. Their lineup seems to be very good, but the landing is not good. The landing is the foundation of professional League of Legends games, and all tactical coordination must be based on your ability to maintain your landing. Talking about the mid to late game while bypassing the lane is just as bad as ignoring the facts. When they reached the back, CLG sent 4 people but failed to catch Li Hanqing's troll. They were stunned and were chased by 4 of Li Hanqing's trolls alone. There is no way to limit the troll's single lane, and they can't operate 5-on-4 from the front. Defeat is understandable. 24 minutes. Top gave CLG their first defeat very easily. The first game was so easy. Will it be easier in the future? Miller said half-jokingly. Guan Ziyuan shook his head. CLG is the North American champion after all. I guess they will definitely resist vigorously, and the game will not end too early. CLG, thank you, Colonel Guan, for your poisonous milk. In the second game, CLG obviously changed their playing style. They tried to open a breakthrough from the bottom lane, and the whole team went crazy. But Ip is not a vegetarian, and he and Lu Mao work well together. It was hard to resist CLG's attacks one after another. On the contrary, CLG's middle and top laners had no one to help them, and fell into a 1v1 singles match. The huge gap in personal strength became the last straw for them. In 21 minutes, Top completely won the game with a wave of encounters near the Baron, and the game ended in less than 23 minutes. As for the third game, at this time, when a close-up shot is given to the player, everyone could see the confused look in the eyes of the CLG players. Almost all 5 of them were slumped in their chairs. They don't know how to win, and they can't even seem to be able to lose decently, because Top's approach to banning people has never changed. Policewoman, Dragon King, and Dashu, 3 CLG system heroes will be banned. CLG is completely GG. In the third game, he only lasted for 20 minutes before being pushed flat. 3-0. Top really made this MSI Finals the least suspenseful one. Chapter 147, a classic question after winning the championship. Let us congratulate the Top team. 3-0. Defeated CLG and successfully won the championship of this MSI. Wawa shouted excitedly. Echoing his high-pitched shouts were the unanimous shouts of tens of thousands of spectators at the Shanghai Oriental Sports Center. This is also the second time that an LPL team has won the championship in a world event officially organized by Riot. Miller's voice was trembling as he spoke. The entire LPL region needs such a champion to sweep away what the S5 World Championship has brought us. Come the haze! Noob led Top all the way through obstacles, piercing the sky in the long night, and brought us a beam of light. A beam of light called hope. This year, it's still a very promising year for our LPL. In the contestant box, everyone in Top took off their headphones and hugged each other excitedly. Don't say that MSI has low goal content. No matter how low the goal content is, it is still an officially organized large-scale world event. And it is also an honor. Li Hansheng could see Candy and others' faces turning red, and their mouths moving as if they were saying something. Although they were very close to each other, Li Hansheng couldn't hear what his teammates were saying at all. The cheers of tens of thousands of spectators at the scene were intertwined with the exciting BGM blaring from the speakers on the stage. In such an environment, it was not unusually difficult to hear clearly what the teammates were saying. Let's go! Let's shake hands! Although they couldn't hear clearly what Li Hansheng was saying, His teammates could see Li Hansheng making gestures towards the opponent's player's bench and understood immediately. All the members lined up neatly, preparing to cross the stage to the player's bench on the other side. When the 5 people left the player's bench, countless applause swept in again. This time, it was not just Li Hansheng, but also the other 4 teammates. They all waved towards the auditorium, which was a certain degree of response to the enthusiastic audience. Li Hansheng has good eyesight, and the lighting effect on the stage at this moment is very gorgeous. When he sweeps across the auditorium, he can slightly see the faces of every audience member in the auditorium, and their excited expressions. Top deserves the enthusiastic cheers of the audience. At this time, Miller's emotions had been controlled, and his tone was much calmer than before. But the smile on his face still did not disappear. They are on the right path. As long as they maintain this momentum, no one can stop them. I don't think anyone could have imagined half a year ago that such a newly formed team would actually become the pride of our LPL division. Li Hansheng has arrived at the CLG player bench. Although they were beaten 3 times, the mentality of the European and American players was optimistic, and they did not appear particularly uncomfortable. Players in China and South Korea do not dare to lose because the pressure of public opinion in their respective countries is very high. If you lose the game easily, the audience will criticize you online, and your mentality will explode. Audiences in Europe and the United States have been abused every year in the past few years. Both the teams and the audience have already become Buddhists and are at ease. It is gratifying to achieve good results. If not, then just perform normally at that time. In fact, after Top defeated their powerful rival SKT with a score of 3-0 yesterday, they knew in their hearts that the suspense of this finals had been lost in advance. There is definitely some reluctance. Having already come this far, who would be willing to watch his opponent win the cup? But there is nothing we can do if our skills are inferior to those of others. Many things cannot be made up for by simple hard work. Moreover, the amount of daily training in the European and American competitions is definitely not something that can be described as effort. There are some talented players in Europe and the United States, but it is because of loose daily management that these geniuses have not been able to fulfill their talents. The best proof is that teams in the European and American divisions often perform poorly in the first round of the S competition group stage, but they will immediately rise to prominence in the second round, simply because, during that period of time, they will experience high-intensity training and training with strong teams from China and South Korea. It is like, going on, a temporary special training, which will suddenly stimulate their talents that they had not been able to develop. Every CLG player who shakes hands with Li Hansheng will give him a thumbs up and say in a bad accent, "Nihai." Looking at this group of people, Li Hansheng felt somewhat regretful. After all, in his memory, this MSI was the only highlight moment in the careers of this group of CLG players. After that, they disappeared one after another, and never achieved better results again. I'm just curious, does RNG regret it now? I spent a lot of money to buy a looper, but I didn't make it to the league finals, so I had no choice but to go home and go fishing. If you want to say this, Guahaka will tell you. He has a keen eye to dig up the story of Brother Hansheng. Obviously the opponent is not strong and I have crushed them in 3 consecutive games. But why do I get so excited when I think that Top is about to win the cup? It seems like no one is the same. Just holding the cup makes people excited. Have you noticed? Today's barrage is particularly clean. Without Krdog and Kushuzi. The barrage looks so comfortable. Kushuzi is mourning the loss of his father, and has no time to post a barrage. After shaking hands, Li Hansheng returned to the center of the stage with his teammates. The MSI Championship trophy is placed here. Guahao, Baiyueya, Ashui, and Ming, who were backstage, had also come to the top of the stage to join everyone. Looking at the silver trophy in front of me due to the illumination of the lights. It is not as big as the League Silver Dragon Cup. It looks smaller. It is easy for one person to lift the trophy high. Li Hansheng was not in a hurry to win the cup, but looked around at his teammates. Hansheng, just hold the cup. Why do you care about this now? Guahao smiled and pushed him. That's right. Brother Hansheng. Hurry up and hold the cup. Now that you're happy, I'll be happy too. Ashui followed up. Laoli, this GDX, is usually heartless, but he is always extra sensible at times like this. Hurry up. Hurry up. Under the urging of his teammates, Li Hansheng stopped being pretentious. He placed his hands on the handles on both sides of the trophy while holding his breath, and immediately lifted up with force, raising the MSI Championship trophy high above his head. In an instant, The audience cheered and applauded thunderously. And with a bang, right above the stage, bursts of gorgeous ribbons fell from the sky, and a golden rain began. The official cameramen on both sides of the stage and right in front raised their cameras and pointed them at the stage to hold the cup. The high-spirited Li Hansheng perfectly framed the scene. Not only them, many fans in the audience also took out their mobile phones, preparing to take pictures of this memorable moment. Xin! Look! 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 How's my photo? This time, when Wen and others, who still grabbed the VIP viewing seats not far from the front of the stage, also took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Warmly and showily, Huang Xian motioned to her best friend to look at the screen of her mobile phone, and Huang Xian came over to take a look. When Xian Yang Ma was a teenager, he chose a warm shooting angle very well, and the results of the photos were naturally good. Not bad. Not bad. Huang Xian nodded in praise. Where's yours? Let me take a look. Wen curiously took Huang Xian's phone over. The two of them were positioned together, and the shooting angles were similar. But Huang Xian chose to zoom in and focus on Li Hansheng. The ultra-high pixels of the mobile phone camera recorded Li Hansheng's micro-expressions. A series of shots. There was the excited roar when the glasses had just been clinked, and there was also the faint smile on the corner of the mouth after the emotions calmed down. TSK! TSK! Wenqin smacked her lips and immediately started teasing. It's really all about him. That's not true, Huang Xian admitted openly. After all, he is my favorite idol. Why? Are you allowed to be infatuated with a little fresh meat? No. 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 Wen smiled and shook her head, correcting her statement. Little fresh meat is boring. So let's be a fan of Li Hansheng. I always feel more down to earth. I can still see him on the live broadcast every day. A celebrity is boring. Everyone makes themselves so mysterious. Be careful. Luo Feng will get jealous. Huang Xian also teased with a smile. Humph. Wen raised her delicate chin proudly. He picked it. I don't count as a fan of my husband. So I'll just be an ordinary fan of my mother. What are you two talking about? Luo Feng looked at the two of them in confusion, not hearing what they were saying clearly. Huang Xian laughed and teased. Your girlfriend wants to steal your husband from you. Luo Feng looked like a black man with a question mark on his face. Steal your husband? Does he have a husband? On the stage, the championship trophy was passed back and forth between the hands of many top players. TSK! TSK! Kendi smacked his lips. This thing is much lighter than the league trophy. Before winning the championship, I was still obsessed with this championship trophy. But after I actually won the championship, I felt that the trophy was not good here and there, and it was a bit boring. It's like licking the goddess sincerely. After licking her for a long time, she finally asked her out to watch a midnight movie. Then she started to dislike her legs for not being wide enough, not long enough, not powerful enough, not round enough. One word can sum it up. Cheap. Ah Shui and Ming have been spectators for almost the entire MSI this year. They are very fond of the trophy, and would ask each other to take pictures of them while holding the trophy. Just in this way, Riot's two founders have also come to the stage, namely Tryndamere and Rise. Li Hansheng was actually very confused. They are all heroes named after their founders. So why is there such a huge difference in treatment? Rise was a hero who could not enter the game until S11 and S12 due to numerical strength issues. Before that, he had been reworked twice and was a frequent visitor in the game, even a popular choice in the middle. It has replaced Clockwork as a panacea in the middle, and has become a required course for almost every mid laner. But the Barbarian King? 5 seconds of Real Man only got a chance to play on the field in 1 or 2 small versions of S12 with a reworked, Fatal Rhythm. But it was immediately weakened after being arrogant for a long time. In addition to the championship trophy, these world events will also provide corresponding medals. All top members lined up in a row, and the two founders awarded medals to the two players one by one. Later, the host Ren Dong came to the top of the stage. Let us once again congratulate Top for winning the 2016 MSI Mid-Season Invitational, he shouted loudly, eliciting a burst of cheers from the audience. Tryndamere and Rise on the side also clapped and nodded. Obviously they were very satisfied with the result. Riot has had enough of the LCK region's dominance of League of Legends in the past 3 years. After all, a game that has been monopolized by a certain region for a long time is obviously detrimental to the promotion of the game around the world, because the audience is always eager for freshness and a new king to register, instead of watching those teams go back and forth to win the championship, which cannot give them any freshness. The LPL division ranks first in the world in terms of both the number of users and the number of viewers. Being able to win the championship in the LPL division will do no harm to increasing the influence of League of Legends. The most important thing is, even if you monopolize the championship in LCK, the game is not fun to watch at all. I am just thinking about their bad operation. In order to pursue low mistakes and high fault tolerance, they refuse to do any risky behavior on the court, making the rhythm of the game slow and the scene dull. However, other competition regions have no resistance at all to the Korean style of operation and play. Therefore, weaken the operational playstyle and increase the suspense of the game so that teams from other divisions will no longer be vulnerable to LCK teams. This is Riot's most important task at the moment. So far, the effect is pretty good. SKT's failure in facing top means that Korean-style operations are no longer invincible. And the top team's games are highly bloody, highly entertaining, and have frequent fights. Isn't this what they dream of? The two looked at each other. I even think that after returning home, designers can refer to Top's game style to make the version more suitable for this type of team to survive, so that everyone can learn Top's play style. As for what Top will do if he gets the version bonus and becomes a new evil dragon, isn't that simple? Riot doesn't mind giving Top some strength. Are there any strong teams that a patch can't fix? If not, then 2 patches or 3 patches. Weapon Masters has said that the most powerful weapon is a patch. No matter how good a player you are, you still have to follow the officially designed version of the game. Next, we will announce the FMVP players for this MSI Mid-Season Championship. Rendong deliberately dragged out his voice, intending to create a little suspense. But the audience couldn't wait to spontaneously shout out the answer in their hearts. Noob! 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 Rendong was stunned for a while. But this scene was also in his imagination. The selection of FMVP was artificially selected. And Li Hanxing had too much advantage in this regard. The conditions are too perfect. He is handsome. His playing style is very entertaining. He has achievements. And he can do things well. In terms of MVP selection, the official will naturally show a preference for him. As an insider and the official host of the LPL, he is more or less aware that the higher-ups intend to promote Li Hanxing as the new face of the LPL figure. So in the selection of various awards, it is natural to give Li Hanxing the green light all the way. It seems that everyone has their own answers, Rendong said with a smile. It also proves that everyone understands the game, and your answers are consistent with the opinions of the official selection team. He raised his volume as much as possible, trying to make his voice reach every corner of the huge scene. This is an essential quality for professional hosts. That's right. The FMVP winner of the 2016 MSI Mid-Season Invitational is Noob. The audience also cheered along. The barrages and major live broadcast rooms have already been flooded. You still need to ask? If you don't give it to Brother Hanxing, who else can you give it to? That is, unless there is an official shady case. I can't think of anyone who can get this MVP. You are talking nonsense like this. All members of Top performed very well. But in comparison, Brother Hanxing was indeed the one who performed most brilliantly. Sheng Bao is so handsome. Husband. Husband. This is my husband. My husband got FMVP. I think I asked Sheng Bao to give me a supermarket package. Woohoo. It's exciting just thinking about it. Jime guys. Show Wei. The microphone was handed to Li Hanxing's hand. Amid the cheers of his teammates, he took a few steps forward and came to Rendong's side for a post-match interview. How would player Noob evaluate his MSI trip? I'm very satisfied, Li Hanxing said with a smile. I didn't embarrass everyone in front of my home. Fortunately, I lived up to my destiny and won this championship. Especially after winning the championship, I will receive a large bonus. Hey, it's even more perfect if you think about it this way. Then do you think the team's overall performance has met expectations? Rendong asked next. Everyone played very well. In fact, this FMVP can be given to other people. How can I put it? Maybe the official knows that my teammates are more timid and shy. Anyway, I am shameless and not afraid of being embarrassed. So they gave it to me. Alright. When the top people behind him heard such shameless remarks, they all raised their middle fingers to express their disdain. Shameless stuff. The audience immediately burst into good-natured laughter. The atmosphere within the top team is really good. Miller couldn't help but sigh. They are indeed very strong. But League of Legends is a team game. And a good team atmosphere is also an indispensable factor on the road to winning the championship. There is no doubt that Noob is the glue of this team. Who would refuse to have such a valuable teammate in the team? Wawa laughed. Rendong waited until the sound at the scene became quieter before continuing to ask questions. It seems that the new player is still very humble. He smiled. In the end, he succeeded in winning the championship. Is there anything you want to say to the audience at the scene and the audience watching the game in front of the screen? Of course. Hearing this, Li Hansheng grinned. Once again, thank you to the audience who have traveled thousands of miles to support us. And thank you to the audience waiting in front of the screen to support us. Your support is the source of our performance on the court. I don't want to say too much to be pretentious. But at the end, I have one more question that I need everyone to answer for me. By this moment, everyone seemed to know in advance what Li Hansheng was going to do next. He held the microphone and trotted all the way to the front of the stage, shouting with all his strength. Now! Tell me loudly, what kind of champion am I? After speaking, he pointed the microphone towards the audience, still holding his left hand open to his ear as if listening. The tens of thousands of spectators at the scene did not disappoint him, and they cheered in unison. 2016 LPL Spring Champion. 2016 MSI Mid-Season Championship Champion. Chapter 148, single-handedly changing the LPL top lane ecosystem. What is the concept behind the chorus of nearly 1,500 spectators? Li Hansheng only felt a wave of sound coming towards him, and the huge sound stimulated his eardrums. But this feeling made people feel refreshed and even a little intoxicated. Li Hansheng closed his eyes slightly, enjoying the cheers given to him by the audience. When the sound gradually stopped, Li Hansheng seemed to feel that it was still not satisfying enough. He repeated his old trick and said, Gods and demons? Are you all like us? You don't eat before the game because of the game? Louder. I can't hear you. Who am I? What champion? Although shouting loudly like this will put a lot of burden on the throat. The audience did not refuse Li Hansheng's request, but responded again very enthusiastically. 2016 LPL Spring Split Champion. 2016 MSI Mid-Season Invitational Champion. Once again receiving enthusiastic responses from the audience. Li Hansheng raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and then nodded with satisfaction. Thank you everyone. Thank you for your cooperation. And let me know that I now have 2 champions. However, I am very greedy. I hope that in half a year, I will have 2 more honors on my honor list. Then I ask everyone to cooperate with me. Good guy. We knew that Li Hansheng dared to speak, but no one expected that Li Hansheng would dare to say so. 2 more honors in half a year? Aren't the games that Top can participate in the past 6 months the LPL Summer Split, and this year's S Split? It means he wants the Summer Championship. He also wants the championship of the S competition. At this time, no one will care about anything, and there are so many changes in the version. Why do you dare to say that you can win the championship? On a festive occasion. Why would you mention such unlucky words and ruin the atmosphere? It's cool and it's over. This kid loudly. I have to let him finish pretending. Candy looked at Li Hansheng standing at the front of the stage chatting and laughing happily with the audience with a little indie. But indie is indie. And he himself knows that he is not the material. And he may not be able to grasp the opportunity given to him to show off. This kid Hansheng was born for big scenes. Guo Hao couldn't help but sigh. I think audiences from other competition regions will also like him with his personality. Brother Hao. You are wrong. Ashui quickly retorted. The LCK audience probably won't like him. Guo Hao was stunned for a moment, then laughed. That's true. Who cares? Just make people in other regions like it. LCK? Who cares about them? After the interview, Li Hansheng followed his teammates back to the lounge backstage, picked up his phone and took a look. He himself didn't even know how many people had sent him congratulatory messages for winning the championship. And private messages on Weibo were also exposed. He quickly opened Weibo and posted a message. Thank you all for the congratulations. There is a picture at the back of him holding the championship trophy just now. To reply to the fans. It is impossible for him to reply to the fans one by one in private messages. He can only use this method of group messaging. As for private WeChat, you cannot send a group message back. If someone comes to congratulate you specially, it would seem a bit insincere if you send a group reply. Those who can be added to his private WeChat account are either people in his circle or real core fans. Some commentators sent it, such as Wawa, Miller, Guan Ziyuan, and Wan Lauer. There are also many female hosts. Yu Xuan, Xiao Yu. As for my colleagues on the Douyu platform, Grandpa Lu, Diz, Urge, and Sister Zhou, these people all specially sent messages to congratulate. Li Hansheng thought about it for a while. He first thought of a universal reply, and then made a certain degree of fine-tuning when replying to each person. This way it doesn't look like a group reply. It looks sincere, and it can save yourself a lot of time. Many people responded immediately. For example, Sister Joe. Brother Han Chung. Will you take a vacation after winning the championship? When will you take me to Double Q again? Obviously Sister Joe in 1994 was several years older than Li Han Chung, but she still called him Brother Han Chung like her fans did. However, Li Han Chung didn't feel it was against the agreement and just accepted it by default. Let's see. I'll tell you in advance when I have time. Li Han Chung did not refuse. The effect of a program is hard to come by. If it is agreed in advance, the script will be too strong and it will be self-defeating. In fact, under his suggestion, Sister Joe had already started to take the down-to-earth tomboyish route in advance. Now, most of the LOL female anchors are still learning the goddess personas of walking and singing from people like Air Gu and Feng Momo. On the contrary, Sister Joe, who has a unique style, has suddenly emerged and gained many fans. And she does not refuse anyone who comes. Just like many female anchors hate the fans of 6,324 and don't want to be associated with this group of fans. But they can't stand the fans' ability to create memes. If a host wants to successfully break out of the industry, it is most important to have a few good memes, because this can increase your memory anchor in the hearts of others. Li Han Chung followed the trend and established the characters of The Mute Bride, A Beautiful Day Ends When I See Sister Joe Live Broadcast, and Backlash Fighter in advance. Sister Joe is also particularly grateful to him because she knows exactly who made her so popular. Okay. Excited. Sister Joe set 3 emoticons in a row. In addition to these people, there are also some other professional players, including the brothers of Seven Wolves of Ionia, Zhanqi TV, Xiang, Another Day of Ending Sin Saming, and Yuinbo Every Day. How can we repair it? Top Ming, he. I won a championship while lying down. Kason, Zhanqi TV, Katanda, MD, Saming. Can you please stop barking here and be optimistic about Yuinbo? Labor and management don't want to see him showing off and pretending to be a cop now. It's a pity that there is no if/degree. I seem to hear someone talking about how handsome I am behind my back. Brother is just a legend. Don't you think I'm handsome? Li Han Chung happily chatted with the group of people for a while. And then Guihao came back from outside and greeted the team members to get ready to take the bus to Kairun. Big dinner! Big dinner! It's still a hacking big dinner! Guihao waved his hand very proudly and took his teammates to a nearby high-end restaurant. The moment he defeated SKT the previous day, Guihao had already acquiesced in advance that Top would win the MSI championship this time. From that day on, he began to prepare for today's championship feast. He spent a lot of money to build a Japanese restaurant. Although the food made by the Japanese is not delicious, they know how to market it and show their craftsmanship. And all kinds of immortals have come out. Then a group of domestic intellectuals wrote a copy to praise it. And they actually linked Japanese cuisine with high-end cuisine. Japanese food in China is expensive. Not to mention, Guihao is still looking for this Japanese-style omakase, which does not provide a menu. The chef can freely use the ingredients of the day and decide what the guests eat. Eating this stuff makes me feel like a big resentment. Li Han Chung complained directly. Lao Li, you know Brother Hammer. The food here is the environment. The food is the style. It doesn't matter whether the food is delicious or not. Candy looked like he had come from the past. This guy probably takes his internet-famous girlfriend to eat at various high-end restaurants. How do you say this thing? It looks really bluffing. And when you say it, it's either a boast or a gimmick. It's no wonder that some people will learn this trick in the future and use the whole Chinese food daily method to make money. Someone who had the same idea as him was Ah Shui. Ah Shui was allergic to seafood. Most of the things in Japanese food were made of seafood, so he couldn't eat most of them. Li Han Chung doesn't mind eating seafood, mainly because he likes cooked food. He is really not good at eating raw food. Wenbo, let's go find a place to eat later, Li Han Chung suggested. Okay. Ah Shui nodded. He really wasn't interested in this stuff. It's not that Guihao doesn't pay attention to him, but Guihao asked beforehand, and there were a lot of things that weren't made from seafood. That's why he decided to come to this Japanese restaurant, taking into account Ah Shui's seafood allergy. As a Cantonese, Ming didn't mind at all the various ways of eating raw food. Most of the things Ah Shui couldn't eat were given to him. Halfway through the meal, Guihao raised the Japanese sake. The alcohol content of this thing is not high, maybe even slightly lower than rice wine. Thank you for your hard work in participating in MSI. Someone from the head office just replied to me. The club will still not take any share of the MSI bonus this time. It will be distributed to all of you after taxes deducted. The main reason is that the current daily operating expenses of the top clubs are not large. After all, the player's contract price is not high. Only 2 million contracts for Gao Dui and Imp. Li Hanxing and others were all under child labor contracts, so distributing these bonuses to them could be regarded as selling a favor. The contract price increase is inevitable. It just depends on the specific amount. Everything will have to wait until the transfer period. We will officially announce a holiday starting tonight. The first match day of the summer split is May 26th, so you have to return to the team on May 24th. Ah, which NT came up with this schedule? Now everyone is really complaining. You know, it's already May 15th. This means that Top's vacations will not exceed 10 days when fully calculated. The start time of the summer split is indeed a bit too early. But after all, it is a banana plan, and everyone understands it. This is to save venue rental costs and allow a team to play 2 BO5s in one day. No way. Guihao shook his head. It stands to reason that teams like Top that participated in MSI should receive certain preferential treatment in the schedule. For example, Top should not be scheduled to play games in the first 2 days of the summer split. But the banana plan is not good. Although there is no Top in the opening game, the Top needs to appear on the second match day of the first game week. None of the donkeys in the production team carry anything like this. At the end of the meal, Li Hanxing had no appetite, so he simply took out his mobile phone to browse related news. In fact, I just want to see how the fans praise me after the game. The brutal SKT won the championship. How do you evaluate this Top team? Laughing to death. What is MSI so proud of? EDG also defeated SKT last year, and were still in the top 8 of the World Championship. There is also a gap in the MSI Championship. Top is 3-0 and beat SKT. Your EDG 3-2 SKT. Can the process be the same? Noob Tianha is invincible. Top is awesome. Seeing fans praising him so much, Li Hanxing naturally felt secretly happy. But there was still some news that caught his attention. Shock! EDG recruits new people to place orders, but it is not mandatory to place orders. Li Hanxing clicked on this post out of curiosity. It turned out that someone took a screenshot of the Weibo post sent by EDG to recruit youth training players. One requirement stands out in particular. That is, players who know Sword Lady, Raven, Jace and other heroes will give priority to their selection. This is clearly telling everyone that I also want to carry top laner. Just like Li Hanxing. To know. In the past, EDG did not mention this rule when recruiting top laners. And in their eyes, players who are good at playing top laners have a higher priority than players who play Jace and Sword Queen. It's not just EDG, RNG, We, IG. Some of the more famous clubs in the LPL are recruiting powerful top laners. Fans were making fun of him later. Brother Hanxing is awesome. He really single-handedly changed the entire LPL top lane ecological chain. This reply immediately attracted the approval of many people. At the side, Shui, who was also playing with his cell phone boredly, suddenly screamed, "Hack! Uzi is going to RNG?" Li Hanxing came over curiously and took a look. It was really. Someone spread rumors that RNG is asking QG about introducing Uzi. Doim has officially followed the original QG boss to LSBL to continue his power training career. Now this QG team has been acquired by Newbie and will officially change its name at the beginning of the summer split. On the premise of retaining the original team, it is said that Swift recommended Coco, his former mid-lane partner who played professionally in CJ Club, to the club and asked to be brought in to serve as the team's mid-laner. Only then did Li Hanxing realize it. While they were fighting for the championship at MSI, other teams were not idle either. They are all trying their best to seize the window of the summer transfer period to recruit players and strengthen themselves. In the memory of Li Hanxing, the most impressive transfer in the summer transfer period of S6. There is nothing better than Uzi joining RNG and partnering with Mana to form a luxurious bottom lane. RNG has also officially become a galactic battleship. And Vietnam's talented jungler Som will also join the Snake team and become the only foreign player in the LPL region outside of the LCK region. He will also use his unique jungle bandit style to teach all junglers in the LPL region a lesson. It's interesting. Li Hanxing rubbed his chin. But Ming said blankly, Gui. If RNG bought Uzi, wouldn't it add to the feud with Brother Hanxing? Brother Hanxing shouldn't fight to the death when he meets RNG in the summer game? Only then did everyone react. Li Hanxing had issues with RNG and Uzi in the LPL league. And now the two sides have merged into one. Doesn't that mean Li Hanqing's hatred has to be doubled? Hey! Li Hansheng laughed and cursed. Am I such a narrow-minded person? But he was secretly thinking, when he met RNG in the summer split, should he attack them with a deadly attack? That should be quite interesting. Chapter 149, A Rare Leisure Time. Li Hansheng is not sure how much impact he will have on this world line. After all, many people have completely changed their lifelines because of him. Everyone at top didn't pay much attention to other teams' moves during the transfer period. Anyway, no matter who the opponent was, they couldn't hinder their progress. In fact, this summer split is not only very busy during the transfer period, but also the participating teams in the league have also changed. After all, the S6 LPL League has not yet adopted a league system. There is still a promotion and relegation system. And among this group of upgraded teams, the most famous is EDG's second team ED. But after S4, Riot made a rule that the same club cannot have two top team league teams at the same time. This is mainly to prevent fake matches between the two teams. The earliest saying of this was actually when the two teams of S4 and SKT met in a league called OGN at the time. If T1, led by Faker at the time, lost the game, they would completely lose their qualifications to compete for the World Championship. In the end, T1 really won. At that time, some people wondered whether the SKT club deliberately manipulated the results of the game. Although Riot investigated the audio during the game and found that there was no problem in this regard, Riot still made this provision later. This resulted in EDG having to transfer the ownership of ED. After ED was bought, it was renamed IMEI. But the staff was still the same group of people that EDG had established for them at that time. Another time and space I am ushered in their highlight this year in S6. Completing the triple jump, LSPL, LPL, and S competition. Li Hansheng didn't know exactly what they would do in this time and space. But he was sure that the triple jump was definitely impossible. S6 LPL has a total of 3 participation places, which are the first in the league's total points throughout the year. The Summer Champion and the Bubble Champion. Judging from the current situation, the 3 clubs of top, EDG and RNG will get the quota by default. After all, the 3 teams in the entire LPL have the strongest overall strength. As for whether anyone can act as a spoiler, that depends. While Li Hansheng was browsing the latest news, he was eating a similar Japanese meal today. Guihao immediately announced that they could disband on the spot and only needed to assemble at the base at the specified time. However, considering that it was a bit late, everyone still chose to return to the team base. Li Hansheng did not have the self-discipline to continue playing ranked to earn points, so he chose to relax a little. I slept until noon the next day, and when I woke up, I found that Imp was already packing my luggage. Although the total holidays before and after were less than 10 days, Gu Shengdan still chose to go back to South Korea. Li Hansheng thought he would take advantage of the victory and pursue a wave. After all, he had a lively chat with Shinjing Rose during this period, regarding the emotional problems of his teammates. Li Hansheng doesn't want to get too involved. He can talk about love or something. If this time and space Imp is still thinking about getting married, then Li Hansheng will probably persuade him. After all, his teammates can't really watch a game. Was Imp cheated? What he didn't expect was that Gao Dui and Candy were also packing their things and preparing to return to their hometown. You two are also going back to your hometown? Li Hansheng looked a little surprised. You should go back to your hometown for a leisurely rest during the holidays. There won't really be anyone in the base playing games. Right. Candy proudly showed off. Besides, I have to go back to see my girlfriend. Too. For a single guy like Lao Li, you won't understand. Right. Away. Go. Go. Don't get me involved in your quarrel. Gao Dui rolled his eyes. His cell phone suddenly rang, and Li Hansheng could vaguely hear B-Boy's voice from inside. After hanging up the phone, Gao Dui carried his suitcase and walked downstairs. Candy saw this and quickly followed. Not long after, Ming also walked out of the room with his suitcase. After seeing Li Hansheng, he smiled and said, Brother Hansheng, you won't be lonely this time. Jack will also stay, and you two will look at the base together. Okay. Be careful on the road. Li Hansheng patted him on the shoulder. As the team members left one after another, and the staff from other departments simply did not come to the base, the huge team base seemed a little deserted. After a while, Ashui walked out of the room with a yawn. They are all gone. Ashui asked curiously. Yes. Li Hansheng shrugged. We will have to depend on each other for the next few days. Hee hee. Ashui suddenly smiled. Does this count as the sweet world between me and Brother Hansheng? If your female fans knew about this, they would probably envy me to death. Right? No. Li Hansheng shook his head firmly. I think some female fans might be more excited. He was referring to the group of CP fans. If these rotten girls knew that he and Shui were guarding the base, it is estimated that this group of Fujoshi will be so excited that they can immediately brainstorm a novel with no less than 1,000,000 words. Shui was stunned and asked curiously, "Why are you excited?" It can only be said that the fandom culture in the S6 era has not had that great impact on the esports circle, and professional players are not disgusted by CP fans. If Shui was allowed to experience the treatment of LWX and LQS, he would probably understand. Lin Weixiang and Liu Qingsong are really already in the back, even if they are not in the same team. Some people in the ranks of passers-by accidentally line up together will choose to retreat immediately, because they don't want to give CP fans any hype points. You are still young, and society is very dangerous. Knowing too much is not good for you. Li Hansheng shook his head and then suggested, "Hurry up and wash up. Let's go out to eat." Okay. Shui immediately ran to wash up. For two homebodies who rarely go out, it is really difficult to find a restaurant that suits their appetite in a short period of time. Fortunately, both of them are from the Lianghu area, so there is no difference in taste. On the contrary, they both like spicy food. In the end, they searched around and found a Chongqing hot pot restaurant. After a satisfying meal, Li Hansheng originally wanted to go out for a walk, but Shui, a lazy dog, refused because it was too hot. "Then you go back. I'll stroll outside by myself." Li Hansheng didn't force it. The reason he wants to go around more is simple. Since time travel, his life has basically centered around the top team base, and he is like a machine playing games. During the Chinese New Year holiday, he also stayed at the base alone, working hard to gain points in order to improve himself. Now, he is not very anxious to earn points. After winning the MSI championship, he also gained valuable special honor points, so he can finally take some time off. Go out more often and let yourself fully integrate into the world. If you add a little more flavor to your life, you won't really become a robot playing games silently. Right? As his income has increased, Li Hansheng must also work hard to make his life match the balance of his bank card and become a master? But it's not his character to go shopping. As a result, he turned around and found himself back next to the base. "Damn it!" Li Hansheng cursed. "Are you feeling lonely walking around here with me?" He had so much money that he didn't know how to spend it. But he wasn't very happy to just go back like this. "I saw a cat cafe not far away. It seems like a good idea to pet the cat." Before time traveling, Li Hansheng had raised a golden horn and a silver horn, and called them Golden Horn King and Silver Horn King. The two little guys accompanied him through many lonely nights. "Go and have a look." "Ouch. What are you doing?" When Xian looked at Luo Feng with a look of displeasure. "I asked you to arrange a place to play. Why did you bring us to a place like this? This is not just any place." Luo Feng explained mysteriously. "This is Lingsha Road. Top's team base is here. It seems that they have all taken a vacation, just in case they meet Han Sheng again like before. Where is brother? Do you know that the last time I took a photo with brother Han Sheng, the boys like Ah Hao and Lao Ji envied me?" It was impossible to hide the look in someone's eyes that wanted a knife. Luo Feng seemed to be still immersed in the intoxicating feeling that he had when he showed off for a group photo in front of his good buddies, and his buddies praised him. He didn't realize at all that his girlfriend beside him was about to explode. Ahem. Huang Xian, who acted as a light bulb, felt that he seemed a bit redundant and affected the two people's alone time. She thought for a while, and then immediately suggested, "You're all here, Xiaoxin. Just accompany Luo Feng on the road. But you guys should have a lot to say while walking on the road." "Ahem. I'll go find a place nearby to rest first. I'll wait for you guys later." "Okay." Luo Feng secretly gave Huang Xian a thumbs up, thanking her for speaking up for him. Otherwise, he would inevitably be complained by Huang Xian. He also explained, "Yes, I have recently seen that you are very curious about the esports circle, so I thought of taking you to the famous Lingsha Road to learn more about it." When she rolled her eyes and snorted, Xin, do you really want Jiangzi? Go. I'm not a child. Can I still leave? Okay. I'll call you later." When Xian waved to her, then jumped up and hugged her boyfriend's arm and walked in the other direction. Huang Xian's aunt smiled and watched the two people leave. She is not that ignorant. In fact, watching the game together means that she has invaded the sweet time of the two of them. So after watching the game, she should try to reduce her presence as much as possible at this time. And don't be so ignorant. When the two people's backs disappeared, Huang Xian couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. As a senior stay-at-home girl, she usually doesn't like to go out. She will never go out if she can stay in the dormitory or at home. It's really hard for her to let her wander outside alone for a while now. The sun is so strong. Even if you take sun protection measures before going out, you can't stand it. After she walked aimlessly on the road for a while, she suddenly found a cat cafe not far away. Looking inside through the glass wall, there were not too many people. It is perfect to pass the time by petting the cat, blowing on the air conditioner, and drinking cold drinks in a quiet environment. Thinking of this, she immediately quickened her pace and pushed open the door of the cat cafe. A gust of cold air hit her face, which was indescribably cool. Indoor and outdoor are completely two worlds. Hello! Welcome. There was a young lady at the front desk wearing a cute maid outfit. Oh! It was a serious maid outfit. The skirt reached to the knees, and there was no hollow design on the chest. Huang Xian ordered herself a cup of milk tea, and then bought a bag of cat food. And then she was ready to play with the cat. This cat cafe has a large space, and there are many types of cats inside. There are ordinary orange cats, three-flowered cats, and blue fat cats, as well as more expensive cat breeds such as ragdolls, silver gradients, gold gradients, and cheese shorts. Several of them occupied a corner on the cat climbing frame, squinting their eyes and taking a nap. Some of them walked back and forth in the room as if on patrol. When a customer brought out cat food, they took the initiative to get close to them and wanted to eat it. Huang Xian deliberately found a place near the corner. As soon as he opened the bag of cat food, maybe he heard the sound of opening the bag, and suddenly a chubby Jean Gilayer came over. She squatted down and spread the cat food in the palm of her left hand. She took the opportunity to stroke the cat's cheeks and neck with her right hand. Is the cat food delicious? Look at you. You are already fat as a ball. As an excellent artificially bred breed, the golden grain layer perfectly inherits all the advantages of the British Shorthair. It has an appetite comparable to that of an orange cat, and its size is easy to gain weight. After all, humans have such double standards. All creatures except humans look cute when they are chubby. The cat food in the palm of my hand was eaten in a short time. Huang Xian petted the cat twice, then looked in other directions, wondering if there were any other cute kittens to catch and pet. But when her eyes swept across the other corner, the whole person couldn't help but be stunned. A boy also sat cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by several kittens. The boy's slender fingers scratched the cat's chin for a while, and then stroked the cat's fur along the cat's head towards the tail. The cats around him were lying comfortably on the ground, and they could even hear the sound of purring like a tractor. These were not the things that surprised her the most. She knows this profile. Isn't this Li Hansheng? Seeing the player, he was a fan of appear in front of him again. Huang Xian was not calm at all. He was thinking about the scene when the two met for the first time, and he was too shy to strike up a conversation. See the author's words in this chapter for details. Don't miss anything this time. No! No! Just as he was about to step forward and say Lo, Huang Xian hesitated again. He came to the cat cafe alone and hid in a corner. Apparently he just didn't want to be disturbed. Wouldn't it be a bit presumptuous of me to do this? Why don't you observe it first, and then strike up a conversation when he is about to leave? Huang Xian felt that this seemed more polite. She simply sat there, staring directly in the direction of Li Hansheng. I don't know how long it has been. She felt that the Li Hansheng in front of her was different from the funny and high-spirited young man she saw on the stage during the live broadcast. It was very quiet, and you could even feel the slightest hint of loneliness coming from him. He petted the cat so quietly, giving the impression that he could maintain such a quiet state forever if he could. How can the contrast between people be so great? Huang Xian's little head couldn't figure out such a complicated problem at once. This is like her best friend Wen Xian, who likes to play a little bit, and is a little tsundere occasionally. The contrast Li Hansheng showed at this moment was like Wen becoming very sensible. Two completely torn personalities. She suddenly felt that Li Hansheng was a little strange, as if she had never known this man before. Or could it be that what she saw on the stage and in the live broadcast room were all appearances? Perhaps he is not as outgoing as he seems, nor is he as lively as he seems. Huang Xian also thought of some situations that only top fans know, such as when the team was first established, Taobao's parent company did not invest heavily, and the team was very poor. In order to help the team complete the KPIs set by the parent company, Li Hansheng helped with advertising in the live broadcast room. After a long time, Li Hansheng finally stood up. picked up the artifact on the side, and dealt with the cat hair stuck to his clothes. He was just about to leave. A timid voice called him from behind. Shangshanbao? Li Hansheng looked back and saw a girl with her head slightly lowered and her hands playing with the corners of her clothes uneasily. He always felt that this girl was very familiar and had a sense of déjà vu. You? He looked at the girl up and down and hesitated for a moment. Have I seen you somewhere? Yeah. Huang Xian nodded. After the spring finals, outside the competition venue. Oh. Li Hansheng dragged out his voice and immediately recalled the scene at that time. I remembered. He chuckled. Your name is Huang Xian. Right. Huang Xian's eyes widened and she looked a little surprised. She didn't expect that Li Hansheng could still remember her name after just one encounter. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. Very happy. She nodded. Yes. I didn't expect to meet you here. Huang Xian still didn't dare to tell her what she had been staring at Li Hansheng for a long time. That would be too embarrassing and make her look like a nympho. Indeed. It's a coincidence. Li Hansheng couldn't help but nodded. One chance encounter was fine. But two chance encounters can really only be said to be fate. Of course. The premise is that Huang Xian didn't deliberately come to stay. But that's not the case. He is not a star in the entertainment industry. He has only heard of celebrities in the entertainment industry having illegitimate meals. Who has ever heard of esports players having illegitimate meals? When Huang Xian saw that he was leaving, she no longer pretended to be reserved, but proactively asked, Can we take a photo with him again? Okay. Li Hansheng did not refuse. Taking a group photo was effortless. The two of them got together to take a photo. After returning the phone to Huang Xian, Li Hansheng smiled and said, My photography skills are pretty good, so I'll leave first. As a result, Li Hansheng had just taken 2 steps when Huang Xian stopped him again. Can you make a small request? It's really fate that we met twice in a row. Can I add your private WeChat account? Li Hansheng looked back at this girl, who seemed a little reluctant and shy at first. Are you so proactive all of a sudden? Chapter 150, Candidates for Substitute Jungler. Seeing that Li Hansheng didn't respond for a long time, Huang Xian couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She forced a smile and said, It doesn't look like it's okay. It's not impossible to add a friend. Li Hansheng shook his head. A WeChat account was not so valuable yet. He warned uneasily. It is indeed a fate. Just add a friend. But don't be in the group. I'm afraid other people won't be happy if I reveal it. Once someone knows that this hole has been opened, it will not be that easy to stop it. Yeah. Huang Xian nodded. I know. That's okay. Li Hansheng took out his mobile phone and asked Huang Xian to scan his QR code. After the two became friends, he waved his hand. Then I will go back to the base first. See you again when we have the opportunity. Okay. Huang Xian also smiled and waved to him. See you soon. After watching Li Hansheng leave, Huang Xian returned to where she was sitting at the beginning. She held her phone and couldn't wait to see what Li Hansheng's circle of friends would be like. In this era, the content of a circle of friends most likely reflects a person's daily life. However, when she opened it and took a look, she was dumbfounded. There was absolutely no content related to daily life. She knew that most of the daily life of professional players was monotonous. But wasn't Li Hansheng's monotony a bit too much? It's really strange. Could that be the most realistic portrayal of him just now? After a while, Wenxin and Luo Feng came to find her on their way back to the hotel. Huang Xian pulled Wen Xian behind deliberately and whispered, Xiao Xian, what kind of person do you think Li Hansheng is? What's your impression of him? Why do you ask this suddenly? Oh, just tell me your impression of him. Wen Xian did not answer immediately, but frowned and thought for a moment before giving her answer. This person has a very personal personality, is very outgoing, very public, and even has a little bit of a performing personality. The answers given by Wenxin are all based on Li Hansheng's ability to speak out during daily live broadcasts, on the competition stage, and in post-game interviews. This is also the inherent impression ordinary fans have on Li Hansheng. Huang Xian also thought that Li Hansheng was such a person at first. But what lingered in her mind was the scene of Li Hansheng sitting quietly in a corner and playing with his cat, looking very lonely. It was as if the impression of Li Hansheng in her mind was completely torn apart. She desperately wanted to know what kind of person Li Hansheng was. Or was what she saw this afternoon just an illusion? Xin, something is wrong with you. Wenxin looked at her best friend suspiciously. Why did she suddenly ask such a strange question? No. Huang Xian shook her head. She didn't plan to tell anyone about her chance encounter this afternoon. She just treated it as a little secret between herself and Li Hansheng. Let's think about what to eat tonight. Let Luo Feng order first. I didn't expect that there is a cat cafe next to the base. I can go there and play more when I have time next time. Li Hansheng hasn't relaxed like this in a long time. Maybe seeing the kittens in the cat cafe reminded him of the golden horned king and silver horned king he raised before time travel, which created an intersection between this world and the world he had lived in before. He couldn't help but quicken his pace, thinking of returning to the base quickly. Meow. Suddenly, a faint meowing sound made him stop. He looked around, looking left and right, as if to find the source of the sound. Is it an illusion? Li Hansheng frowned. He didn't see the cat at all. Could it be that his golden horned king and silver horned king were hallucinating? Shaking his head, he continued walking towards the base gate. But the next second, meow, there was another cat meow. And Li Hansheng stopped again. This time he focused on observing the green belt near the base, trying to find the source of the sound, but still saw nothing. I'm not really having auditory hallucinations, am I? Li Hansheng was startled and quickly accelerated his pace. He didn't notice that the leaves of the trees in the green belt nearby moved. The huge team base seemed a little deserted. It wasn't until they got closer to the training room that they heard Ashui laughing. This kid was eating snacks and watching videos. He is also a lazy dog. He obviously has time, but is not willing to broadcast for a while. But it's also, if you complete the specified live broadcast time, you can get full salary. If you broadcast more, it will be considered as overtime. It is more difficult than heaven to make a lazy dog like Ashui work overtime. Hey, Brother Hansheng, are you back? Ashui must have heard his footsteps, so she took off her headphones and looked back at him. Have you figured out what to eat tonight? Eat, eat, eat. You are either lying down or eating. Li Hansheng rolled his eyes. They say it becomes omp. I think you are about to change from Ashui to Amiao. Are you there? Ashui lowered his head and looked twice, then patted his slightly bulging belly with his hand, making a muffled sound. I think it's okay. I'm not particularly fat. Bar? Whatever you want. Li Hansheng waved his hand. When he really gained weight and tried to lose weight, this kid would know how painful it was. The two of them took out their mobile phones to study what takeout they should eat tonight. But there was a rush of footsteps outside. Hansheng, Wenbo, are you both here? Just right. Guihao walked in from outside. Brother Hao? Why are you back at the base? I'm done with my work. I just have something to ask you about. Do you want to hear your opinion? Li Hansheng is not like Sisterly. The daily management of the club has nothing to do with him. He can only give some personal opinions on the game, such as the sword combination, such as the evil reward combination, swinging the crocodile to the middle to deal with those stupid traditional mages. That's it, Guihao explained with a smile. Xiaowai talked to me for a long time in the afternoon. What he meant was to introduce another substitute jungler to enrich the team's tactical options. After the spring split and MSI, Li Hansheng has been the cornerstone of the team appointed by the entire top club. When it comes to team recruitment, Guihao naturally wants to listen more to Li Hansheng's opinions. For example, Ashui came here because of Li Hansheng's fame. Otherwise, at that time, Top wanted to be famous but not famous, and wanted results but not results. How could they defeat the famous, popular and powerful old clubs like IG and EDG and recruit the hot Ashui into the team? Moreover, when the team members usually play ranked, they can always get to know a few powerful pub players in the pub game, which is always more reliable than the club's method of casting a wide net. If it doesn't work, just put it in the second team. If one day you suddenly have a sudden awakening, won't you make a lot of money? As the parent company of Taobao increases its investment, Top has also been looking for a team in LSPL, and is preparing to purchase a spot as Top's second team. It's a bit like the youth training echelons of various ages in professional football clubs. If something happens to the main lineup, it's easy to transfer people over. However, the talented young people recruited are temporarily unable to meet the requirements of the first team. So there is still a place for such young people to play games. The intensity of the LSPL games is definitely not as good as the LPL, but it is much higher than the intensity of the pub game. When the promotion and relegation system has not been cancelled, once you grab an LPL spot, everyone will make a profit. Nowadays, the value of an LPL quota cannot be compared with the hundreds of millions of yuan after the promotion and relegation system was abolished. But it still has to start at 30 million and above. Teams like Dong Xusa, PDD and others who invested and took shares in LSBL just wanted to make a splash and see if they could make a huge profit. Is it really just about enriching tactical options? Li Hanxing asked curiously. Guihao hesitated for a moment, but didn't hide it. The team actually doesn't object to your falling in love, as long as it doesn't affect your daily training and your competitive status on the court. OMG's mid-jungle split is because of women. QG's mid-jungle split also has a little to do with Tang Xiaoyu. The esports circle is a group of young people in this grade where love is just beginning. They meet a group of coquettish bitches with ulterior motives. It is easy to be used. Top is relatively open-minded and does not interfere in the personal lives of its players. If it were a military-style management like EDG, players would have to hand over their mobile phones, let alone dating, which would be absolutely forbidden. The main reason is that Candy's girlfriend is too noisy, and she has been thinking about using Candy's relationship to connect with other top people, introduce some best friends, and so on, and gain a foothold in the esports circle. Don't ask Guihao and others why they know this. That woman is very high profile on Weibo. If only that was it. Guihao's temper was not unbearable. After all, Candy's condition on the field was actually quite good, and he did not hold back. What really makes him unbearable is that there was also a problem with Candy's training. With the current personnel reserves of top, it is actually possible to play wildcore. It is not like what the outside world says. There are vampires on all three sides, and Candy is sucked and unable to play. On the contrary, when all three lanes have excellent lanes, it is more convenient for the jungle to invade. But why is top always sacrificing the jungle area? The reason is that Candy's own leopard girl and male spear are very average. How can the team set up matching tactics for them? White Crescent considers the problem from a coach's perspective. The team has this ability and has more tactical options, and he definitely wants to make more diversified attempts. After all, to be prepared, if one day the version is updated to focus more on the jungle, then sooner or later the current top strategy of sacrificing the jungle will suffer. White Crescent asked Candido to practice heroes like Leopard Girl a long time ago, but the results were minimal. Either Candy didn't practice well, or he just wasn't used to this style of play. No matter which reason it is, it means that the club has reason to dig out a different type of jungler from Candy. Hey, if you all fall in love like Alway, I won't say anything. Guihao sighed silently. Li Hanxing and Shui retorted at the same time. Brother Hao, this is too much. We are both single. Ha ha ha. Guihao laughed and waved his hand. Let's get down to business first. Do you two recommend any good junglers? MLXG. Shui was the first to recommend his friends, who were also in Seven Wolves of Ionia. Guihao immediately rolled his eyes. I just want a substitute jungler to enrich the tactical options. By the way, Xiang Renjie can be more serious and beat him. Even if we can afford MLXG, do you think RNG will let him go? Xiaohu and MLXG are the midfielders and junglers designated by RNG as the cornerstone of the team. And they are also the domestic midfielders who have high hopes for countless LPL fans. RNG has just reported that it is hooking up with Uzi in order to further strengthen the team's strength. How can it possibly sell its main jungler to a competitor? Hey! Shui smiled and scratched his big head. I haven't met any Big Daddy level junglers in my rank recently. All the ones I met were from teams. Or Koreans. Where are you? Hanxing? Guihao could only place his hope on Li Hanxing. If Li Hanxing has no good candidates to recommend, then he will have no choice but to cast a wider net and catch more fish. Li Hanxing rubbed his chin. Excellent domestic jungler. Then I have to mention the 3 S-Game champion junglers. Ning, Lick, Jiejie. But Jiejie is probably still in junior high school now. Right? He is even younger than Shui. If Ning is concerned, he is probably already in YM at this time, serving as ADC, and has not yet transformed into a jungler. But with Ning's personality, in a team like top, if you achieve a little bit of results, it will probably be even bigger than the current Candy. Whether he can be suppressed is still a question. Do you want to lick it? Xiao Tian is impeccable in terms of personality and professionalism, and his strength is also very strong. This kind of player, who has extremely high requirements for himself, will be liked by everyone. If he can come, he can avoid being PA by Warhorse. Right? If I remember Gao Tianyan correctly, he should be a bit older than Wenbo. Li Hanxing frowned and thought about it in his mind. Mainly, he was too sure. After all, before time travel, he only liked playing games and watching competitions. He was not as gossipy as the girls in the fan circle. He wished he could even know the birthdays and horoscopes of professional players. Brother Hao, you can find someone to check that last year's TGA City Tournament was in Shandong. Look at the competition site. There is a team with a jungler named Gao Tianliang. You can contact him. This guy has a lot of promise. Li Hansheng told Guo Hao some of his vague memories. He knew that Xiao Yan accompanied his friends to participate in the TGA City competition in junior high school. And then, he was recruited by PDD's follower Xiao Ma to play professionally in YM. At this point in time, Xiao Ma probably hasn't found him yet. And Xiao Tian is probably still studying. Good guy, Guo Hao and Ah Shui were dumbfounded. How do you know such a number one person? TGA has to go to the knockout stage later to find the live broadcast source. No one will live broadcast this kind of competition at a municipal site. How the H.L. does Li Hansheng know this? Li Hansheng's face remained unchanged. And he made up a reason at random. Without a beating heart. Before I sent a private message on Weibo to a fan who sent me a video of this person's game. I think he is quite spiritual. And he has enough points in the national server. So I have a bit of an impression. Mainly because he is young enough and has great plasticity. That's it. Guo Hao didn't go into details. The people Li Hansheng recommended could not be wrong. Such as the two assistants in the club and Ah Shui. The talents of these people are clearly visible to the naked eye. Thinking about it, Gao Tianliang shouldn't be too bad either. That's okay. Guo Hao nodded. I'm going to ask someone to contact you. You two haven't eaten yet. Right. How about the three of us go out to eat together? I'll treat you. I'm so sorry. Li Hansheng and Ah Shui looked at each other and smiled. Then said with a smile, Then let's go eat hot pot. The two of them were worried about having no place to eat. So Guo Hao came to their door. Guo Hao shook his head dumbfounded. Okay. Let's go eat hot pot. The three of them randomly found a hot pot restaurant nearby. After eating, Guo Hao to his people said they had found Gao Tianliang's contact information. In order to appear sincere, Guo Hao immediately booked a ticket and prepared to rush to Shandong overnight. Li Hansheng returned to the club with Ah Shui. When passing by the entrance of the base, there was another meow sound. Jack, do you hear a cat meowing? No. Ah Shui shook his head. Brother Hansheng, are you hallucinating? MD, it's just the two of us guarding the base. Don't be so scary. Could it be that I was hallucinating? Li Hansheng looked around hesitantly, and then followed Ah Shui into the base. Sitting in front of the computer, I looked at the time, and it was already past 8 o'clock. This month, because he was busy with MSI affairs, his live broadcast time was far from enough. So he wanted to live broadcast to kill the boring things. But before it starts airing, he first clicked on the live broadcast rooms of those anchors one by one. I wanted to see if there was anything I could improve. Several male anchors were automatically ignored by him. Today, Tuesday Pigeon and Head Changer were both playing games. Playing League of Legends competition. It's not interesting either. He clicked on Sister Joe's live broadcast room and took a look. Good guy. The familiar BGM sounded in the live broadcast room, which was Terra's war song, number 9. Today, Sister Joe seemed to want to prove her own charm. So she deliberately wore a set of clothes that would only be worn by anchors in the dance area. The black stockings are paired with the nightclub hot girl outfit, which creates a gap. The lighting in the live broadcast room is also a dark red, creating a nightclub feel. From time to time, he also made ogling, biting his lips, raising his legs and touching his legs at the camera. Sister Joe, who is silent, actually looks pretty good. Ah Shui came over and gave a very objective comment. Aren't you talking nonsense? Do you understand the value of the C position of the Lunar Girl group? Li Hansheng smiled, judging from her dancing movements and posture. Sister Joe is worthy of being the C position member of the Lunar Girl group. Although it can't be compared with Korean girl groups, it is still enough to instantly kill the roast chicken anchors who only know how to shake their legs in the dance area. The barges are also scrolling. F***CK? Damn it. Damn it. Tell her good that I can't go back. Sister Joe is giving out benefits today? Am I blind? Sister Joe actually has a groove. Who doesn't love this kind of Sister Joe? I recommend that Jiangxi Live broadcast every day in the future. Typing with both hands to show innocence. Since it was so lively, Li Hansheng decided to join in the fun. He typed this with a smile. Hi. Unlucky. A wonderful day starts and ends when I see Sister Joe's live broadcast. His account Douyu has a very high level, and his ID is very eye-catching. So he was recognized immediately. Everyone in the live broadcast room followed his words. What was originally a variety of barges was immediately turned into a wheelbarrow by Li Hansheng. Sister Joe, who had been dancing, saw the barrage suddenly change. She immediately stopped and walked in to take a look at the content. Ah! Oops! What are you doing? Sister Joe shouted angrily. And the originally ambiguous and charming atmosphere was instantly broken by her voice. Her voice was not that pleasant to begin with, but howling at the top of her voice frightened the brothers, who were doing prevention and control operations, and immediately stopped what they were doing. She sat down angrily, clutching her chest, and flipped it up angrily. Let me see which bastard set the pace. Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, you will be permanently banned in minutes. However, the audience is also very sensible. The barrage was immediately flooded with the word cover. Seeing the barrage going against her crazily, Sister Joe couldn't help but chop Gio out of anger. What are you going to do? You really thought I couldn't help it? Right. Without saying a word, she went directly to the backstage to check. And she immediately found out who the rhythmic person was. Seeing this ID, Sister Joe was filled with incompetent rage again. Brother Han Sheng, what are you going to do? It's rare for me to wear high-quality silk today, and I'm going to brush it off and change my image in the hearts of my brothers. You're just going to be a black guy with a purple belt. Right. Looking at you wearing high-quality silk, it gives me the illusion that my teammates are wearing women's clothing. We are all good brothers. Good buddies. Don't act like this. Sister Joe has completely broken the defense this time. She really doesn't mind taking a tomboyish, down-to-earth route to gain fans. But that doesn't mean she's happy to be given the nickname Backlash Fighter. What beautiful girl doesn't want others to admit that she's very attractive? Ahoy! Sister Joe slammed the table with anger. Li Han Sheng, I have no fun with you. You are just like my good brother wearing women's clothing and black stockings. Come on! Come on! She was so angry that she stood directly in front of the camera and deliberately put her feet on the chair. With my face, waist, and legs, which of your brothers can have this effect? But Li Han Sheng seemed determined to fight her to the end. Immediately make a last-ditch attack. Only there is no evil. Right? Every day is a day of envy for Sister Joe. She owns a private airport at such a young age. I'm so envious. Oops. Sister Joe likes to say oops when she is excited. But when she shouts these two words with an accent, it sounds like she is shouting Gaia. And Ultraman Gaia, when the human body transforms, it will shout, Gaia. Good guy? Did Sister Joe fail to transform? Turn out to be. Sister Joe also believes in light. Love it. Love it. There is one more reason to be a fan of Sister Joe. As long as you also watch Ultraman. We are good brothers. Brother Han Sheng is so bad. Sister Joe was so angry that she broke her defense. Brother Han Sheng, you have no heart. Sister Joe lowered her head and looked at herself. It could not be said that it was a flat plane, but it could be seen at a glance. The less people have anything, the more they care about what others say. Li Han Sheng, do you want to say that I don't have the charm of a woman? Sister Joe yelled through gritted teeth. I can't say no. I can only say it has nothing to do with it. Okay, I'll make a bet with you. Do you dare to accept it? Sister Joe looked very serious. I'm asking you if you dare? Chapter 151 Real Men's Eye Tracker Challenge. In fact, just when Sister Joe said, which of your brothers can compare to my face, waist, and legs? Li Han Sheng subconsciously glanced at Ah Shui, who was giggling next to him. For a moment, various videos of sexual transformations in Shupa Station flashed through his mind. If Ah Shui really turned into a woman one day, it's not like he can't give it. Perhaps because he noticed Li Han Sheng's gaze. Ah Shui didn't react at first, but then his smile gradually stiffened. His expression became a little nervous, and he subconsciously took 2 steps back. Brother Han Sheng, your expression now makes me feel very dangerous. It seemed that even a certain distance could not reassure him. So he immediately added, you are still young. You must not embark on the path of crime. Ugh. He was stunned. It seemed that there was no crime of man-shing man in the law. You still have a lot of female fans. You still have a bright future. Li Han Sheng smiled obscenely. He didn't mind scaring Ah Shui and made a gesture of licking his lips. Ah Shui, it seems that there are only 2 of us in the base tonight. What do you think? Ah Shui seemed to have started to think. His face gradually turned pale, and his lips began to tremble. Brother Han Sheng? You can't be serious? In addition, all the famous teammates in the team have begun to look for girlfriends. But Li Han Sheng has not even interacted with a certain woman frequently, let alone a girlfriend. Is he really a scheming charlatan? You run. I'll let you run for 1 minute first. If I catch you, you let me have fun. Li Hansheng imitated the obscene expression of the founder when he said this in the show. Ah Shui just stood up and wanted to run. At this moment, Sister Zhou's carefree voice sounded again. Brother Hansheng, are you scared? If you are scared, just send a barrage. After thinking hard for a moment, Sister Zhou pointed her index finger at the screen. Just now! Zhou's charm is #1 in the universe. Every time I see Zhou's live broadcast, I have the urge to compete. Good guy. The content of Sister Zhou's words and her voice didn't seem to have any connection with her face. Li Hansheng once again sent out a heartbreaking barrage. How could such a good-looking girl have a mouth? Why don't we all raise funds to make Sister Zhou mute? The barges responded one after another. I'll pay 50 cents. It's hard for me to disagree with this proposal. I can only say that the heroes have the same opinion. Sister Zhou's hardware facilities are top-notch. But it's a pity that she has such a loud voice. Zhou, can you shut up and stop talking? Even if there is no sound. The brothers don't mind. Gui. If Sister Zhou hadn't spoken, I would have died in her live broadcast room, undergoing high-intensity air defense operations every day. Who can withstand this? Li Hansheng's barrage coupled with the responses from the audience in the live broadcast room seemed to have put countless knives in Sister Zhou's heart. She broke her guard again and shouted angrily. Oh! You are a dog. I want to ask you if you dare to bet with me. If I win, you have to admit my charm. What if you lose? Losing? Sister Zhou sneered disdainfully, folding her arms across her chest. Under the squeeze of her bent arms, her career line became more obvious. I never thought I would lose. That won't work. If you lose, you have to accept the punishment. Then tell me. I lost. How are you going to punish me? Sister Zhou suddenly bit her lower lip and made a charming gesture. Sheng Bao can punish the Lun family at will. You, this neon female anchor, please restrain yourself. The internet is not a lawless place. Please do not expose GHS. If you really want to, please contact me privately. I have always wanted to discuss biological research with others. This sudden contrast made the audience in front of the barrage almost choke. GDX. You have to eat alone. Right? Divided by L. Let go of my Sister Zhou. I will protect the beautiful Sister Zhou. I didn't expect you to be such a Sheng Bao. Sheng Bao. You are too bad. In fact, I can study biology with you in private. The current Sister Zhou has been live broadcasting for a while. In order to become famous, she adopts a tomboyish and down-to-earth persona. But she has not yet reached this level of being non-vegetarian. Being teased like this by Li Hansheng, she actually blushed. But she couldn't show it. So she could only pretend to be calm and use a loud voice to cover up her guilt. Then tell me quickly. Oh, what are you doing? Let's do this. If you lose, you can cosplay a different character every day for the next 3 days. Make sure to give your brother a cute dance every day. And then pretend to be mute and live broadcast for an hour from 12 to 1 in the morning every day. You can always do it. Bar? It's okay to talk nonsense. But Li Hansheng wouldn't use this method to take advantage of others. Whether it's dancing in cosplay costumes or mute live broadcasts, they are essentially helping Sister Zhou to accumulate live broadcast popularity. Even if he doesn't mention it, Sister Zhou will most likely live broadcast these contents. A closer look makes it clear that this punishment is basically nothing. Okay, Sister Zhou agreed readily, and then smiled mischievously. There is a very famous challenge abroad, called the Eye Tracker Challenge. I will buy an eye tracker online and have it delivered to your club later. Then I'm going to see if you are really what you said, or if you are just saying hee. Brother Hansheng can't help but peek at other people's bodies? Li Hansheng was quite surprised. He didn't expect Sister Zhou to bet in this way. But that didn't matter to him. The Eye Tracker Challenge was indeed very popular abroad for a time. At first, the male anchor took the challenge spontaneously to prove that he was a gentleman, rather than aiming at people's cracks. What scene has Li Hansheng not seen before? It cannot be said that he has read countless films. But he must have carefully studied the educational films of each teacher several times. Can he still win the challenge of a mere eye tracker? The brothers in the live broadcast room will testify. Sister Zhou seemed to be afraid that he would go back on his word. The 2016 Spring Split Champion Plus FMVP. The 2016 MSI Champion Plus FMVP winner Noob. You must not be cheating on me. A little anchor. Right. Isn't this the effect of the program? Of course Li Hansheng didn't care. Okay. Wait for your eye tracker. When the time comes, the brothers will come to supervise, so that Sister Zhou can realize the reality that she can only be a brother. not a goddess. And let the brothers see how firm my Taoist heart is. Women only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. The audience followed the barrage and kept cheering. They were watching the fun anyway. As long as it was effective. They would like to have such a program every day. As soon as he exited Sister Zhou's live broadcast room, Li Hanqing's phone vibrated. He picked it up and looked at it. And saw a message from Sister Zhou. Thank you, Shenbao. Come and help me with the program effects again. 3. You're welcome. You can cooperate well yourself. Li Hanqing smiled. Put down his phone and was about to start his live broadcast. Ashui watched for a long time and realized that Li Hanqing was trying to scare him. So he sat back in his seat. Brother Hanqing, you are a bad guy. You like to have a brotherly mentality, don't you? Ashui complained angrily. Aren't I forcing you to exercise more? Li Hanqing directly rubbed Ashui's belly with his hands. It was plump, not to mention quite elastic. If you continue to gain weight, your female fans will lose their powder. Is there any? Ashui looked at his belly again and squeezed it himself, sighing slightly frustrated. Okay, I admit that I am indeed a little bit fat now. Li Hanqing just rolled his eyes. The live broadcast was played on the Korean server for several hours. And it was not until 12 o'clock in the morning that Li Hanqing stretched himself and performed a wave of light-speed downloading operations for the audience. Now the club has passed the stage where he needs to constantly live broadcast to attract popularity. Li Hanqing is naturally a civil servant. He clocks in and out on time for every live broadcast, as long as he can complete the monthly live broadcast duration stipulated in the contract. There are no additional benefits for broadcasting more. So why do he have to work overtime? Workers lie flat and refuse to work overtime. After getting up and moving for a while, Li Hanqing suggested, Jiaqua, why don't we go out and wander around for a while? I think I really heard a cat meowing this afternoon. Let's see if we can catch wild kittens with our charm. Isn't it? Ashui looked reluctant. Brother Hanqing, whatever cat you want. I will buy it for you directly. We don't have to try our luck outside. If you really want to calculate it, Ashui is indeed richer than Li Hanqing. You know a hammer. The kittens you pick up are more friendly to people. Li Hanqing waved his hand. If you don't want to go, forget it. I will go by myself. Go ahead. Go ahead. Ashui yawned and waved his hand. I choose to watch anime. It seemed that Ashui planned to carry out his lazy dog behavior to the end. And Li Hanqing did not force it. He got up and ran to get 2 ham sausages and went downstairs, preparing to continue walking around the base. He probably wasn't hallucinating in the afternoon. So he ran to the green belt and looked carefully with his head down. But after walking around for a long time, he still couldn't find any sign of the cat. Just when he was about to give up, he heard the subtle meow again. This time, he followed the direction of the sound and looked for it. Sure enough, a little further inside the green belt, I saw a little kid. He was so small that he looked like he was only about the size of a palm. Li Hanqing, who has experience raising cats, estimated that the cat was only about 1 month old. The kitten's whole body was tense, looking at him very warily, as if ready to turn around and run away at any moment. Li Hanqing hurriedly squatted down, trying not to let his too tall stature create too much pressure on the kitten. Then he tore open the ham sausage packaging bag and made 2 gestures towards it. Be good. Come here and eat. I won't hurt you. Li Hanqing deliberately lowered his speaking volume, speaking slowly and in a softer tone. The kitten was still wary, but the smell of ham made him take a tentative step. After taking a step forward, it still looked at Li Hanqing warily, making sure that Li Hanqing hadn't moved before moving forward again. There was only a few meters between the two of them, but it took several minutes for the cat to get completely close. When he walked in and took a look, Li Hanqing could see clearly through the light of the street lamp. This is a big orange, with orange hair all over its back. But the color can be light or dark, and the 2 different colors are like rings. Maybe it was really hungry. After the kitten meowed a few words at Li Hanqing, it determined that there was no danger, and then bit into the ham greedily. Taking a closer look, Li Hanqing was happy. It stands to reason that this kind of wild cat has a very confusing bloodline. After all, their parents have been crossed countless times, so the lines of their hair cannot be too regular. But this orange cat is very unique. There are orange hairs on the top of the head and white hairs on the face. But the junction between the top of the head and the face happens to be a perfect horoscope. From the front, it looks like a certain person who has been practicing for 2.5 years. He likes to sing, dance, the middle parted hairstyle worn by rap and basketball trainees. If it was just this, Li Hansheng wouldn't feel anything. It just so happens that there are orange hairs on both sides of this cat's mouth, combined with his white-haired face. It looks like he has 2 extra mustaches, giving him the look of a little prince. Feel like the image of a traitorous minister in a TV series or a Japanese soldier in an anti-Japanese drama. Little guy, why do you look so distinctive? Li Hansheng tried his best not to laugh out loud, and even stretched out his fingers to stroke the little guy's head twice. The kitten, who was busy with his food, didn't pay any attention to his crossing the line behavior. Maybe he didn't feel threatened, and he was still focused on biting the ham sausage. It didn't take long for it to eat most of the ham sausage. Although it looked small, it had a big appetite. After eating, the little guy raised his head and called to him, then ran away quickly. Li Hansheng thought it was going to run away. Unexpectedly, a few minutes later, it ran back again. And this time, there was actually a dog beside him. A kitten. It is also an orange cat. The hair on its back is all dark orange. It is not as distinctive as the previous one, but it cannot be said to be completely uncharacteristic. The second orange cat has a slanted bangs shape, with only one curl in the horoscope. Its abdomen is all white hair, but there is a small patch of light orange hair at the heart, which looks like a tuft of heart-protecting hair. Same. Hey, you 2 gadgets are quite unique. I guess your parents should also be quite unique. Right. Seeing the kitten meowing at him, Li Hansheng wisely took apart the other ham sausage and fed it to the second kitten. I can't tell. You look like a little traitor, little Tai Jun, but you actually know how to take care of your brothers. Li Hansheng gently tapped the head of the first kitten he met with his finger, and the little thing actually squinted comfortably. Close your eyes and enjoy Li Hansheng's stroking. After watching the 2 kittens finish eating the ham, Li Hansheng also stood up and waved to them. Goodbye. I don't know if I will meet you again. We are destined to see you again. With that said, he turned around and wanted to leave. If he had traveled through time before, he would have chosen without hesitation to take these 2 little guys home with their very characteristic looks to raise them. But now, after all, the team is a collective living environment. He likes cats, but other teammates may not like cats. It would not be good to bring them back rashly. What he didn't expect was that after he walked for a while, he suddenly heard another movement behind him and looked back. The 2 little guys actually followed him closely. When he looked back, they stopped and looked up at him, constantly calling, Meow! 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 Are you 2 relying on me? Li Hansheng knelt down again and gently stroked the heads of the 2 kittens. Then I will take you back. You must be obedient. Don't run around or bark. You can't pee and poop randomly. If you dare to mess around, I will beat you. The kitten doesn't understand. The kitten will only look at him with big innocent eyes. For a moment, Li Hansheng once again thought of his golden horned king and silver horned king. Then come with me. I won't hug you until you walk into the base with me. If you walk away or get lost, I don't care. Then let's see how deep the bond between them is. Li Hansheng stood up again and walked forward without looking back. But his steps were not too fast, walking all the way back to the gate of the team base. When he looked back again, the 2 little guys were actually there. Okay. It seems that the fate is indeed very deep. Then you can stay. He then knelt down and, not wanting to be dirty, took the 2 kittens into his arms and brought them into the team base, and directly led them to his room. I took out my mobile phone and bought a lot of cat food. Cat litter, cat toilets, external anthelmintics, and cat shower gel. After a while, the delivery boy delivered everything. Oshui in the training room was still confused when he saw Li Hansheng walking up and down, taking things into the room. Brother Hansheng, what are you doing? Are you secretly practicing self-discipline behind my back? He came to the aisle curiously. As a result, I happened to see Li Hansheng walking up carrying a simple cat toilet. The front looked like a square box. Brother Hansheng, what are you doing? It's hard to explain it to you. You just have to pretend that nothing happened. Oshui shrugged and did not continue to ask further questions, and continued to go back to his seat to watch anime. After Li Hansheng had prepared everything, he picked up the 2 kittens and showed a wicked smile. The next step is to wash Xiangxianglu. Let me see who is obedient and who is disobedient. But before that, I have to think of a name. He picked up the first cat that looked like little Tai Jun, and after studying it for a long time, he found that it had a slight belly. Then let's call you Chubby. As for the second one, for a patient like Li Hansheng who has difficulty naming, he simply kept it simple. I'll call you Shuju. Come on, take a shower. Cats are naturally afraid of water, But some are not. It all depends on their natural personality. Whether it's Fatty or Little Orange. They won't cooperate. But they won't resist either. This leaves a lot of things for Li Hansheng. Unfortunately, when I was drying it with a hair dryer, Chubby still showed his timid characteristics. He struggled desperately when I heard the sound of the hair dryer. Fortunately, he was small and didn't have much strength. Watch it after you take a shower. The characteristics of Chidudu and Xiatanger are becoming more and more obvious. A little prince with a mustache parted in the middle. And a handsome boy with slanted bangs. Chapter 152 Sister Zhou breaks the defense and Han becomes a real man. It was only the second day that Ah Shui discovered that there were 2 more gadgets in the base. It's a pity that no matter how much he teases, both Fatty Tudu and Xiao Zhu were not willing to pay attention to him. Instead, they hid under Li Hansheng's bed. Damn it! Bro! Even though he is not as handsome as brother Hansheng, he considers himself to be the second handsomest person in the team. How can Xiao Mao be so disrespectful? Ah Shui felt very frustrated and couldn't accept it. Hey! If you didn't go downstairs with me last night, wouldn't they both get close to you if you came with me? Li Hansheng laughed proudly. TCH, I don't believe it. Ah Shui seemed to be in love with Fatty and Little Orange. Muttering in his mouth. I'll prepare some delicious cat strips and the like then. Let's see if they are good enough. Take the bait. Li Hansheng just smiled and said nothing. When the cat is sure that you are not aggressive to it or pose any threat to it, if you give it food, it will indeed be unable to resist the temptation of delicious food. But this does not mean that it will get close to you. Maybe you can rub its neck, touch its head and back. But if you want to touch some sensitive parts, just wait for the kitten to show its claws. This is why many people think cats are not as lovable as dogs, because they seem to be unfamiliar with cats. But people who have actually raised cats know very well that cats can be raised and cooked. But it is just a matter of nature that they will not be domesticated like dogs. And often it depends on the kitten's mood at that time. By the way, Brother Hansheng, your express delivery seems to have arrived. Ah Shui also reminded Li Hansheng. I just signed for it for you and put it in the training room. Oh! Li Hansheng raised his eyebrows. Is the logistics speed so fast? But yes, Sister Zhou is also in Magic City now. They are in the same city. It is estimated that the warehouse of the store where she placed the order is also in Magic City. So it can be delivered as soon as possible. This is the advantage of living in a first-tier city. If you order something online early, there is a high probability that it will arrive on the same day, or the next day at the latest. Li Hansheng opened the express box and took out all the eye tracker equipment inside. This thing also requires special installation. But fortunately, the instructions are not too complicated. And at around 4 p.m., Sister Zhou also sent a special message. Brother Hansheng, can you come and accept the challenge tonight? I can do it anytime. What's wrong? Do you still need to prepare in advance? Nonsense! I want to win! Want to win! Want to win! Of course you have to put on your makeup and prepare costumes and props in advance. Ahem. My live broadcast room is a green live broadcast room. You don't want GHS. Oops. What are you doing? Who wants GHS? Since you want to accept it, just wait to lose. Sister Zhou seems to be very confident about winning the bet with Li Hansheng. The main thing is to have enough confidence in your body and face. A man! She really didn't believe that a man could be so determined. It can only be said that Sister Zhou is still a mess. Sister Zhou started her live broadcast today at almost 6 o'clock. It could be seen that she had dressed up carefully. But the clothes she wore were still loose home clothes, which did not show off her figure very well. Just this. The anchor wants to win just like this? No way. Sister Zhou, you Jiangzi can't even seduce your brothers. How do you expect to seduce Brother Hansheng? Brother Hansheng will not be fooled easily. Faced with the barrage questioning, Sister Zhou sneered disdainfully. Humph. Just watch it later tonight. I prepared a big one. Li Hansheng was actually in her live broadcast room watching the whole process. But he did not post the barrage, but waited to see a good show brought by Sister Zhou. It was almost 8 o'clock when Li Hansheng also opened his own live broadcast room. In a short period of time, a large number of viewers came in. They were surprised to find that there were 2 blue circles moving around in the live broadcast. This was obviously the effect of the eye tracker, which would always track the line of sight of the person carrying the device. Trajectory. Brothers, do you think I can win? As soon as he got in front of the live broadcast camera, Li Hansheng became the live broadcast genius who was constantly active. and his whole person became particularly active. Brother Han Sheng. It's not that the brothers don't believe you. But Sister Zhou, who is full of firepower, is so charming. Shut up and don't speak. Sister Zhou, who specializes in dancing, agrees. I don't know if Han Sheng can withstand it. But I can't. Brother Han Sheng. I almost couldn't come back. Sister Zhou is so hot. Brother Han Sheng. Go and see it. Go and see it. Li Han Sheng was quite curious. He quickly opened Sister Zhou's live broadcast room and was stunned. Sister Zhou has already put on the jersey she specially prepared for today. She is wearing a bright red cheongsam with a slit so high that it almost reaches her thighs. Of course, high silk is also essential. The lipstick is a very bright color. The whole lip is a fierce red. And the eyes are also exquisite eye makeup. The overall combination is really stunning. This is the most foul design. This cheongsam actually has a hollow design on the chest. I don't know how many packs of toilet paper Sister Zhou stuffed in it, but she gave it an illusion of coming out. Is this Sister Zhou with all her firepower? The audience immediately noticed that Li Hansheng's eye tracker had stopped moving and stayed on the hard shape on his chest for a long time. Cough, 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 cough. After seeing the barrage, Li Hansheng coughed a few times in embarrassment. Don't be embarrassed. I'm just researching the materials of this cheongsam. I feel like Sister Zhou has spent a lot of money this time. Naturally, the LSPS in the barrage would not believe his deceptive statement. Sister Zhou seemed to have also learned that Li Hansheng had come to her live broadcast room through the barrage prompts. And the two of them started to mic directly. Why? Li Hansheng greeted with a smile. Sister Zhou does seem to be a bit shy today. Humph. Sister Zhou looked very proud. Just wait to admit defeat. Let me tell you the rules first. You are not allowed to deliberately stare outside the computer screen. You must focus on me the whole time. Once if your eyes stay on my legs, fierce and indescribable parts for more than 2 seconds, you will lose. Wait a minute, Li Hansheng said with a bad smile. What part is it that cannot be described? I have a teammate named Yuanbo. He has read little and doesn't understand much. He longs for a big sister like Sister Zhou to educate him. Ouch! Get out! You are a dog. Sister Zhou looked ashamed and angry. Jack? Brother Han Sheng. Are you really not afraid of being beaten by Jack like this? Ha ha ha. XSWL. Jake's professional scapegoat is scheduled. Right? The team leader screamed. And the substitute players on the side dared not speak out. Sister Zhou could tell that the more anxious she was, the more Li Hansheng would tease her like this. As the start approached, she couldn't help but feel an inexplicable desire to win deep in her heart. Which girl would really admit that she is unattractive? Even if Sister Zhou has begun to take the tomboyish route, it does not mean that she can accept this status quo. No! Just tell me when to start! Sister Zhou kept provoking. Don't renege on your debt. Then let's get started. Li Hansheng leaned back comfortably and slumped down on the gaming chair very lazily. The audience couldn't wait to start sending barrages to encourage him. Sister Zhou covered her chest with one hand, lowered her head, and started playing the song with the mouse. It was still Terra's War Song, number 9, in that hand. According to the agreement, Li Hansheng must focus his sight movement within the computer screen from the beginning. So he must stare at the computer screen to ensure that the eye tracker can accurately capture the movement trajectory of his sight. The audience can indeed see 2 small faint blue circles on the screen. It is obvious that Sister Zhou has started to follow the singing and twist her body. Many of the dance moves are actually no different from those of the female anchors in the dance area. For example, twist your hips, lift your legs, and touch your legs in various ways. The expression on the face must also be the most charming expression of women in TV series and movies. All kinds of ogling and lip licking. The barrages in the live broadcast room are scrolling rapidly. This is Sister Zhou. I really love her. Something's wrong. My screen is dirty. I need to lick it. No way. Right? Is there really a pervert who starts licking the screen? Good guy Han Sheng. You really don't want to watch it. I thought Brother Han Sheng was a professional at targeting people. After the LSPs experienced the initial shock, everyone discovered one thing. On the screen, the trajectory of the eye tracker did not change at all. Instead, it kept scanning left and right. The area of activity was limited to the lower body of Sister Zhou, and occasionally it swept over the legs wrapped in high silk. Just when everyone smiled knowingly and felt that Li Hansheng was worthy of being a role model for our generation. But some people noticed something was wrong. How to follow the trajectory of the eye tracker? Actually, is there an Ultraman model on the cabinet behind Sister Zhou? The reason why Li Hansheng glanced back and forth was because Sister Zhou had been moving back and forth, and he needed to constantly adjust his gaze. The total duration of a song was only 5 minutes in the end. When Sister Zhou was panting and clutching her chest, she sat back down in front of the computer. She spoke directly with confidence. How is it? I want to believe that the brothers must have good supervision. Who wins? But when the barrage all over the screen said that Li Hansheng had won, Sister Zhou still refused to believe it. Oh, are you dogs? Are you ganging up to bully me? Sister Zhou cursed and opened the browser. Fortunately, I had a backup plan. I deliberately recorded the previous live broadcast. But after watching this screen recording, Sister Zhou became a little silent. How's it going? I should be considered the winner this time. Right, Li Hansheng said with a chuckle. Silence. Still silent. Sister Zhou never dreamed that she would lose to an Ultraman model. Are the rumors true? Is Li Hansheng gay? How can any man be completely indifferent to the ecstasy package he prepared today? She still won't admit that she is not charming enough. Why? Cute and charming Zhou? Li Hansheng spoke again. Sister Zhou exploded directly. Oh, you're a dog. She didn't know whether it was because she was too emotional, or whether she was really being ignored so completely by Li Hansheng, which made her feel aggrieved, and her emotions gradually lost control and even collapsed. After Sister Zhou roared angrily, her expression gradually became distorted. He actually cried the next second. I have prepared carefully for so long, but you don't even look at it. Li Hansheng, you are still not a man. You look at a pile of scrap metal. Sister Zhou sobbed and shouted. Li Hansheng didn't know how to answer the call. Why did he feel that he was so wronged? But the effect of this show is really explosive. Seeing Sister Zhou breaking her guard and crying, the barrage completely exploded. Is Zhou favored by the god of variety shows? Gui. I don't think the script can write such an awesome flip. Right? If this was a script, I would really admire the acting skills of the two actors. Oscar owes Sister Zhou a statuette. The audience thought that Sister Zhou was doing some kind of show effect. Only Li Hansheng knew that Sister Zhou seemed to have broken her guard a bit and had an emotional breakdown. He sighed. At this time, he could only save it by himself. Sister Zhou, do you know why I don't look at you? Li Hansheng said directly. How do I know? You are a pervert. Sister Zhou was still sobbing slightly. Next, I will show you what real dancing is. Watch it carefully and learn it carefully. As he spoke, Li Hansheng stood up and took 2 steps back. Sister Zhou, who was sobbing, couldn't help but wipe her red eyes with a tissue when she saw the scene, and then stared at the computer screen intently. By the way, I almost forgot. Li Hansheng made one operation and stretched his camera to the maximum, covering the entire camera. Jimei in the live broadcast room. I won't teach you this trick easily, so you should learn it hard and use it to seduce your boyfriends in the future. Some of the BGMs that were popular on Douyin before he time traveled were not necessarily available. Li Hansheng just found that exciting dance music and started playing it. So, once a man really gets horny, how can there be anything for a woman to do? Under Sister Zhou's stunned gaze, Li Hansheng also started to sway his body along with the BGM. As a man who had been watching female anchors on Douyin all year round before time travel, and who worked late into the night on Douyu and Huya star shows, how could Li Hansheng still not understand that routine? As soon as he came up, he raised his hands like a big pendulum clock. When the BGM reached its climax, he even performed the essential twerking part of the little train. The whole person is as if there is a small electric motor installed on the butt. Question mark. Shamao. Don't be a fool. Mother is afraid. Isn't this much better than Sister Zhou's dance? To be honest, if Brother Hansheng becomes a woman, not only will he be comparable to Douyu Sanshao, but he will also be the top sister in the dance area. This is called Xiaowu. I suggest I check out the female roast chicken anchors in the dance area and come in and study hard. The scene in the live broadcast room shocked Sister Zhou a lot. She was still looking at Li Hansheng dumbfounded, but there were some subtle changes in her eyes. She didn't react until she felt some liquid flowing down her mouth, and quickly wiped the corners of her mouth. But this action was captured by the audience. Ale? Sister Zhou is drooling? WTF? It turns out that women really drool when looking at handsome men. Wow. It turns out Jimais are really good at flowing water. Driving. Right? Damn it. The car door is welded shut. No one can even think about it. Brother, pay attention to your wording. You have to make it clear between watering and drooling. The difference between one word and two is completely different. Li Hansheng kept paying attention to the changes in Sister Zhou's expression. After she stopped sobbing, he simply stopped jumping. This thing. It's a bit embarrassing for a grown man to dance. But Li Hansheng has always been able to do it without any idle baggage. Since you choose to live broadcast, you should try your best to put down your body and create happiness for the audience. So, Sister Zhou, have you learned? Li Hansheng still did not forget to ask. I've learned. Sister Zhou still hasn't recovered from the scene just now, and her words are a little stumbling. Then remember the punishment you promised yourself, Li Hansheng said with a smile. And next time you dance, you have to dance like me. What you do can't scare men at all. I sacrificed too much this time. I estimate that someone will edit the clip just now for secondary creation. Apparently, Li Hansheng still underestimated the speed of some Gmail people. In fact, it was at the end. Someone had already edited the footage of him dancing and posted it on Li Hansheng's personal chat. Such an exciting scene made female fans quickly gather around him, like sharks smelling fishy smell. Even if female fans like to discuss it, male fans are also discussing it. The anti-stress bar in the esports toilet even directly refreshes the screen. I can only say that when a man gets horny, women really have nothing to do with him. Sister Zhou never dreamed that she could not be more attracted to a man. Hey, men still understand men better. Brothers, take a look at your Photoshop skills. It's not inconsistent at all to Photoshop Brother Hansheng's face onto a woman. Li Hansheng never dreamed of it. In this time and space, he embarked on the path of various sexual transformations arranged by fans earlier than Ah Shui. Ha ha ha. Let me tell you why Lao Li doesn't seem to be interested in women. You are indeed a pervert. Candy returned to the team base after a few days off. What he must do every day is to hold up a video of Li Hansheng dancing in front of him to laugh at him. Get lost. Li Hansheng rolled his eyes angrily. And Gao Dui on the side did not forget to touch up. This fan is a real J8 talent. He actually put Lao Li's face on the face of the Teraguro group. Is AI face-changing technology so mature now? There is no sense of dissonance at all. It's a pity that Pinley isn't a girl. Otherwise Waquining would really like him. Imp didn't forget to follow up with the last hit. Li Hansheng's face turned dark, and he could only put the earphones on his head to isolate the noise in his ears. It's too late to regret now. He doesn't even doubt that the hosts will mention this matter in interviews after the summer split officially starts. Chapter 153, Did Li Hansheng give money to the designer? As the team members return to the team base one after another. It also indicates that this year's summer split is only a few days away. On the last day of the summer transfer period. News that was just rumors at the beginning is now coming to light one after another. All kinds of shocking transfer news began to flood the screens of major portals. The first one to break the transfer news was the Snake team. As rumored, they introduced the talented jungler Soph from Vietnam. It is said that this is a tough guy who endured more than 100 ping delays in Vietnam and reached the top 10 in the Korean server. He is known as the Vietnamese Faker. In an era when the trend of introducing Korean players is prevalent, Zhou Wu's introduction of Vietnamese players is indeed a bit unexpected. However, Snake fans are looking forward to his arrival. And what makes them even happier is that Crystal, who has been recuperating from injury, is also expected to return in the summer split. Before Li Hansheng traveled through time, Brother Crystal seemed to be synonymous with the tough-talking boy and the flowerpot boy. But in fact during the S6 period, he was also a domestic ADC that many people had high hopes for. After all, he was at the peak of his career right after his debut. He was famous for playing Draven in professional games earlier than Ah Shui. He killed EDG with one hand. Draven, the addition of strong new players, and the return of the talented ADAD, who had high hopes in the team, are enough to make Snake a disruptor in the summer game. Besides, EDG also has new news. After the spring split, they also found that neither Athena nor Beam could take over Pawn. Athena was sent to the second team ED very early, and during the summer transfer period, they also sent Beam to the second team ED, which is today's IM. Pawn is still suffering from a back injury. He hired Faker's substitute, Scout, from SKT. He can be spotted by SKT and become Faker's substitute. Scout naturally has his own strengths. But can he fulfill them? Talent. This is another uncertain factor. And EDG's summer split is also full of uncertain factors. Of course, the biggest transfer news in the summer season is none other than this. RNG introduced Uzi from QG. Although the Real Royal team has now been downgraded to LSPL, RNG has always regarded itself as the successor of the Royal family. It is only natural to welcome back Uzi. the true core of the royal family. Naturally, RNG cannot simply introduce Uzi to prove that it is a true royal orthodoxy. It is more about supplementing the strength of the bottom lane. The management felt that Wuxin was too far behind the team's overall strength. The reason they failed to defeat Top was because Wuxin in the bottom lane could not match Imp's strength. So they decided to introduce a stronger ADC. There is only one ADC player on the market that can match Imp's strength. And it can be bought by RNG. And there is only one Uzi. Another reason is that Mata suggested to the club to buy a more powerful ADC player. This only proves that Mata does not understand Uzi. His original intention was to build RNG into the second Samsung White, and to find an ADC player like Imp who could place orders, and was strong enough to carry the team in the later stages. But the problem is that there is no option to place an order in Uzi's style of play. Mata's roaming style of play completely conflicts with Uzi's style of play that focuses on the ultimate line. In the end, RNG, known as the Galaxy Battleship, played mediocrely after introducing Uzi. Although Wu Xian's carryability in the later stage was average, he could place orders. Even so, it does not prevent dog fans and royal fans from converging and starting to jump on the internet again. Who can defeat this RNG team? There are no weaknesses at all. Woo woo woo. The puppy finally has a group of reliable teammates. And this time it can be matched with a champion support. Doesn't this destroy the entire LPL bot lane? Other LPL teams should tremble when they see this lineup. Are you ready to welcome your new king? Why does GSL like Void Lone so much? Just let this lone go without playing a single game. Why should I be considered top? RNG fans? I don't know what you are happy about. Do you understand that this bad guy like Bat Dog comes with the mid-jungle break buff? Instead of bragging about the lone here, it is better to worry about whether Xiaohu and MLXG will fight and stage a mid-jungle break 3.0. Don't you top fans have your own Weibo? Are all of them so free? Going to someone else's team's Weibo to mock him? There was a fierce scolding war between the fans of both sides. Whether it was Uzi's personal fans or RNG's team fans, they all had grudges with Li Hansheng. Now that the two are combined, they are in a state of overlapping buffs. There will be ghosts if there is no quarrel. As for Top's recruitment plan, Guihao did go to WH City and found Gao Tianliang, who was highly recommended by Li Hansheng. When he expressed his intention to come, Xiao Tian looked very surprised. After all, Top is now at the peak of its power in the LPL, winning the League Championship and MSI Championship one after another. It is difficult for him to imagine that such a team would suddenly undergo personnel changes. But it is undeniable that he is very excited to join Top. This is the star effect. The playing style of this Top team is very entertaining and attracts fans, especially Li Hansheng's continuous carryability in the top lane. It is very attractive to people of Xiutian's age. Who can refuse to be a teammate with such a big dad on the road? Moreover, the top 3 lane style of play that pursues ultimate lane rights is simply good news for junglers. Xiutian's response to Guihao was that he was willing to join Top. But before that he needed to convince his parents. After all, Xiao Tian was born in a family of traditional Chinese medicine. And he was born in Shandong. The humanities and customs of SD province are generally more conservative. In the eyes of the older generation, studying hard and becoming a civil servant in the future is the best choice. The overall official-oriented mentality is relatively strong. Even though Thunder King Yang Yongxin has exposed so much black material, people are still sending their children to his internet addiction treatment school. You know how heinous it is for parents in Shandong to contaminate their children with online games. On the evening of May 25th, Baiyueya held the first team meeting after the team members returned to the team. You yourself are well aware of the transfer news these days, White Crescent emphasized with a serious face. The success of the spring split and MSI can only show that we performed well in the first half of this season. It does not mean that we will be successful this season. You yourself also know that in the eyes of fans, the S Championship is the only one. We gained good league points in the spring split, which is more conducive to us winning the S Championship quota. But if you want to secure a quota for the S competition, you must perform well in the summer competition. We will face more competitors in the summer split. Since some members of the team were a little undisciplined after winning the championship, I will formulate a more rigorous training plan in the summer split. Speaking of undisciplined, everyone immediately focused their attention on Candy, and then glanced at him. The training attitude of these two people recently is really average. Candy opened his mouth to defend, but didn't know what to say. In the end, he could only say in a muffled voice, I won't drag the team back. I can get back to my best form at any time. Imp also expressed his opinion. Baiyueya's serious expression softened a lot. It was really difficult for a team to maintain a high level of competition, especially in China. Young and famous players will always face various temptations. Being able to resist the temptation and maintain their true intentions may seem simple, but is actually very difficult. At this time, he was extremely lucky that at least Li Hansheng was not affected by the huge fame he had gained and was still training so hard. Hey, Brother Sheng, if you ask me to say that these people are signing up, they are desperate to seek medical treatment. Li Hansheng smiled and waved his hand. Uzi is indeed capable, but he is obviously not worthy of mana. Uzi is not the kind of person who would rather not use troops to develop, but also let mana roam in other lanes. Uzi's style is that he can't wait for his support to stay in the lane with him, directly facing the lane and penetrating the opponent's bottom lane. Indeed. Gao Dui nodded. Everyone is an old rival, and everyone knows Uzi's style of play. That's what you say. But how do you know that Uzi won't change after suffering major career setbacks in the past 2 years? What if he matures? Bai Yue asked. What? Shui on the side interjected weakly. What kind of rice is Uzi? How many times does it ripen in a year? I seem to see this sentence often on the internet, saying that it is about to mature. Puff. When everyone heard this, they all held their stomachs and laughed. You Wenba. You can say this in private, but if you say it online, believe it or not, Uzi fans will immediately attack you. Candy teased with a smile. No, I'm just curious. Shui rolled his eyes. With such a gag, the serious atmosphere was gone again, and White Crescent Moon was both angry and funny. The team atmosphere has always been good, and the overall cohesion is also very good. Instead of the transfer period, I think we should talk about the changes during this period, Li Hansheng said with a smile. Ha ha ha. Bai Yue couldn't help but want to laugh when he mentioned the version changes. Riot really hopes that LCK will die once LOL is out of line. What's the difference between it and Heroes of the Storm? Gao Dui also complained. However, any player who is very confident in his own strength will not resist landing with others. Instead, he will feel that the landing period is the best time to widen the gap between him and the weak. In the recent version 6.9, Riot performed a moderate patch on the game. The jungle area is one of the key areas for improvement. Now, the jungle knife will provide more experience bonuses for wild monsters, while the basic experience provided by wild monsters will be further reduced. In addition, it will only provide the experience of wild monsters to the killer. In the past, when helping the jungler to open the jungle, the wild monsters had low health, so the helper had to walk a little farther away. Otherwise, standing next to the jungler would gain experience. Now there is no need to worry at all. Just make sure that the jungler comes from the jungle to kill. You won't get any experience from the jungler even if you stand in front of him. Whether it is the reduction of the base experience of wild monsters, or the fact that only those who kill them can gain experience. Essentially, they are weakening a style of play. That's the line-changing tactic. Because everyone knows that after changing lanes, the only chance for the top laner to develop is to follow the jungler and gain experience in the jungle. Now that you can't gain experience, it means that the line-changing strategy will cause the top laners of both sides to completely lose the opportunity to develop in the early stage. Let the top laner eat wild monsters? The basic experience of wild monsters has been reduced, and the experience bonus of holding a jungle knife has been increased. This is to tell you clearly that the wild monsters will be eaten by the junglers, not to mention completely eliminating line-swapping tactics. But at least it can significantly reduce the number of line-swapping tactics. As a time traveler, Li Hansheng knows very well that patch 6.15 will completely make the line-changing tactic a thing of the past. Once there are no line-changing tactics to survive the landing period. So for a team like Top, whose third line is all about landing tough guys, this is definitely good news. MD, they say Riot will weaken the championship team. We won the MSI championship. How come it not only didn't weaken us, but actually strengthened us? Candy was a little surprised when he learned about this change. But on the side, he didn't even know about the version update. He really didn't even touch the game during this holiday. Maybe the MSI champion is not considered the champion? Shui joked. Who knows? Anyway, the changes in the jungle are very beneficial to us. Bai Yue waved his hand. There are also changes in the Little Dragon. This is Xiaolong's second revision. In ancient times, Xiaolong provided a team economy of 190 yuan per person and a total of 1,000 yuan. It was somewhat useful in the early stage, but basically useless in the later stage. Therefore, in ancient times, LOL games were all bladder games, averaging more than 35 minutes per game. because there are no resource points worth fighting for except the big dragon. And even the big dragon is not necessary. Before S5, the Baron buff did not strengthen the army line, as long as you are a brush mage in the middle. Even if the opposite side has the Baron buff, you will not be able to reach the high ground. At that time, CLG.EU fell behind 2W and came back to M5 economically, relying on the Buddha's meat and the Ice Bird to retreat the troops. In order to speed up the game rhythm, Riot changed the Baron buff in S5 and began to strengthen the minions. The game rhythm has been significantly accelerated, because with the Baron buff, you can really get to the high ground. The dragon has also been revised for the first time, adding various attributes. After fully unlocking 5 layers of attributes, you can bathe in dragon blood. But Riot found that Xiaolong still didn't seem to be attractive enough to professional teams. In order to make professional teams pay more attention to dragons, version 6.9 introduced the elemental dragon. The little dragon officially transforms into a dragon of 4 elements: wind, fire, water, and earth, which are refreshed randomly. Each element provides different attributes. Fire Dragon provides 8%/16%/24% panel AD and AP bonus. Earth Dragon provides 10%/20%/30%, causing additional true damage to wild monsters and defense towers. Water Dragon provides gain 10% of missing mana and health every 18/12/6 seconds. Wind Dragon provides increased movement speed by 15/30/45 in non-combat state. In addition, after 35 minutes of the game, the elemental dragon will no longer be refreshed, but the ancient dragon will be refreshed directly. If you get the ancient dragon, you will get a more exaggerated buff, and your basic attacks and skills will make the opponent suffer extra true damage. This series of changes are still trying every means to speed up the game and add more map resources to allow professional teams to fight for more resources in early team fights, instead of blindly avoiding battles, developing, and playing bladder games. MD, isn't the designer of Riot a fan of ours? The more Candy saw this change, the more outrageous he felt. Encouraging landing and team play. Aren't these what we're good at? They may not be our fans, but I am sure that this version change is really good for us. Bayuya couldn't help but want to laugh. Every time he sees the changes in version 6.9, he can't help but laugh. Top's most annoying lane-changing tactic has been greatly restricted, and map resources have been added to encourage early fights. For those who don't know, they really think it is a targeted enhancement based on Top's characteristics. The importance of the bottom lane has become higher, and the importance of the top lane has decreased a bit, Bayuya said. Maybe this is why RNG is determined to introduce Uzi. Possible. The update to version 6.9 was announced as early May, and every professional team will study it. The changes to Xiaolong will definitely make all teams pay more attention to the bottom lane. The team with the stronger bottom lane will gain the initiative to control Xiaolong. Then the bastard bottom laner will be revealed for what it is, and the team with a truly powerful bottom laner will take off completely. In order to cooperate with the team in taking the dragon in the early stage, sacrifices need to be made on the top lane. TP cannot be used frequently to replenish the lane, and more support is needed. The hero selection must also choose heroes who can do things in early team battles, such as the 3 illusions. God. This is also the reason why EDG won all the games during the regular season in the summer season before Li Hansheng passed to S6. EDG's bottom lane is strong enough, and its top laner can sacrifice for the team. The changes in the version perfectly suit them, and they will naturally enjoy the bonuses of the version. That's not right. Candy suddenly frowned. This is still good for us. You just discovered it now. White Crescent Moon smiled. TMD, if all the teams focus on the bottom lane, the top laner's tactical status will seem to decline. But Laoli is so happy. This kid can basically suppress the opponent in the lane. If there is no interference from the jungle on both sides, this kid can't take off. Li Hansheng couldn't help laughing. Gui. Brother Hansheng won't be able to dominate the top lane from now on? Ashue's eyes widened. Will the top laners of other teams cry? That's right. Bayuya nodded. If other teams want to target Hansheng, they will have to make a choice. If they target Hansheng, they have to lose Xiaolong. If they don't target Hansheng, their family will be beaten on the road. Xiaolong, it may not be possible to win. TSK. Ming couldn't help but smacked his lips. Brother Hansheng gave money to Riot's designer. It's really outrageous that he opened the door to outrageous people. It's outrageous. Sure, Ming. Can you speak? What's so outrageous about this? I wish there were more changes like this. Wouldn't it be better for us? Ah Shui rolled his eyes. It's true. I'll be able to lie down more comfortably in the future. Ming nodded. What are you two thinking? Li Hansheng rolled his eyes and complained. The bottom lane is also more important. You two have to stand up. You don't really want to be a substitute for the rest of your life. Do you? TCH. That's obviously impossible. Ah Shui shook his head. I'm still waiting to grab Poo Poo's main position. But won't give you a chance. What is Imp? Imp said as if he was confident. But he definitely had a sense of urgency. Ah Shui has been very good in scoring points in the Korean server recently, and has already reached the top 10 in the Korean server. In addition, there are also big changes in the middle lane. The rise of mages, a lot of hero changes, and equipment changes, so it's really hard to say what the summer version will be like. Bai Yueya rubbed his hands in distress. Own eyebrows. Riot says this is just a patch with medium-sized changes, but the actual changes are pretty substantial, involving equipment, mid-lane heroes, and wild area resources is no less than a season update. Almost all mages have involved some minor rework. Malzahar, Vampire, Fireman, Syra, Snake, Annie, Scarecrow, Bomberman, Syndra, Zayrath, Big Eyes, Crow, Icebird, Little Mage, Victor. This list alone shows how huge the changes to the mage hero are. Mage equipment is also a key target for improvement. The Will of the Ancients was deleted, and 3 new Hextech equipment were released. Hextech Revolver, Hextech Prototype Belt 01, and Hextech GLP 800. Some effects of commonly used equipment for mages, such as the Abyss Scepter, Great Holy Grail, Ghost Book, and Staff of Time, have been redone. The Devourer has been deleted and replaced by the Blood Blade. The special effects of the Sheep Knife AoE have been cancelled and now have an additional basic attack. It can be said that the entire game has undergone earth-shaking changes. This is only the change in version 6.9. Now the national server has been updated to version 6.10, and a new hero Rock Bird has appeared. All in all, the overall changes in the version seem to be very beneficial to us. But we have to slowly explore what the specific direction of the version will be. Bai Yueya emphasized, there will be a competition the day after tomorrow, and you have to find out as soon as possible return to the status quo. Do you understand? Especially Gu Shunbin and Xiang Renjia. I hope you two haven't lost your status due to the holidays. Every version change is a challenge for professional players. Maybe the version is suitable for you, and you can take advantage of the version bonus and perform brilliantly on the field. It is also possible that the version is not suitable for you, and you cannot adapt to the version. So your performance on the field is extremely poor. No one can control the direction of the version. As a professional player, you can only weaken the adverse impact of the version on yourself through a lot of practice. There is also the grouping situation of the summer split. We and EDG are placed in the number 1 seed pool. The summer split will still have to draw lots again, and there will still be 4 seed pools. Number 1 seed pool, top, EDG. Second seed pool, newbie, formerly QG, Snake, RNG and we. Number 3 seed pool, IG, LGD, OMG, VG. Number 4 seed pool, IM, SAT. There is still 1 team in the number 1 seed pool, 2 teams in the number 2 and number 3 seed pool, and 1 team in the number 4 seed pool. The final grouping situation is Group A, top, we, Snake, IG, OMG, IM. Group B, EDG, RNG, newbie, LGD, VG, SAT. What? RNG isn't in the same group as us? Li Hansheng curled his lips regretfully. It seems like we won't be able to play them twice in the regular season. Everyone just rolled their eyes. But the overall strength of the 2 groups is quite average. Gao Dui smiled. Who is our first opponent? It won't be IG again. Right? What a coincidence. Bai Yueya laughed. It's really IG. The first opponent of top in the spring split was IG. I didn't expect it to still be IG now, which is a bit outrageous. Okay. You all go train hard and have a good start. Chapter 154 Sister Zhou. No one understands Nu better than me. After officially returning to the team to assemble. It also indicates that the lives of all top members will return to the normal state during the game. How valuable is the MSI Championship honor? This is a point where everyone's evaluation criteria are different. Just like in ancient times. Some fans think that IPL 5 is more valuable than the S game, while some people think that IPL 5 is just a water game. Everyone's judgment standards are different, and the conclusions they draw are also different. But the benefits MSI brings to top are real. The bonus is intuitive, and the popularity can also be seen. After all, top is the podium that stepped on SKT's corpse. There are many benefits on other levels as well, such as a training match. S6 is a special period. After the disastrous defeat in S5, the LCK simply looked down on the LPL division. During this period, if you want to schedule a training match with a top Korean team, you will only be considered if, like EDG, there are Koreans on the team, and you are the top team in the LPL. If you are like the VG team, it doesn't matter how many Koreans you have in the team. Even the coach is Korean. Your strength is too weak, and you won't get any training results from training matches with you. So why waste your time? Now, top is both the LPL League champion and the new MSI champion. And they beat SKT 3-0. Become a favorite in the eyes of the LCK division. The 4 top teams in the LCK, Samsung, KT, SKT, and Rockstager, not only would not refuse top's invitation to a training match, they would even actively invite top to play a training match in return. This kind of treatment is unique in the entire LPL league. It also illustrates the power of top. After all, only when you are strong enough can you enjoy special treatment. Another treat is that when Lee Han-shung is ranking, he will always encounter the opponent's top laner and suddenly say, "Noob, I am your fan." It always made him feel like he was being affected by some mysterious curse. May 26th. After nearly 2 months, the LPL regular season war has been ignited again on the arrangements for the opening game. Considering that top has just participated in MSI, it naturally has less than half a month of rest time than other teams. Therefore, even though top is so popular, the official is still very considerate and gives top 1 extra day of rest time. The arrangements for the opening match are as follows: EDG versus RNG and IG versus WE. In the opening game, the professional IG is still strong. WE and IG, the ancient rivals. Now look at it. We should be the first to successfully rebuild, while IG is still in a state of rookie and is 4 real-life players. All top members immediately watch the opening game together. It mainly depends on the performance of RNG and EDG. Judging from the lineup, these two must be top's biggest domestic opponents. Welcome everyone to watch the opening game of the 2016 LPL Summer Split. The familiar voices of Wawa and Miller still sounded, and the opening match was played by 2 veterans paired with the young Wan Lauer. Both sides of today's match have new players joining them. RNG has brought in Puppey, while EDG has hired the Big Devil Faker substitute scout from SKT. It's just a good time to see how the 2 newcomers will perform after joining the new team. The 3 people in the commentary box were doing the warm-up session before the game. On the field, both sides of the game were making final adjustments. Then BP starts. The competition takes place in the 6.9 version, although there have been many changes. Since everyone is not very familiar with the version yet, the selection is still similar to the spring game. But soon Lee Han-shung and others noticed something was wrong. EDG selected a lineup on the blue side: top laner Echo, jungler Mantis, mid laner Rise, and bottom laner Ice plus Bader. RNG selected a lineup on the red side: top laner Dashu, jungler Gunnar, mid laner Victor, and bottom lane Policewoman plus Karma. In fact, there are no problems with these 2 lineups. Both sides are building lineups around the double C in the middle and lower lane, and the Policewoman and Han Bing can be regarded as castings with strong suppression in the bottom lane. Policewoman has a range of 650 yards, and Ice also has a range of 600 yards. The problem is the casting of mana. He actually chose Karma? You must know that both sides did not ban the bullhead in this game. If RNG had taken the bullhead before, it would have been absolutely brainless. Let Mana play soft assistant. Does he understand how to play? Candy complained. They are probably testing tactics. Bai Yueya shook his head. The league is a long process. It doesn't matter even if we lose a few games. RNG should also want to try out what style of play Uzi should adopt after joining the team. Because soft assistants are more fragile and focus on consumption, they pay more attention to the auxiliary player's operational ability. Unlike hard assistants, the ability to seize opportunities is enough. During the game, it can also be seen that Mata has basically never left the line and has been playing with Uzi. However, RNG faced a huge disadvantage in the midterm. I think RNG will most likely change its playing style in the future. Lee Han-shung shook his head. Let Mata play soft support, and the entire RNG will become very awkward. Mata has never been a player known for his operations. His strength lies in his brain, and he uses his brain to play games. However, Due to language problems, he was unable to communicate effectively with his teammates, and Mata's commanding ability was greatly limited. When partnering with Wu Xian in the spring split, he could get heroes like Nyoto, allowing Wu Xian to resist the pressure alone in the bottom lane, while he would lead the rhythm in other lanes by relying on his instinctive grasp of the battlefield and seizing opportunities. But now, he was forcibly tied to the line, and even his roaming ability, which was the only thing that could bring positive feedback to the team, was restricted, and his presence on the court was extremely limited. However, RNG's lineup lacks the ability to proactively start a team and is very passive. It is also different from their active offensive style of play in the spring split. On the contrary, EDG's lineup is very proactive. In the end, EDG successfully used Baron Fishing to win the first round. So when RNG bought players, it didn't consider the incompatibility between the player's individual playstyle and the team's overall playstyle? Candy kept complaining. Looking at it, it's better to play Wu Xian than Uzi. In the spring split, Zhang Wuxin actually beat EDG. As Candy said, hasn't someone started to set the pace for the barrage? Is this the strongest combination that GSL claims to destroy the bottom lane of LPL? RNG now has time to carry the bathing dog. B. Down with a chair and replace Wu Xian. Laughing to death. It's really not scary to lose the game. Whoever grabs the position will be embarrassed. The younger brother is so powerful. He completely suppressed Xiaohu. EDG is really unlucky. Without the pawn father, there is a junior scout. You can't even beat EDG. But you still want to hit the top? Don't touch the porcelain when you take a shower. What kind of champion are you? What kind of champion is my brother Han Sheng? How popular are you? How popular is my brother Han Sheng? To be honest, sometimes when Li Hansheng sees the barrages posted by these troll netizens, he is really doing it. You are a champion. He is a champion. You are popular. And he is popular were originally used by the third young master to mock Li Hansheng. The result is now perfectly used to taunt him back. I can only say that the way of heaven is good for reincarnation. Who will be spared by heaven? As for the substitution mentioned by the barrage, that is pure nonsense. No matter what the considerations are, RNG cannot make substitutions. The team itself needs to run in. And there is no better opportunity to run in than actual combat. It also needs to explore the version and its own style of play in the dialogue between strong players. Say it again. What's Brother Bath's mentality? If you lose the game, you just replace him. Isn't this a mental state? If I accidentally follow the team and win again, wouldn't it be a double blow to my mentality? In the second game, RNG returned to the spring split playstyle, giving Brother Bath a wheel and letting him play in the bottom lane. EDG specializes in breaking through from the bottom lane and targeting them in various ways. Finally, EDG won the game with a score of 2-0, getting off to a good start. And the newcomer scout in their formation performed brilliantly. And it was basically felt that EDG had found a treasure. I also lamented Faker's dominance. Such a strong person could only serve as a substitute for him. As for the second game between IG and we, Top did not waste time to watch it, although he is on the right path of reconstruction. After all, Candy is missing, and it is not a complete Wii 2.0, and the overall competitive strength is a bit lacking. Not to mention IG. If Rookie is killed, the game will basically be won. That night, Li Hansheng returned to his room early. Since he had to take care of the two little guys, his training time has been reduced a lot. However, Guihao and the others didn't think anything of it. After all, even if Li Hansheng went to bed earlier than usual, he was still the one who trained the longest in the team. On the contrary, they think this is a good thing. If they had followed the training intensity at the beginning, they were really afraid that Li Hansheng would suddenly follow one day. Top does not have a substitute top laner. Putty! Little Orange! It's time to eat! The two little things lying lazily on the cat climbing frame had already gotten up and ran to the door to wait for him before they heard Li Hansheng's footsteps. Cats are also very sensitive to sounds. Li Hansheng knelt down and held the two gadgets in his arms. He teased them for a while before taking out the cat food and feeding them. Seeing how they were concentrating on cooking, especially when they were eating so loudly, Li Hansheng felt appetizing. Let them do their work. Li Hansheng sat on the bed and entered the system again. The game is about to start, and you have to spend the accumulated points. Although his overall training intensity has dropped a lot, he still accumulated more than 1,700 points, and won the MSI championship and received some special honors. Add 5 points of team fighting ability, and then add a little bit of operational ability. Combined with the version, There will definitely be more team fights in the summer version, and Li Hansheng will have to continue to improve his team fighting capabilities. Thus, his property panel will become Host, Li Hansheng, enjoying the energetic buff. Host properties. Operational capacity, 97. Development ability, 80. Response speed, 90. Average hand speed, 95. Team fighting ability, 90. Comprehensive evaluation, S-. You are already the ceiling for operational top laners in the world. Your shortcomings have been further improved, and you are not very far away from becoming the world's #1 top laner. I estimate that after the summer split, we will all reach 95. Then we can only improve by getting various team honors and personal honors. Then what can the points be used for? Li Hansheng was confused. But still you have to wait until your average rating reaches 95 to find out. The two little guys who had finished eating were licking their lips with their tongues. It was obvious at a glance that the food was delicious. You two gadgets are not allowed to go into my bed today. Especially you are not allowed to rub my face after I am asleep. If you wake me up again, see if I can beat you. Li Hansheng pointed at them with his index finger and said fiercely. Warned. Fatty Dudu and Xiao Ju just looked at him with big innocent eyes, and even took the initiative to come up and smell his fingers. It was obvious at a glance that they didn't understand. In the afternoon of the next day, everyone from top took a bus to the Hongqiao Tiandi Performance Center, which is still the venue for the LPL League. After arriving at the destination, the team members stepped off the bus with ease and responded cooperatively to the official cameraman taking photos and the enthusiastic fans. By the time all the team members had finished putting on their makeup, it was already past 4 p.m. They returned to the lounge to take a short rest, and White Crescent Moon also made pre-match tactical arrangements. It's said to be a tactical arrangement, but it's actually just a little bit more. Away! Xiang Renjie. You two are responsible for one thing. Press Song Yijin to death in the middle. Don't let him move. You can easily win this one. After explaining all this, the staff came to remind both parties to get ready to play. Li Hansheng followed his teammates to the stage carrying peripheral equipment. The players from both sides naturally met backstage. It is worth mentioning that the bottom lane duo that debuted today is Ashui plus Ming. This is White Crescent Moon's warring imp. That is to say, Xiaotian didn't come. Otherwise White Crescent Moon might have replaced Candy. This would be punishment for the two of them's recent lack of training. Ashui is quite familiar with the people at IG. After all, he has been to IG for trial training before. Child God, don't come to the bottom lane today to act like brothers. Ashui looked at the child Yushin on the side. Jiaqua, you are so embarrassed. Who knows that my child God only has eyes for Song Yijin in the middle? Li Hansheng also came over and started teasing. Children Yushin and Rookie both smiled sheepishly. What surprised Li Hansheng was that he actually saw Baoan. Thinking about it, Baoan joined IG during the summer split, and was discovered by Su Xiaoluo. Only, when everyone laughs, they smile naturally. Except for Baoan, who smiles a little shyly. Maybe the air conditioner was turned on high, and he was wearing a thin coat. He actually retracted his right hand into his sleeve, then covered his mouth with a cuff and snickered. Hiss. In Li Hansheng's memory, he had only seen this action on the girls when he was a student. Ashui seemed to have seen this action, and couldn't help but tease him. Brother Lan, why do you smile so girly? Don't think that if you pretend to be a woman, you will be soft-hearted later. You Wenba, you've gone too far. Baolan rolled her eyes at him dissatisfied. Who's talking about mother? We'll see who gets beaten later. Little did they know that in the eyes of others, his actions were exactly the same as the little girl's reaction. Oh! Ashui and Baolan have known each other for a long time, and Baolan was one of the 4 royal concubines whom Ashui ranked. Brother Lan, come on! With your second-level disabled skills, I'm afraid you can't beat me and Shursaming. Ashui still teased with a smile. Baolan stared angrily. Welcome everyone to watch the second match day of the first week of the 2016 LPL Summer Split. Today will be Top versus IG. Guan Ziyuan was warming up, and his partners are Huan Huan and Sister Zhou. I think everyone is looking forward to the top game, and wants to see Noob killing everyone on the top lane. What a coincidence. Me too, Sister Zhou said with a smile. Damn it. Why does Sister Zhou smile so sweetly when it comes to Brother Hansheng's game? No way. Right? Sister Zhou doesn't want old cows to eat young grass. Right? Who is this female commentator who allowed her to smile so sweetly when she mentioned Shengbao? Humph. This woman can compete with me in terms of beauty. But Shengbao is not a man you can get. A wonderful day begins and ends when I hear Sister Joe's voice. Guess, everyone. Will Sister Joe drool after seeing Brother Han Sheng's wonderful operation today? How will Noob behave? Sister Joe, you should have the most say. Right. After all, you are also someone who has competed with Noob on the same stage. Chi Huan teased slightly. Everyone knows that Li Hansheng and Zhou Shi made a bet using eye trackers. Gifs of Sister Joe drooling while watching Li Hansheng dance can be seen everywhere on the internet. While Li Hansheng turned a blind eye to Sister Joe, who was twisting and dancing, and instead stared at the Ultraman model. This behavior is also talked about online. This is not. Sister Joe's smile suddenly stopped. Ha! You went too far with hallucinations. This is a dark history that Sister Joe doesn't want to mention. Guan Ziyuan also joked. After all, a woman who actively sells her charm can't compare to a man. How much frustration does this have to be? Sister Joe laughed dryly. Indeed. No one understands Noob better than me. And this exactly explains why Noob can dominate the road. Oh. Guan Ziyuan and Chi Huan looked at her curiously. Sister Joe started talking nonsense seriously. Because Noob understands men very well. You can tell from his dancing behavior that he has really studied men thoroughly. Professional players are all men. And he understands men so well. So Noob clearly understands what his opponent is thinking. And naturally he can handle it well in the landing phase. Guan Ziyuan and Chi Huan couldn't help but widen their eyes. Good guy. How else can it be explained this way? Sister Joe, it's no secret that Brother Han Sheng brought it about. You really have control over the effect of the show. Sister Joe still has nothing to say about the effectiveness of the program. This ability to talk serious nonsense really tastes like me. Brother Han Sheng. Could it be? Brother Han Sheng and Sister Joe are having an affair? I'm afraid this can't be taught so well only by being taught by words and examples every day. The commentators are so good at chatting. Players from both sides have come to the stage and started debugging the equipment. The moment when the top members stepped onto the stage to make their debut, the audience couldn't help but burst into warm cheers and applause, and kept banging the cheer sticks in their hands. Li Hansheng waved towards the audience naturally. After debugging the peripherals, confirm with the on-site referee behind you that everything is correct. Okay. Both sides have finished debugging the peripherals. Let's watch the summer regular season showdown between Top and IG. Chapter 155, Who is the Real Vampire? The director directly switched the screen to the BP screen of both parties. The changes in version 6.9 are huge, involving jungle resources, mid-lane heroes and equipment. And there will also be changes in BP. Guan Ziyuan said. This is also Top's first game in version 6.9. Let's see if they have a different understanding from other teams. After all, this is the MSI Championship. In this kind of regular season round-robin within the group, side selection is assigned from the beginning. There will be a double round-robin within the group, so both sides have priority in selecting sides. This time it was IG, and they took the initiative to choose the blue side. IG's BP strategy must be on the blue side. The advantage of the blue side is that it can grab the strong hero in the version, and then build the overall lineup around this strong hero. Who on this IG can enjoy this treatment? There must only be Rookie. And if you are on the red side, the value of the counter position is not high for IG. Because once the top side is on the first floor, it will help the middle lane to grab a version of a strong hero. Gao Dui is indeed inferior to Rookie in the landing. But with the support of powerful heroes in the version, Rookie can choose a hero even if he backhand counter position. The gap in hero strength is enough to make up for the gap between Gao Dui and Rookie in landing ability. At the beginning, IG still took the initiative to ban Jess, while Top backhandedly banned Ike. Ha. Noob Jess is really steadily occupying a banned position. Sister Joe laughed. Why doesn't anyone dare to release him? Who dares? Unless someone has mastered Lucian as a top laner. Guan Ziyuan said the only way to solve the problem. After all, Li Hansheng had already given a way to crack top laner Jace, which was to use magic to defeat magic, which could be broken with Lucian. But who would? The crispy longhand hero is very difficult to control the distance. Top laners who are used to playing melee heroes will find it difficult to change their game ideas when they practice this kind of longhand hero. Spinning a ban slot is the best way to deal with it. IG's second ban was given to Malzahar. After a small-scale redesign, Malzahar has strengthened certain damage capabilities and self-protection capabilities, especially the passive set given to him. Any jungler who sees Malzahar has something, don't even think about ganking if you use a cover. Moreover, Malzahar can provide a stable suppression effect. Suppression can only be solved by Mercury. With a stable economy of 1300, you will be charged if you don't use Mercury. Top chose to ban Enchantress. As for the final ban, IG chose to ban Rise, while Top chose to ban Wilmon. There's nothing to say. Don't give Yu Huang the chance to mix the lines with his colored pen. IG directly grabbed the vampire that had just been reworked. Wow! The big one is coming! Is Rookie going to operate a new version of Vampire? Guan Ziyuan exclaimed. Compared with the old version, the new version of Vampire has a higher upper limit, and its instantaneous explosive ability is also stronger. In fact, the new version of Vampire is the rework of Q and E skills, although the skill form of Q's skill is still the same. It now has an additional charging mechanism. Red Fury Q can trigger a critical strike effect, while the E skill is more powerful than the old version. The Vampire version of E needs to be continuously stacked. The higher the number of layers, the higher the damage. But now it is charged. To be honest, the direction of Riot's changes is to allow vampires to quickly deal all the damage. In the past, before dealing damage, vampires had to find a line of soldiers or monsters to stack E layers to ensure that they could maximize their damage. Not needed today. The positioning has also changed from a Fatten that deals continuous damage to a mage with instant burst ability. But, however, Li Hansheng knows that all professional teams today have a wrong understanding of vampires, because everyone has not jumped out of Fatten's set of ideas. Mainly because I was confused by the vampire's passive, Blood Pact. The passive skills of the old version of the vampire and the new version of the vampire have not changed much. The health value is still converted into magic power, and the magic power is converted into health value. Based on this point, all S6 professional players play vampires according to Fatten's outfit. They don't understand how terrifying the vampire in explosive outfit is. Li Hansheng is not in a hurry to play. Wouldn't it be better to wait until a critical moment before taking out his hand? Of course. Another reason is that S6 lacks a core vampire equipment. The Spellbinding Orb. The selection of people on top side is also very straightforward. Choose Karma plus Jin in seconds. The lane is pushed quickly, and the small-scale team battle ability is very strong in the early stage. The traditional critical strike item is abandoned. The terrifying damage ability of the armor-piercing Ember in the early and mid-term quickly makes this hero a hot choice in the professional arena. Moreover, Karma's RE Group Shield Acceleration has a great restrictive effect on vampires. IG backhands the Excavator plus Bullhead in seconds. Obviously this is to cooperate with the vampire of the Rookie in the middle. The vampire needs the help of his teammates to enter the field and control. Top side is backhand locking Syndra plus Centaur. Syndra is also a beneficiary of the 6.9 rise of the mage version, and her passive has been reworked on a small scale. Now after the Q skill is full, the original damage increase of 15% will be increased to the duration of the Dark Orb increased to 8 seconds. After the W skill is full, the effect changes from extending the deceleration time by 33% to grabbing 2 additional nearby orbs, which will increase the deceleration/damage area when used again. This change means that Syndra's burst and control abilities have been greatly improved. After all, everyone knows that the damage of Syndra's skill is linked to the number of dark orbs on the field. And if Syndra wants to use the crowd control of Tiannu Sanhua, she also needs a large number of dark orbs on the field. Now that the duration of the orb has been increased, W can grab 2 orbs. The core purpose is to allow Syndra to obtain more dark orbs. As for the men and horses, Centaur has not been strengthened purely because the revision of jungle resources gave him a chance to play. Wild core heroes such as Kindred, Male Spear, and Leopard Girl have been weakened, and the revision of Xiaolong's resources encourages more fights and more ganks in the early stage. There is no doubt about the ganking ability of the Centaur, especially in the current version. There are often some non-displacement shooters in the bottom lane, and there are also some non-displacement mages in the middle, which further enhances the threat of the Centaur against the line. The counter position is still reserved for the top order. IG's choice here is Ice plus Shen. Han Bing and Shen have not been strengthened, purely because of the changes in the game version and the strengthening of Xiaolong's resources, which requires the bottom lane to have strong combat effectiveness and be able to fight for lane rights in the early stage. Ice's combat effectiveness in the early stage is good, and its 600-yard range combined with its W skill can easily grab lane rights in the bottom lane. As for Shen, after level 6, you can directly support the whole map, which is perfect for this version that requires early fighting. The appearance of many heroes does not necessarily require enhanced values. Perhaps some changes in the game version can give heroes who were originally unable to play a chance to play. For example, in the Tappy version, many late-stage big cores have not been weakened at all, but are simply eliminated by the game environment. If you lose all your Tappy in the early stage, Who will bother you in the later stage? Wow! IG's lineup is so three-dimensional. Ji Huan couldn't help but raise his brows. Ice has the ability to force the attack from a long distance. Bullhead plus Excavator plus Shin can all cooperate with the vampires to enter the field. Indeed. Guan Ziyuan nodded. This can be regarded as a kind of alternative for Guarantees 1. Right. Rookie is the absolute core position in this lineup. And the choices of other teammates are all to make his vampire more it's convenient to deal full damage. It seems like Rookie is under a lot of pressure. And the burden of carrying the team rests on him alone. Sister Zhou also lamented. But IG seems to have no choice but to rely on him. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Guan Ziyuan smiled. Let's see what Heroes Noob will come up with. The official also specially gave Li Hansheng a close-up shot. As a result, as soon as Li Hansheng appeared in the camera, he was seen laughing wildly while communicating with his teammates. If you want to fight Shin, because of the sword formation, it is not suitable to choose a physical hero. It is best to choose a hero that uses magic damage. If the opponent wants to rush into the formation so much, then play with them as a shit stick. Li Hansheng soon had an answer in his mind. Bring me the Crow, Li Hansheng said with a smile. Crow, an extremely unpopular hero, also received major enhancements in version 6.9. 3 small skills including the ultimate move were fully enhanced. And even the ballistic speed of basic attacks was enhanced. There is no reason not to play such a hero. And even crows can suck it. Aw? Crow? Guan Ziyuan widened his eyes and looked a little surprised. This is really an extremely unpopular choice. But I remember that the Crow did receive a huge enhancement in version 6.9. And it was not just the enhancement of the hero. Crow's core equipment, the Staff of Time, has also been strengthened. Thus, the lineups of both sides were officially determined. IG is on the blue side, and Top is on the red side. Top road, Shin versus Crow. Jungler, Excavator versus Centaur. Middle lane, Vampire versus Syndra. Bottom lane, Ice plus Bullhead versus Jin plus Karma. After the BP is over, I like Top's lineup more. Their lineup has more room for pulling, Ji Huan said immediately. On the contrary, IG's lineup is not easy to pull. You must have a wave of Allen. Once you are pulled by Top after a while, if you cheat some skills, it will be difficult for them to take over. Indeed. Guan Ziyuan nodded. This hand of Karma was very good, and Syndra can also effectively limit the opponent's strong attack. However, IG's lineup is easier to find the rhythm in the early stage. Let's take a look at them. Can the early offense be played? And Rookie is a player with extremely strong personal abilities. With the help of his teammates, maybe he can create miracles? Damn it. Can these be commentators be a little more biased? Why not just announce that Top has won? Hee. If you have the guts, IG will also win a league championship and then an MSI championship. Is the dog's son starting to be incompetent and furious again? What's wrong? Does the official commentator have to say that IG has a great chance of winning? Is it fun to deceive yourself? Accompanied by bursts of cheering. The full view of Summoner's Rift was presented to everyone. Players from both sides rushed out of their bases at the first opportunity. Hey, the biggest impact of version 6.9 is that the number of lane swaps will be greatly reduced. Because it is a new version, the commentators basically focus on the changes in the version and tell the players the most intuitive impact of some version changes on the professional arena as soon as possible. And the biggest change is, neither side helped the jungler in the bottom lane. The blue side's IG duo stood at their own Stone Man, while the red side's top duo immediately stood at Frog Princess's refresh point. This is also a very regular start after the 6.9 version update. First, there is enough time. Currently, the refresh and reset time of other wild monsters in the wild area, except for double buffs, is 100 seconds. The wild monsters are refreshed in 1 minute and 40 seconds. The duo eats a group of wild monsters at the bottom of the map, which will not affect the jungler's jungle spawning rhythm. Moreover, Frog Princess is a single wild monster, and the Stone Man in S6 is not there yet. There are only 2 of them that can split, and a duo can do it in about 10 to 15 seconds. The bottom lane's troop lines converge at almost 1 minute and 48 seconds. If there is no interference from human factors, the 2 waves of small soldiers will be naturally attrited. It will take 15 seconds after the troop lines converge to kill the 3 melee soldiers. The time point is around 2 minutes and 3 seconds. In other words, there is 8 seconds between when the bottom duo finishes killing wild monsters and when the lane creeps die. Just pull the wild monsters towards the army line when clearing the jungle. The duo will not suffer any losses at all after eating the wild monsters. Even with ultra-long-range AoEs, like Ice's W, skills can also replenish 3 melee soldiers with residual health. And this start is still fixed, because there is another change in the wild area in version 6.9. That is, only the killers of wild monsters can gain experience. Although the ADC will not use a jungle knife, and will not receive experience bonuses. So he cannot directly upgrade to level 2. However, after gaining experience from a group of wild monsters and going online, he only needs to eat 3 more melee soldiers to directly upgrade to level 2. Class. Under normal circumstances, if the bottom lane wants to be promoted to level 2, all 3 melee soldiers in the second wave of soldiers must be killed. This is equivalent to allowing the ADC to reach level 2 ahead of a wave of soldiers. The skill points and basic panel attributes brought by each level are greatly improved, which may change the situation of the line. The current version puts so much emphasis on lane rights in the bottom lane. Anyone who doesn't take advantage of wild monsters to go online is tantamount to actively giving up the lane rights in the bottom lane. This is also the regular start of the bottom lane in the current version, and it is very common even in the pub game. Guanza Yuan explained. Oh? Sister Joe suddenly exclaimed. If I read it correctly, is the one produced by Noob Extraction? The other 2 people also took a closer look and found that it was really. Crow's starting outfit is simple extraction plus red medicine. Here, Guanza Yuan and Chi Huan looked at each other. Noob is still as confident as ever. High EQ, confidence as always. Low EQ, there is no pressure on the line with this colored pin. I don't understand what the point of IG buying so many bottom lanes is. Why can't I just buy a decent top lane? It is said that the child's wandering spirit took a bullet from Principal Wang. I think the thing that really blocked the bullet was the posture pin. Right? Laughing. Can there be a more contemptuous appearance than this? How not? Then I am going to tell you the story of Gao Shuechen wearing naked clothes. But the posture turned dark. Do you really not regard him as a human being? Chapter 156 Immortal Crow. A good start. Wow. Kid. This guy is exaggerating. Who is he looking down on when Extraction is out? After seeing Li Hanqing's outfit, he immediately cursed. It's obvious that he doesn't take you as a jungler seriously. Look, people. Are you here to give him military training? Hearing this, the child Yushin glanced at him silently. His eyes seemed to say, doesn't this mean he doesn't treat you as a human being? Just thinking that such words might make his posture break his defense. He changed his words and said, just hold on. I'll help Lao Song first. If Lao Song has the advantage, we'll be safe. We just built a lineup around Lao Song. It's useless if one of us has a big advantage. He opened his mouth. But for a moment, he couldn't refute. Who makes his status inferior to Rookie in the middle? Resist the pressure. Naturally. Li Hanqing couldn't have chosen Extraction to go out simply because of expansion and felt that his posture could not put pressure on the opponent's line. The reason is simple. The effect of Crow's passive, Carrion Rebirth, is that every time he kills a minion, he can get a certain amount of mana recovery. In version 6.9, the effect of mana recovery has been significantly improved, which means that he can use skills frequently. Blood consumption. There is no need to rely on the mana recovery effect provided by Dolan Ring or Corrosive Potion. As for blood volume, Extraction, every time I draw an A, I can get a fixed amount of blood back. His crow beats Shin, and his long hand beats short hand. Why should he give Shin a chance to consume himself? Don't even say it. Li Hanqing, whose operational ability is now as high as 97, has the confidence to control the distance well, and not give him the chance to step forward and consume himself. Both parties are online normally. As soon as he went online, Li Hanqing showed strange operations. Due to his defensive stance in the jungle at the beginning, Li Hanqing did not come to the line immediately. However, Li Hanqing stood in the grass on the top lane at the beginning. After the soldiers on both sides walked out of the defense tower, Li Hanqing immediately jumped out of the grass. Step out and block the opponent's soldiers with your body. When his own troops lined up neatly and crossed the center line, the blue side soldiers gathered in advance and took up positions because of Li Hanqing's concentration of fire. The resistance soldiers lost almost a third of their health. Shinkai arrived late, and Li Hanqing had already retreated. See the scene. His posture and face immediately became extremely ugly, and he even regretted going to the jungle to take a defensive position. Hack! I collapsed on the road. The child Yushin was dumbfounded, but he still cut the screen to the top lane and took a look. When he saw the positions of the two sides' military lines, it was just as the posture said. The top lane exploded. Wow! The posture is losing blood. Chi Huan also showed an expression of disbelief. He might as well not go to the wild area to defend. This army line is really real. Guan Ziyuan looked at it for a while, and showed the same expression as Qiu Xian. Only Sister Zhou didn't understand the game well, so she couldn't understand the wave of soldiers. So she stupidly asked, "Where did this wave of soldiers explode?" "Look carefully," Guan Ziyuan explained. "Look carefully at the targets attacked by the soldiers on both sides." After hearing this, Sister Zhou stared at the picture on the broadcast screen for a long time before she saw some clues. Because Li Hansheng used his physical body to block the line at the beginning, the blue side's minions had already gathered their positions first. So the 6 blue side's minions were all focusing on the red side's first melee soldier. The soldiers on the red side randomly attacked the 3 melee soldiers on the blue side. One side has 6 minions focused on fire, and the other side is full of hatred and chaos. The red side will be the first to kill a minion. In fact, a wave of slow push lines has been formed towards the red side. If it is under your own advantage, this kind of slow push line will be formed. The posture will definitely be very happy. Because at level 3, he can ask the child to jump directly over the tower. But now, not to mention interfering with Crow's experience, he can't even interfere with Crow's replenishment. Such a slow line push actually saves Crow from the risk of being ganked by the excavator. The line exploded before the match started? MD. With such a bad posture, why do I feel like I can just go up and beat him up? Who has yellow urine? Give this bee upstairs a try. Do you really think professional players are all colored pens? You just look like a dork in front of Brother Hansheng. Isn't this just a casual beating on you? On the top lane, Li Hansheng used a little trick at the beginning to completely take the initiative in the top lane. Even if he was unwilling to do anything, he had no choice. Shen has no AoE damage and cannot quickly push the line, so naturally there is no way to reset the line. However, since Li Hansheng is so cautious, it seems to reflect a possibility. Be careful in the bottom lane. The troops may use F4 and catch them in 2 levels. She immediately fed back the news to his teammates. If the troops would come to the road, Li Hansheng would not be so careful. When he handles the army line so carefully, there is a high probability that the jungler Candy will look for opportunities on other roads. After all, Centaur, a hero with sprinting, can pose a sufficient threat to the line at 2 levels. Especially now that both lanes will take down a group of wild monsters at the beginning. And under the premise that the ADC can quickly level up to 2 in the first wave of troops. The threat of men and horses to the bottom lane has skyrocketed. Okay. Rain, who was far away in the bottom lane, received this feedback. He was already level 2 and immediately learned Eagle Strike in the sky, in seconds. The value of Han Bingzi in the professional arena is immeasurable, as can be seen from the cooling time. The charging time of an ordinary small skill is as high as 90 seconds. It's because the effect of being able to detect the entire field of view is too buggy. Han Bing, who chose the Source Project skin, launched a drone towards the upper half of the jungle area of top. Wherever the drone passed, all the vision along the way was controlled by IG. Really, the sharp-beaked bird in the F4 pit has disappeared. But the Red Buff and Stone Man are still in the camp. The men and horses may really be captured, or they may be successful. Old song. Be careful. The child Yushin, who is also a jungler, speculated on the possible actions of the men and horses next based on the visual field information detected by IC. However, the commentators from God's perspective can see it clearly. The Centaur did not go to the lower half, but after finishing F4, they moved closer to the second tower in the middle, as if they knew in advance that Han Bing would throw E into the upper half to detect the field of vision, and waited until Han Bing's E disappeared. After that, the Centaurs returned to the wild area to get the red buff. Candy's behavior mean that? Guan Ziyuan's eyes widened. That he wants to be caught by Super 3? Wow. It's so gloomy. This wave. Han Bing used E to illuminate the upper half of the area at the beginning, but he didn't see the men and horses, which means that from the perspective of the IG players, it is impossible for the men and horses to appear on the top road. The illusion gives correct inferences. The director also quickly switched the shots back and forth between the middle and lower channels. You can see that whether it is Rookie or the duo in the bottom lane, they are all deliberately releasing the lane instead of pushing it. This is obviously to guard against the gank of the Centaur. Judging from the reactions of online players, it can also be seen that IG obviously thinks that the Centaur will be active in the lower half. As for whether there will be excavation opportunities, please, the entire LPL knows that in the eyes of a child, there is only one path in Summoner's Rift. And that is the middle path. There is only one teammate in his eyes. And that is rookie Song Yijin. Children's Yushin recognizes rookie's strength. After all, being able to take him and ZZ, a pair of cheating twins, into the World Championship is the best proof of rookie's strength. And he also stole a trick from Benji in Paris. The middle road is the father. What's wrong with helping the strongest person on the team? Don't say I won't help you, Gank. If you are strong enough, won't I come? If you want to help, just help the strongest one. This is the way of ninja of the child Yushin. Really? In order to avoid the Ice's E, Candy's speed in clearing the jungle was delayed a bit. He was clearly clearing the 3 groups of wild monsters in the upper half of the area quickly. But he was stunned to see that the progress of clearing the wild monsters was about the same as that of a child. When the centaurs finished brushing the stone men, the excavator had just finished brushing the 3 wolves, and was ready to brush the frog concubine in blue buff. The child Yushin keeps cutting the screen to look at the middle lane. Obviously, he just wants to go to the middle lane to gank. Even if Vampire is not a good match for junglers, it doesn't matter to him. Even if you can't catch him to death, it's still good to help force out skills and lower the opponent's status so that Rookie can further suppress the opponent in the lane. Let's look at the troop line on the top road. At this time, the place where the 2 sides' military lines converge happens to be on the top road closer to the grass on the red side's line. Shin is far away from his own defense tower. This left enough pursuit distance for Top Winnow. Facing this line of troops, a normal top laner would be scared and anxious. But the posture was not very panic. It was all because of the wrong information brought to them by the Ice at the beginning, which led them to make wrong judgments. From the perspective of posture, the man and horse are in the lower half. Although his line of troops is not good now, he is very safe. Moreover, Li Hansheng played very smoothly at the beginning, using basic attacks to replenish the tail knife without excessive suppression. Shin's blood volume was very healthy. Seeing that the men and horses have arrived in the triangular grass on the road, the corners of Li Hansheng's mouth raised slightly. Xiang Renjie, what are you waiting for? Hurry up! Don't rush! Don't rush! It's coming! The men and horses walked directly out of the triangular grass. When Shin saw the men and horses from the field of vision arranged in the river grass, it was already too late. As soon as the sprint started, the men and horses moved very fast. And then, destructive charge started again. And the movement speed of the men and horses soared again. Holy shit! He was startled by the sudden appearance of the men and horses. Help me! Kid! The men and horses are on top! The crows on the front have already begun to cross the line of soldiers and chase Shin's constant A. But Li Hansheng has no promiscuity skills. And the men and horses have adjusted their positions, stacked E to 100 levels, raised their horseshoes and kicked Shin back. The posture is trying to use E, esoteric, shadow binding, to offset the knockback effect of Centaur E. But he was still kicked back. However, he still used Q to summon Soul Blade to his side first, and then activated the W sword array to offset the flat A of Centaur and Crow. Harm. Although the Centaur and the horse cannot draw A to cause damage, it does not affect the Centaur and the horse to use Q to cause damage. And the Crow has also caught up and handed E, suffering and torment, first. The effect of the current version of Crow E is to strengthen the damage, causing continuous damage to the enemy. And within 4 seconds, all damage caused to the enemy will be increased by a percentage. These damages include flat A and skills. In the enhancement of version 6.9, the AP bonus of this skill has been increased from 0.8 to 1.0. It originally required full level E to obtain a 20% damage increase, but now all levels can obtain a 20% damage increase. Immediately afterwards, the Crow releases Q, Evil Crow Attack, again. The Crow's Q is to summon crows within a range to attack the enemy. Once the enemy walks out of this range, it will not take damage. But the range of Q is a full 350 yards. And the Q will also cause a slowing effect. Li Hansheng also put Q in detail on Shin's only way to retreat. If Shin wants to retreat in a straight line, he must take the full damage of Q. The posture stuck by the red buff can't escape at all. The number of Centaur Q, Rampage, stacks has reached 2. Doesn't the posture still flash? Guan Ziyuan was surprised. Because Crow hasn't handed over W yet. Chi Wan explained at the side. He wants to use Flash to avoid Crow's control. But the problem is that he is so far away from the defense tower now. If crows and centaurs just stick to him and draw A, they can kill him. Right. Guan Ziyuan felt very dissatisfied with Sisterly. This is what the authorities are confused about. But the onlookers know clearly. When players encounter complex situations on the court, their brains need to process too much information. And sometimes they make this kind of mistake. When the blood volume dropped to less than half, the posture realized that he had to flash back quickly. He quickly flashed away and tried to run back. But the crow decisively engaged Flash with W, Crow's Claw binding, and a giant raven claw emerged from the ground to imprison Shin in place. The men and horses who had not yet dissipated the sprinting effect quickly followed up, and continued to use AQ. The red buff will continuously slow down, while the crow will continue to pursue A. First blood. The first blood was collected by the crow. Beautiful! Sister Zhou let out her voice and shouted. Noob successfully got first blood. Both Guan Ziyuan and Qi Huan were startled by her. They were stunned for a long time before they came back to their senses and answered. Indeed. The instantaneous burst of the IG lineup does not do much damage. Facing a form-fattened crow, they might not be able to handle it. No. After asking the horses to help quickly push the line into the tower, Li Hansheng took out the lunch box that had been renamed Eternal Catalyst Stone as soon as he returned home. In version 6.9, the effect of the lunch box has also been modified. The effect of the old version of the lunch box is that it will restore a certain amount of blood and mana each time it is upgraded. But now it has become convert 15% of the damage caused to enemy heroes into mana, and consume 25% of the mana to restore health, up to a maximum of 15 health per skill. The director also immediately announced the properties of the lunch box. Wow! This equipment has become more suitable for fattened heroes, commentators exclaimed. Inflicting damage to restore mana, consuming mana to restore blood. Isn't this a perpetual motion machine? The crow's skill characteristics perfectly match this equipment and the Staff of Time to be synthesized later. What a good version! Li Hansheng couldn't help but sigh. Mainly, this version is really too perfect for some heroes. The price of the Staff of Time has been reduced from the original 3,000 yuan to 2,600 yuan. And the synthesis formula of the Central Asian Hourglass has changed from Prospector Arm Guard plus Useless Big Stick to Prospector Guard Arm plus Demon Codex. The total price has dropped from 3,500 yuan to 2,900 yuan. Although the AP bonus has been reduced a lot, it also has an additional 10% cooling reduction. Moreover, for many heroes, coming out of Central Asia is not about the AP bonus of Central Asia at all, but more about the invincibility effect of Central Asia to help them avoid the opponent's highest wave of bursts, thereby ensuring their own safety. Immortal, as long as a hero like Crow is not instantly killed. Zhongya's health will quickly recover as soon as he stands in the crowd. Unfortunately, these two pieces of equipment are also the core equipment of Crow. The Crow's numerical value has been comprehensively enhanced. Now the effect of the core equipment is more in line with the hero's positioning, and the total price has been reduced by 1,000 yuan. According to the normal money-making speed of professional players, the average economy is about 400 per minute. This price reduction of 1,000 yuan is equivalent to making the strong period of the Crow's two-piece set come 2.5 minutes earlier, allowing the Crow to follow the team to do things in advance. I feel like it's hard for me to die this time. Li Hansheng set a small flag for himself. Extraction go out. Get another blood. Develop without pressure. This Crow is destined to be rich. What the IG lineup lacks is an instant burst. He didn't even know who could give him death. When Li Hansheng returned to the city to replenish equipment, he was so good at it. The child Yushin also launched a wave of attacks on the middle lane. At this time, Vampire's disadvantage of not being able to cooperate with his teammates became apparent. Syndra was obviously pushing the line, and the excavator was also able to get around it perfectly. But when the excavator used East displacement to get close to Syndra, it was interrupted by Syndra's second QE backhand. The vampire was unable to provide any effective control at all, and could not even slow down. The two could only watch Syndra retreat calmly. But S6IG, Li Hansheng, estimates that all the routines they train in daily training matches revolve around how to help the mid lane open up the situation. Since one excavator is not enough, then let's have another bullhead. 5 minutes. After returning home, Baolan's Nyoto seized an opportunity and followed the child's wandering spirit to the middle. Although Gao Dui still beautifully interrupted Nyoto's W with E. But since his Q skill is in CD, he cannot produce the stun effect without the dark ball. The bullhead was only briefly repulsed. And without E, the excavator can smoothly approach Syndra, and directly use E plus to flash two super long distance movements to Syndra's feet. W, Earth Break, knocks Syndra into the air. The vampire who starts sprinting has already prepared the red angry Q. A red angry Q plus a fully charged E will deal all the damage. The moment Syndra was about to land, Nyoto also decisively flashed Q to regain control again. IG nose hook both flashed and the vampire sprinted. and he forcibly killed Syndra in the middle. Rookie is the only one in the middle of the LPL who can enjoy this kind of treatment. Right. Chi Huan joked with a smile. It's really because his teammates forced him to take the lead at all costs. Because Rookie is worthy of their trust. And only Rookie is trustworthy on IG. Guan Ziyuan hesitated for a moment. And then said this. IG's no matter the cost is really no matter the cost. The bullhead appears in the middle lane. And the Rain Emperor in the bottom lane becomes an orphan. Top will naturally not miss this good opportunity. Jin plus Karma easily pushed their troops into the tower quickly. By the time the Rain Emperor wanted to retreat to the autistic grass, the troops had already completed their retreat. And the top 3 easily killed Han Bing under the tower. With both sides missing one person. No one could move the first dragon first. The first little dragon is very face-saving. It is a fire dragon. Both sides are eager to win this elemental dragon that directly increases damage. But, in the end, IG took the lead. Li Hanqing's TP on the road is still on CD. And after reaching level 6, Shen Yu's ultimate move can support the front at any time. IG used this to take down the first fire dragon. After the fire dragon was killed, the fire element symbol appeared again on the canyon wall, which also indicated that the next one would still be a fire dragon. If IG can successfully control the dragons, with a few more fire dragons, they won't seem to be too short of damage. Li Hansheng is on the road and fighting duel. With the improvement of equipment and level, he is almost like Shen in the face of unilateral killing. No way. The damage dealt by Shen, a hero, is really not high, and it does not pose any threat to him at all. His perfect first move was W to imprison Shen. And then his EQ was combined with the talent he carried, Touch of Dark Fire, which continuously consumed Shen's health. But he soon discovered something was wrong. Shen would rather be chased and beaten, but held E firmly, instead of using E to distance himself. When something went wrong, there must be a monster. Li Hansheng ran back immediately. But a huge magic crystal arrow flew towards him from outside the screen, and its flight path predicted his retreat. Hack! The other side is coming to catch me! Li Hansheng cursed. But he did not stop the operation on his hands. He immediately turned around to avoid being immobilized by the ice move. But this also gives Shen the opportunity to get closer to each other. Shen directly handed over E, forcibly taunted him, and used Q, Second Truth. Dusk Blade summons the Soul Blade to the side and passes through the crow's body. Firstly, it will slow down. And secondly, it can get additional damage bonus. And the next second, vampires, ice, and bullheads have rushed over. Catch the 4 of them! Guan Ziyuan shouted. Can IG catch the crow in this wave? Han Bing used W, thousands of arrows, to slow down the crow, while Vampire directly handed over R and Q and then started to charge E. Nyoto WQ came over twice. And IG everyone unleashed all the bursts. Li Hansheng is not panic. He immediately activated R, Evil Crow Possession. Immediately, ravens kept flying out of the crow's body, hitting the enemies beside him, and then flying back into the crow's body. Every time a raven poured into the crow's body, the crow could recover a certain amount of blood. And when equipped with the Rod of Time, it would consume mana. The effect of restoring health makes the crow's health look very healthy. And it's accompanied by a ding sound. At the moment when he was about to be hit by the bull's head, the crow transformed into a little golden man on the spot. Not only to avoid being hit by the bull's head, but also to avoid the vampire's fully charged E. After the end of Central Asia, everyone at IG discovered that they had finally knocked out nearly half of the crow's blood. During the duration of Central Asia, the crow's blood volume recovered to more than 2/3. Noob! Is he going to fight back? Chi Huan's eyes widened, and he shouted in disbelief. He's going to fight 1 against 4? The audience at the scene screamed when they saw the scene. Immediately after the golden body ends, ice and vampires take the opportunity to output, especially after the ice stack reaches 4 layers of Q. Turn on Q Archer Focus, and every time you draw the bow, you can shoot a shower of arrows, which matches the special effects of the Shangyuan plan. The effect looks pleasing to the eye. And after landing, Crow backhand hangs E on Han Bing, and puts Q at Han Bing's feet, and backhand draws A to attack Han Bing. Then he used W to try to control Han Bing, but was dodged by Han Bing. This crow is so resistant! Sister Joe sighed. The 4 IG people have been surrounding the crow for a long time, but they just can't kill the crow completely. But, in the end, Li Hansheng failed to remain immortal. No way. His blue bar was empty, and the initial ignition of the bull head prevented him from recovering the highest amount of health in Central Asia. This is also the drawback of the old version of Crow. The old version of Crow's ultimate move can theoretically be activated as long as you have enough mana. But unfortunately, there is not enough mana. And the old version of Crow's ultimate move will be affected by the serious injury buff. Instead of being activated like the later versions after the redesign, the serious injury effect will be ignored during the ultimate move. And no matter how hard it is strengthened, the Crow is still positioned as a Fatten. And the damage is not that high. Even if his operation is maxed out, he can't counterattack. However, Li Hansheng glanced at the small map and joked directly. You won't be able to take it. Right. I've already disabled them all. The 4 people who were surrounded by IG and beat up Li Hansheng basically all had residual health. Only Shin, who was wearing a meat suit, had more than half of his health. The Centaurs and Syndra, who both started sprinting, came to the front of the battlefield the moment the Crow fell. The Centaur used a big move to force out the vampire's W, fearing the other 3. Ah Shui, who was on foot to support the wild area, directly activated R, perfect curtain call, at the extreme distance, knelt down on one knee, raised the sniper rifle in his hand, and started sniping. Model. Bio. A bullet accurately hit the vampire, who had finished his W blood pool escape. At this time, Syndra also flashed forward R, and then he sent out a wave of goddess scattered flowers, which directly stunned 4 people. Wei Shen is very decisive. This wave of Tianyu Sanhua does not seek to hurt people, but only wants to retain people. Huan shouted excitedly. If IG is going to suffer this wave, we will see how many can escape. There is also intense communication within the IG team. The child Yushin who failed to reach the front shouted directly. Hurry up and sell yourselves to let Old Song go. Old Song cannot die. Rookie really couldn't die. And he also had a flash to successfully distance himself. But Han Bing was crushed to death by Syndra's Q followed by W grabbing the ball while being stunned. And the remaining health of the bull's head was taken away by a bullet from Jin in the distance. As for Shin, Jin's 4 super bullet caused deceleration and cut off most of Shin's health. You must know that in order to be able to withstand the pressure of facing the Crow, Shin prioritizes magic resistance equipment. Faced with the terrifying damage of the armor-piercing Jin, he simply cannot withstand it. The man who made 3 items early will take away Shin's head with just a Q. 1 for 3. Wow! I think if IG is given another choice, they will never choose to kill this Crow. Guan Ziyuan kept shaking his head. In his opinion, IG was losing blood. They must have underestimated the damage and tankiness of the Crow after strengthening it. Hallucination can only be explained in this way. After all, professional players are not gods. Although Crow has been strengthened, he is still an unpopular hero. It is normal for the calculation of damage to be biased. IG is so bad. Why are you targeting my cute Han Sheng brother? Like targeting brother Han Sheng? Then kill you all. This wave can only be said to be IG Shirliji. It's so difficult to deal with Crows now. How can we deal with Crows when their green armor comes out? After this wave, everyone at IG also had a huge headache. The 2-piece set of Crows is so difficult to deal with. How can they still play when the Crows have more and more equipment? Will he really let a Crow chase 5 of his own people? Due to the characteristics of the hero, the damage capability of Centaur is higher than that of Excavator in the middle and late stages, which can barely be regarded as AC. Moreover, Karma's group shield plus bird shield. The 2 group shields can directly defeat the vampires. First, the wave burst was cancelled out. IG's lineup lacks output the further it goes to the back. This is also the reason why they took the risk to catch Li Hansheng from the side. The main reason is that they don't want this unfathomable Crow to continue to develop without pressure. And they want to interrupt Li Hansheng's development rhythm. Unexpectedly, he lost blood instead. There is no way. The situation has become like this. They have to fight hard. However, they were not completely without capital. Taking advantage of the support characteristics of Shin's ultimate move, they controlled the first 2 fire dragons. And the third one was still a fire dragon. If they can really get the 3 fire dragons and get a 24% panel bonus, they won't be so short of damage. The fierce battle between the 2 sides on the top lane actually accelerated the game, because both sides surrendered a large number of summoner skills, making it easier for both sides to find opportunities in the future. The game was only 20 minutes old, and the head count was already 10 to 18. Top took the lead in heads and money, but IG managed to hold on to the situation with the help of double fire dragons and possibly 3 fire dragons. Li Hansheng's Crows already had luxurious statistics of 726. As the time reaches 24 minutes, the 3rd dragon is about to be refreshed, and the 2 sides start a fierce battle for vision around the dragon. In the process of fighting for the field of view, Yuan Hanbing decisively reached the Mingling Karma first. Candy originally just wanted to go over to respond, but he did not expect that IG was actually a group of 5 people, and was directly hit by Shenzi flash taunt. And the bullhead was hit. To make up for the control, Candy was forced to stay too. It's so dangerous for soft assistants to do vision, and there's no way around it. IG has seized this opportunity perfectly. Both Top Yafu are dead. How will IG make a choice? Guan Ziyuan raised his voice and shouted. There are still about 10 seconds before the fire dragon is refreshed. Should they continue to wait or go and fight the Baron? The IG on the field quickly gave the answer. The whole team headed to the dragon pit as a group. It took them more than 10 seconds to rush the dragon and then return to the fire dragon. After all, Nosuk's resurrection time at this time was more than 30 seconds, including the time spent on the road. It would take more than 40 seconds. Come to Xylom King. They can definitely eat the big dragon first and then the fire dragon. Eating both. You can fight if you can. Li Hanxing just spoke, but 2 other voices sounded in his voice. Gao Dui and Ah Shui also made the same judgment almost at the same time. The 3 of them looked at each other and smiled. And the team's tacit understanding was reflected at this moment. It seems that Top is now missing 2 key figures. But in fact it doesn't matter at all. On IG's side, the 2 key ultimate moves of Vampire and Ice have been used. The ultimate moves of Shen, Nyoto and Excavator have no damage ability at all, and they don't even have any control effect. Without the ultimate move, a vampire's ability to cause damage is simply useless. And Han Bing's lack of control of the ultimate move will also lack a key life-saving means. As long as there is room for maneuver, it means that the outcome of the team battle has not yet been determined. And it's also Li Hanxing's confidence in his own equipment. He has the Staff of Time, the Hourglass of Central Asia, 3 speed shoes, the Ice Staff, and the luxurious 4-piece set of green armor in hand. Of course, it looks very luxurious. But in fact the equipment is cheap for about 2,000 yuan. But for Li Hanxing, this is enough. This is already the moment when his combat effectiveness is strongest. Crow is a typical hero in the midterm. If it gets to the later stage, he will fall into an embarrassing situation of insufficient damage. For example, he already has a 4-piece set in hand, and finally adds 1. It's nothing more than choosing between a Dharma stick or a hat. Even if he could do it, it wouldn't make his combat effectiveness improve qualitatively. Moreover, the opponent has not yet had time to repair serious injuries. Open your horizons! Li Hanxing commanded. Ah Shui shined his blue jewelry in the dragon pit. IG's damage was average, and the speed of beating the dragon was also average. The blue jewelry was quickly dropped by IG, but Li Hanxing and others had already obtained enough information. Ah Shui opens up to suppress the opponent's health. Li Hanxing spoke again. Ah Shui's Jin was already standing next to his F4 and activated his ultimate move. Why is there a saying that a dragon ruins a life? Because the dragon not only causes AoE damage, but also has some effects similar to heroes' skills. For example, a tentacle will suddenly emerge and knock you away, or the crushing of corrosion will reduce your double resistance. Jin's first bullet went in, and the opponent deliberately made Nyoto, Shen and Excavator form a human wall. But Top was not in a hurry to step forward and was still observing. Noob and Wei Shen seemed to be looking for a perfect time to enter the battlefield. Now the dragon still has about half health. The anxious situation on the field made the commentators dare not speak too loudly, as if they were afraid of affecting the performance of both players on the field. The audience at the scene also watched with bated breath the fierce battle that was about to take place on the field. Bio! Jin's second bullet shot into the dragon pit again. It can be seen that the blood volume of the dragon has been reduced to about 3,000. Li Hanxing's brain was running rapidly to calculate IG's kill line against Baron. He deliberately waited until the dragon entered the killing line before rushing in. After all, in this case, IG will be faced with a difficult choice: kill the dragon in seconds or kill first. Even the Vision team, which has a perfect tacit understanding, will have disagreements and confusion when faced with such a decision. What's more, the IG team is ranked last in the LPL in terms of tactical execution. Go! A simple sentence. Jin fired a third bullet to help open up the field of vision. Li Hanxing activated his ultimate move without hesitation and walked towards the dragon pit. Force him! Force him back! Second dragon first. Second dragon first. Second dragon kills again! Faced with Li Hanxing's sudden intrusion, the voice in the IG team fell into chaos as he expected. Some people want to deal with Li Hanxing first, while others want to deal with Long Long second. In fact, The best solution is to deal with the second dragon, because Li Hansheng and the others simply don't have enough damage to kill him instantly. Nyoto tried to push him away with W. Buzz. The crow handed over the flash and passed by the bullhead, and rushed directly into the IG crowd. Ravens are constantly flying from the crow's body to the enemy, and then pouring into the crow's body, as if they are constantly drawing nutrients from others for the crow to absorb. What's even more terrible is that when they killed Nosuke before, Nyoto had already used up his ignite, and their only skill that could give the crow the serious injury buff was also used. At this time, IG had no means to limit the crow's blood-sucking. Combined with the super deceleration effect of the ice staff, all 5 IG people will be stuck. Li Hansheng directly threw both E and Q towards the ice, causing a huge deceleration effect. And just then, a dramatic scene happens. Due to being slowed down by Li Hansheng, Han Bing was unable to get out of the range of Baron Nash's tentacles and was directly knocked into the air. Li Hansheng took advantage of the opportunity to add W and lock the ice in place. Shin quickly used his ultimate move to Han Bing in an attempt to protect his own shooter. Han Bing was the core output they most relied on in their lineup. Bio! Jin's 4 super bullet also came out in response, accurately hitting the remaining blood ice. Even with the shield given by Shin's ultimate move, he still couldn't resist the terrifying killing damage of Jin's 4th bullet. Han Bing! Han Bing is dead. The dragon has 2,000 health left. Can IG save the dragon? Guanzi Yuan shouted excitedly, not daring to blink for fear of missing any key details. At this time, Gao Di also hit AQ very insidiously. He deliberately used Q against the wall on the edge of the dragon, so that a large part of the dark sphere was hidden in the wall. IG's attention was now on the dragon, and no one noticed this at all. Moreover, before approaching the Daolong pit, Gao Di released his Q twice in advance. With his full W level, he grabbed 2 dark orbs. He first used a weak retreat to stun Shin and the excavator in place, and then followed with W and R. Q brings a magic ball. W knocks down 2 magic balls, plus the 3 magic balls surrounding him. A total of 6 dark magic balls hit the excavator at the same time. This set of terrifying explosions directly beat the excavator to blood, and combined with the AoE damage of the crow, the excavator was directly killed. The child god is dead. Neither side has a jungler. At this time, the number of people on both sides was finally equal, but the combat effectiveness was not at the same level at all. Jin quickly drove Yu Meng to the edge of the battlefield with 3-speed shoes. After chasing Nyoto Ping A 3 times, Ashue said directly, "Help me lower the blood volume of the big dragon, and I can kill it directly." Hear this. Syndra made a direct Q, and Crow also placed Q at the feet of the dragon. Rookie's eyes widened, and he saw Top's intention. He quickly charged up E and added a red angry Q to try to grab it. But how could Jin, who deliberately kept the 4th bullet, sit back and watch the dragon be snatched away by others? Jin directly uses Q plus the 4th bullet. Jin's 4th bullet has killing damage. At this moment, he is the one with the highest instant damage on the field. Baron Nash finally turned into a green light and poured into the bodies of the 3 of them, turning into a buff to provide additional attribute bonuses to the 3 of them. Shiba! Rookie closed his eyes in despair, knowing that the situation was over. The crow whose ultimate move is still active is like a world-destroying demon running rampant among the crowd. Although the damage is not too high, the various slowdowns stick to you and prevent you from getting away. In the end, all IG members were killed near the Daolong pit. Li Hansheng scored 4 kills, and only Han Bing's head was taken off by Jin. In this case, it cannot be counted as a K. After all, no one knows how the team battle will develop, and it is even more impossible to predict that Li Hansheng will win later. 4 heads. Top immediately launched a wave of 3-on-5 team killing and grabbed the Baron. Wow! The scene was immediately in an uproar, and such an exciting scene attracted constant cheers and screams from the audience. Oh my god! Is it really just 3 against 5? Guanzi Yuan was completely dumbfounded. It's 3 against 5. If you have these 3 CS, what more can you ask for? The hallucinogenic words began in a sophisticated manner. The 3 CS of top are really the 3 CS that can create all miracles. Noob's Crow is too fierce. Sister Zhou also kept exclaiming. Wei Shen and Jack also cooperated perfectly. The 3 of them cooperated with each other tacitly to bring us a classic miracle team where less defeated more. Ale? Is this Crow really immortal? Is IGNT? Can it beat the Baron? He must have come out to kill first. Laughing to death. Are you going to kill this crow with its head? Do you understand the value of Brother Han Sheng's magical crow costume? This crow uses his ultimate move and stands in the IG crowd, making it impossible for you to kill him even if you beat him for 10 seconds. I say this is the strongest domestic 3C. Who agrees? Who objects? If you ask me, Top could just straighten Jack up. I think this performance is no worse than that of a little bitch. Nima, who is the vampire? Why do I feel like this crow is more vampire than a vampire? The barrage also completely exploded. After getting the Baron, Top took advantage of the trend to win the newly refreshed Fire Dragon, which cut off IG's desire to have 3 Fire Dragons and almost ruined IG's only hope of a comeback. Without the bonus of the 3 Fire Dragons, their damage would not be enough to deal with this crow. Top, whose lineup was already more advantageous in the later stage, was not in a hurry and slowly split pushed. When it came to choosing the last piece of equipment, Li Hansheng chose a hat. The changes in version 6.9 have increased the AP bonus of all Crow's skills. In this case, the hat that provides a huge amount of panel AP is the most direct equipment to increase the damage. The income from magic penetration is not high. Li Hansheng only needs to maintain his threat to vampires and ice. As for the other 3 tank heroes, it doesn't matter how much magic resistance equipment they have. It is not his turn to deal with the front row. After replenishing a round of equipment, Top directly pushed forward in a group in the middle. Crow, who got the Lucian outfit in less than 30 minutes. No one can stop his progress. IG actually knows that the situation is over, but you still have to put up some decent resistance. But how to keep it? One disadvantage of the vampire mid laner is the lack of line clearing ability. The vampire's hands are not very long. If you want to use these AoE to clear troops, you have to get close to the line. This will lead to opportunities being seized. The moment the vampire stepped forward to clear the troops, Gao Dui Syndra directly smashed 2 orbs with W and then E, hoping to stun the vampire. Rookie reacted quickly and immediately handed over W to avoid being stunned. But Nosuk, who stepped forward to cover him, was stunned in place. Nyoto opened R to release the control, but the excavator was directly taken away by Syndra's burst. The crow, who activated his ultimate move, once again transformed into the demon god of destruction and rushed straight to the high ground, ignoring the defense towers. Finally, Top pushed the IG base in a wave. Set the game time at 27 minutes. Chapter 157. What about this permutation and combination? Congratulations to Top for winning the first round. Guan Ziyuan shouted at a deliberately high volume. That's right. Chi Huan smiled and answered. We can see in this game that the two sides were fighting almost from beginning to end, which is also in line with the characteristics of the two teams. In our impression, IG is a team that is not very rigorous in its tactical execution, and will play tricks with you if they disagree. Fortunately, Top also likes to fight. The game between the two fighting teams is full of blood. This is also in line with the designer's expectations for version changes. Guan Ziyuan said, the enhancement of map resources gives the team more reasons to fight in the early stage, and the combat power bonus brought by the Elemental Dragon is considerable. In the past, when choosing an early lineup, I was worried about not having a late stage. But if you are lucky and get a few Fire Dragons, even the early lineup will be just as effective in the late stage. Letting the teams play more aggressively is indeed Riot's ultimate dream. Boring operations can bring championships, but they cannot attract more viewers and increase ratings for League of Legends games. Riot has been committed to deploying professional competitions around the world and building League of Legends into a long-lasting esports project like CS:GO. Ratings are the basic guarantee for the league to continue to operate. Apparently, after the introduction of Elemental Dragon in version 6.9, the powerful increase brought by Elemental Dragon has indeed made the early stage of the game less boring. At least the number of lane changes has plummeted, and everyone is playing in the lane honestly. And Li Hansheng knows that in order to encourage online blood swaps, duels, and make jungle ganks more frequent, and to completely eliminate lane switching games, Riot will introduce the First Blood Tower bounty mechanism in version 6.15. After the First Blood Tower mechanism was introduced, it was called the Real Dance of Demons. I saw a lot of kills from both sides, but in fact the rhythm of the game was still under the control of Top. Sister Joe did not forget to praise Li Hansheng, especially the new crow. It is really scary. I feel like the opponent is completely you can't kill him. Ha! Indeed, there are many heroes that have been changed and enhanced in 6.9. I still hope that more players will be brave enough to come up with new heroes like New, so that the game will be more enjoyable to watch. The players on the field have returned to the backstage. In the IG lounge, Su Xiaoluo watched the team members come back one after another with an expressionless face. He doesn't understand. The club spent money to buy so many players. Why can't it win? IG's current first-team staff can quickly gather enough players to start a football team. Don't give Song Yijin a hero who can't do anything in the early stage. Give him a more proactive lineup, Su Xiaoluo emphasized to his coach in an almost commanding tone. Slapping the table. He has always liked to intervene in the team's BP. Not only that, he looked at the players again and said, Tabe and Marge will play in the next game. Tabe and IG have a certain connection. After all, in ancient times, before Principal One acquired IG, this team was called CCM. At that time, Tabe and Grandpa Lu were both members of CCM. But after Principal Wang's acquisition, both Grandpa Lu and Tabe were kicked out. The introduction of PDD and the discovery of Gemini gave birth to the IG team from ancient times. From this perspective, there is indeed an inextricable relationship between Tabe and IG. The more recent one is nothing more than Tabe, the esports player from last year's S5, who announced the lineup that IG would choose in advance on the commentary desk. Even if it was later proven that when Tabe was talking about the lineup, the two sides on the court were BPing, and there was no way the other side could hear what Tabe said. But S5 is a shame to the entire LPL region. But any person or team involved will become a vent for the audience in the region. Titles such as Trader and Esports Boss were attached to Tabe. As a result, he couldn't continue his live broadcast, and had no choice but to go to IG to come back again. Li Hansheng remembers that his performance in IG's comeback was very poor, due to his age. But Tabe performed quite well in the coaching position. Marge is the new ADC discovered by Su Xiaoluo. A rough calculation shows that IG originally had Rain, Time, and Coco in the spring split. But now they have introduced Tabe, Marge, Ben, and Sapphire in the summer split. There are actually 7 players in the bottom lane of a team, 3 ADCs, and 4 assists. Considering that Time is now in a semi-retired state, the focus is on live broadcasting. It's equivalent to 2 ADCs with 4 assists. No wonder Su Xiaoluo wanted to intervene in the arrangement of players. He bought so many people, and had to find the best combination when playing with permutations. But his behavior looks more like he's trying to catch a mole. In the second game, IG made personnel adjustments. The bottom lane duo was completely replaced. Newcomer Marge was paired with veteran Tabe. There was still no personnel change on top side. Jackie Love and Ming were still in the bottom lane. Guanzi Yuan changed the personnel. The news will be told to the audience immediately. Laughing to death, Su Xiaoluo is a real genius. He can arrange a new bottom lane combination in every game. Who came up with this tactic? Is the team getting along well? A different combination appears in each game. Thank you IG veteran for accompanying Top in training. Jack and Xiaoming should really give IG a thumbs up for being so cooperative with them. F***CK? This angle is really tricky. Why didn't I think of pinching? Ashuda joked wildly in the voice message. Damn it! IG is giving too much face to my buddies. Isn't it? This is because they are afraid that we can't beat the opponent in the bottom lane. Hee. Ming also smiled. If you don't perform well, I will be sorry for IG's substitution decision. Ahem. Bai Yue coughed awkwardly, put his hand on Ashue's shoulder, and squeezed it twice. You win, Ba. Please calm down. As a coach, Bai Yue naturally has more things to consider than the players on the court. It seems that IG is very cooperative in training new people. But if Ashue performs too well or abuses the opponent's bottom lane too badly, IG will be really anxious, and will directly tell the story about Ashue's age. This is not good news for Top. After all, Ashue's incident depends on everyone's tacit understanding. Top is now heading towards the championship with great success. IG has no hope of rebuilding. Those who are barefoot are not afraid of wearing shoes. It doesn't do you any good to piss off IG. Soon the second BP of both sides started again. The focus of banning on IG's side is still on the top lane. And top side doesn't take too deliberate aim. Obviously just wanting to save some face for IG. In the end, the lineups of both sides were selected. Top is on the blue side, and IG is on the red side. On the road, Snake vs Rise. Jungle, Excavator vs Barrel. Middle, Karma vs Syndra. Bottom lane, Wilmom plus Brown vs Bullhead plus Easy. The posture is from mid lane to top lane, so it should be easier for him to adapt to a hero like Rise than other top laners. Guanzi Yuan analyzed. But the problem is that Snake Girl seems to be the choice to counter Rise. Right. Especially in version 6.9. Snake Girl's W has been strengthened. Now you can't use any displacement skills while standing within the range of Snake Girl's W. Another point is that Snake Girl can no longer buy any footwear equipment, and others will be occupied by shoes. It's a valuable equipment slot, and Snake Girl can really achieve the true Six Gods outfit in the later stages. Version 6.9 also deletes the enchantment function of shoes, which greatly reduces the role of the shoes in the later stage. But you still can't sell them. After all, the movement speed effect provided by the shoes is difficult to get back from other equipment. The Snake Girl who can make perfect use of 6 equipment grids can indeed be regarded as being strengthened in the late stage. Hallucination made another point. We all know that on MSI not long ago, Noob used Snake Girl to perform a reverse or flash operation. If I remember correctly, I didn't see it in the last 2 version update announcements. The announcement said that restoration has been carried out, which means that this one may see a classic reappearance. Li Hansheng is quite looking forward to the posture bringing him some pressure on the line. After all, the posture is also that of a talented mid laner. Now that I get this kind of mid lane hero, I should be able to play better than his tanks and warriors. Right? Can. Li Hansheng felt that he still had a high regard for her appearance. At the beginning, he frequently used Q skills to hit Ryze, and even successfully grabbed 2, forcing Ryze's flash before the jungler came. Then Candy's excavator came to the top lane and directly flashed W top Fei Ruiz to help Li Hansheng get the first blood. 1 blood, 1 gain, 1 troop line card. The top lane is completely unplayable. After reaching level 6, Li Hansheng once again recreated a classic reverse R flash to freeze Ryze and kill him alone. This way down the road, Shui and Ming had already restrained themselves from fighting. But there is no way. The pairing of Marge and Tade, the older one, the younger one. Tade has experience in the competition, but can't keep up with the operation, while Marge is a clueless youngster, and the 2 of them have never gotten along with each other. So naturally there is no tacit understanding. Shui and Ming knew each other in the pub game, and played together in duo queue before they became professionals. The tacit understanding between them was extraordinary. This is also the reason why Bai Yueyao wants these 2 people to be paired together. Not only are they younger, but there is also the issue of tacit understanding and running in. The only thing IG can count on is the middle lane, and the kid Yushin has been trying to help the middle lane open up the situation. But what Gao Dui got this time was Kalma. The steel-framed old woman stands out as a strong lane mixing ability. Anyway, she pushes the lane quickly in the early stage, and has a shield and acceleration. Rookie has no choice but to stand in the middle and worry, watching her teammates on the upper and lower lanes get beaten up by the opponent. Last year, there was Kakao who could help relieve some of the pressure. Now that Kakao is gone, the entire burden of the carry team falls on Rookie alone. Li Hansheng even bought the prop, Murder Book, after his Dark Seal rings reached 10 levels to snowball like crazy. There is a gap between the 2 teams in terms of personal strength. Although IG's Rookie in the middle can slightly suppress Gao Dui in terms of personal ability, the gap between IG's upper and lower jungle positions and the top is enough to even out the gap in the middle. And it also needs to overtake it by a lot. In the last 27 minutes, Top, who got the Baron buff, pushed forward in the middle. Li Hansheng, who was under the Highland Tower, once again used a reverse or flash to stun the other 4 people except Rookie. He pushed the IG base flatly and led his Murder Book full floor. Successful graduation. TSK. TSK. Rather than permutation and combination, I think IG should first determine a stable starting lineup. Another day of feeling sorry for Song Yijin. Every one of his teammates is a student. Principal Wang is so rich. If you ask me to buy all the top players except the mid laner, IG guarantees to take off immediately. Laughing to death. Can you afford it? Do you know who is the capital behind Top? The commentators also have the same view as the barrage. Guan Ziyuan said eloquently. We can understand IG's desire to rebuild and embark on the right path. But this kind of thing should not be rushed. Rushing for quick success will only make the team as a whole become more. If you're impatient, let's decide on a stable starting lineup first, and let the players develop a little tacit understanding first. After the game, Li Hansheng was pulled to the stage by the officials for an interview. The person interviewing him was still Yu Shuang, an old acquaintance. Yu Shuang was not wearing a cheongsam today, but a black work skirt and a pink shirt top, with the glasses she specially wore. She looked like a white-collar beauty working in various CBDs. She looked at Li Hansheng with a smile and asked, "How does it feel to be back on the LPL League stage again?" Li Hansheng smiled and said, "I miss it very much. It reminds me of the scene when I first went on stage. As we all know, men always remember their first time. I was so nervous and shy the first time, so..." There was a burst of shouts at the scene, obviously making fun of Li Hanqing's suspected driving behavior. Yu Shuang was also amused. It was not only Li Hansheng who had matured, but also her. It was impossible for her to be driven by Li Hansheng casually like in the beginning, and she would not be able to answer the question immediately. Having easily defeated IG 2 times in a row, I can see that all top members have maintained a good competitive state. Can you reveal your goals for the summer split? Then you still need to ask? Li Hansheng waved his hand, then raised his index finger. The goal is to get the number 1 seed in the Championship Plus S competition. Top is the spring champion and has the highest league points. The public is not sure whether they can win the summer split and become the number 1 seed. But what is certain is that as long as there is no internal strife in the top, such as a breakup in the middle and jungle, winning a place in the LPLS competition is not a problem. In the first week of the regular season, Top only had 1 game. It can be seen that the officials really gave them face and gave them enough rest time. On the first match day of the second week, Top faced a strong enemy in the group, Snake. As the only team in the LPL division with Vietnamese foreign players, Snake has attracted a lot of attention. Som's bandit-like playstyle in the jungle also attracted a lot of fans, and was nicknamed the Vietnamese Bandit by fans. You can see it from the hero selection in the summer split, because the version focused more on early fighting and helping to establish advantages online. The appearance rate of rhythmic junglers such as Excavators and Barrel's Sword, the living space of Kindred, Leopard Girl and Male Spear has been severely squeezed. After all, these 3 popular jungle heroes in the spring split have experienced weakening in multiple versions, and their strength in the jungle has gradually returned to normal. But Snake still got the male gun for Soft, and his online teammates also assigned him to invade. Hack! Why is this be in my jungle area? WD and MD. Doesn't this be have its own jungle area? Just focus on my jungle area. Right. Oldly. Help. Help. Away. Help. Help. Puff. Help. Help. After the whole game, I could hear Candy in the jungle wailing constantly. The main reason was that Soft often appeared in positions that no one expected. Obviously Candy judged that he was in the lower half of the jungle, but the next second Soft appeared in the upper half. The whole person has a tendency to play cards that don't follow the routine, which makes Candy very tortured. The jungle was uncomfortable, causing all 3 lines of top to be affected. Li Hanqing did have a scene advantage in the top lane, suppressing the knife and status, but the Soft M in the jungle put a lot of pressure on his lane, and he often ran to the top lane to give warnings. Li Hanqing was so fierce that he couldn't suppress him. But fortunately, Soft has limited energy after all. When Top realized that the focus of his activities was in the upper half, Top immediately started looking for opportunities in the bottom lane. Brother Crystal is still recuperating from his injury, and Snake's main ADC is still King Martin, facing the violent imp. Ding Huang was beaten very hard. Candy's Excavator came to the bottom lane and made a spiritual circle around the back and jumped the tower to help Imp get a double kill. After opening a breakthrough in the bottom lane, Som can no longer help the Holy Gun brother on the top lane without any thought, using Snake to focus on one thing and the other. The rhythm was chaotic, and Top launched a wave of attacks. Li Hansheng first crippled brother Holy Spear on the top lane, and Gao Dui in the middle lane came to take the kill. Then Candy came to the middle to help Gao Dui kill the opponent's Korean mid laner tank. After establishing an advantage online, Li Hansheng went to the jungle to engage in a wave of Som. You like TMs invading wild areas, don't you? I'll kill you. Som also stood out as a tough guy. Even though he was caught to death twice in a row in the jungle, he still wanted to fight back in the jungle without fear of death. Ale? Are Vietnamese junglers so stubborn? MD. Did we buy this? Buying a large number of people? Is this going to be delivered tomorrow? You laugh at Soft for taking food. Soft laughs at you for paying your mortgage. Zhuo Wu is a true J8 talent. A J8 Earthbound Korean mid laner is paired with an iron-headed Vietnamese jungler. The small Snake team actually has both Wulong and Feng Chu. If nothing else, at least the Snakes game was interesting. They were indeed playing with snakes. Haha. 2-0. Top still easily defeated the Snake team. One day later, they faced their third opponent in the same group. The newly promoted Team IM was renamed from EDG's second team EDE. The entire IM team is single-handedly selected by EDG. If EDG learns Korean-style operations as a defensive counterattack, it first bases itself on a solid defense, and then exploits the opponent's mistakes to seek counterattacks. IM is completely defensive, and this team has a turtle attribute. Only defense. No counterattack. They are the classic Widow Sick with 3 toolmen paired with 2 middle and bottom Cs. They don't take the initiative to find a rhythm. They just grind. Facing IM's Iron Barrel formation, Top also spent nearly 30 minutes and obtained 2 Baron buffs before reaching IM's high ground and winning the game. In the second game, Top learned its lesson and banned the 2C positions, Wheel Mom and Victor, which are quick to clear troops, so that IM cannot defend by clearing troops quickly. It really works. IM's defense does not mean that the team's overall coordination is in place, but that all members want to drag you down without thinking, and then use 1 or 2 points to clear troops quickly to achieve the purpose of defense. Top was also holding back his anger in the first game. It was really torturous to play against such a turtle team. The high ground was broken in just over 20 minutes. Don't worry. Don't worry. Let's kill another wave. Li Hansheng also got angry and stopped his teammates from directly demolishing the base. And everyone chose to return to the city. I killed another group of IMs before choosing to end the game. Top has won 3 consecutive victories. And the EDG team in Group B has also won 3 consecutive victories. Scout in the middle is playing better and better. And Mouse, who replaced Koro 1 in the top lane, has also played very steadily. These 2 teams are currently the 2 most dazzling teams in the LPL. It's another week of rest. In the third competition week, Top has 2 games. The opponent is the Dark Force OMG. Today's OMG basically doesn't have much connection with the light of the planet back then. Only the frozen sunset on the road, and the support 5 are old players who stayed back from that time. However, under the leadership of Icon in the middle and Smelzy in the bottom, they are quite competitive. But facing the top team with stronger overall strength, OMG could only surrender. June 11th. It is the last match day of the third match week, and Top faces the last opponent in the same group, Team Wii. During the spring split, we performed reasonably well. After a spring split, the tacit understanding and cooperation between this group of players has obviously reached a new level. But because Candy was poached by Top, we never got the best answer for the jungle position. But there is no way to explore other new junglers. And the second generation auxiliary Go Fei Zero, who was once the world runner-up in the bottom lane, has gradually declined in personal operation and competitive status as he gets older, and cannot keep up with his brother-in-law Mystic. This we gives people hope. But the problems at hand are also obvious. Nosic's strength is real, but the strength of the top, middle and bottom 3 is not enough to make up for the lack of strength in the team. It is reasonable to lose against the more powerful top. Still 2-0. Wow! Since losing to EDG in the cross-group match in the spring split, Top has not lost a game. Not even in a small game. Watanabe sitting in the commentary box shouted in disbelief. Who the hell is it? Only then can we defeat this top team? Haha. I think the cross-group showdown next game week is very promising. Miller continued. The 2 are obviously warming up for the cross-group showdown next week. EDG has not lost a game so far, but they lost a small game against RNG and Newbie. But it was enough to prove their hot state. And RNG followed closely behind with 4 wins and 1 loss. As the puppy and the team get closer, this Galaxy battleship slowly begins to show its power. That's right. The battle between Top, EDG, and RNG is definitely destined to be full of entertainment. Don't miss it when the time comes. Top ended the first cycle of its group stage with 2-0 in 5 games. And the team can finally take a short vacation. After completing the first intergroup round in the same group, cross-group duels will begin. The next game starts on June 23rd. This is equivalent to about 10 days of rest time, allowing the team members to relax. Chapter 158 Li Hansheng was killed alone? Top was wiped out by the group. As the time comes to mid-June, Shanghai is about to usher in the hottest 2 months of the year. Boys generally have a love-hate relationship with summer. After all, summer is the best time for girls, who are very confident in their figures, to show off their perfect curves. What's wrong with wearing clothes with less fabric in this weather? This is called freedom of dressing. Especially in an international first-tier metropolis like Shanghai. The most indispensable thing is young and beautiful girls. Subway stations, university campuses, and bustling business circles. Just order a cup of milk tea and find a shady spot where you can enjoy the most beautiful scenery bye-bye. In this kind of weather, if you cast an appreciative look, most girls won't care. Instead, they will feel that the hardships they usually endure to lose weight are not in vain. Isn't it just to attract the attention of the opposite sex? But it doesn't matter if the weather is too hot. In winter, you can wear 2 more layers if you feel cold. In summer, even if you take off your clothes, it's still useless. You'll still be hot when you need to. Another day to admire the inventor of air conditioning. It is clear that the sun is blazing outside, But with the high-power central air conditioner working, there is no trace of heat inside the top base. Li Hansheng was walking around the base with the two little ones he had picked up. Shuju and Fatty have become accustomed to the smell of everyone in the base, and they are no longer as wary of everyone as they were at the beginning, and dare not leave Li Hansheng's room. Now if Li Hansheng locked them in the room, they would stand by the door and call to him. His little eyes seemed to be expressing dissatisfaction. Stupid humans actually dare to hinder this cat from patrolling his territory? Fortunately, after Li Hansheng made special inquiries, he knew that no one in the base was allergic to cat hair. So he simply released the two cats and let them move around freely in the base every day. The cat litter box and the like were also taken out. This toy has a strong meaning, and taking it out actually lightens Li Hansheng's burden. It is obviously such a cute gadget, but I don't understand why it smells so strong. Shuju and Fatty are also very obedient and never pee or poop indiscriminately. Especially Fatty, with his unique appearance as Little Tai Jun, instantly became the new favorite in the base. The members of the operation department headed by Bizai like to tease them when they have nothing to do, and feed them various cat strips, nutritional creams, and snacks. Orange cats are genetically predisposed to become obese. Yet, they are so pampered and fed so well. They were so small when they arrived, but now their size has increased significantly. They are estimated to be only 2 to 3 months old, but their true age cannot be seen from their size at all. Go! Go! This is the kingdom I have laid for you. You can wander around as you please. Li Hansheng smiled and looked at the kitten playing happily on the aisle. Wow! Fatty! Little Orange! Come on! Come on! Let's see what delicious food my sister brings you. There was a sound of light footsteps, and then B-Boy came upstairs. He took out a cat strip from nowhere and cut the opening and squatted down to feed them. Are you still feeding them? If you keep feeding them, they will really turn into orange pigs. Li Hansheng complained. What do you know? B-Boy held the cat strip in one hand and gently stroked the two cats' heads with the other hand. We are not fat. We are cute and swollen. Right. Do you know how many fans Fatty and Xiaoju have on Weibo? Thanks to the fact that the lady from the operations department posts photos of Fatty and Little Orange on the club's official blog every day, let alone top fans. Even fans of other teams know that the top team has 2 oranges at the base. The cat is the team pet. Fatty's very unique appearance is liked by many young ladies. Every day on Weibo, he begs Bizai and others to update the cat's photos, and even asks the club to publish a vlog of the cat's daily life to satisfy their idea of raising a cat in the cloud. The unexpected popularity of the 2 gadgets has saved Guihao a lot of trouble. The club has to manage fans, so naturally it has to give out some benefits from time to time. It is not good to bother the team members all the time to sign autographs. Now you can give away photos and development kits. Some small peripherals and the like don't cost any money, and fans also like them. So why not? Li Hansheng just rolled his eyes, and since he had nothing to do, he just started chatting with B-Boy. You and Alway are not going out on a date during the vacation, so you plan to go to the base to spread dog food. Right. If you go out on a date on such a hot day, isn't that just sick? B-Boy rolled his eyes. Even if I go out, I can only go to the mall. What a family. If you have nothing to do, just go to the mall. TSK. TSK. Li Hansheng laughed. I have reason to suspect that you are hinting at my good brother, the canine boy Candy. No, don't talk nonsense. B-Boy quickly shook his head. We can't persuade Xiang Renjie to do something like this. A simple comparison makes it clear what true love is and what play is. It can be seen from Bizai's behavior that even if she works in the top base, and is even boyfriend and girlfriend with Gao Dui, she will not reveal some so-called gossip on Weibo to show her presence. Candy's girlfriend, on the other hand, wants to tell the world that she is a member of the Top Wives group. B-Boy will also help Wei Shen save money, and she is a good housekeeper who is careful about her budget. TSK. TSK. Don't be a fool. Xiang Renjie will cry when he sees you being so sensible. Li Hansheng kept smacking his lips. While the two were talking, Gao Di also walked out of his room. B-Boy also finished feeding the cat bars, and walked to his boyfriend with a smile. Let's go. I just found a cat cafe near our base. The environment is quite good. Go and sit there for a while. Putty. Little Orange. Look. Look. This woman loves the new and hates the old. She will come back later with the smell of other kittens. Remember to take revenge on her later. Go to her workstation and pee to cheer up. He was answered with an eye roll and a middle finger from B-Boy. Let's go. Loudly. Gao Du waved to him. then held hands with B-Boy and went downstairs to leave the base. Watching the two of them leave, Lee Han-shung couldn't help but sigh silently, squatting down and holding Fatty and Shuju in his arms. They all have someone with them. It's okay. I have you with me. During the 12-day holiday, the club simply took 5 days to relax the team members. So these people were the ones who should go on a date. Ah Shui and Ming sneaked back to their hometown on the train overnight last night. And Imp also, I don't know where to go to show off when I go out. And only Lee Han-shung is left in the base. Leaving the two little guys on the aisle, Lee Han-shung ran to the training room by himself. If he doesn't have a girlfriend to accompany him, then he will play games. In Summoner's Rift, he has 9 good brothers to accompany him. In terms of quantity, he wins. As soon as Lee Han-shung started broadcasting, a large number of viewers immediately flocked to his live broadcast room. Most professional players are not very popular. Firstly, many people have no control over live broadcasts. And some even just turn off the microphone to live broadcast. Secondly, the live broadcast time is not fixed. Who has nothing to do to watch your live broadcast at high intensity 24 hours a day? Fans also have leeches. But Lee Han-shung has too many fans. And there are also many high-profile fans in the high-intensity video rape live broadcast room. Good guy. Brother Han-shung actually broadcast live? Whoa! Shunbao actually started broadcasting secretly. How unreasonable. It's really rare for Lazy Dog to take the initiative to start broadcasting. Lee Han-shung was unhappy when he saw this barrage and immediately retorted. What do you mean I'm actually live broadcasting? What can I do if I don't live broadcast? It's 31 days in a month. Everyone can see me every day. Right. The barrage immediately began to flood. That old man is so evil. I believe your evil ways. You said the same thing yesterday, but it was downloaded at the speed of light after being aired for 3 hours. The person who has lied to me the most in this life is not women, but Shung Bao. I have seen through the lies of all kinds of scumbags in Neptune, but I cannot see through the lies of Shung Bao alone. Lee Han-shung suddenly laughed like a pig. Don't be so outrageous. I will broadcast it for a while longer today. Until 4 o'clock in the morning. I am not weak at all today. Don't worry. As he spoke, he opened the Korean server client. At this point in the afternoon, there are not many people in high-level categories. The main reason is that the professional players are resting at this point. Generally, the peak period does not enter until the evening, so that it is easier to queue up people. No. When you open your friend bar, you are basically not online. Occasionally, 1 or 2 people who are online are also in the offline state. At first glance, they are hanging up. Lee Han-shung is not in a hurry. His need for points is not that urgent now. Anyway, his current attributes are enough, and he will slowly accumulate them until the end of the summer playoffs or before the start of the S-game. He will always push his average attributes to above 95 points. He waited for nearly 20 minutes before he got in line. Fortunately, he was not arranged to fill the position. This is also a point that makes it more comfortable to play at high levels. Everyone will default to the position they are best at, and there will rarely be a filling position. It also has something to do with the unique environment of Hanbok. In the national server, basically the auxiliary position is not played in the ordinary passerby game. Even the pre-selection mechanism cannot change this status quo. But in the Korean server, there are really people rushing to play the auxiliary position. There are enough auxiliary players at high levels to balance the game. This is also one of the reasons why professional players love to play in the Korean server. The early landing in the bottom lane depends on the personal ability of the support. Once one of the supports is filling the position, the bottom lane will basically explode. In the League of Legends game, although the influence of the bot lane has been declining, the higher the division, the higher the probability that whoever's bot lane explodes will lose. Lee Han-shung randomly picked a hero that he could hardly get in the game. Jess. He can get all other warrior heroes, but Jace is basically banned by default. After selecting the hero, you enter the loading interface. The barrage exploded. F***CK? It's actually all the way down? Brother Han-shung. Torture me hard. Hey, isn't this my brother Han-shung's defeated general? Grudge game. Right. Brother Han-shung. Can't you be more serious? Lee Han-shung didn't pay attention at first, but after being reminded by the barrage, he discovered that the ID of the opponent's mid laner, Enchantress, was called Hide on Bush. Everyone knew that this was Faker's trumpet. It is said that he is a trumpet, but in fact Faker is playing as a big player. It's really a grudge match. I looked at the time and saw that it was now around 3 p.m. When converted to Korean time, it was around 4 p.m. considering the overall training volume in the LCK was relatively large. This was normal. Players in the LCK train for 13 or 14 hours a day. Just like eating. After all, Koreans are famous for not sleeping. When they are sleepy, they drink a glass of iced Americano. Hey, then I have to be more serious about this one. Li Hansheng shook his head and pinched his knuckles, making a crackling sound like the way the two sides move their muscles before fighting in martial arts movies. The opponent's top laner Shen has a purely Korean ID, and Li Hansheng doesn't recognize him either. But it's the same for everyone. Once he gets Jace, he can destroy all enemies, using the hero's characteristics and his skillful laning operations. Li Hansheng quickly gained an advantage in the top lane. No matter how you play Jace in S6, you will enjoy it. His basic attack power has not been weakened. His health and dual resistance have not been weakened. And the basic damage of his skills has not been weakened. Just by highlighting the body of a warrior, the assassin's burst can pull you away from a distance, and is not afraid of melee combat at close quarters. At the first level, he used basic attacks to pull Shen away. And then his Q in both Cannon and Warhammer forms hit, knocking out half of Shen's blood and pushing him out of the experience zone to start the crazy torture. Unfortunately, my jungler seems to be Faker's little fanboy. Or maybe the name Faker comes with an aura of ridicule. There is no other way in the eyes. At level 2, I ran to the middle lane for a wave of ganks. After reaching level 3, I ran to the middle lane for a wave of ganks. I ran to the middle lane crazily to gain a sense of presence. Obviously Faker's mid laner, Enchantress, is very flexible and not that easy to catch. But she is still determined to go for it. Li Hansheng is not in a hurry. Since he wants to discuss Faker, he will also intervene. For those brothers who can't get enough points playing chess, I'll teach you a trick today. If you encounter a turtle online, and your own jungler is not willing to help you, then adopt the mentality of the opposite mid laner. After pushing the military line into the defense tower, Li Hansheng began to walk towards the river. At this time, the acceleration effect of Jace's switching form has not been weakened. Jace uses the switching form to continuously accelerate, and his map running ability is pretty good. His teammates had already sent him a message that he had a field of vision on the left side of the river in the middle. But Li Hansheng still ignored this signal. He ran to the middle, and a QE second company stepped up its artillery fire at Faker, lowering his health by a certain amount before choosing to return directly to where he was. City. Next, Li Hansheng came to the middle and fired a shot when he had nothing to do, which made Faker very annoyed. Ha! If I were Guapi, my mentality would be shattered. If I were this Enchantress, if my top laner hadn't been greeted by me 5 times for 18 generations, I wouldn't be angry enough. It's a pity that there is a language barrier. Otherwise Brother Hansheng would be able to continue typing while everyone else is having fun. It's so bad. No wonder Brother Hansheng won the #1 game. He doesn't want to touch the opposing top laner. And he probably doesn't want to touch the opposing mid laner either. He keeps running into the middle to fire off shots. Who can withstand this? Once or twice was okay, but I don't know how many times I did it. Faker was really disgusted. He could have had an advantage, but every time his state was consumed by Jace, he was unable to expand his landing advantage. Or every time he was about to roam, Jace could always suppress his strength with one shot. State, let him give up this idea. Originally, it was an ordinary ranking match. Faker didn't intend to take it seriously. He was just playing it as a warm-up. But when Li Hansheng kept messing with his attitude, he was really angry. As a result, both sides focused on the middle and continued to cause trouble in the middle. It soon turned into a big brawl in the middle, and the number of kills continued to explode. The audience watched it and said it was very enjoyable, saying that Sieta's OB live broadcast was nothing more than that. Even if the Foot God, Brother Duck and others come, they will not be able to produce such a good program effect. Axie, what is this? In SKT's training room, Faker scratched his hair in frustration. Brother Xianghe, what's wrong? Sitting next to him, the dark-skinned Blank looked at him curiously. In his impression, Faker is the kind of person with a very stable mentality, who never gets angry when playing in the rankings. Why are you so depressed today? Perhaps it's because you've been fooled by the fans? Bang and others are not like Blank, a newcomer who just joined the team. They are very aware of Faker's popularity. It's normal for them to want to target him when they meet a fan in the game. The phenomenon. At this point in time, who can resist the charm of killing Faker alone? The professional stage is too far away for many people. So the next best thing is to kill Faker solo in the pub game. If an anchor these days can meet a faker by chance and kill a wave of solos, it will take at least 3 months. Not to mention a year. Blank took a closer look and reminded him with a strange look on his face. This ID seems to be that of a top laner. Hearing this, everyone else in the SKT training room took the initiative to come over and stand behind Faker. Jess is so good at playing, and he is not one of those people in China. There is a high probability that he is the only one. Bang analyzed. It's really not that he looks down on LPL top laners. The top laners who can control the hero Jace so well are basically in the LCK. But they basically know everyone in the LCK. If they encounter such unfamiliar players, they will treat them as passers-by or players from the LPL. There is a high probability that it is indeed only Li Hansheng. Xiang Hyok! Hack him! Bang knew it was Li Hansheng and immediately became angry. He wished he could push Faker away and do the operation himself to avenge MSI. Faker is also operating seriously. But unfortunately, his teammates were not as strong as Li Hansheng. In the 24-minute team battle, he, Enchantress WR, double-stepped with Shin and often tried to kill Jace. But Li Hansheng showed a wave of extraordinary reaction speed. In the chaotic team battle, he actually used the E in the form of a war hammer to interrupt the W that the Enchantress copied with her ultimate move, without giving the Enchantress a chance to get close to him. Enchantress can fly back with the second W, but Shinka, who has been brought to the ground among the crowd, cannot go back. Even a bodysuit can't resist it. When Shinny fell, there was no opponent in the front row, and the formation was directly scattered. Li Hansheng, on the other hand, killed all Faker's teammates along the way. Only Faker relied on the flexibility of the Enchantress to escape to the rear. How could Li Hansheng miss this opportunity? Faker, don't run away! He laughed like a crazy man and kept shouting, I'm your fan! In the end, it was his skills that got better first. Faced with the Enchantress, who kept moving around, Jace fired 2 precise QE shots and took away the Enchantress's head. Pentakill! Pentakill! F***CK! Brother Hansheng is awesome. Ha ha ha. Beating up Faker is so cool. Your name is Lee Sang-hyuk, right? Brother Hansheng, specializes in killing and defeating the big devil. Li Hansheng was also very happy and jumped up excitedly. Hack! I got 5 kills! Ha ha! Jiaqua! Sure Ming! Look! He was so excited when he got the pentakill that he forgot one reality. He was the only one in the huge training room. His teammates had already gone out. No one can share his joy. Li Hansheng was stunned. For a moment, the loneliness that had been suppressed deep in his heart filled his heart again. Wow! 5 kills! That's awesome! I'm a Dropshung treasure! When Xian, who was idle in the dormitory, was also watching Li Hansheng's live broadcast with Huang Xian. Seeing this exciting team battle, he couldn't help but cheer along. He doesn't think there are other people in the training room. Does he? This is so embarrassing! Seeing Li Hansheng stand up slightly awkwardly and look around, but found that there were no teammates to cheer with. Wenxin covered his mouth and laughed. Huang Xian, who was also laughing at first, saw this scene, but the scene when she ran into Li Hansheng at the cat cafe that afternoon came to mind. At that time, he also felt very lonely, as if he was out of tune with the world. Xin, what are you thinking about? Seeing that she didn't respond for a long time, Wenxin couldn't help but tease. I know Li Hansheng is handsome, so you don't need to stare at him like this. Right. No. Huang Xian shook her head. She hesitated for a moment before asking. Xiaoxin, did you see that for a moment? He was lonely? Oh? When Xian was stunned, and he frowned and tried to remember, but he couldn't combine the word lonely with Li Hansheng. Are you hallucinating? How can such a funny person like Li Hansheng be lonely? Huang Xian pursed her lips and said nothing. She suddenly wanted to know everything about Li Hansheng, and wanted to understand why Li Hansheng gave her a deep-seated feeling of loneliness. Li Hansheng adjusted quickly, looking at the rapidly rolling barrage. He smiled softly. At least, he is not completely without connection and anchor with the world. The honors he has received are not fake, and the pursuit of these fans is not fake either. After adjusting his facial expression, he sat down angrily and said, MD, these 2 brats are not here at the critical moment. I am missing 2 crucial supporters on my way to show off. After a few words of ridicule, Li Hansheng originally wanted to add Faker's friends. He was very cold when he was ranking, and generally would not take the initiative to add friends. Now the people in the friend column are either acquaintances or other people. Take the initiative to add yourself. But what he didn't expect was that Faker actually took the initiative to send invitations to friends. Ghost? Faker actively adds friends? Brother Han Chung is really good. The most talented person in LPL? After killing Faker in rank, I was actively added as a friend and was not allowed to brag for half a year. Are your levels so low? Shungbao played against Faker once in total. And Shungbao was the winner. Be the champion. What is Faker? That's right. I just brutally tortured SKT at home. Some people really can't stand up after kneeling for a long time. Right? Li Hansheng did not expect that a simple act of adding friends could actually cause the barrage viewers to argue. It was really beyond his expectation. Together with his friends, he still continued to line up. When night fell, teammates returned to the team base one after another. Gao Dui, Imp, Candy, Lumeo. Except for Ming and Ah Shui, who returned to their hometown. Basically everyone has returned. Everyone chatted for a while, and then started their own live broadcasts. Thanks to Top's current excellent results, many people watched the live broadcast. Even for someone like Lu Mao, who is a little transparent in the team. Platforms such as Huya and Panda have been in private contact with Guahao and want to offer higher contracts to poach the entire Top team. Douyu naturally knows this, and is also preparing a generous offer. Guahao stayed put anyway. The initiative was in his hands. As long as Top can maintain their hot status on the court. A sky-high live broadcast contract is definitely not a problem. When 5 people started ranking at the same time, the entire training room looked no different from a vegetable market or an internet cafe. Oh! What are you doing? I really can't understand this B's operation. Hack! Is there something wrong with B's brain? I helped him catch 3 waves, and he can still be killed alone? Axie bar, % and... Because of Imp? He will curse in Korean when he is particularly excited. Therefore, when the Top members live broadcast, the audience can always hear bilingual rap in Chinese and Korean. The game on Li Hanqing's side has also reached its most intense moment. He is the fattest one in the family who controls Raven. Both the middle and lower lanes are a bit broken. It is only thanks to him that he can barely hold off the current situation. If the opponent dares to fight the dragon, I will definitely make them have no good juice to eat. Li Hansheng cursed. But he did not stop the operation at all. Book a famous scene? This should be the IQG Club. Dalong? Raven. The team is destroyed. QG and the bathing dog must be very impressed by this picture. The opponent obviously wanted to take advantage of the team's advantage to forcefully start rushing the Baron. And his teammates also gathered under the command of Li Hansheng. Fortunately, as long as the high-level teammates don't have an explosive mentality, even if they are at a disadvantage, there will be no problem with their thinking in team battles. Nosuk and the 2 forced their way into the Dragon Pit to help Li Hansheng deceive the other party's key control. Brothers, watch my operation! Li Hansheng shouted, just about to show off. Come and use ER to show off Tark's combo moves. But the moment he flashed into the Dragon Pit, his computer screen went black. What the HL? What's going on? Hack? There's a power outage? Not far away. Candy's computer screen also turned black. And he looked around in confusion. But they didn't wait for anyone to answer. After a few seconds, the computers of Imp, Gao Dui and Lu Mao also went black. Everyone looked confused. What the HL? What on earth is going on? It doesn't look like there's a power outage. Otherwise, why wouldn't the lights in the base be turned off? Oh, what are you doing? Fat! Little Orange. Candy roared and revealed the answer. Li Hansheng quickly lowered his head and squatted under the computer desk to take a look. Really? Shuju and Fatty were standing next to the power strip. Their furry little Giorgio was still stepping on the power strip and hadn't had time to put it down. Saw so many people staring at them. The 2 gadgets instantly realized that they might have gotten into trouble. And they quickly wanted to run towards the door. You got into trouble, and you still want to run away? Chapter 159 when Oken joined. High-spirited little peanut. Li Hansheng rushed to the door of the training room and closed the door. He glared at the 2 gadgets in front of him fiercely. You got into trouble, and you still want to run away? No way! He stretched out his hand to grab Fatty Dudu and Xiaoju. But despite the fact that these 2 little things were fed fat and fat, like pigs dyed with orange hair, they appeared to be extremely flexible. After a few tossing and turning, Li Hansheng see what the speed of a kitten's teleportation is. In the blink of an eye, he ran from the door to the computer desk further inside. Li Hansheng ran over in disbelief. But before he could get close to the kitten, he ran to another place. Humans look so clumsy in front of cats. Ha! Lao Li, can you do it? Why do you feel like a cat and mouse? The nest should be photographed to make it memorable and share it with others. Li Hansheng panted as he looked at this group of heartless things. How could they be treated like a bunch of people? Just grab a handful of melon seeds. Right? Damn it! Is there something wrong with you? Help me catch him! It's like you're not affected. Li Hansheng complained angrily. The teammates were stunned. Yes. They are damn victims. So what are you doing here to watch the excitement? The melon seeds in my hand lost their fragrance instantly. When I think about the points lost, they are all money. Catch! Scratch! Scratch! Suddenly, the entire training room was in chaos. Standing outside the door and looking in, you could see 5 or 6 old men running around in the room, trying to catch the cat. However, just when Li Hansheng and others were catching the cat, they still didn't know what was happening online. The audience in Li Hansheng's live broadcast room all took off their pants, ready to watch Li Hansheng's Raven flash into the dragon pit and perform a wave of 1-second and 5-second operations. Result? Black screen? This thing is like midway through the air defense operation. The barrel has been rubbed to a high temperature by you, and it is about to enter the firing state. As a result, the signal of the educational video of the neon teachers in front of you is suddenly cut off, and the screen turns into an old witch. It's not like you're masturbating to an old witch. Right? Did you agree to live stream until 4 in the morning? You're playing with the cute feelings of brothers again. Right? I took off my pants, and you showed me a black screen? You can broadcast it at the speed of light so that I can watch this wave of team battles. As expected of leading anchors and celebrities, taking broadcasting at the speed of light to a new level. Right? Seeing that Li Hansheng has not restarted the broadcast for a long time, it seems that the broadcast has really been taken off the air at the speed of light? Except for a small number of viewers in his live broadcast room who stayed and drove unicycles in front of the black screen. Everyone else tried to go to the live broadcast rooms of other top members to find out. After all, during this period of time when the team is on vacation, professional players will live broadcast crazy and make up time during the vacation, and relatively less live broadcast during the game. This is not uncommon. Result? Gao Dui? Black screen. Gu Shumbin? Black screen. Green hair? Black screen. Candy also has a black screen. Moreover, the viewers in Li Hansheng's live broadcast room discovered that the comments in these people's live broadcast room were also constantly being posted. WTF? Could it be that fans of RNG dragged their swords to Top's base and wiped out Top's team? Ghost? If you can't beat the game, just kill Brother Hansheng offline with a real person. Outrageous? Is it true that Top was wiped out by someone else? Shengbao. My Di Shengbao. It cannot be. However, after waiting for a long time, the Top people still did not resume the normal live broadcast. The viewers in the 5 team members' live broadcast rooms quickly fled to the major live broadcast rooms. There were also some people who didn't mind the excitement, so they used wheelbarrow barrage to create a rhythm. Great birthday. Top was destroyed by the group. Brother Hansheng was killed alone. WTF? Real or fake? Li Hansheng was killed by a real person offline? If this were true, wouldn't Huang Zha and GSL be ecstatic? Not only are there people in the live broadcast room making comments and pacing, but there are also people posting in places where esports enthusiasts gather, such as the Esports Louvre, asking for the truth of the matter. Just ask if you don't understand. The top members collectively went live at the speed of light. I heard that they were organized by GSL to attack the base offline. Can anyone tell me? I heard that in order to prevent RNG from losing to Top, GSL went to the Top base and killed Noob offline. Are Bath Dog fans so irritable? Are you really going to kill others offline? MD, did the puppy kill your horse? What does it have to do with him? What are you going to do? Why let the puppy take the blame? Why can't it be that EDG is afraid of losing and goes to blast the Top base offline? This matter is becoming more and more evil as it spreads. And the fighting power of the female fans of Top Club is also revealed. It was a surprise that #Hansheng was single killed and Top was killed by the group. This topic reached the top 10 of Weibo's hot search list, leaving many people outside the circle confused. What is this? Could it be that some young celebrity in the entertainment industry bought traffic and landed directly on the hot search list? Click in to see the result. Many younger sisters have become fans of Li Hansheng. Almost half an hour passed, and Zai and other talents updated the latest news on Top's official blog. Who can kill Noob alone? Who can kill Top as a team? What the entire LPL and even the championship teams of all major regions have not been able to do. Guess who has done it? Let me show you a video and the answer will be revealed. While Li Hanxing and the others were struggling to catch the cat, Bizai and the others heard the noise and stood at the door of the training room using their mobile phones to take a video of a group of old men catching the cat indoors. When fans see this video, how can they not understand who the culprit is? Especially those who have raised cats have more or less experienced this situation, where the computer wires and network cables have been dropped by cats. Sure enough, cats are the strongest. Stupid humans prepare to tremble. Putty. Shuju is great. You have done something that no one in the LPL can do. I was just talking about how the climax of the team battle was immediately broadcasted at the speed of light. Was the relationship killed by the cat alone? I'm laughing so hard. A group of people can't do anything to two kittens. Right? It's really outrageous to hacking open the door for outrageousness. It's so outrageous. But why do I find it so interesting? The performance of the program is really impressive. As expected of the kittens picked up by brother Hansheng, Fatty and Shuju chose the method with the most comments. They know how to live broadcast. It is highly recommended to start a live broadcast so that we can also observe the kittens' day. The speed at which the number of replies on this official blog has increased has surprised Bizai and others. Why are kittens so popular? Mainly because it was a small off-season in the middle of the LPL League, and there was no game to watch for nearly 10 days. Fans' attention is naturally easily attracted by things that have a program effect. A while passed. Li Hanxing then restarted the broadcast. But he did not sit down, but stood in front of the camera, because he was holding a small kitten by the scruff of his neck. When cats are very young, the mother cat will bite their crotch and lead them to change positions. Therefore, once the cat is picked up by someone, its crotch will form muscle memory, and the whole person will feel as if someone has cast a spell on it. The body skills are the same. If you maintain a single movement, you won't dare to move at all. Of course, Li Hansheng was not carrying them in the air. With their current weight, it would definitely be uncomfortable to carry them in the air. Instead, he put their back feet on the computer table, and he used a little force to get the two kittens into a standing position. Brothers, I'm back! Seeing that the barrage in the live broadcast room was getting lively again, Li Hanxing said, "It was these two gadgets that kicked off the wires in our base just now, causing all of us to lose power. Now tell me, how to punish them?" Li Hanxing was not even angry at first, but it took him a long time to catch them. When he thought about how hard he had to catch them, he became angrier and angrier. If the conditions didn't allow it, he would have wanted to give them away directly. A sterilization package with Shuju. Kittens are so cute. Why should they be punished? Sheng Bao. Sheng Bao. Leave Fatty and Little Orange alone. Look at how pitiful they are. Yes, cats are almost crying. Brother Hansheng was killed by a cat alone, and he became angry from shame? Li Hansheng lowered his head and looked. Good guy. When it comes to selling badly, it has to be a kitten. He obviously didn't do anything. But these two gadgets looked aggrieved. In particular, the kitten is plump, has no vertical pupils, and the beady black eyes almost occupy the entire eye socket. This is when the kitten is at its most beautiful. It also looked aggrieved, with its eyes drooped. A bit like Lin Daiyu's expression. Li Hanxing stared at it for a moment, but he couldn't help but feel cruel. No! Li Hanxing waved his hand. The little kitten made a mistake and must be punished. He first picked up Fatty, held its belly with one hand, and then slapped its butt several times. Then he lifted Shuju up and slapped its butt several times. But then he held the two gadgets and put them outside the training room door. As soon as the results come back. Good guy. The barrage exploded. Sheng Bao is so fierce. It's actually a purple and fierce little kitten. Can brother Hansheng know something? Now everyone wants to see kittens. Give me back my plump and tangerine. Li Hansheng was completely dumbfounded. Good guy. Are humans really inferior to cats? Under the strong demands of the barrage and the bombardment of various gifts from fans, Li Hansheng still couldn't resist and hugged back the two gadgets. As a result, the teammates discovered that hugging cats can defraud them of gifts. They found a new password for wealth and traffic. They all came to snatch the cat. As a result, the people on top didn't play a few games in one night, and everyone turned into cat slaves. However, this kind of leisure time did not last too long. Once the prescribed 5-day holiday was over, the training team began to formulate a high-intensity training plan for all members. And every day's training matches are basically full, especially the LCK side. The title of MSI champion is indeed very loud, mainly because Top defeated SKT with a score of 3-0. You must know that SKT has never been beaten so badly in the international arena. But Top has done it. It is reasonable for the strong teams in the LCK to be interested in top. Overall, the winning rate is about 64, and top has a greater chance of winning. But there is no guarantee of 100% victory. It's not likely Han Sheng is bragging about the LCK division. At least this year S6. The LPL is really not good enough in front of the LCK. In the original history, S6 CDG won the LPL League with a complete victory. Although they lost some small games, they never lost overall. It seems to be full of dominance. Right? It ended up in the S game? The performance of the strongest team in the LPL in the S game can only be said to be shocking. If you want to say that EDG's foreign competition is not good, it has a history. Then look at Galaxy Battleship RNG. Isn't it impossible to fight back against SKT? The first and second seeds in the LPL really have no ability to resist when facing the first and second seeds in the LCK. They don't even look like a team of the same level. As for the third seed IM, didn't even qualify for the group stage. It's not unreasonable for S6 to be called the darkest here. But it's because the region as a whole lags behind too much. The most painful time was playing against Rockstager in training matches. It is also difficult for Li Hansheng to take too much advantage in the hands of Sim. He can have a slight advantage online, but he is really conjoined when he cannot stand up to others in the jungle. Peanut, who has just debuted, is at the peak of his career. He has a grandma grey little face and is full of business. He is not the young student who was trained by Coma to go astray. Candy is good enough to face this group of junglers in China, but he is not enough to face the peak Peanut. Mid laner Kuro is known as the Korean Tiger and has a phobia. But people are only afraid of fakers, and will not be timid when facing other players. Moreover, Kuro is the kind of person who is willing to sacrifice his own development to preserve the development of his teammates. This style is very restrained by Gao Dui, the play style of the Earthbound Spirit. Although this year Gao Dui has deliberately strengthened his roaming times, but it will take time to completely change the game style. He has done very well, but it is still inferior to someone like Kuro, who mainly roams to help teammates. Xianming and Xianning played steadily in the bottom lane and were able to stabilize the lane. The decision of victory or defeat for both sides basically lies in the top lane. Whoever has the advantage in the top and jungle will be able to take the initiative. The game ends very quickly. On average, it takes about 15 minutes to start. Good guy. It turns out that the factory director really didn't lie. He can really do 50 training games in one night. Li Hansheng stretched and sighed. Bai Yueya and other members of the training team are conducting a post-game review. And the main focus is still on Candy. I want to have a better chance of winning and be more sure when facing the Tigers. Candy in the jungle position must match the strength of Peanut. And at least, he cannot be stretched too far. Otherwise, the disadvantage of the jungle area will easily radiate directly to the 3 lanes, making the 3-lane suppression strategy used by top this season ineffective. And once this set is no longer effective, other lanes will not put pressure on the army line, giving the opponent space and opportunities to roam. Li Hansheng was immediately given crazy military training when he hit the road. When Guihao saw this scene, he couldn't help but think of Gao Tianliang, who was far away in WH City. It's time to go out and invite people again. At least we have to make Xiao Renjia wary. The team finally has the opportunity to compete for higher honors. As the team manager, Guihao naturally wants to eliminate all factors that interfere with winning the championship as much as possible. Chapter 160 Ionia. High and everlasting. After a brief 10-day break, the LPL war has reignited again. The first opponent of Top's cross-group showdown is EDG, who, like them, have not lost a single game since the start of the summer split. It's just that Top took away all the games in Group A with a score of 2-0, while EDG had a few 2-1 games. They didn't lose in big games, but lost in small games. Even so, EDG's hot stake can be seen. On the first game day after more than 10 days, the officials naturally want to rekindle the audience's enthusiasm for watching the game. There were 2 highlights on the first day: Top versus EDG, and We versus RNG. Both sets of matchups are strong dialogues. Among the 4 teams, only We is slightly inferior in terms of player reputation. But the performance of this We 2.0 youth army far exceeds them on the court. Existing fame. It can be seen from the schedule that the banana plan is indeed not very reliable. Obviously, the off-season between the spring split and the summer split can be directly extended to make the summer split more compact, which will also help the players to always maintain a state of adapting to the game. But the geniuses of the Banana Project insisted on starting the game early, and then in order to cooperate with the anniversary celebration and the subsequent S game, they forcibly extended the summer season schedule, so that there would be no games for more than 10 days. The intensity of daily ranking and training matches is not enough, which leads to many players showing extreme discomfort when they return to the competition. Hey guys, why didn't I order a takeaway? Seeing Wei and RNG feeding each other frequently on the court, Li Hansheng burst out laughing in the background when they saw Uzi's Easy on the field with E and Flash. W's Jungla Lee Sin found an opportunity to kick our back to the crowd with a flash kick. Everyone in top shook their heads. Oh my god! This is Uzi! Ashui looked a little unbelievable. This is the schedule that Principal Wang found for a group of geniuses. Li Hansheng shrugged and joked. Not every player is the same as him. All attributes are numerically digitized by the system, and there will be no fluctuations or ups and downs in status. With Uzi's super personal strength, such a low-level mistake could only be caused by the long 10-day break, which affected his competitive state. The commentators on the field are also helping the players, who frequently eat on the field to make up for their mistakes. For players, they have already adjusted their condition, but suddenly they have not played for more than 10 days. It really takes time to readjust and get back to their condition, Miller said eloquently. Indeed. RNG, and we are just like us, who suddenly didn't play games for more than 10 days because of something. As a result, we have time to play games, and we play top rankings as soon as we come up. Too high game intensity will make people a little uncomfortable. Wawa. He also deliberately made a vivid metaphor to make the statement more reasonable. Players who haven't played games for too long will feel uncomfortable to a certain extent. Rita, who partners with the two, also took the opportunity to increase her presence. Is the bath dog your father? Can such an obvious mistake be corrected? Then why does my brother Han Sheng never make mistakes? Before looking for various reasons, first think about what brother Han Sheng would do well. After all, Lao Biwa. Apart from talking nonsense here and there. However, RNG still has a stronger lineup on paper. We is not a complete team to begin with. And Candy was poached by Top. Although the overall integration is here, the upper limit of the player's individual strength is not enough to match RNG. And the defeat is reasonable. 2-1. RNG allowed 1 to chase 2 and successfully came back. Let's congratulate RNG. What Anara shouted in a passionate voice. And then laughed. What follows is still a very exciting game. It can even be said to be the highest level matchup in our LPL league. There's nothing wrong with saying that. Miller also smiled. The first in Group A versus the first in Group B, EDG and Top represent the highest combat power of our LPL. What kind of results will both sides bring to us? Where's the exciting showdown? Don't go away. The fun will continue later. Li Hansheng and his team members had already come to the stage for final equipment debugging at the prompts of the staff. While in the backstage aisle, he also met the EDG players. Koro 1 has been completely abandoned by EDG, replaced by the top laner Mouse. Ogwang is also considered a talent. He originally debuted as a mid laner, but was first transferred to support, and later moved to top lane due to the needs of the team. It just so happened that he did pretty well on the upper unit. After all, EDG's requirement for the top laner is to be stable and resistant to pressure, and then act as a frontline tool in team battles, and make certain contributions. Oh wait, are you feeling any pressure today? The younger brother is very fierce in the lane. You won't be killed alone. Right. When debugging the equipment, Li Hansheng joked. No matter how fierce you are, can you beat Song Yijin? Gao Dui said with disdain on his face. For someone like Gao Dui, you have to completely conquer him in the lane. And then, he will agree with you from the bottom of his heart. Rookie is the only mid laner in the entire LPL that he can look up to. Even if it's Pawn. Although he doesn't look down on him, he certainly won't admit that Pawn is better than him. Hey, it's possible. Li Hansheng chuckled. The younger brother from junior high school has indeed been very strong in landing in the past 2 years. But he is definitely not comparable to Song Yijin, in Li Hansheng's opinion. In terms of landing alone in the middle, Rookie should be the ceiling. Even Faker is not as good as him. After all, Rookie's famous battle was when he single-handedly killed Faker when he debuted in S4 and led his team to defeat SKT at the time. Faker in the S4 period has not yet changed his playing style, and still continues the style of focusing on landing and single-point blasting since winning the championship in the S3 period. Rookie and Pawn were the only 2 people to beat the top Faker head-on. Why don't you shout about crying death today? Candy saw that the 2 of them were chatting so happily, so he also took the initiative to talk to him. If you want to give away some face, you can't kill him every time. Right. Lu Mao on the side laughed. Deft is lucky. I found out that Poo Poo was in a good mood today. When Poo Poo gets angry and wants to fight seriously, He first uses Lansy to evaluate the opponent. The teammates laughed out loud when they heard this, and nodded in agreement. Only Imp complained dissatisfiedly. Wowo is a quality person. How can he be so rich that he can criticize others? Li Hansheng smiled even more vigorously. The laughter here was so lively that even EDG could hear a little movement. Comparing the atmosphere on both sides, it's completely different. Mouse secretly turned his head to look at his teammates. Everyone looked serious, as if facing a formidable enemy. Only Scout in the middle has never officially played against Top. He knows that Top is strong, but he doesn't have a specific idea of Top's strength, so he doesn't seem so serious. They are so ridiculously happy, Mouse muttered quietly. But he didn't expect to be heard by the factory director on the side. The factory director glared at him dissatisfied and spoke. Arrogant soldiers will be defeated. Those brats like Li Hansheng and Gao Dui are really arrogant. Today we will teach them a lesson. EDG is not so confident in defeating Top. After all, they were the winners in the spring regular season competition. Although, in the finals, they were beaten to revenge by Top. Mouse shrank his neck when he thought of facing off against Li Hansheng. He couldn't help but droop his head again and sighed with a sad face. What's going on the road? The factory director, who was debugging the keyboard and mouse, shook his hands and looked at Guang aside with a death stare. Little B-boy, are you taking this hint? After both players adjusted their peripherals, the referee immediately announced that the BP session had begun. Okay, let's see. After such a long break, what kind of surprises will the two sides bring us? The current game version is 6.12. And the game server has unlocked the new hero Rockbird, which was not available in the previous RNG and Wii games. People use it. Let's see if Top and EDG will be used by people. Wawa talked eloquently, as the apprentice of Happy Feng Man in the background of the story. All players thought this was another very happy hero. Result: Rockbird is positioned as a support mage. And like the card, it naturally lacks the damage of a big move. In the pub game, especially low-level pubs, everyone focuses on landing and controlling the opponent. This type of support hero is inherently unpopular. But it's different on the field. Li Hansheng remembered that in the time and space before he traveled, Gao Dui complained about his experience in S6. He never lost a single match in Yenke Invincible in training. But LGD's coach at the time, Hart, never let him pick a single match. Li Hansheng is also happy to see Gao Dui playing heroes like Rockbird to exercise and enhance his roaming ability. This is the overall future trend of League of Legends. For all champion mid laners, your roaming support ability is not as strong as your landing ability. But you must have this ability. Even Rookie, who focuses on landing suppression, will gradually develop his unique mid-term play style of not paying for money, allowing the economy to eat grass and squeeze blood. According to historical results, Top has the priority to choose the side directly to the red side, and EDG will appear on the blue side. EDG's first ban is always given to Jace. There's nothing much to say about it. A hero whose version is not that popular just because of the existence of Li Hansheng has become a hero that all top opponents must use a precious ban position to target. Everyone is so afraid of the noob Jace. I'm really curious which team will be so determined to release him. It shouldn't be possible. Right. The main reason is that the hero Jace is so suitable for a noob style of play. Top has nothing to say here, so he bans Victor with a backhand. EDG's second-hand ban was given to Kalma, while Top chose to ban Will Mother as well. In fact, it's just like dealing with IM. Although EDG won't be as disgusting and completely defensive as IM. But given a hero like EDG who can brainlessly delay the late stage, they definitely won't mind playing the bladder round. But Top minds. Who the L wants to waste time with you on the bladder game? The game style that Li Hansheng advocates is, don't force yourself to do anything. Let's try it out in the early stage. Either you are 15, or I am 15. Don't waste each other's time. So, in terms of game length, Top is unique in the entire LPL league. It is precisely because of the existence of Top that it directly reduces the overall game length of the LPL. EDG chose to ban Leopard Girl on the 3rd floor, while Top chose to ban Shin. As the new favorite in the summer split, Shin vaguely has the potential to replace the status of the 3 fantasy gods. The main reason is that Shin is not weak in landing, and his ultimate support can give the team a more proactive position in early resource competition and small-scale team battles. EDG's grab didn't surprise anyone too much. Excavator, when the overall rhythm of the game tilted towards fighting. This type of map control rhythm jungler gradually became the mainstream of the game again. Top's backhand locked Ice plus Brown. These two double, polar, bottom lane combinations from Freljord Top's bottom lane combination has a balanced offense and defense. It clearly tells EDG that it's best not to cause trouble in the bottom lane. Miller joked. Maybe it's because he saw the factory director's excavator that he thought it would be wrong to choose a combination that is too offensive. It's a lot of pressure. So be conservative. Which LPL bot lane combination has not been sanctioned by the factory director's excavator? EDG's choices here are also very decisive. Vampire and Bard. The revamped Vampire is almost a non-ban option in the LPL. Players like Scout, who are extremely capable of carrying, will have an even more powerful effect if they get this version of a popular hero. But this is Bard. Laughing. Mako is planning to visit the Death Tunnel again. Right? I suggest Brother Han Sheng choose Rambo. Let EDG experience the fear of being dominated by barbecue. How dare Tianyi? Still thinking about his B-Bud? The next selection of Top immediately made the audience scream in surprise. The commentators were also amazed. Wow! Just now we were talking about when Yenke will be on the field. Are Top going to surprise us? Watana laughed. And then joked. It can't be the Top single Yenke. Right. Impossible. Miller shook his head. How can Yen Xiao go to the top lane? After locking in the Rockbird, Top locked in the man and horse as their jungler. The counter position is still reserved for Li Hansheng. EDG's last two picks are Easy plus Gnar. A very standard and typical EDG team battle lineup. And in the final selection of people, everyone is also looking forward to Li Hansheng bringing a little surprise. Yasuo. Right. Wawa said the hero that the audience was most looking forward to seeing. When Li Han was promoted to the Spring Split, he used Yasuo to counter Gnar. And also played a famous scene, using wild monsters to circle the map to escape in the jungle. It's not like you can't choose. It's not like there aren't people who can cooperate with Yasuo. Miller thought for a moment and agreed with this view. Brahmzar, Centaur's E, and Rockbird's W can all help Yasuo knock the opponent away, allowing Yasuo to use his ultimate move. It can indeed be forced out. With much anticipation, Li Hansheng really brought a big surprise to everyone. Top is displayed directly on the last floor. Will-O-The-Blade Aurelia. Oh my god! Wawa and Miller exclaimed in unison. Female Blade? Rhea was also confused. And Top didn't hesitate at all and immediately locked this hero instantly. In this case, the lineups of both sides were officially determined. EDG is on the blue side, and Top is on the red side. Top road, Gnar versus female swordsman. Jungler, Excavator versus Centaur. Middle lane, Vampire versus Rockbird. Bottom lane, Easy plus Bard versus Brown plus Ice. Chapter 161, a textbook early attack. Brother Han Sheng really dares to choose? Can a female knight be taken out? I just like to watch Brother Han Sheng's games and think of ways to surprise me. Hate it. Today's contestants are so fresh. Brother Han Sheng finally plays Dao Girl. All members of the Blade will bar welcome the return of the honorary bar owner. Good guy. Mouse will cry. Right? When Dao Mei beats up Gnar. It's not like father beats up his son. Shaking with anger. When can a woman stand up? Why can't a mother spank her son? The barrage was also a carnival. Will-O-The-Blade Aurelia. Players are used to calling her the female swordsman or sword girl. And more people call her sword girl. As an iconic hero in the top lane position, he is also deeply loved by many players. But the designer seems to like to antagonize the players. Especially the one named Chun-Li, who will pull out the sword girl and chop her at every turn. So there is an additional joke among the player community. XX is too strong. Let's weaken the sword girl. The degree of weakening of sword girl is not necessarily the strongest. Lucian has a lot of say in this aspect. It's okay to weaken the value. But the length of a man has to be weakened. This is really intolerable. A man whose length has been weakened will naturally not be able to survive in the bottom lane. Lucian, who was originally a popular choice in the Spring Split, was instantly ignored by the Summer Split. The weakening of Sword Girl is limited to numerical values, mainly due to the poor balance of W's skill, Flying Stance. It will be clear just by looking at the effect of W, Flying Stance. Passive, physical attacks restore a fixed amount of health. Active, Aurelia's physical attacks deal a certain amount of true damage, lasting 6 seconds. Theoretically, Dao Mei meets all the requirements of a professional team for a top laner. She has displacement, online recovery, control, and her body is solidly matched with the passive, Ion and Zeal. Any control has no effect in front of Dao Mei. As we all know, true damage is the most realistic damage in League of Legends. When W is actively turned on, it will get a fixed value of real damage, just like the Juggernaut turning on E. The effect of the current version of Sword Girl's full level W is to bring 75 points of true damage. You can fully activate a skill at level 9. What is this concept? Take the big tree, one of the 3 phantom gods. As an example, a big tree that normally develops to level 9 will only have about 1,600 health points on the panel. After Sword Girl activates W, each blow will be fixed with 75 points of real damage. This is not counted. Basic attacks already have physical damage. What if we use Crispy ADC to calculate? The big tree can have 1600 because the equipment will bring health, and the ADC must be fully output. A level 9 ADC's HP panel can reach 1,200 at most. How can it withstand this if it is attacked by a Sword Girl? It's no wonder that Sword Girl keeps getting stabbed. The value of League of Legends itself is very finely deducted by the designers. A change of 5 points in the value of a skill may make a hero go from being popular to being unpopular, and from being unpopular to unpopular. Become a favorite on the field. The value of Sword Girl's W is too strong, and the hero cannot be stopped in the early stage. The value is too low, and it will not be able to gain advantage in the early stage, and it will be difficult to perform in the middle and late stages. That's why designers frequently use the knife on girls with swords. Top's lineup is in line with their team style, pursuing a rapid offensive rhythm in the early stage, Miller said eloquently. The midfielder combination of Rockbird plus Centaur can be said to be the 2 heroes that can best drive the rhythm in the early stage in the current version. Lose Ice can also drive rhythm when it reaches level 6. As for Sword Girl, everyone knows that this hero is an early and mid-game hero, which means that Top has no regard for the late game. They just want to kill EDG in the early game. On the other hand, EDG's lineup is a very typical team battle lineup. Vampire and Easy Double C support the team's overall output responsibility, and the others are responsible for starting the team, taking injuries, and driving the rhythm. I prefer the Top lineup. Rita spoke first and continued to increase her presence. She knew that she was a vase for the audience to appreciate in the LPL commentary box. However, vases are not so easy to use. They must show their presence just right, but they must not steal the show and bore the audience. So far she seems to be doing pretty well. Haha. I also like Top's lineup better, Wawa added with a smile. Top has told us that if you can't hold on in the early stage, how can there be any later stage? And I also like this kind of taking the initiative in my own hands. Lineup. Indeed. But does it fit in with the styles of the 2 teams? Top is more advocating offense, while EDG prefers defensive operations. Moreover, Top's lineup is prone to lack of output in the later stage. Their early offensive pressure is very high, but they may be caught by EDG. To seize the opportunity, it depends on the performance of both sides on the spot. I think both sides have the lineup that they think has the highest chance of winning. If both of them are optimistic about Top at the same time, it is clear that an experienced commentator like Miller has an important responsibility to invigorate the atmosphere, create a certain amount of confrontation, and make the game more interesting. So he has to speak for EDG. Fans from both sides also caught up with both sides waiting at the loading interface and started cheering for their teams. Top. Come on. Top. Come on. Top. Come on. EDG. Come on. EDG. Come on. EDG. Come on. Accompanied by bursts of cheering. The full view of Summoner's Rift was presented to everyone. Both sides rushed out of the spring immediately and went straight to the wild area. This version has no first-level team design at all, because the bottom lane duo has to fight wild monsters. Miller couldn't help but feel a little regretful when he saw both sides on the field squatting in their own jungle areas without any thoughts of crossing the river. If the first-level team tactics are designed well, they can give the team a huge advantage in the early stage. Even if there is no kill-kill, both sides only need to exchange summoner skills, and the overall rhythm of the game will be accelerated a lot. The lack of summoner skills can become a point used by the opponent to attack in a targeted manner. Top and EDG have a completely mirrored start. Ice and Braum are farming Frog Princess, while Easy and Bard are farming Stone Man. The only difference is that the Centaur is playing F4 alone, while the Excavator is playing Red alone. Both sides came online at the same time. Li Hansheng stood next to the military line, and even took the initiative to give Narpan a chance to consume himself. Due to the existence of E-Balance Strike, the hero Sword Girl is in the best state to have her health percentage lower than the opponent's. Moreover, both the old version of Sword Girl and the reworked Sword Girl rely heavily on the army line to provide them with pursuit capabilities. Chance! But what Li Hansheng didn't expect was that Mouse actually ignored him at all, and was very restrained and did not spend any money. the temporary switch to top lane can produce good results. Firstly, it is because EDG's top laner does not have many tasks in the team. Secondly, Mouse usually spends a lot of time studying the opponents he has to face. He watched a lot of Li Hansheng's game videos and came to the conclusion that don't think about consuming Li Hansheng during the laning phase, because many times you seem to have caught a perfect opportunity to consume yourself. In fact, it is a flaw that Li Hansheng deliberately sold, either to trick you into taking the bait and kill you alone, or to create a military line that is beneficial to himself. There are many details in the landing in the top lane, and the game of the troop line is the top priority. Li Hansheng can perform such a terrifying performance in the top lane because he can always put the troop line in the most comfortable state for him and master the troop line. Just like controlling the ball on the football field is the same as controlling the rebounds on the basketball field. You can be invincible. Mouse also came to a conclusion. If you don't do things, you won't make mistakes. The best way to face Li Hansheng is to adopt the mentality that you would rather do nothing than make mistakes. There is no shame in being a bastard in front of Li Hansheng. Hey, is this guy Mouse such a coward? Seeing that the opponent did not take the bait, Li Hansheng had no temper at all. Especially when the melee soldiers were reduced to residual health. Li Hansheng used Q, Blade Impact, to quickly clear the troops and get closer to Nar. Distance. This time Mouse took action. But it was just an A draw. Not even a Q. For fear that losing the Q would affect the long-range soldiers behind Li Hansheng, resulting in a deterioration of the military line. In the early stage, Nar was particularly afraid of those fighters who had the ability to charge in the face. Before they made the big ice hammer, they simply did not have the ability to pull. Coincidentally, the sword girl is the type that Nar is most afraid of. She has the ability to dash forward and does a lot of damage when she gets close. He's just so solid. Facing such a defensive tower-type player on the top lane, it is a little difficult to break through head-on in the lane. But it does not mean that top has no other ways. Xiang Renjie. Plan B. Plan B. Okay. Puff. Take a photo of the opposite jungle area. Imp, who is far away in the bottom lane, did not learn Q, shooter concentration at level 2, but directly learned E, Eagle Strikes the Sky. The combination of the two sides in the bottom lane is destined to not compete in the early stage, and learning Q is useless. The drone shot out by Yuan Jibing went straight to the upper half of EDG's wild area, focusing on the frog concubine and the blue buff. The fog of war along the way also briefly disappeared, allowing Top to obtain enough vision information. It can be seen that the excavator did not brush the three wolves immediately, but went straight to the blue buff. They were following the route of red buff sharp beak blue buff quick 3. But the men and horses who had just finished the red buff turned around and crossed the river to try to invade. Is Candy going to invade? Top's obvious offensive behavior naturally attracted the attention of the commentators. I saw that the men and horses had trotted across the river and were preparing to rush into EDG's wild area. And the middle and upper lanes also began to take action. This side of the middle road, the vampires have no ability to push the line in the early stage. Not to mention that they are facing the newly strengthened rock bird, the rock bird that had just logged into the canyon, because the appearance rate was too low. The designer naturally would not sit back and let the new hero sit indifferent. So he directly strengthened it with a wave of his hand. What is the most important thing for a roaming mid laner? Line rights. In version 6.12, the designer directly strengthened this point, giving the rock bird an additional 20 points of basic health while also reducing the mana cost of rock bird's Q, stone penetration, and the duration of the quarry. The most important thing is, now, Rockbird's Q will cause an additional 50% damage to minions, which allows Rockbird to use Q and ease to push the lane quickly. The factory director soon saw the people entering his jungle area. After all, Candy came here with a big show. The troops have entered my jungle area. The factory director's implication was to signal his teammates to come quickly. But the feedback from his teammates made him despair. Sister Dao is gone. The nest can't come. The Rock Sparrow has gone. Vampire really can't roam as well as Rockbird. The two heroes have different positioning. They can't push the lane, and their ability in small-scale team battles in the early jungle is far inferior to Rockbird. What's more important is that the Rockbird has a passive, Pumice Rush effect, has an extra movement speed bonus, and its map running ability is far beyond what a vampire can match. Even in EDG's wild area, Vampire's theoretical support distance is shorter, and Yenke may not necessarily be able to support him on the battlefield later than him. Gone, the factory director couldn't help but swear. The men and horses are not afraid of excavators in single combat in the jungle. The early duel ability of the men and horses is second to none even if they are placed on the top lane of the jungle. The ultra-short CT of Q, Rampage, after full stacks and the recovery effect of W, Spirit of Fear, they are all dueling artifacts. Centaur and horse basically have sprint, which makes them very capable of continuous pursuit. What's even more terrible is that Centaur and horse's passive, Road of Conquest, will gain additional AD bonus based on extra movement speed, which is perfect with sprint. Form a linkage. I can't beat him in a one-on-one fight, but he has teammates to support him, so he can take the lead? After the factory director waited up, he decided to let go of this group of blue buffs to avoid this wave of conflicts in the wild area. Candy easily countered this group of blue buffs. He was a thief. When he saw that the factory director had no idea of resistance, he directly killed the group of blue buffs. Punishment is saved. Then in front of the factory director, he directly started beating the frog concubine and staged a continuous plot of the husband committing crimes in the wild area. The factory director is very angry, but there is nothing you can do. Who made Top's lineup focus on suppression in the early and midterm, and the linkage between lane and jungle was also perfect. The director learned his lesson this time and did not go far but stayed aside, forcing his troops to use punishment. But Candy, who had already earned 2 sets of wild monsters, was already satisfied and drove towards the river to kill the fresh river crabs. Top's jungle invasion with line and wild coordination is perfect. Miller couldn't help but praise. Although the excavator is not so dependent on the blue buff, the factory director's jungle actually lacks 2 sets of wild monster experience. While the troops are the experience of eating 2 more groups of wild monsters means that the troops will reach level 6 earlier than usual, and the men and horses need blue buffs to clear the jungle. Wawa added, if you get 2 blue buffs at the beginning, the efficiency of the men and horses to clear the jungle will also increase linearly. The recovery effect of the jungle knife in the S6 version is not as strong as in later versions, which is why jungle heroes such as the prince cannot appear. The body itself is not strong enough. If you do not use skills in the jungle, the efficiency will be slow and it will hurt. But if you use skills frequently, it will be easy to run out of mana to gank online. Although the centaur is a little better than the prince, it is also very short of mana. Grouping blue buffs can avoid this situation to the greatest extent. Candy immediately ran back to the lower half of his wild area to deal with the remaining 2 groups of wild monsters, and the second group of frog queens, who were waiting to be refreshed. What no one expected was Yenkei, who was originally pushing the lane in the middle, suddenly ran into the wild area, and the troops who had reduced the blue buff to low health stopped immediately, allowing Yenkei to take away the blue buff with a Q. Oh my god! Candy is such a team! Miller exclaimed. Can this blue buff be used? Good guy. It seems that a vampire is EDG's mid laner. But in fact the top mid laner also chose a vampire? Ha ha ha. No wonder Top is never afraid of the opponent choosing a vampire. You can kill a vampire. I have 3 vampires in top. What are you going to fight with me for? Candy is really a team player. I cried to death. Aha hey. What's wrong with me? Gao Dui. Eating a blue buff from you? Then BB even accepted your F4. The transfer of team resources like this naturally has subsequent in-depth considerations. Candy has harvested enough wild monsters, and can make a second-level jungle knife when he returns home without too much blue. The blue buff is the icing on the cake for him. But if Yenkei can get the blue buff and push the line frequently, it will be no less powerful for the top team, allowing Yenkei to frequently use skills to push the line. Yenkei, who already had lane rights, got the blue buff, which really put huge pressure on EDG's 2 wings. Once the rock bird completes the push and disappears in the middle, EDG has to consider whether the rock bird will come, both on the upper and lower lanes. The bottom lane is fine. The factory director went home to replenish his status and bought another real eye. The accessory eye and a real eye are enough to seal all the intersections where the rock bird goes. As long as the rock bird moves, EDG can know her movements in advance, so as to take precautions in advance and not give the rock bird any chance. But the mouse on the road doesn't feel so good. The team's vision in the early stage is limited, and if all is used to protect the bottom lane, his top lane will become a complete orphan lane. The entire upper half of the map is shrouded in the fog of war, which puts a lot of pressure on him. Without vision feedback from the team, the mouse will exhibit some strange behavior on the court. Obviously there is no top player on the road, but Sword Girl simply presses forward, which scares Nar into retreating immediately. And even the artillery soldiers can't even bother to make up for it. Even if he knew that Li Hansheng was trying to scare him, Mouse would not dare to bet. What if a centaur and a rock bird were really killed? He is not Yin Shuangying, and does not have the special ability of Schrodinger's bullet. So he dare not bet that Li Hanqing's gun has no bullets. Although no kills were caused on the top lane, the level and last hit count increased invisibly. The audience is not a player on the field. They can't understand how much pressure the mouse is under. So they just think his reaction is inexplicable and make all kinds of ridicule. And the top midfielder doesn't just create pressure on the upper and lower lanes. Since he can't find a chance to roam, he forces his way into the jungle. Yenke has absolute line rights in the middle, is also fast in running the line, and has strong one-on-one ability in the jungle. The line rights of the upper and lower lanes are basically in the hands of top. Candy entering EDG's jungle area was like entering a public toilet. There was no pressure at all. The factory director could only act like a frustrated little daughter-in-law, silently enduring Candy's going in and out. Even if his beloved sharp-beaked bird was looted, he would not dare to resist. Moreover, because the troops have been fighting back in the wild area and can capture the position of the excavator at all times, coupled with the IC, the factory director has no rhythm at all in the early stage and is exhausted in the wild area. After successfully invading the wild area, the level of the troops reached level 6 earlier than normal, which is almost the same as that of their own mid lane. Both the midfielder and the jungler reached level 6. And top finally made the first attack of this game. Push the line! Push the line! It will be here soon! Candy and Gao Dui went straight to the bottom lane. Top's bottom lane easily pushed the troops into the opponent's defense tower. No way. Easy does not have the ability to clear the line. And Bard is not the kind of soft support that can help the ADC relieve the pressure on the line. In the field of vision, people and horses can be seen sprinting towards the lower road. But EDG had no one to help. The vampires had just finished dealing with a line of troops under the tower. The excavator was far away in the upper half of the jungle. And Gnar didn't have TP. A dead end. As soon as the EDG duo thought about retreating to the closed grass and giving up their troops, Yenke had already used his ultimate move to directly block their retreat. Easy used E to cross the stone wall, and Bard used E to open a hole and turn around. However, Bard's drilling speed was too slow. The rock bird directly predicted W, connected with EQ, and used the rock protrusion to lift Bard back. The explosion was quite impressive. Spread plus E, and the fast-moving men and horses also rushed towards Easy. Candy is very thin. Instead of handing in the ultimate move, Shadow Blast, immediately after catching up with Easy, he fired R while face-to-face, and used def reaction to hand over Flash. But in this case, the initiative was in the hands of the troops. Candy predicted exactly where def would flash back, and Easy was immediately frightened. During the last bit of the destruction charge, the men and horses circled behind Easy and kicked him back. Braun had already followed. The Flash plus W two-stage movement came to the face of the horse, and AQ hit Easy on the face with a brick, and it was set on fire. Behind him, Hanbing and Yenke were dealing with Bard. The fragile Bard was unable to bear the damage from the two of them, and was killed first. First blood. The first blood was collected by Yenke. And Easy, which had no E or Flash at the back, was hung up and passively stuck by Braum. Centaur and Braum are like two walls blocking Easy's back, not giving Easy a chance to escape directly. Rock Bird and Hanbing followed up and added follow-up control to kill it. Imp also got ahead. Beautiful! The frequent invasion of the jungle by the midfielder in the early stage created Top's rapid level 6 offensive, leaving EDG unable to defend at all. Watanabe shouted excitedly. And this wave of attacks allows Top to give more than just 2 dead heads. They can take advantage of the situation and control the little dragons. The first one is the Earth Dragon. Theoretically speaking, the Fire Dragon has the highest value. After all, it is equivalent to directly increasing the damage. But in a professional arena, the Earth Dragon is actually no less valuable than the Fire Dragon, because the Earth Dragon can directly increase the damage to wild monsters. This means that if you accumulate enough Earth Dragons, you can quickly rush the Baron and control the most valuable map resources in League of Legends. This is Top's offensive rhythm. Many people ask why Top's games are so good and why they are so strong. Rita also found an opportunity to add. This game can provide a good answer. How Top made reasonable use of their lineup advantages to form waves of attacks on the court, suppressing EDG and leaving them breathless. This is EDG. Really. This is EDG. It is recognized that the LPL League is the best defensive team. But even so, they were unable to fight back against Top's early attacks. Just like the commentator said, Top took advantage of the situation and retreated to win Xiaolong. EDG also had no choice but to accept the temporary fall behind. Chapter 162 Noob is too strong. Let's weaken Dao Mei. It seems like there have only been 2 kills since the start so far. And it seems that the pace is not too fast. But in fact, Top has controlled the overall rhythm of the game quite well. But it has never found a gap. Now, the breakthrough has been opened. And neither Bard nor Easy in the bottom lane has flashed. Which means that Top can completely launch another attack based on this point. Especially considering that Han Bing in the bottom lane is about to reach level 6. Top will have one more person who can set the pace on the court. For EDG, the test has just begun. MD! Catch a wave! Knowing clearly that Top was controlling Xiaolong. The first reaction of the factory manager, who was far away in the upper half of the zone, was to quickly replace resources to stop the loss. This is the most classic on-court response method in Korean operations. After all, when the opponent is capturing people or dragons, you can clearly understand the opponent's position. At this time, there is no risk in making some resource-level replacements. But it is to recover losses. Why did SKT succeed in making a comeback even though it almost failed to gain an advantage, or even a disadvantage in the early stage? It is because they maximize resource replacement, especially resource replacement in disadvantageous situations, and can always recover losses as much as possible in disadvantageous situations. As the top team in the LPL, EDG has learned Korean operations for so long, so there is no problem in resource replacement. There are only 2 roads in front of the factory director. One is to get the Canyon Herald, and the other is to hit the road. But the problem is that this version of Canyon Pioneer is a map resource that makes dogs shake their heads when they see it. Although there is a small enhancement. Now even if it is killed, the buff effect provided by Canyon Pioneer will not disappear. But the actual effect is not great. This is a resource that the advantage side uses to snowball. What the disadvantage side needs is the economy. Therefore, he has one and only one choice, which is to go to the top lane. Regardless of whether he can successfully gank Li Hansheng, he must force him back. At least Li Hansheng will lose his troops. Right? The 2 waves of troops are equivalent to 1 head in terms of economy, which can barely restore a certain team disadvantage and limit the development of Sword Girl. However, the timing of the factory director's arrival was not perfect. Nar had just become smaller, and was in the sage mode where he could not gain anger. Fortunately, this mouse carried out the bastard thinking to the end. Even for the first time. In order to relieve the pressure on the line, I added an extra Dolan sword. Upon seeing this, the factory director did not conceal his whereabouts. His original intention was to force Li Hansheng back. Unexpectedly, Li Hansheng actually ignored him. Not only did he not run away, he even took the initiative to QQ to replenish his troops. Didn't he take him seriously at all? However, EDG's field of vision could clearly see that the 4 top players were at the Xiaolong pit. There was no way anyone was squatting behind Li Hansheng. Don't I want to lose face? The factory director glared and decided to do something. Get him! The excavator directly turned E and rushed in front of Li Hansheng. Since Li Hansheng's Q soldier made his position very deep, the excavator directly moved behind Dao Mei. And then W, braked out, knocked Dao Mei into the air. The challenge and punishment were placed on Dao Mei in advance. But the factory director was still afraid that Li Hansheng would suddenly unleash a wave of unreasonable injuries and kill him instead. Nar also directly AQA trying to quickly hit the 3 rings. However, almost as soon as Nar fired his second shot, the sword girl had already landed. Ion and Zeal gain 25% toughness when there are 2 enemies nearby. Although toughness cannot reduce the duration of the knockback, it can reduce the duration of the deceleration effect. Nardu has not had time to distance himself, and was already caught up by Dao Mei. After landing, there was a clang. The blade in Sword Girl's hand glowed with cold light, which was the effect of turning on W, flying stance. Then, the target was directed at the soldier next to Nar. Dao Mei's Q, Blade Impact, can trigger various attack special effects, including the real damage after turning on W. The minion next to Nar who still had 2/3 of his health was killed by Dao Mei's Q. If you want to succeed in 1v2, you must first pick the right weak persimmons, and you cannot blindly hit them with your eyes closed. Although the excavator is only level 5, it has the power of time and a red jungle knife. It has the damage reduction effect brought by challenge punishment and the extra health provided by the talent. It is difficult to kill in a short time. Die. And little Narco in Sage mode is relatively fragile. Even if he comes out with double Dolan, it doesn't matter. 80 health points is just a matter of 1 more A and 1 blow. How can it be so difficult? A backhand E, balanced strike, knocked Nar unconscious on the spot. And then Dao Mei continued to move A and then R. This version of Dao Mei's ultimate move can be actively released 4 times. And each time it is released, it will shoot out a sharp blade, damage enemies in a straight line, and 25% of the damage caused is converted into a recovery effect to heal Dao Mei herself. Neither Excavator nor Nar had the serious injury effect, and they watched the Knife Girl's blood volume slowly increase. On the contrary, it was Nar who was hit twice by Dao Mei using A and then R. After the dizziness ended, half of his health had already been lost. Nar quickly jumped back with E, but Dao Mei decisively followed up with Q, and once again hit a flat A followed by R. Mouse could only continue to flash back, but Dao Mei decisively kept up with the continuous output, and chased into the defense tower, and killed Nar forcefully. However, the Excavator also chased Dao Mei all the way, which made Li Hansheng's health not considered healthy. He was also attacked by the defense tower, and dropped to less than half health. He quickly retreated, but the Excavator still pursued him. The factory director has no intention of letting go of Noob. He plans to chase him to the end. Wawa shouted excitedly. Can the factory director replace Noob as he wishes? There must be a reason why an Excavator, with obviously insufficient damage, dared to pursue Li Hansheng. Li Hansheng is waiting for the CD, and the factory director is waiting for his teammates. The vampire far in the middle has already reached the big dragon pit. As long as he can keep the sword girl behind, he can win a precious head for the vampire. What's more, he himself still has a flash in hand, so he is very safe. Result? Li Hansheng took the initiative to get into the grass on the line, and the factory director also pursued him. Unexpectedly, Li Hansheng did not continue to escape, but got stuck on the edge of the grass. The moment the Excavator approached the grass, he started to draw with his backhand. The Excavator was not afraid at all, and the vampire had already run to the grassy river on the road. Snap! Dao Mei finally waited for her E-skill to be on CD again, and stunned the Excavator in place with a backhand shot. The factory director didn't think anything of it at first, but when Dao Mei activated W again, every basic attack was accompanied by the huge amount of real damage made him a little unable to bear it. After the dizziness was over, the factory director hurriedly went back to the ground with W. The moment he saw Dao Mei raising her hand, he immediately W emerged from the ground and knocked Dao Mei into the air again. The vampire who had already arrived on the road also directly at the extreme distance. Use your ultimate move. Then connect Q and start charging E. Taking advantage of this short knock-up time, the factory manager widened the distance between him and Dao Mei. But the problem is that there are a lot of minions on the line. After landing, the Knife Girl directly uses Q to catch up, and then makes up for it with a knife to draw the A to continue to reduce the Excavator's health. After all, Li Hansheng brought War Zeal, and during the continuous battle, the stacks had already been accumulated, especially after turning on W. In addition to the huge amount of real damage every time you draw A, there is also the additional physical damage provided by War Zeal. Hack! The factory director cursed, dodged to distance himself, and then used W to drill into the ground, using the ground to recover a little blood. You can recover as much as you can at this time, just like taking drugs immediately after a duel. Maybe the dozens of health points recovered during the duel can be the key to your victory. But the soldiers on the line gave Li Hansheng the conditions to perform perfectly. It can only be said that the increase in the military line is too great for Dao Mei. The old version of Sword Girl does not need to rely on Q soldiers to add passive layers, but it does need to rely on the soldier line for continuous pursuit. Li Hansheng quickly caught up with the Excavator with his Q soldiers and hit the A again. The distance that opened instantly forced the vampire to sprint to pursue. The factory director flashed away, and the Sword Girl used Q soldiers to catch up. Wow! The Sword Girl with the soldier line can really double the combat power. The doll kept exclaiming. The factory director's health is very dangerous. The vampire is following. Another Q. The Knife Girl's health is already in danger, and the factory director is still running. The distance is widened. Wow! Dao Mei's Q is squeezed very hard, and the distance is closed. Flat A. Flat A. The factory director is down. Double kill. After forcibly replacing the Excavator, Li Hansheng also operated it to the limit. War Zeal is not Conqueror after all, and does not provide any recovery effect. Even if Dangerous Game is triggered to restore a certain state, it has no subsequent combat capabilities. The key W and E are still on the CD. Scout used a red angry Q to take down Noob's head, but EDG didn't make any money. This is equivalent to catching 1 out of 3 and killing 2 in reverse. Wawa sighed, seeming to feel sorry for EDG. It can only be said that Noob's calculation of damage is too accurate. 3 of them hit 1, and 2 of them were counterkilled. Do you know how to play games? Just this. This. Sure enough. There is still a gap between being undefeated in the league. I almost want to laugh. What do EDG think? What Dao girl likes most is people without explosive ability to attack her. I think the Blue Square Soldier and Blood Horse are heavenly. Without these lines of soldiers, Brother Han Sheng would have to replace him with at most one person. Really. The military line does give Li Han Sheng more room to operate. Otherwise, if he replaces NAL at most, he will be walked to death because he has no follow-up skills to catch up with the excavator. It also has something to do with the EDG lineup's lack of damage in the early stages. When the 3 heroes Nar, Excavator, and Vampire are combined together, it doesn't look like they are doing any harm. You can't use burst damage to quickly deal with Dao Mei. And there is no serious injury to affect Dao Mei's recovery effect. Everyone in Winnow was killed. But the vampires were still far away. This means that EDG's bottom lane has once again become an orphan lane. After defeating the dragon and replenishing supplies, the top duo returned to the lane. Han Bing arrived at 6 early because he single-handedly attacked a group of wild monsters at the beginning and Brown roamed for a period of time during the period. Class. In fact, EDG on the opposite side is similar, but due to being caught dead and losing a lot of troops, the level difference between the two sides formed in the bottom lane. The imp shot was very accurate, and its target was very clear. It was aimed at Bud, who had no ability to protect himself. The men and horses came out of the river, opened E and kicked Bard back. Braun activated his passive in time, and Bard was killed on the spot without even running away. What's more terrible is, since no one could come to support immediately, after the troops entered the tower, Death did not dare to take troops under the tower alone, and could only passively retreat to the closed grass, and could not gain the experience of a wave of troops. EDG has to stabilize the situation first. Miller frowned and carefully helped EDG analyze the situation on the field. Vampires won't quench their thirst even if they get a kill. EDG relies on Double C to deal damage. The vampire is responsible for entering the field to deal the first wave of AoE damage, and then Easy will harvest the endgame. Now Easy's development cannot keep up. Even if the vampire can perform perfectly, it will be difficult for EDG to win the team battle. I think EDG should first think about how to get through this most painful period. No one on the field except vampires showed up. Rita pointed out the most important point. Li Han Sheng stared at the huge NL not far away and decided to take the lead in attacking. He directly fired W, and then Q closed the distance to the long-range soldier next to Nar, making a posture of wanting to fight. Mouse was so frightened that he tried to use his ultimate move to push Li Han Sheng away with his backhand. But NL made a clear movement of raising his hand when he launched his ultimate move. At this moment, the sword girl immediately QED towards the melee soldier not far away, and opened her position, causing Nar to push lonely. Oh my god! NAR is so big! Noob is just playing tricks! The doll shouted excitedly. Mouse is in danger. If his ultimate move fails, he will lose the ability to protect himself. Miller also shouted. Hack! Mouse's expression changed instantly when he saw this scene. Turn around and run. But why would Li Han Sheng give him this opportunity? The Q-range soldier returned to Nar's side again. Both of them are at full health. But that's enough. Dao Mei's E, Balanced Strike, can create a stun effect as long as Dao Mei's health percentage is not higher than the opponent's. Nar was immediately knocked unconscious. What's even more terrible is, at the moment of being stunned, Nar's anger gauge was just cleared, and Nar instantly transformed from a huge ancient murderer into a cute little Nar. The change in body shape gives Nar a more flexible figure, but he also becomes more fragile. The sword girl's flat A shot landed on Nar. Even though Nar had already replaced his cloth armor shoes, he still lost a lot of blood. The real damage, the physical damage from basic attacks, and the additional damage from 3 passives are all brought together. Once, and again. After doing 3, Sword Girl has a super high attack speed bonus, and her level speed is very fast. By the time Nar recovers, he has lost nearly half of his blood. NMD, do you want such details? Mouse really couldn't express his pain. Only after I actually fought against Li Han Sheng did I understand how terrifying he was. During the process of stunning Nar, Dao Mei took A and also adjusted her position, just so that she could get stuck on Nar's side. Everyone's first reaction in a duel is to get behind and use their bodies to block the opponent's position. But you can't do this when facing Nar, because if you go to the position behind Kanal immediately, Kanal can use E to complete 2 consecutive jumps. When the time comes, He will use Q on his backhand to slow down plus flash to widen the distance. Even the sword girl may not be able to catch up. In such a fierce battle, Li Hansheng could still calculate this small detail. No wonder Mouse said he was too scary. But you still have to try. A backhand Q hangs up to slow down. And then E distances itself. The knife girl who has been holding Q directly uses Q to follow up. And uses are in the opposite direction. Hey! The doll shouted in surprise. Noob! Are your hands shaking? No! Miller shouted, raising his voice. He is using R to kill minions to gain 3 acceleration effects. That's right. There is a small wooden hammer in the 3-item synthesis piece. And the small wooden hammer has 2 acceleration effects. One is that the normal acceleration effect is not obvious. And the other is that after killing an enemy unit, you will get a more obvious acceleration. Li Hansheng deliberately reversed R to kill the minion. He wanted this acceleration effect to offset the slowdown of Narpen's Q, so that he could continue to chase Narpen's A. I'm gone! Mouse closed his eyes in despair. He didn't even want to hand over Flash, and planned to save it for the group fight. What is the use of flashing? If you delay, teammates won't be able to support you, and the flash will be wasted. Single kill. Facing the pursuit of Dao Mei, Null fell directly to the ground and became a corpse. At the same time, Ha Bing in the middle hit Bard again with a big move, and Top swarmed in and killed Bard. But EDG responded quickly. The factory director found an opportunity to go around and knock away the rock bird that was clearing the lane on the upper lane. The vampire followed up and added damage to kill the rock bird. EDG can indeed achieve a certain degree of stop loss, but the limitations of the lineup made it impossible for them to completely stop the loss or even recover the disadvantage. How to do it? Both Easy and Vampire are heroes that need to develop, and their damage is not enough. In many cases, even if they can find opportunities, they lack the decisive damage. Top has already controlled 2 dragons, both of which are Earth dragons. The 3rd dragon is relatively useless and is a wind dragon, but it does not affect the overall situation. Fortunately, EDG has always maintained its fundamentals. At the early 21st minute, the vampire has a 3-piece set of rocket belt, ice staff, and Central Asian hourglass. But these 3 pieces of equipment are relatively cheap equipment. Easy also barely has ice fist, magic cut, and small armor piercing bow. After all, the equipment of both of them is still relatively cheap. If the easy equipment is converted into a critical strike equipment, it is estimated to be the price of Endless plus Yellow Cross, which is enough for 1.5 pieces. But at least EDG has the capital to take over the team. But after seeing Li Hansheng's equipment, all EDG members were a little silent. This Li Hansheng sword girl is also well developed, with 3 items: Bloody Hand, Blue Shield, and Mercury Shoes. A luxurious 3-piece set. It's the same 3-piece set, but the difference in price is huge. Even the cheapest Blue Shield is priced at 2,900. And the Bloody Hand and 3 items are priced at more than 3,000, which can only be described as luxurious. Top decisively activates Baron. Will EDG take over the team? EDG has to pick it up even if it doesn't matter. The effect of the 2 Earth Dragons is very obvious. The blood volume of the big dragon drops very quickly. EDG is not in a hurry. They are still waiting, hoping to wait until the Baron's health volume drops further, so that the Baron's AoE damage can cause more damage to lower Li Hansheng's health volume. And they are also waiting for Nar's anger. Go up! Go up! Don't go all in without thinking. Pull the other side. I will find an opportunity to grab the dragon. The factory director's thinking was very clear. Seeing that Nar was full of anger, he immediately directed his teammates to move forward. But he obviously underestimated Top's determination. Even if the dragon had less than 3,000 health left, Li Hansheng shouted in the team voice, and all the top players stopped and rushed with him. Dao Mei took the lead and rushed to the front. Li Hansheng is crazy! Kill the knife girl! Kill the knife girl! The sword girl rushed into the crowd and directly activated the blue shield to slow down the 5 EDG players. The EDG side was also in chaos overall. Nar reversed an R to push the sword girl out of the crowd, and then used W to supplement the control. Bard also reversed an R and put the top 4 people in the dragon pit in place, and then followed up with a Q, because the sword girl happened to be standing next to the wall. Bader successfully exerted control, and the excavator also came under Dao Mei's feet to prepare for additional control. It's over. Noob is out of touch. Can EDG kill the knife girl instantly? The doll was so nervous that he shouted. Dao Mei's passivity has once again made a contribution. If there are more than 3 enemies around you, you can gain 40% toughness. With the effect of Mercury shoes, Dao Mei's toughness has exceeded 50%. This is equivalent to all the control effects on EDG's side being halved. The knife girl quickly returned to action and immediately let EDG know what cruelty means. Each can hit 3 to 4 people, allowing Dao Mei to maintain her own health. The shield provided by the bloody hand also prevents Dao Mei from being killed by 5 people directly with focused fire, especially when the sword girl finds the right opportunity. She flashes Q directly to Easy's face, and then need to knock it out, and then fall with the sword. Cutting off nearly 1/3 of Easy's health caused a burst of exclamations from the crowd. Unable to deal with Dao Mei quickly, EDG also completely stopped. The men who started sprinting quickly used R to rush into the crowd to help the sword girl share the damage. Han Bing's are forced out the vampire's blood pool. Braum accurately pressed up and set his passive, cooperating with his teammates to interfere with the vampire's output. Easy's small water gun hit the sword girl with a blue shield, as if it was tickling. Wow. It's a rout. Now is the wave of the top lineup's strongest combat effectiveness. EDG has been completely defeated. EDG's idea is good, but they overestimate their damage and underestimate Dao Mei's physical strength. The Baron hasn't recovered its health yet. Top can continue to fight the Baron. 66,666. This knife girl? You really won't die? Designer? Look at her. Isn't this the knife-cutting girl? Brother Han Sheng. You have no heart. Will the knife girl really get stabbed again? A wave of 0 for 14 fights collapsed, completely ruining EDG's hope of a comeback. Only Bader managed to escape. After all, EDG will never be destroyed. After getting the big dragon buff, Top returned to the spring to replenish a wave of status and a round of equipment. Li Hanqing even knocked down a bottle of steel mixture, as long as he can successfully trigger the passive. His panel toughness will reach a terrifying 69%. All control is nothing in his eyes. In the face of Top's push with the Baron buff, EDG had no power to fight back. Easy and Vampire's line clearing ability is already poor, let alone the line that is strengthened by the Baron buff. Top didn't even think of letting Yanjai use his ultimate move to block the road and demolish the Highland Tower. After the troops reached the tower, Li Hanqing signaled Candy to force the way. Top, who was overwhelmed by equipment, was forced to bear the damage of the Highland Tower and overwhelm EDG. Set the game time at 25 minutes. 1-0. Top used a textbook-level offense to win. Chapter 163, Who Can Stop Top? Congratulations to Top for playing a textbook offensive wave to win this game. I really recommend other teams in the LPL to learn from this game. There may be a gap in personal ability between the players, but at least Top's BP, the ideas as well as the coping and handling methods in subsequent games can be used for reference and learning. Miller can't wait to hold the heads of other LPL team members and coaches and let them see how Top promotes the unique fighting style of the LPL division. He and Wawa are the oldest commentators in the LPL. It can be said that they have witnessed the establishment, growth and darkest moments of the LPL division. Every year when I go abroad to commentate on S-Games, I cast envious glances at my colleagues in the LCK until the end. He desires more than anyone else that there will be a team in the LPL that can break the LCK's monopoly on the S Championship. Indeed. Wawa nodded in agreement. Rather than blindly imitating and learning the LCK's operational style, which will only make you look nondescript, it is better to learn the Top offensive style. At least it's fun to watch, Rita said with a smile. Farewell. Top's tactics are basically based on super personal abilities, and other teams can't learn them. Rather than saying that Top is about playing tactics, it is better to say that Top is about purely playing with talent and taking the talent-crushing route. I would like to ask which team in the entire LPL can form such a luxurious 3C? RNG? Laughing. Is Looper worthy of competing with brother Han Sheng? The two of them are not of the same type. I admit that Looper is a top laner, but my brother Han Sheng is a hexagonal top laner. Huangza. Please don't touch porcelain. The commentators somewhat take it for granted that they should learn from Top. It is true that Top's tactics on the court cannot be replicated. Just the simple offensive rhythm. Why can they always find opportunities online? Because the top 3 lane players can always create offensive conditions for their teammates. This is pure talent and pure personal ability. Others cannot learn from it unless they can also put together a top 3C lineup. Mao sat in his seat a little distracted. But it was the factory director on the side who gave him a push that made him remember to go backstage first. Looking at the confused looks on the team members' faces, Abu couldn't help but have a headache. There was no light in Mouse's eyes. He truly felt Li Hanqing's terror. Scout was also quite depressed. The winning streak along the way made his self-confidence soaring to an all-time high. However, he failed to take any advantage against Gao Dui and ultimately lost. For him, the pain of losing was quite shocking. You still can't choose a growth lineup in the top game. Let's choose a lineup that can speed up the next game. After much deliberation, he couldn't find a good solution. Abramovich could only communicate with the coaching staff and decided to use a lineup for the early and midterm. It's been a head-to-head match countless times. Facing Top with a late-game lineup is asking for death, because they can really beat you to death in the early game. SKT couldn't resist Top's unreasonable offensive in the midterm at MSI. And EDG thought they couldn't do it either. Since defense doesn't work, then try offense. Welcome everyone back to the live broadcast of the 2016 LPL Summer Split. After a short break, we will see what adjustments EDG will make. Will Top continue their strong early offensive momentum? Especially new. What kind of top lane hero will he choose? This is also worth looking forward to. The audience is eager to see something different on the field, because it can create freshness. As long as the freshness is enough, they can get enough visual stimulation. Riot has also been committed to diversifying hero selection, and is eager to allow more heroes to compete on the stage of professional competitions. Pity. The professional stage is destined to be utilitarian, and League of Legends' half-monthly update frequency and frequent numerical changes lead to a specific optimal solution for each version, in order to pursue the fault tolerance rate and the play style that maximizes the winning rate. Teams will inevitably choose heroes who are favored by the version, especially some heroes who are positioned as Snake Oil, Crocodile, Gnar, Clockwork, Blind Sin. No matter what version of these heroes you can use, they are not strong, but they are certainly not bad. They are just average choices. But for the professional arena, being average is often enough. This time EDG still chooses the blue side, while Top continues to be on the red side. EDG's approach to banning didn't actually change much. They still chose to be the first to ban Jace. Top's backhand ban of Victor also kept the same idea. EDG's second ban spot was given to Leopard Girl, and Top continued to ban Wilmom. The last person to be banned, EDG blocked Ryze, while Top chose to block Shen. Hey, it can be seen that Top seems to have maintained the idea of banning people in the last round, Miller said. But it's no problem. As the winner, they really don't need to make adjustments. It won't change if you don't choose someone. Right, Wawa said half-jokingly. Didn't expect. Both sides really gave him full face. EDG still grabs the excavator, and Top's first two hands continue to lock in a polar duo from Freljord. Brown plus ice. Men and women are matched, so work is not tiring. EDG won't choose a vampire. Right. The doll was a little confused. Isn't it possible? Miller shook his head. It is possible for Top to maintain the original BP. But as the loser, EDG proved that their lineup was not good in the last game. How could they continue to be tough and try again? Really? EDG took the initiative to make changes. They did not continue to choose vampires, but gave Scout Syndra, who has stronger line suppression. As a line-dominant hero, Syndra can maximize Scout's outstanding personal abilities. Then they did not continue to choose Easy, but instead locked on Jhin. Huh? Are EDG going to attack Top? Their lineup is so proactive, Miller exclaimed. It's a good thing to dare to attack. It's also a brave attempt by EDG. Everyone knows that EDG's playing style is basically defensive counterattack. After all, it is the team that has learned the most thorough Korean-style operations and adheres to the same philosophy. As long as I don't take the initiative to attack, I won't make mistakes. I will compare with you who of the two sides has the ability to seize opportunities, whose tactical execution is stronger, and who makes fewer mistakes. The more you do, the more likely you are to make mistakes. As long as I don't do it, I basically won't make a mistake. There really haven't been many changes on Top's side. They are still locked in the middle and jungle combination of Mao Ma plus CNK, which has full early rhythm ability. Wow! Wei Shen is not a coward. He needs to use the Rock Bird to attack Syndra, who just scouted. The doll laughed. This is interesting. EDG's overall thinking changed in the follow-up. First locking the bull head, and then giving the top laner Mouse a big tree. Ha ha ha. I was thinking about what lineup to choose, but in the end, I got a good match with Dashu. EDG cannot lose its big tree, just like the soda industry cannot live without Pepsi Cola. Starting a group? Right. My family always uses Pepsi to clean the toilet, but Coca-Cola is always the best. I can only say that the big tree in the last hand is where the soul is. And it is indeed a piece of cake. EDG. What about the bullshit? Obviously EDG cannot lose the big tree, Just like the domestic area cannot live without Mr. 91X. The choice is once again given to Li Hansheng. Top does not lack rhythm points now, but it is a little short of damage. He needs to get a role that can snowball in the early and midterm, and supplement the overall damage of the team. You also need to be able to counter big trees. After much deliberation, he took out the captain directly. EDG's Double C has no displacement, and the captain's ultimate move will be a huge deterrent to them. In the end, the lineups of both sides were determined. EDG is on the blue side, and Top is on the red side. On the road, Dashu versus Captain. Jungler, Excavator versus Centaur. Mid lane, Syndra versus Rockbird. Bottom lane, Jhin plus Bullhead versus Ice plus Brown. EDG's lineup is quite good this time. It has a strong early rhythm. We can look forward to it a little bit. Miller gave his own evaluation. At least it is a little more proactive than the first lineup. Let's see if the development of the game can go as EDG wishes. Wawa also made some comments, accompanied by bursts of cheering. The two sides entered the Summoner's Rift. Frequent signals sounded at the beginning, but both sides still had no intention of changing lines. Oldly, be careful. There is a high chance that the opponent will attack you at the beginning. I want to capture a wave of bottom lanes at 2 levels. I can't rely on the top lane. Candy communicated with Li Hansheng immediately. Okay. Li Hansheng nodded, and he even proactively suggested, when you go online to level 2, take the initiative to learn E, and shine on the opponent's jungle area to paralyze the opponent. One knows. Imp also nodded. Candy's success rate is very high, because now the 2-man lane will start to clear the jungle, and they will not go to the river direction for vision as soon as they come up. The man and horse have a perfect chance to get around. The duo of both sides started with normal wild monsters, and they came to the line almost at the same time. Han Bing used W, thousands of arrows, to take away the 3 melee soldiers with residual health and immediately upgraded them to level 2, while the opponent's Jhin also did the same. Use Q, Man Dance Grenade, to capture the 3 melee soldiers with residual health. The ADCs of both sides were upgraded to level 2 almost at the same time. The moment he reached 2, Han Bing immediately learned E, Eagle Strikes the Sky, and launched a drone towards EDG's wild area. He happened to see the Excavator, who had just taken the red buff, and was playing F4. Hack! This B skill is really disgusting. Seeing that his whereabouts were exposed, the factory director had no good solution. The strategic value of the ICE skill is reflected here, and it can help the team obtain a large amount of map information. Such as now. If you know that the Excavator is driving in red and move upwards, you will know with a high probability that the Excavators will move all the way up, and then launch the first wave of attacks on the upper road. Huh? This Candy is blue, and he didn't go up or down? The doll raised his voice instantly. Is Candy going to be captured in 2 levels? It's interesting. Miller laughed loudly. It's always been the factory directors, and 2 levels, who arrest and punish the bottom lane opposite EDG. Now EDG is going to be punished in the same way? EDG didn't know the whereabouts of the men and horses. They even speculated that the men and horses were still giving priority to the top half of F4 to protect the captain. Who would have thought that Centaur and horse would run down the road at level 2? The moment they were about to enter the triangular grass on the bottom lane, the men and horses started sprinting, and instantly transformed into galloping wild horses, and attacked towards the bottom lane. The 2 EDG bottom laners have no defense at all. When they saw the top duo pressing forward without thinking, their experience on the field told them that something big was going to happen. Deft and Mako turned around and ran away. But the next second, the men and horses have appeared behind the 2 of them. I have Q. I have Q. Don't be in a hurry to dodge. Despite facing danger, the EDG duo also dealt with it calmly. If they flashed in advance, they would be caught up and kicked back by the troops. The best way is to Q-fly the troops with the bull's head, and then the 2 of them would flash to distance themselves. The moment the men and horses approached, Nyoto decisively handed Q and tried to knock it away. But unexpectedly, Candy actually turned around. The men who were sprinting plus using E, Shadow Charge, moved very fast. They turned around as soon as the bullhead hammer hit the ground, and then killed another wave of carbine. Beautiful turnaround! Candy successfully tricked Mako. Kicked Def back. Q dodged. The green hair was very decisive, and Laylee was successfully hooked. Since they have taken the initiative, Top must keep this Jhin behind. The moment the cavalry kicked Jhin back, Lu Mao started to take action. He did not predict Q, because there was a high probability that Jhin would dodge it. He just needs to use Q to dodge, and when trying to attack, he must not save summoner skills. Sure enough, He successfully applied a passive layer to Jin and caused a slowdown before Jin flashed. He also hit a flat A. And the horse also took advantage of the situation and made an AQ. Shiba. Death knew that Han Bing had not learned Q at level 2. So he decisively flashed plus healed all in an attempt to escape. But the fast-moving man and horse caught up with a flat A and stunned him on the spot. Han Bing finally caught up at this time. After W, 1,000 arrows volley created a wave of damage. The continuous flat A slowed down Jin. There was no room for escape. First blood. First blood obtained. Nice! Top's attack at the beginning was very decisive. This wave of level 2 captures caught EDG off guard. Miller shouted excitedly. What a wave! This wave is about doing the same thing in return. Good guy. Murong Fu. Right? One thing to say is that Candy calls him Murong Fu because of his appearance. I feel a little wronged by Murong Fu. Candy is in good form recently. Is it because the club is putting pressure on him to find a substitute jungler? Nonsense. In the past, there was nothing we could do if we didn't have a substitute and occasionally failed the club. Now, what if we fail? I'll even bring a chair to carry you down. That Top is recruiting new junglers is no secret to fans who follow the daily affairs of the Top club. After all, fans also discovered a while ago that the rankings of Candy, Imp and others have plummeted. So it has happened that Ah Shui and Ming have replaced Imp. In the entire Top, only Li Hansheng does not need a substitute. After all, Li Hansheng's daily rank training volume, even if compared horizontally in the LCK, can definitely be regarded as the Liver Emperor level. And his performance on the field is so carry. If Top really finds a replacement for Li Hansheng, fans will probably explode the Top official blog every minute and ask about the genealogy of Guahao and Baiyue. T&I, come and give it a try. It stands to reason that at this time, one should go to counter jungle as soon as possible. But since the whereabouts of the troops were not discerned at the beginning, if they wait until they have killed their own bottom lane before going to counter jungle, the time will be very tight. And the top 2 lanes are middle and top. He won't sit back and watch him easily invade the jungle. But Mako, who was far away in the bottom lane, found a wave of opportunities. After more than a year of playing, Mako has already grown up. After he finished the minions under the tower in the bottom lane and was promoted to level 2, he first pretended to be returning to the city. But in fact, he got into his own jungle and headed straight for the middle lane. He could conclude by cutting the screen and observing Gao Dui's position in the middle. Gao Dui must be guarding against the factory director, because at the beginning, Top knew that the excavator was brushing from bottom to top. At this point, the excavator would be in the upper half. So Yang's position was it was from below that he created the illusion that he had returned to the city. This will confuse the top teams. After all, everyone's vision is limited in the early stage, and the information they can obtain is also very limited. So they cannot make the most correct judgment. This is EDG's opportunity. Come on! Come on! I can rely on you! Mako kept sending signals, and the cowhead had already arrived at the grass in the river in the middle road, staring eagerly at the rock bird not far away. Did EDG's counterattack come so quickly? This was a wave of 3 people caught. Wei Shen had no vision at all. He didn't even know that Nyota was nearby. Mako is on! Directly WQ the second company. The rock birds cross each other, and the bullhead prediction flashes. Wow! Mako! Mako! The prediction is on target. In the screen, the bull's head burst out of the grass, catching the rock bird off guard. WQ directly to try to knock the rock bird into the air. However, although Gao Dui was startled, he reacted quickly and handed over the flash to try to avoid Nyota's control. However, in desperation, he could only hand over the flash and could not control the direction. While Mako directly predicted the position behind Yankei. Flash. A beautiful wave of WQ flash knocked the flashing rock bird away. And the prediction was successful. The excavator also immediately used the E-drill tunnel to move over a long distance. Syndra used a QE push ball from the extreme distance to supplement the subsequent stun control, creating ample opportunities for the excavator to reach the feet of the rock bird. W, emerge, knocks the rock bird away. Opening QAE. The 3 of them worked together to kill the rock bird. The only flaw was that the rock bird's head was scalded to death by the ignition of the bull's head. There was nothing that could be done about it. EDG's counterattack is very beautiful. I have a hunch that there will be a lot of casualties between the 2 sides in this game. Everyone knows on the scene that the EDG bottom duo did not flash, and the top support and mid laner did not flash. These are all points that can be targeted. But No one expected that Top's counterattack would also come very quickly. Braun, who came out from home, originally planned to go to the middle to help lay out the defensive vision. But the death of Yankee made Lu Mao change his movement trajectory, and he went straight to the top road. The centaurs and horses had just taken the red buff and reached level 3. And they brought Braun to the top road. Li Hanxing had already discussed with his teammates to advance the troops into the defense tower. When Mao saw the troops bringing level 2 Braun to breach the tower, he was dumbfounded. Is he a big tree? But it turns out that even a big tree is afraid of being caught without a brain. Top's cooperation in jumping over the tower was very tacit. None of the three had a chance to give the tree a chance to operate first. The man and horse opened E and quickly approached the tree. Braun directly jumped to the man and horse with W. And the first move was to draw A. And he was passive. Mouse predicted that Braun would use AQ twice, and tried to use W to evade the skill. But Braun didn't use the skill at all. After he stood up, he flashed back and tried to distance himself instantly. However, Braun directly hit him with his Q at the extreme distance. 2 layers of passives also caused a slowdown. Braun took advantage of the situation and walked out of the tower. The men, horses, and captain quickly caught up. Li Hanxing showed off a wave of 2 consecutive flaming swordsmanship to cooperate with the damage of the men and horses to forcefully kill the big tree. After all, the big tree was not in a full health state, and Braun resisted the tower to its limit after reaching its limit. Get rid of hatred. If you can catch 3 people, I can catch 3 people. Ha ha ha. Miller laughed. The pace of this game is quite fast. Good guys. How about EDG and Top playing turn-based games? Take turns to attack. Right. It's EDG's turn to attack next. I want to see what chances they have. No. If you compete with Top to attack, isn't it like lighting a lamp in the toilet and looking for death? Don't tell me. If EDG dares to attack, I, Zhao Ritian, think they are men. The frequent attacks from both sides on the field will naturally make the audience excited to watch. If a Korean-style game like LCK is like watching a Shakespeare play, the overall pace is slow and makes people drowsy. The current battle between Top and EDG is like watching a Hollywood popcorn commercial blockbuster. The whole process is fast-paced, and there is no peeing, because some people on both sides handed over summoner skills prematurely. Once there are no summoner skills as the last trump card during the landing period, the opponent's junglers will quickly swarm in like sharks asking for taste. The 2 sides fight back and forth. Often after Top attacks a wave, EDG counterattacks with another wave of attacks. The game lasted until 26 minutes before the winner was decided at the Baron execution. Top still used the big dragon to fish. Li Hanxing placed a barrel on the edge of the big dragon pit in advance. When EDG and everyone rushed over, he successfully blasted the back row of EDG with a beautiful Q-flash triple barrel, and then placed another bucket. A big move. Deal a huge wave of AoE damage. Even though Li Hanxing himself was replaced by EDG because he used flash to deal damage forward, he didn't get a single kill in this wave of team battles. But everyone knows it. The reason for EDG's team battle collapse was Li Hanxing's terrifying wave of AoE. You can see it in the damage list after the team battle. Li Hanxing, who was the first to fall on Top's side, dealt more than 4,000 damage in a team battle, ranking first in the team, a little higher than Han Bing, who caused more than 3,000 damage. Who said you can't join a group when playing captain? Seeing this scene, Miller shouted excitedly. Noob told us today that the captain can physically start a group. The main thing is to maximize the damage. It can start a team and cause huge AoE damage. EDG will not lose unfairly. After getting the Baron buff, Top organized and pushed forward again. This time EDG was no longer able to defend, and was pushed directly to the high ground by Top in the middle. In the end, Top successfully defeated EDG with a score of 2-0 and won this focused battle, still maintaining his winning streak. Another 2-0. Who can stop Top from losing a single game in a row? EDG failed to do it. Do other teams in Group B have a chance to do it? This cross-group matchup is getting more and more interesting. Chapter 164. Now the pressure is on RNG. Who can beat this Top team? This was originally an impromptu question asked by the commentators after EDG lost to Top. The original intention was just to praise the top players who have remained undefeated so far. But I didn't expect that the troll netizens actually had heated discussions online. Originally, it might have just been a group of netizens who were too bored to do anything to chat about it online. I can't stand the fact that Top's popularity and attention in the esports circle are simply too high. He can always attract some professional experts who will always present facts and data to you. so that many people who try to refute cannot find any reason to refute. And in the end, they become Li Jiufu. One of them seemed to be a big boss who specializes in analyzing League of Legends events. He seemed to be refuting Wawa and Miller's remarks on the commentary table, asking LPL teams to learn more from Top. But in fact, he was touting Top. Or rather Li Hansheng. It is understandable that whoever is successful in the competitive field will learn from the experience of the successful ones. After all, they have used actual results to prove the feasibility of their tactics. This is why the whole world is learning Korean operational tactics. Once, twice winning the championship 3 times and 3 times, including S5. The finals of the S competition became a civil war in the LCK division, which fully demonstrates the power of the Korean operating system. But what I want to say is that Top's tactical success cannot be used as a reference at all. Because to be precise, Top often does not have the fixed routines that form a system. Their advantage on the field depends entirely on 2 words: talent. Many times there are few people in the front, but we rely on operation to win the team battle. You tell me this is a tactic? Like S4 Samsung White, who uses the information advantage brought by the field of vision to form a local attack with more and less. That's a tactic. Top, this is pure talent crushing. We all know that landing. It is the most basic thing in League of Legends. After the landing strategy was greatly weakened in version 6.9, landing has become an issue that all professional teams cannot avoid, making the matching and construction of any lineup difficult. We must consider the alignment, which is precisely the foundation of Top. And this is just the foundation. The strength of the top 3 C positions is not only strong operational ability, but also supported by a wide hero pool. Bai Yueya is probably the happiest coach in the entire LPL, and even the entire League of Legends circle. When all coaches are still, while he was having a headache over how BP would choose, he was faced with a happy trouble. The core of the gameplay that supports Top is Noob's dominant performance in the top unit. All teams have 2 cups of poison when facing Top. If you don't target the top lane, your top lane will explode by default, even if you are not aiming at the other top lanes to gain some advantages. Noob can also use his personal advantage on the side lanes to create space for his teammates to develop in the midterm. Are you going to target the top lane? It may not be effective, and your other lanes will also explode. As long as Noob's personal competition, if the state does not decline significantly, the current Top system has no solution. So back to the original question. Will Top be defeated? There is no absolute invincible team. Top has also lost to EDG. But at least in my opinion, no domestic team can defeat Top. So I come to the conclusion. Top may be defeated, but it will definitely not be defeated by a domestic team. A long paragraph of eloquent words. But the actual core content can be summed up as nothing more than praising Li Hansheng. Good guy. I actually read it word for word. Class representative summary. Top is invincible. Noob is invincible. Embarrassing. People clearly said that Top might be defeated. But there is no qualified team in the country. It seems like he is praising brother Hansheng in Top. But he is actually a crew dog. After reading the poster's historical speech, Hanshinga is a huge fan. Not crew dog. Laughing. Who said Top is invincible? Fatty Dudu and Shuju can kill Noob individually and annihilate Top as a team. This post is quite popular, mainly because it contains a large number of data graphs, which are well-founded and convincing. After all, there is a lot of data in front of you. Some data may be deceptive, such as KDA. The KDA of the person in the team who is responsible for starting a group will look ugly. But with the support of a large amount of data, this deception will be infinitely reduced. Gui. Are you so introverted when you praise brother Hansheng now? Are you always posting pictures? Professional players also surf the internet intensively and visit forums to see what ordinary viewers think of their performance in the competition. Such hot posts will naturally be noticed by top people. After Ashue saw it, he started yelling, "Isn't this too complicated? With such detailed data collection and analysis, I feel like this guy can directly join our data analysis team. It's really professional." Ming also interjected after hearing this. Nowadays fans are really interested. Just like the cool LOL articles I read. The author always gives you updated content and operation animations. It's so interesting. MD. This person is definitely a big fan of Laoli. I also read this post. He is obviously praising Laoli, and he has to bring us along with him. Candy looked a little aggrieved. How he hopes that a few fans can see his silent dedication. He is the man standing behind Li Hansheng. Why doesn't anyone create a separate post to brag about him? Who doesn't have vanity anymore? Lao Xiang. You can just think about this kind of thing when you dream at night. After all, In terms of appearance, I feel ashamed in front of Brother Han Sheng. Let alone you. Ah Shui tried to dissuade him with sincerity. Road. Go away. Candy was hurt and pushed Ah Shui in disgust. You can't blame me for being ugly. My parents gave me my appearance. And besides, being ugly is not a disease. Eh? Li Hansheng interrupted directly and retorted seriously. Xiang Renjie. Who said that being ugly is not a disease? Which doctor in the world would tell you that you have an ugly disease? Candy rolled his eyes. No. Li Hansheng shook his head. If being ugly is not a disease, why is a plastic surgery hospital called a hospital? Candy was dumbfounded and stood there, not knowing how to refute. In the end, I had no choice but to say, MD, I'll find a chance to have plastic surgery too. At worst, I'll spend all my salary on it. Oh. Li Hansheng immediately joked. You can't spend that much money on plastic surgery. I guess it will cost you 2 yuan. Do you know anyone? That's not the case. Li Hansheng suppressed his smile and continued. You only need to spend 1 yuan to take the bus to the plastic surgery hospital. After meeting with the doctor said that your hair cannot be plastic surgery. And then you spend another 1 yuan. Take the bus back. Ha 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 ha. Everyone in the training room laughed like a pig when they heard this. Candy was very angry, but he couldn't refute. He could only find someone to vent his anger on. He looked around. A water? Well, in terms of looks, Candy is a shame. The main thing is that Ah Shui has a youthful air about him. A genius boy with high spirits. This temperament is a plus. And combined with his facial features, which are not bad in the first place, they are just a bit short. Ming? This guy's smile is the kind of cute little puppy that girls like very much. Imp? It's the same type as Ming. Finally, Candy's eyes fell on Lu Mao and Gao Dui. Especially when he saw Gao Dui smiling so happily. He became very angry. MD! Lao Li and the others can just laugh at me. Oh wait! Are you laughing like a hammer? In terms of appearance, we are evenly matched. In terms of ugliness, we can be regarded as the two of us in the team. Li Hansheng's eyes suddenly widened. Good guy. Is this so cruel that it even puts you in trouble? But he still didn't forget to add one sentence. Obviously Wulong and Phoenix are words used to praise people. Why do you use this metaphor to Renjie? Why do I feel that the nature of this word has changed? Don't talk about this. Candy rolled his eyes. Gao Dui wasn't angry either. He didn't take this aspect very seriously. But B-boy doesn't think I'm ugly. One hit kill. Candy fell silent for a moment and chose to shut himself up. This wave is really heartbreaking. Whenever this happens, Li Hansheng will sigh that his teammates are much happier. Certainly, they were able to have this kind of time to chat mainly because after defeating EDG, there was a gap of 1 day before the follow-up game arrangements were made. Top faced its second opponent in a cross-group match on the second day. Team Newbie, the original QG team, changed its name normally after changing owners. The original boss of QG went to LSBL to find a new quota, and also called Doin there, and hired Klid from South Korea to reorganize a power-leveling midfielder. The current Newbie team is indeed a team purely centered on jungler Swift. To this end, they have even poached Coco from the LCK, who was once a teammate of Swift in the CJ team at all costs. But now this Newbie team has never been able to perform like the previous QG. It can only be said to be not good. But it is not too bad. It ranks third in Group B, second only to EDG and RNG. But this is certainly unacceptable to a new boss. Therefore, Swift is under tremendous pressure. After all, the club chose him between him and Doin. So he must lead the club to achieve better results to prove that the club made the right move in choosing him. When facing top, Swift directly took out the Leopard Girl, which clearly demonstrated his status in the team. Newbie's entire lineup was also for his Leopard Girl. Crocodile in the top lane, Ice Girl in the mid lane, and Easy plus Bullhead in the bottom lane. With stable first-hand control in all 3 lanes, Leopard Girl has a lot of room to play. But Swift has repeatedly encountered obstacles in the jungle. Although Candy is not a good junior in the team, the wild monsters in his jungle area cannot be countered by others if they want. Oh! You quickly countered the wild monsters. Where would the top 3 vampires go to suck blood? Top shows a strong determination to protect his own jungle. As long as Swift dares to cross the river and enter the top jungle area, he will immediately receive signals from his teammates, reminding him that someone is going to the jungle area to catch him. Every time, Swift comes back frustrated. Heroes like Leopard Girl essentially need to plunder more resources to arm themselves, so that they can have dual advantages in level and equipment to be effective in head-on battles. A leopard girl with no advantage could only act as a wet nurse in team battles. Top easily defeated Newbie. In the second game, Top uncharacteristically helped Candy win the leopard girl, and all three teammates gave him positive support. The same hero, but the treatment is completely different. Swift's jungle area was completely defeated by leopard girl. From the close-up shot, you can see that his face was dark almost the whole time, and there was no interaction or communication with his teammates. 2-0. Top continues to maintain his unbeaten streak. The next opponent is the newly promoted team SAT. This team is not well known, but there is a star player in the team. Steady Stick. Otto. Damaku doesn't have the hobby of blowing the lock to send critical illness notices to Gang Jing's barrage. He is still fighting in the professional arena. Only, it is really difficult for such a newly promoted team to perform well against Top. 2-0. Still a sweep. However, this result is also expected. No one would think that a newly promoted team will be the one to end the Top winning streak. After another few days of rest, Li Hansheng continued his cross-group duel with the team. The next opponent is the LGD team. In the early days of S6, LGD spent a huge price to bring in S5 FMVP player Marin from SKT. LGD is still ambitious, but a failed spring game completely made them see reality clearly. They didn't even renew Dade's contract in the summer split, but instead promoted Dade to serve as the team's main mid laner. The overall strength of the team is not good, and Marin is also unable to support itself. What's more, he is not the kind of player who can defeat the opponent through personal strength. His excellent overall view, line understanding and other abilities need to be reflected in an excellent team. Obviously this LGD team is not outstanding. Gao Dui and Imp tried their best to stage the revenge drama again, without giving any face to their old club. Li Hansheng also cooperated very well, and did not steal the show from his teammates. He chose Echo twice in a row, playing alone on the top lane, while Gao Dui directly chose Bright Moon. Candy was also desperate to catch the middle and lower players. At 23 minutes, both sides gathered on Baron's side. Li Hansheng rushed directly into the crowd of LGD to create chaos. Gao Dui's Hao Yu has suddenly used a wave of RQWER with a passive knife, directly killing the opponent's ADC in an instant, helping the team to completely secure victory. In the second game, Imp took out Lucian, who was on the bench during the summer split, and used the special effects flow to directly kill LGD's bottom lane. The two of them each carried and used practical actions to severely slap their old team in the face. 2-0. The two consecutive games did not last more than 25 minutes. And in just over an hour, Top declared the victory of the game. Another day of rest. Top ushered in the penultimate opponent of the cross-group matchup. The VG team was stupid people and lots of money, counting the bosses of the entire LPL division team together. The VG boss is definitely among the best in terms of financial resources, and he invests a lot of real money into the League of Legends division every year. Nothing can be done. It just doesn't produce results, which perfectly explains what it means to spend the most money and get the most severe beating. This year Mata left, and they still brought in Faker's replacement at a high price. Monkey King, the owner of the yellow chicken skin. Monkey plus Dandy should be a good midfielder combination, but VG's upper and lower lanes are really eye-catching. Although top laner Longgu is a top blue-collar player, he is really powerless against Li Hansheng. Monkey is the kind of traditional mage who doesn't like to support roaming and relies on farming troops online. What a coincidence. Gao Dui is also this type of player, and he likes to play against players like him the most. Joke. When it comes to the development of soldiers, Gao Dui has never been afraid of anyone. A person who can develop an egg-capped clockwork to suck blood from the jungle will be afraid of development? The monkey master was strangled to death, and was unable to form effective linkage with Dandy. Dandy was unable to survive alone in the jungle. Top doesn't need to play any tricks. With a stronger overall strength, they directly crushed the VG team and won with a score of 2-0. After defeating the VG team, Top also ushered in 5 consecutive victories in cross-group duels. Counting the first intra-group cycle, Top now has a terrifying 10-game winning streak. In all 10 games, he defeated the opponent cleanly with a score of 2-0, showing his extraordinary dominance. After the game, Li Hansheng was officially arranged to go to the stage for an interview. The person who interviewed him was also an old acquaintance. Hao Yu. Now that the top team has won 10 consecutive victories, how is the atmosphere in the team? What do you personally think of this result? Li Hansheng smiled and said, everyone is very happy. Who wouldn't be happy to win the game? At the same time, we also hope to keep winning. As for what I think of this result, I don't have any opinion. We are a team that aims to win the championship. Isn't this kind of achievement deserved? To borrow a word from the factory director, I have already started studying the opponents in the S game in advance. 6666. Sheng Bao is crazy. Little B bastard is hacking, consuming my factory again. Right. It's endless. Right. This is the confidence of the championship team. Sheng Bao rushes. Top rush. Just keep winning like this. Promise me. Brother Han Sheng. Xiao Yu smiled after hearing this answer, and then asked a very exciting question. The next game will be the last cross-group duel, and the opponent is RNG. Facing such a special opponent, what kind of performance do you think you will perform? Hear the words. Li Hansheng smiled even brighter and said directly, I am personally looking forward to this game. I hope that RNG can show the strength of Galaxy Battleship. Don't let me down. I will also bring it to everyone by then. Surprise! Furthermore, I see many people on the internet describe our top as the big boss in the game, and they all expect a brave man to defeat us. So many teams have failed, and the pressure has come to RNG. I also hope that they can calm down the pressure. The top fans at the scene responded to Li Hansheng with screams and cheers. After all, almost everyone in the esports circle knows about the grievances between Li Hansheng, RNG, and Uzi. And as Li Hansheng's results in top are getting better and better, RNG's behavior of abandoning Li Hansheng in the first place will only be taken out and beaten repeatedly. Ha! The pressure is indeed on RNG. Guan Ziyuan, who was sitting in the commentary box, laughed loudly. But RNG is not completely hopeless. I personally think RNG is the most promising team in China to beat top. After all, EDG's top laner can't handle too much landing pressure, and RNG's top laner is a looper. Judging from the personnel composition, RNG's hope is indeed the greatest. I hope RNG can become the brave man to defeat the dragon. Chapter 165. It's too late. Uzi is squirting at the network administrator. At this time, Guan Ziyuan had not yet established a poisonous milk character. Naturally, his remarks like this would not arouse the resentment of RNG fans, and RNG fans would not cry out about poisonous milk. On the contrary, I feel that Guan Ziyuan is really discerning, and he actually saw the potential strength of RNG, with the top team led by Li Hansheng. The original timeline of S6 this year was completely disrupted. The spring championship that should have belonged to RNG was snatched away by Li Hansheng's team. In fact, it is equivalent to making many people who would have become RNG fans become top fans in advance. The total number of LPL attention groups is here. Now that top has suddenly emerged and has the most popularity, the attention and fans of other teams will naturally decrease. This is also the reason why after Go fans and RNG fans merged, they still couldn't compete with Li Hansheng's fans online, because top is currently the most popular club in the country, and Li Hansheng is the club's top favorite and the league's official target for the next term. His personal popularity is really exaggerated. Faced with Li Hansheng's taunting speech after the game, RNG fans had no way to fight back. They really couldn't compete with the numbers. But this game did attract a lot of attention. After all, anyone who pays attention to the esports circle knows Li Hansheng's personal experience. Even many outsiders have learned through the popular science of fans in the esports circle that there is a figure like Li Hansheng in the esports circle who has staged a real-life version of 30 years in Hedong, 3 years in Hedong, 10 years in Heshi. Don't bully young people into poverty. At the same time, the personal feud with Uzi in the rankings is often mentioned. With Uzi officially joining RNG, fans from both sides merged. But it was equivalent to a double buff superimposed on the hatred between him and Li Hansheng. The game hasn't started yet. The heated discussion about this game on the internet has already begun in advance. No way. No way. There are no RNG fans who really think RNG can win top. Right? Don't be disgusted with me. Hey, there are people who regard Guan Ziyuan's words as imperial edicts. It's really worrying about their IQ. No hurries. The top fans of the co-author are all Doctor Strange. Right? A prophet of uncertainty? RNG can't even win against EDG. How can it win top? It's clear that EDG can still be beaten violently in the spring split. But it turns out that bathing dogs is a cancer for the team. It's true. I didn't intend to play well. At least I could beat EDG. But instead of a certain C*** world's number 1 ADC, I couldn't even beat EDG. It's really funny. Although RNG fans also tried to resist. The huge gap in the number of fans meant that their comments were eventually drowned out. It was originally just an ordinary league game. But due to some grudges, it became as popular as the playoffs. The RNG players are also under tremendous pressure. even if this pressure has nothing to do with many of them. Xiuhu, MLXG, they have no grudges against Li Hansheng. But in the end, they are made like enemies. Where can they reason? The one who is under the greatest pressure is actually the newly joined Uzi. He really has always seemed out of place with the entire team. The 2 years he spent playing professionally for the royal family had completely shaped his gaming style. He was used to playing on the opposite side of the line. And he was used to the team arranging tactics with him as the core. This kind of play will inevitably kidnap his own Nozook and even the mid laner. And he must focus on the bottom lane. Otherwise, such a radical play will inevitably make him targeted by the opponent. But RNG's style of play is not like this. The tactical system established by RNG in the Spring Split is actually a modified version of the Samsung White system from the S4 period. Mata, the brains of the team, controls the overall situation. Their most accustomed rhythm is to give priority to helping Xiaohu in the middle to establish an online advantage. Because Xiaohu's Lang ability is not strong compared to top mid laners such as Rookie and Gaotui. He relies on his teammates to help him establish an advantage. Only when he has an advantage can he use his best characteristics. Xiaohu's biggest feature is actually his roaming ability and output ability in team battles. Especially team battle output ability. This can be seen from the damage ratio. When he is on the same team as Uzi, he can still interact with each other. The damage ratio is as high as 30%. The reason why fans have the wrong impression that Xiaohu has strong Lang ability is mainly because Xiaohu had many solo kill scenes during the Spring Split. But Xiaohu's solo kill actually has a prerequisite. According to the statistics of the top training team, every single kill of Xiaohu in the spring game occurred in the middle and late stages of the game. When he has the equipment advantage, he can complete the single kill, which can reflect his excellent damage calculation ability. However, in normal landing situations, Xiaohu rarely accumulates a matchup advantage through his personal abilities. Various data can vividly reflect the strengths and weaknesses of the player Xiaohu. RNG in the Spring Split is that Mata will often suddenly lose focus and resist the pressure alone in the bottom lane, and run to the middle lane to cooperate with MLXG's wild assistant linkage to help the little tiger in the middle lane establish an advantage. After gaining an advantage, Xiaohu can begin to use one of his characteristics, his strong roaming ability, to help his teammates. In the game League of Legends, no matter how the version changes, the middle lane is the most important lane, because the advantages of the middle lane can radiate to the jungle and both sides at the same time. This style of play is very much in line with Samsung White's style of play in S4. That Samsung White team also used this method to help Pawn establish an advantage, freeing him from the lane to follow the jungler and drive the rhythm. RNG's original intention to introduce Uzi was to make him an upgraded version of Wu Xin. In other words, I want Uzi to assume the role of Samsung's White Imp in the S4 period. He can use his super personal ability to withstand pressure in the bottom lane to ensure that his development does not fall behind, and then provide stable output in team battles. At the same time, Uzi's extremely high popularity and his connection with the royal family have become a point that RNG can operate. The combination of the two allows RNG to introduce him. Ideal is full. The reality is very skinny. Uzi's personal style of play is completely opposite to this team of RNG, which is learning from Samsung White's style of play. So, throughout the summer game, RNG did not have the smooth offensive rhythm of the spring game. Instead, the team's overall rhythm seemed extremely stagnant. The root cause was that Uzi wanted to kidnap Nakano-Suk, while RNG's tactics were to liberate Nakano-Suk. Although Uzi has been trying hard to change himself and cooperate with the team, some things have been deeply ingrained and penetrated into the bone marrow. How can he change it in a short time? Now RNG faces a difficult choice. Let's play around Uzi. It will be very difficult for other teammates, especially Mata as a support. Mata is an older player and relies on his brains and years of accumulated gaming experience to play the game. Let him play with young people. Isn't it just uncomfortable to operate and fight for the right line? If you don't fight around Uzi, Uzi will be very uncomfortable. The overall team chemistry cannot be established. And the natural performance on the field is that Uzi was obviously introduced to form the Galaxy Battleship RNG. But the performance on the field was not as good as the spring game. The fact that so many galactic battleships in the history of LPL failed to succeed in the end perfectly illustrates the truth. Team competition game. It's not necessarily the combination of the 5 strongest people that will produce results, but on the premise that the basic abilities are up to standard. Only the combination of 5 most suitable people can burst out the greatest energy. In fact, there is another person who is also under a lot of pressure. That was the general manager of the RNG team, San Shao, who drove Li Hanxing away. At that time, the third young master had just joined RNG. In order to establish his authority, he chose to drive Li Hansheng away to scare the monkeys. The introduction of Uzi is also his strong recommendation. Now, Li Hansheng is playing better and better. Uzi has been unable to integrate into the team, and the third young master naturally cannot compete with Bai Xing. I don't care. We must win tomorrow's game. Even if we can't win, we can't lose as ugly as EDG. At least let the fans and viewers see that we still have room for growth. When we are fully adjusted, we will definitely be able to defeat Top. The third major general called the RNG coaching staff to the office and repeatedly ordered and emphasized. But his behavior looked more like incompetent rage. Fly is also helpless. His coaching ability is mediocre, and many tactical arrangements and decisions are assisted by Mata. Looking for a way to beat Top? It's really a bit difficult to ask him to do something that SKT has not been able to do. But he couldn't refute, so he could only nod his head and agree. The third young master got up and walked towards the training room, wanting to cheer and encourage the players before the game. But as soon as he opened the door, he was completely stunned by the situation inside. I saw. Uzi's face turned red, and he looked very angry. He even shouted excitedly at the person in charge of network maintenance at the base. Can the base's network be fixed? It's laggy every day. If it's disconnected again, I'll be disconnected. Went directly home. I've been working on it for so long, and still can't get it right. So why don't you tell me if you're looking for trouble with your SB thing? How many times have I reported network problems to you? CNM? Is it SB? If you don't know how to do it, please find someone else to do it. The angry Uzi directly Alt plus F4 to force quit the game, and then reconnected. But the result is still useless. Now he still retains some leeches, and vents his emotions by continuously tapping the keyboard vigorously. The third young master then remembered that RNG's base network had indeed been fluctuating every day recently, which had a great impact on the players' daily training. The main players have to go to the Korean server for rank practice. If they are constantly disconnected, it will be really annoying. Uzi himself is a pressure cooker. The pressure of public opinion on the internet is constantly injecting pressure into it. But he has no release valve. He is like a volcano that is ready to erupt at any time. When he was playing the Korean server live broadcast, he had a huge advantage at the beginning and was disconnected again. As a result, he failed to reconnect one after another, which made him completely unable to hold back and exploded. Lychee. In this case, how do you want him to keep the lychee? Maybe the scolding was too harsh. But the worker had the temper to immediately reply. Why is it that everyone else has no problem, but only yours has a problem? How do you know it's not your machine that has a problem? SB. Labor and management are not on the same line as them. I'm a hacking idiot. SB stuff. Are you looking for trouble? How many times have I told you that it's a network problem? As he said this, he seemed to feel that he was not satisfied with this. He immediately stood up and glared at the network maintenance staff, who was talking back like an angry bear. It felt a bit like Uzi in the dormitory. The teammates on the side looked at him in astonishment. Xiaohu hesitated to speak. He wanted to persuade him, but he was afraid that he would be involved in it, and appeared to be very entangled. For a moment, Mata seemed to see a player he had played with in VG, who was pronounced dead. The third young master discovered it quickly. He keenly captured that Uzi's computer screen actually turned on the OBS for live broadcast, which meant that the whole scene of the argument was broadcast live through the camera. Puppy! Puppy! Stay calm first. If this was not handled well, it would be a public relations crisis. The third young master quickly stepped forward to persuade Uzi to stop, and at the same time motioned to the people on the side to follow him and pull Uzi aside. He quickly blocked Uzi's live broadcast with quick eyes and hands. You know it all. In this case, turning off the live broadcast will not be useful at all. It can only be a cover-up. But the internet has memory. He was already under a lot of pressure. But now, he was encountering something like this. If he didn't handle it well, it would become a public relations crisis for the team. And he was angry. After all, the team spent a lot of money to find Uzi, so he cannot be offended. The third major general demonstrated his ability to bully the weak and fear the strong. He pointed at the network maintainer's nose and cursed. Who gave you the power to confront the team members? Do you know how much bad impact you have on the club's image? Go away! Don't do it again! After driving away this staff member, third young master quickly ran to the public relations department. He had been responsible for this area of work in EDG before, and it was considered his old profession. I directly went into battle and wrote a long article confidently and published it, trying to save the personal image of RNG and Uzi. F***CK. Brother Han Sheng. Big news. Uzi got into a fight with the base network administrator. It turns out that dormitory Uzi really exists. Everyone, go and watch the whole nation watch dogs eating dogs. Killing me. The baiting dog is really incompetent and snarling furiously. He looks so angry that he is really embarrassed. Great birthday. There is internal strife in RNG. Uzi is having sex with his teammates. Lee Hansheng, who was originally broadcasting the Korean server rankings, saw that someone in his live broadcast room suddenly started to frantically refresh the screen and post these comments. At first, he thought it was rhythmic, but more and more people started to notice. And Lee Hansheng was stunned. What the HL? Brother Hansheng. Why are they saying that Uzi is having sex with his teammates? Ashui suddenly looked at him. Really? Candy also exclaimed. I thought Donmu was joking with me again. Oh? Is it true? Ming also looked surprised. One person's live broadcast room can be said to be rhythmic, but everyone in the top team's live broadcast room is doing this. Is there really internal strife? Lee Hansheng frowned slightly. He vaguely remembered that something did happen in S6 after Uzi joined RNG, which caused quite a stir. Could it be this? His fan base is also talking about this matter. Someone even sent the link to the live broadcast clip not long ago to Lee Hansheng. Lee Hansheng clicked it and took a look. After figuring out the ins and outs, the dusty memories in his mind gradually emerged. Isn't this the Uzi incident that caused a lot of commotion in S6 when he complained about the base network management incident? Hey, good guy. Uzi is like this when he is angry. It really smells like Uzi in the dormitory. Ashui was also watching the live broadcast clip and couldn't help but sigh. Did Uzi forget that he was live streaming? Isn't this too outrageous? It's probably because of the boss. It's not the first time he's done this. We have a game tomorrow, and something like this happened today. Is RNG still in the mood to compete? The team members were also talking a lot, and no one turned off their microphones, which caused heated discussions about this matter in their respective live broadcast rooms. This is not up for discussion. Lee Hansheng thought for a moment and immediately kicked Ashui's chair. Ouch! Brother Hansheng, what are you doing? Ashui looked at him in confusion. Go and bring me a bottle of Pepsi. Huh? Why do you drink Pepsi instead of Coca-Cola? I can only say that even dogs don't drink Coca-Cola. But Pepsi-Cola is always the best, Lee Hansheng said with a smile. Just like tofu noodles. I only eat sweet ones. When he glanced at the barrage again. Isn't Pepsi-Cola used as a toilet cleaner? Laughing. I bought the wrong bottle of Coca-Cola last time for my dog to drink. As a result, my dog shook his head after drinking it. Brother Hansheng, you are a heretic. Obviously salted tofu brain is the eternal god. No. Right? What kind of tofu pudding is so salty? Sweet tofu brain is obviously the eternal god. Today the king of heaven is here. Labor and management also want to say that salty tofu bread is the orthodoxy. And those of you who eat sweet tofu bread are heretics, and should all be dragged away and shot. Long live the sweet party. The salty party members are all heretics. This is right. Just wait and see the good show. Why bother talking about it in the live broadcast room? The way to deal with rhythm is to use a larger rhythm to cover up the previous rhythm. But this matter fermented really quickly. RNG itself will compete with Top tomorrow, and it will receive higher attention than usual. Fans from both sides were arguing online, and a large number of Top fans were watching the live broadcast of RNG players. As a result, Uzi made such an incident, which immediately put him at the forefront of the storm. Main. Most of the audience are migrant workers, and it is easy to sympathize with the RNG-based network administrator, who is a vulnerable group. Uzi's already crumbling personal reputation is now getting even worse. This is how a dog takes a bath. It's like an esports giant baby. Indeed, a bathing dog can indeed do such a thing. I watched the videos several times. To be honest, it was not a personal attack. Ah-Ba looked very angry and scary. I suggested that he go to the hospital for a checkup. I really want to laugh. How can I beat a bathing dog with such incompetence and rage? If there is a network problem, what can the base network management do? I can only say that your true colors have been revealed. You have been normal in QG for half a year, but when you go to RNG, you immediately start to reveal your true colors. Right? Ah. Yes. Yes. It's as if you are on site. I'm thinking that there has been a problem with the base network. Shouldn't the base network administrator be sprayed? Then I suggest you don't feel aggrieved if your boss points your nose at you and scolds your whole family, and makes various personal attacks and insults to you in the future when your work is not handled well? What kind of thinking do fans of bathing dogs have? How the I can this be washed? Neither side can convince the other. The third young master also showed his professional public relations skills. Almost less than an hour after this matter was fermented, he published a long article on RNG's official Weibo. The whole article comes down. Just one idea. Take out Uzi. He emphasized that there had been problems with the base's network, and that the base's network management was not doing a good job. Uzi was still a child, and just couldn't control his emotions for a while. His nature was not bad. Uzi's personal Weibo also quickly responded to this matter. However, the marks on the manuscript are very serious. Because with Uzi's small academic qualifications, there is a high probability that he will not be able to write such a logically clear and fluent manuscript. Only, they didn't expect that the more this happened, the more people who were already unhappy with them would take advantage of it. After all, most people have experienced this kind of unfairness in the workplace. And many have even experienced various unfair treatments in the small society of universities. It is easy to feel empathy for the base network manager, who is also a disadvantaged group, and help him speak up, no matter how RNG publicizes it. The heat of this matter could not be suppressed for a while. Time will not wait for them. With such a huge rhythm, RNG still has to face the last cross-group showdown with Top. It is not an exaggeration to describe RNG at this time as internal and external troubles. Hey! I just saw the puppy on the aisle, and he looked very bad. At this moment, Ashue was like an ant in the countryside, delivering first-hand information every day at the edge of the village. You don't talk nonsense? Ming rolled his eyes. With such a big rhythm, do you know how many people are chasing him on the internet? Anyway, if it were me, I don't think I can stand it. You can't stand it anymore? Li Hanxing smiled and waved his hand. You guys, Tucson is broken. Think about when my brother first started live streaming. The whole live broadcast room was filled with barrages of wheelbarrows trolling me. But I didn't say anything. That's different. Ming chuckled. Brother Han Sheng, you are a BT. So you are different from ordinary people. Hey! Sure, Ming! Li Hanxing stood up and tried to choke him. But Ming immediately ran away. Candy echoed with a smile. Just admit it. Lao Li, you are the only one who can withstand the pressure of a wheelbarrow that fills the screen. A while ago, even the little brother King couldn't bear the pressure. On this point, Li Hanxing was non-committal. How to say? It is true that black and red can make oneself famous. But taking this path does require a psychological quality that is beyond ordinary people. Not everyone can do this. At this time, the staff had already sent their peripherals back, and then informed them to prepare to go to the stage. Li Hanxing and others packed up for a while before getting up and preparing to go on stage. Welcome to everyone to watch the last match day of the 2016 LPL Summer Split Cross-Group Duel. Today starts with a heavyweight duel. RNG versus Top. In the commentary box are Miller, Wawa and Wang Lauer. It's very exciting to watch. Whether RNG can transform into a warrior and defeat Top, or whether Top can continue its 10-game winning streak. Let's wait and see. Especially what happened last night. But I still hope that the RNG players will not be disturbed by such off-field factors, which will affect their performance on the field. I hope they can perform 100% of their abilities for the we offer a wonderful duel. Chapter 166, Wearing a Shield. In control. The man who beats the sword lady. The three commentators in the commentary box are using their rich experience to warm up in advance for this battle between dragons and tigers. Players from both sides of the field began to conduct final equipment adjustments after taking the stage to eliminate all interference for the fierce confrontation that was about to begin. At present, the LPL has not officially adopted the alliance. There is no so-called home and away system. All teams are based in Shanghai, because the LPL is held at the Hongqiao Tiandi Performance Center. The fans present are basically divided into different groups. But now that Top is gaining momentum in the league, the number of fans who come to the scene to cheer for the team is also a little more than other teams. Whoever has a larger fan base will naturally have more fans coming to the scene than other teams. There is no doubt that Top's fan base currently exceeds the entire LPL league, with outstanding results and a highly entertaining and offensive style of play. How could fans not love this team? When I first came on stage, the faces of the RNG players were not very good. Candy joked with Li Hanxing while adjusting the keyboard and mouse. Aren't you talking nonsense? Li Hanxing rolled his eyes. Xihu and MLXG and others have no personal grudges with Li Hanxing at all. On the contrary, we are still friends with each other privately, and we occasionally chat on WeChat. and play duo Q together when we have nothing to do, but who allowed them to play professionally in RNG. And they happened to become teammates with Uzi. Even the Looper and Li Hansheng, who caused Li Hansheng to be kicked out of RNG, actually had no personal grudges. The two had no intersection at all. This is a bit similar to the behavior of fans and idols paying the bill. Third Young Master is the manager of RNG. So the entire RNG will be responsible for the bad things done by Third Young Master. Same reason. Uzi is now RNG's starting ADC. So the personal grudge between Li Hansheng and Uzi will also make the entire RNG take the blame. Put yourself in their shoes. Xiaohu and the others would only feel wronged and innocent. They obviously didn't do anything. So why should they take the blame together and bear the pressure of public opinion that they shouldn't bear? On the surface, I won't say anything. But privately, I feel a little unbalanced. Once some things are held in the heart for a long time, what was originally just a small conflict can easily escalate into a huge conflict. It seems that there is a high probability that we will win easily today. Candy laughed happily. Xiang Renjie. Be serious. Haven't you ever heard the idiom that a sad soldier will win? Bai Yue'er reminded. Don't care about the opponent. Just focus on our own performance. I'm just saying it. Candy shrugged. After debugging the equipment, the referee announced that both parties had officially entered BP. The director also directly switched the screen to the BP screen of both parties. Due to the historical rankings of both sides, Top has priority in choosing sides. They actively choose the red side, and RNG will appear on the blue side. Nothing much to say. RNG also chose to block Jess from the very beginning. This is already a commonplace problem. Jace is not a popular choice in the version. But Li Hansheng used his personal ability to make everyone dare not let go of Jace, and steadily occupied a ban position. Ha! It's Banji's again. No one dares to let it out. Miller felt a little regretful. As expected, the best way to face a hero that you can't handle is to ban him. And Top's backhand sent the bullhead to the ban position. This is a bit unexpected. Ah? Ban Nyoto? Wang Lauer looked a little surprised. Since Nyoto's ultimate move was weakened in version 6.10, it is no longer a popular choice in the arena. Originally, Nyoto's level 1 ultimate move can obtain 70% damage reduction. And in the early and midterm team battles, it can become a more solid frontline than its own top tank. Riot cut it down with a knife. Now the level 1 ultimate move of Nyoto can only provide 50% damage reduction. And only level 3 can have 70% damage reduction effect. A level 3 ultimate move requires level 16. With the current pace of the game, and the status of assists in the game, after a 30-minute game, the assists will not be able to reach level 16. And it will be impossible to click on a level 3 ultimate move at the end of the game. Nyoto's appearance rate has plummeted, and it no longer has the status of being a must-ban in the spring split. In fact, it is barely usable. The reason why the appearance rate has dropped is not only due to the weakening, but also due to the changes in the ecological chain of the bottom lane. More and more expendable soft assistants headed by Karma have appeared. The competition for lane rights in the bottom lane is very fierce. And if the hard assistant and the soft assistant play normally in the lane, they will not be able to grab the lane rights at all. And it is even difficult to fight in the lane. But Mata's bullhead is still worthy of a ban, and worthy of Ruisi's worship. Then RNG backhand banned the Ice Girl. Huh? Does Xiaohu want to take the Enchantress? Miller guessed. Possible. Ice Girl is not a popular choice in the summer split. And she is basically used to counter Enchantress. The people on top side gave Echo a ban, and didn't want Looper to get this kind of all-in-one hero. The last ban positions for both sides were given to Vampire and Poppy respectively. As soon as it comes up, RNG directly grabs Brown, the most popular auxiliary hero in the current version, and is also the auxiliary hero that Mata has used the most in his career. But top side backhandedly locked Yanjai plus Centaur. Wow! Is it the midfielder pair again? Watanabe smiled. It seems that Top still wants a quick victory. RNG also selected players very quickly. Enchantress plus Digger are also an aggressive midfielder combination. It's just different from Centaur plus Rockbird. Centaur plus Rockbird are machine guns with roaming abilities, while Enchantress plus Excavator is a set with super high burst damage in the early stage, which can give the opponent's mid laner the greatest threat. Immediately afterwards, Top directly locked in the classic bottom lane duo of Dazue plus Lulu. Oh? Big Mouth? Wang Lauer was also dumbfounded. After the 6.9 version of the Sheath Knife was revised, Big Mouth was greatly weakened. The passive effect of the Sheath Knife has been reworked in version 6.9. Originally, after the stacks are full, the basic attack will be accompanied by an AoE splash damage. So the Hurricane plus the big mouth of the Sheath Knife can cause huge AoE damage. Now the passive effect of the Sheath Knife has become the previous effect of the Devourer. After the stack is full, every 3 basic attacks will apply a special effect of 2 attacks. In this way, the AoE damage is gone, but the single target burst will be higher. But in the S6 version, when W is opened, the attack speed is doubled. There is no shortage of 1 or 2 basic attacks. What is needed is the AoE damage provided by the Sheath Knife. Therefore, he was still quite popular in the spring split. But by the summer split no one cared about him, and he rarely played. It's not impossible to choose. Miller gave his opinion after thinking for a while. If paired with Lulu, it is still very powerful. And this move also has a bit of a calculation. Defensive and protective supports like Brown restrain strong opening supports like Nyoto. But they are restrained by expendable soft supports. The initiative in the early landing in the bottom lane basically depends on the supports. No matter which shooter hero RNG chooses now, their bottom lane will become very difficult. Indeed. Wawa nodded in agreement. Xiaobai's design of BP is indeed very good. The Yenke mid laner lacks output and needs teammates to make up for the output. Dazue is just such a big output core. Fly realized that he seemed to be calculated. But there is nothing we can do. In this case, he can only resume his spring game style. Choose Will Mom and resist the pressure in the bottom lane. Mata roams more and gives priority to helping the middle lane to open up the situation. That's okay, but then you have to choose a more powerful hero on the road. Mata also agreed with his suggestion. To this, Uzi has no objections either. The trough experiences of OMG and QG are not completely without warning for Uzi. At least he is still very low-key now that he has just joined RNG. Although the playing style on the court is still for guarantee 1. At least, he will not openly tell the team that he wants to play around him, and will even take the initiative to obey the team's collective decision-making. After repeated discussions with RNG, decide, choose Will Mom plus Sword Girl. Huh? Miller was dumbfounded again. To be honest, if I cover up the ID, I think the red team's lineup is more like the one chosen by RNG, and the blue team's lineup is the one chosen by Top. This season, Looper is almost always a tank top laner in RNG, and rarely plays a carry top laner like Sword Princess. But with this lineup, RNG has a strong ability to drive rhythm in the early stage, especially in small-scale team battles in the jungle. Wang Lauer explained. RNG still hopes to use more wild assistant linkage to drive the overall rhythm, rather than just bite the bullet and compete with Top for your landing ability. This is the only way to say it, as RNG determines its own choices. Everyone's curiosity turned to Li Hansheng again. There are many heroes who can defeat Sword Queen. With Li Hansheng's character, he could choose a Nua hand to fight with a Looper, or he could pull out a Raven or something like that with his backhand. But in fact, Li Hansheng is also communicating with his teammates in Top's voice. Would you like to try that routine? Li Hansheng said with a smirk on his face. Just practice with RNG and observe the strength of this combination. And the hero fighting Sword Lady is basically like a father fighting his son. Pure Lang crushing. It's okay. Bai Yueya had no objection. He basically raised his hands in agreement with some of the weird ideas proposed by Li Hansheng. Do not believe? Look at SKT at MSI? I was killed by 2 different routines in 2 consecutive games. The one-handed sword combination has now become the most toxic existence in the rank. Even if there is no Devourer, there is a new version of the Sheath Knife, which saves the process of clearing the wild, as long as you have enough money to buy equipment. And the evil combination in the middle also caused SKT to suffer a lot. You can definitely try it. Anyway, in the later stage, there will be a big mouth of Puff. Candy also thinks it is feasible. Then let's try it. Li Hansheng laughed and said, Brother Ming, help me get that man with a shield and control who can defeat Sword Queen. In everyone's stunned eyes, Top selects a hero who has disappeared from the professional arena for nearly 2 years. Chapter 167, making an attack in the east and attacking in the west. Playing with the fragrant pot. Everyone was stunned and in disbelief. Even the opponents, RNG, looked stunned. Because the heroic face that appeared on the 5th floor of Top is actually the king of war, Panson. Oh? Panson? Miller shouted in disbelief. Is Top really sure? Panson, a hero who is simple and brainless, is considered by players to be a torment weapon. And he cannot appear at a slightly higher level, because the hero's shortcomings are too obvious. During the S4 period, the jungle position in the professional arena became popular for a while. LPL's Panson also contributed to the classic underworld scene of level 4 Panson fighting level 6 Mantis. Although Panson is indeed good at beating Sword Girl, League of Legends is a game that requires more than just landing. Right. Wawa also felt it was outrageous. Certainly, it is a well-known fact that Panson is good at beating Sword Girl. It is no exaggeration to say that when the strength of both sides is equal, Panson's fight against Sword Queen is a mindless crushing. However, everyone also knows that Panson will be a super soldier in the later stage. So only the early game can suppress Sword Queen. Even if Li Hanqing's operation is so good. If Panson's hero mechanism is placed here, can he still forcibly change the hero's game mechanism? Don't be too full of words. Wang Lauer is much smarter. At MSI, everyone was skeptical when the Sword Master was selected. But now the sword combination has become a very common cancer tactic in the pub game. We have every reason to believe that Top has their own considerations in selecting this lineup. We can even look forward to Panson's performance in the game? Even so, the audience still found it outrageous. I'm coming. Brother Han Sheng's classic. A man beats a woman. She is so angry that she is so angry. When will the woman stand up? Is there a possibility? Panson is here to play support? After all, the hot man who beat Smile into retirement and beat Marco into being autistic once said that Panson has a shield and control. So why can't he support him? Fire Rat? I'm really not familiar with him. So don't come here to try to make excuses. He's obviously a famous player in SKT. So he has nothing to do with Top. The predecessor of Top is M3. Juju is an M3 star. So naturally he can also be regarded as a top star. Juju was also a decent person before he died. Let's all burn incense sticks. This event has not been live broadcast for a long time. Embarrassingly, an industry as big as the Golden Triangle of Anchors doesn't need time to take care of live broadcast for you security guards every day. Right? Shinru. Waitrua. Irua. The host has ants crawling on his body every day during the live broadcast. He just went to the Golden Triangle for treatment. However, the content of the barrage seems to have been taken off the rhythm. And with Top locking Panson in 5L, the lineups of both sides have been officially determined. RNG is on the blue side, and Top is on the red side. On the road, Sword Girl versus Panson. Jungler, Excavator versus Centaur. Middle lane, Enchantress versus Rockbird. Bottom lane, Wilmom plus Brown vs Big Mouth plus Lulu. There was no weird routine assisted by Panson as the audience said. The audience can joke wildly, and even make some bold guesses. But for RNG, which is about to play against Top in the game, they dare not have any idea of letting down their guard. This is not the first time that Top has brought out weird heroes on the field. The results of every game prove that you are not afraid of Top's serious lineup. After all, with a normal lineup, professional players' understanding of the game can roughly judge the opponent's rhythm point, the hero's strong period, etc., so as to make early decisions against, and that's what weird heroes are. It is almost impossible to see it in the professional arena. Even if you know the skill mechanism of this hero for a while, you don't know what kind of coordination Top will use this hero to create. Be careful! Don't be careless. Mana will roam around and direct more in the early stage. Fly can only place its hope on Mana. All RNG members looked at the computer screen with solemn expressions, seeming to be thinking about how the Top system would play out. What about Top? Bai Yueya pinched the shoulders of the team members one by one with a relaxed expression, then took off the headphones and left the players stand. Fly, who came to the center of the stage early, sees this scene and casts envious eyes every time. He is also a coach, but the pressure he endures is completely different, accompanied by the enthusiastic cheers of the fans at the scene. The full picture of Summoner's Rift was presented in the broadcast screen. The first time they entered the game, frequent signal sounds sounded in the headsets of the players on both sides. Be careful of the invasion from the other side, and take your position in advance. Lu Mao kept reminding him in his voice. Although the mainstream start of the current version is for the bottom lane duo to eat a group of wild monsters and then go online. What if RNG plays tricks? After all, they have Braun, the king of the first level team, so they still have to be cautious. Fortunately, RNG had no idea of breaking the rules. Lu Mao wasted no time and came to the grass on the top lane and advanced to help Li Hanqing arrange a ward for attack. The main purpose is to prevent the Sword Princess cat from eating experience in the grass. Men cannot hit women with force right from the start. Men are inferior to women in terms of long-term combat ability, so they need some appropriate foreplay. For example, Panson uses Q to rub a few times to lower the opponent's health line, and then use another wave of explosions to kill them. Take away. Noob didn't teleport, but chose to ignite it. Miller quickly discovered something was wrong. The summoner skill brought by Pantheon is Ignite plus Flash, instead of the conventional Flash plus Teleport. This was also noticed by the RNG people. Mana immediately clicked on Pan Sin's Ignite to remind his teammates. Looper looked a little depressed. Sword Princess is not easy to beat Pan Senator now if Pan Sin is lit. The kill line will be even higher. Li Hansheng naturally has his own ideas when it comes to choosing summoner skills. There are many benefits of teleportation. It can be used to quickly replenish the line, and it can be used to attack. In the later stage, when single-handedly leading the side, TP can also be used to quickly support the front battlefield. But Pan Sin is different. First of all, although the distance of Pan Sin's ultimate move has been weakened a lot, it can barely be regarded as a half map. As long as he has the ultimate move in hand, he can support the front immediately at any time. And don't think about the late game when you take out Pan Senator. Is it possible that someone who chooses Pan Sin to fight Sword Princess will also consider split pushing from the side in the late game? Pantheon is similar to a spider. His growth curve is an underline. As the game time goes by, his combat effectiveness on the field will plummet until he degenerates into a super soldier. In fact, this is quite consistent with Pan Sin's current background story. Now Pan Sin's nickname is the King of War. He is a mortal warrior who is proficient in fighting skills. Not a half-human, half-god body possessed by war stars. The purpose of bringing Ignite is to further strengthen Pan Sin's landing suppression power. The two sides did not break out into a first-level regiment. As the troops came to the line, the two sides naturally entered the landing period. Hey! The director focuses the camera on the top lane. I have always heard that Pan Sin can beat GNG across ranks. Now we can see such a match in the top professional league matchup. Is Pan Sin good at beating GNG? The answer will be revealed soon. Li Hansheng came to the line, and when he made a Q spear throwing, and threw the spear in his hand towards GNG. The damage of the first Q shot was not high, but it actually suppressed GNG's power. Part of the blood volume. Due to the current version, the passive effect of Dolan Shield is still a fixed reduction of 8 points of damage from the opponent's basic attacks and skills. And it is not the effect of returning blood after receiving damage. Looper also knows that he will be consumed frequently. Therefore, he chose Corrosion Potion to go out, and Li Hansheng also made the same choice. Once online, Li Hansheng experienced the fun of Pan Sin beating up the Sword Princess. Sword Queen's Q, Air Breaking Slash, only has a range of 400 yards, while Pantheon's Q has a full range of 600 yards. When Pan Sin fights Sword Girl, he first needs to make good use of his length to bully Sword Girl, a relatively short-sighted woman. Unable to catch up, Looper simply chose to hide in the grass aside, and not give Li Han a chance to raise his Q. As a result, for seconds later, Li Hansheng walked forward again, and fired another Q. Sheepa! Looper frowned, and it was immediately clear that someone at top had inserted a thread for Li Hansheng. He could only be forced to retreat, but Li Hansheng followed relentlessly, and even crossed the line to Q again. Pan Sin's Q has a CD of 4 seconds at all levels, which means Pan Sin's sage time is not very long in the early stage, and he can quickly fill up the ammunition and then launch it. Good guy! I saw Sword Lady being chased and beaten unilaterally as soon as she came up, without even a chance to fight back. The doll couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't this too shameless? You won't be attacked by the soldiers." The change regarding directional skills attracting hatred from minions was made in the S8 period. In the current S6 version, directional skills, like Pan Sin Q, will not attract hatred from minions at all. This is why Li Hansheng dared to cross the troop line to suppress it. Reason. Otherwise, why do you think Pantheon is the dominant player in the lane? Miller explained. This is because S6 has deleted the blue medicine. Otherwise the Looper will only be worse. Really? If there was still a blue medicine version, Li Hansheng would probably just go out with 5 bottles of blue medicine. He is so domineering and shameless. As soon as Looper came on, he was so suppressed that he could only hide behind and smell the experience. But Li Hansheng didn't even want to give him the experience. As soon as Q's CD is good, he immediately goes to Q. Although the damage of a single Q skill does not seem to be high, it cannot withstand the high frequency of being thrown. Once you enter the lane, the opponent can consume you unscrupulously, but you don't have any countermeasures, and the lane collapse is not far away. Looper simply wanted to exchange his own blood volume for Li Hansheng's mana volume. But in the end, he found out how wrong he was. Although both sides use Corrosion Potion to go out, they have 3 chances to recover. The difference is, Li Hanqing's Corrosive Potion is used for offense. In addition to restoring mana and blood, Corrosive Potion also has an effect. That is, during the duration of the potion's effect, basic attacks and skills will cause a continuous damage to the opponent. Magic damage. Forget it. When he looked at Li Hanqing's attribute panel, the magic resistance was gray and the cooldown reduction was 0, which meant that Li Hanqing inserted all the blue square runes into the blue runes, and he would have more terrifying power than normal. The recovery speed of mana, even more fatal. Yu Bing's line has been controlled by Li Hanqing, and a wave of slow push lines was formed on the top lane. Looper is well aware of the consequences of letting a level 3 Pantheon lead troops into the tower, but he can no longer prevent this situation from happening and can only call the jungler. Get on the road! Help me! MLXG cut the screen and saw the army line on the top road and immediately knew. Coming soon! He was originally going to look for opportunities in the middle lane, but he could only change his original plan. After the quick 3, he immediately went to the top lane and counter-crouched to prevent the opponent from overcoming the tower. Actively gank? MLXG really doesn't have the guts. Pan Sen, the hero on the top lane, basically tells you that I want to dominate the top lane. Once MLXG rashly goes to gank, he will probably be counterattacked. Excavator plus Sword Lady cannot beat Pan Sen plus Centaur in a 2v2 situation. Not to mention that Pan Sen brings Ignite and is still at full health. Xianghua came to the top lane after getting the blue buff. It seemed he wanted to reverse squat, but the troops were not on the top lane. Interpreters from God's perspective can see clearly. This Candy team is indeed taking the S3 route, and I originally wanted to go there, but a signal from his teammates made him immediately turn around and hit the ball. Hey! Can Xiu realize the danger is coming? It's broken! Enchantress W. Move forward! The first time the troops came to the grass in the river in the middle, the level 3 Enchantress directly WQ'd a set of skills to hit the misplaced rock bird and unleash a set of bursts. However, Yeke backhands an E, predicts where the shadow of Enchantress W is and throws W, and then throws Q face to face. This puts the Enchantress in an awkward situation. If the W flies back to avoid the damage from the rock bird's Q, it will have to be carried back by the rock bird's W. If it doesn't fly back, it will have to face the rock bird and take a full Q damage. After weighing it, Xiaohu chose not to fly back. After all, flying back would take the full damage of Rockbird's W plus E, while sticking to the face would only take the full damage of a Q. Not to mention, it would also be beneficial to his own subsequent pursuit. Soon, Enchantress E's second damage and imprisonment effects were activated, and Xiaohu chased Yanke and continued to draw A. But the men with E shot out from the grass on the side. Hack! Xiaohu was obviously frightened and ran down immediately. However, with all his skills on CD, he had no extra skills to help him escape. He was quickly approached by a horse and kicked up. Candy can continue to pursue, but Xiaohu can't keep the distance at all. The slowing effect of the red buff is very obvious, the doll explained quickly. The Enchantress's passive was forced out. Flash! Xiaohu finally couldn't resist. Stop the pressure! Enchantress chose to use Flash to widen the distance. The men and horses did not forcefully sprint to pursue, but immediately returned to the middle to cooperate with Yanke to clear the line. Candy appeared in the middle lane instead of coming to the top lane for gank. It's like MLXG was lonely on the road. So mean and spicy. MLXG gritted his teeth and looked at Li Hanqing not far away. His teeth itched with anger, but he was helpless. This is the psychological game on the playing field. Just like when facing the Evil Retribution combination, the enemy jungler will come to prevent the Evil Retribution combination from jumping over the tower unreasonably at level 3. The combination of Pan Sen plus Centaur is similar, because when Pan Sen plays Sword Girl in the first few levels, he will definitely gain the triple advantages of troop line, level, and status. With such triple advantages, no jungler will refuse to come to the top lane for a gank. Therefore, Li Hanqing expected that MLXG would definitely counter-crouch at level 3 to prevent the looper from being jumped over the tower and causing the line to explode. What if MLXG forces a gank? Li Hanqing is not afraid either. He controls the distance very well. Sword Princess has no ability to take advantage of others, even if the excavator flashes E+ to get close to him. The worst he can do is exchange flashes. Li Hanqing will not be under any real threat. Instead, he caught the opponent's mentality and made Candy, who was supposed to gank on the top lane, change his goal and go to gank the opponent's middle lane. MLXG could only run back to the wild area to brush the jungle and replenish development. But in this way, RNG's established tactics at the beginning will become invalid. Their plan is to help Xiaohu in the middle to open up the situation first, freeing Xiaohu from the line, so that he can frequently roam to support the jungle and the two side lanes. After all, RNG themselves also know Xiaohu's strengths and weaknesses. But now, instead, Xiaohu was forced to flash out in the lane and hit home. Fortunately, Xiaohu's Enchantress chose TP, which can quickly recover. But if TP is used in the early stage, it means that RNG will lack an opportunity to use TP to attack the wing. This is just a chain reaction. After the people and horses helped Yanke clear the line, Yanke was not in a hurry to go home, but went straight to the road with the people and horses. It just so happened. The route of Excavator Speed 3 is red buff, 3 wolves and blue buff. After the anti-crouching failed on the top lane, he turned around and brushed off the frog concubine and immediately went straight to F4 in the lower half, intending to control the river crab on the bottom lane. From MLXG's perspective, he can only clear the wild like this. The top 2 lanes of his family currently have no lane rights, and he can't beat the troops in a duel in the jungle, which means the loss of the river crabs on the top lane. If he doesn't want to lose the 2 river crabs, he must quickly go to the bottom half to control the river crabs on the bottom lane. As a result, the excavator and the top midfielder and the jungler passed each other. When the looper saw that Li Hansheng, who originally didn't have many as soldiers, started to frequently use as soldiers, his intention to push the line was very obvious. He instinctively sensed danger, pulled back immediately. But just when he wanted to retreat to his second tower, Centaur and Rock Bird walked directly out of the triangular grass behind the first tower on the road, completely blocked the looper under the defense tower. It's over. The incense pot has just been placed, and Xiaohu has no TP. The looper can only stand under the defense tower and wait for death. The military line was quickly pushed into the defense tower by Li Hansheng. The 3 of them didn't even need any coordination to jump over the tower. Li Hansheng jumped W directly towards GNG, forcing GNG to use W with her backhand to block the stun. The reflected sword energy stunned Pan Sen in place, but it had no effect. The cavalry who activated E in advance to stack Shadow Charge to the 100th level kicked him over the moment Sword Princess W ended. Yanke also predicts a wave of WQ, and a wave of bursts triggers thunder damage, reducing the already poor Sword Princess to residual health. Pantheon recovered from his dizzy state. Backhand a flat A plus Q. Since Sword Queen's HP is already below 15% at this time, the passive effect of Pansen's E, Heart-Piercing Spear, is directly triggered, facing enemies with blood volume below 15%. Pansen's skill piece A will 100% trigger a critical hit. The 2 critical hits instantly killed the remaining blooded swordswoman. First blood obtained. Chapter 168, 3 shields in 1 second. Standing and holding the sword girl. The screen turns black and white. Looper showed a helpless smile. There is really no way to do it, Mitsukoshi. Whoever comes in this way will die. Top's offensive rhythm is still perfect, Miller praised loudly. Kenny's attack in the east and west is very effective. To be honest, it's just a simple psychological game. Knowing that you have strong combat power at level 3 in the jungle and can jump over towers. The initiative is in the hands of Top. RNG doesn't dare to gamble, and it can't afford it. MLXG didn't dare to take the initiative to catch him, because once he was counter-crouched. In a 2v2 situation between the 2 sides in the jungle, they already had a strong top combination. But Pansen led it with ignition and took the lead. The advantage of having a proactive lineup is reflected here. The initiative of whether to fight or not is in your hands, and the opponent can only passively respond and defend. After finishing the bottom lane river crab, MLXG naturally shifted his attention to the bottom lane, thinking about finding an opportunity in the bottom lane. But he still underestimated the vigilance of the duo of Imp and Lu Mao. Almost as soon as the top team communicated by voice to go up and jump over the tower, Imp and Lu Mao, who were pressing the line in the bottom lane, immediately became alert. Retreat a little. If you don't repair dangerous swords, try to gain experience. MD! Is it necessary to be so careful? MLXG squatted in the grass in the lower river for half a minute and still didn't find a chance, so he could only return in frustration. Mata looked at Big Mouth not far away. The 2 were once the champion bottom lane duo of S4. Although some unpleasant things happened between them, they can admit it. Out of all the players I have worked with, Imp is the weakest. He can be aggressive when he needs to be aggressive in the lane, and he can be cowardly when he needs to roam with the team. This is simply the most perfect ADC template in my mind. Then look at Uzi sitting next to him. I can be fierce indeed, and the landing is also very detailed. The control of the distance of the basic attack is script level. The low frequency of mouse clicks also allows me to move like an unscripted one. In terms of landing alone, I am flawless. It would be great if it was a solo lane pick. But it's a pity. Rarely does an ADC really need such low operating capabilities. In the same situation, Imp will be stable with support. But Uzi? Mata can be 100% sure that he will give the opponent a chance just to gain traction. You want to ask me why I am so sure? Since before Uzi joined RNG that season, whenever Mata left the line and roamed, there was a small chance that a similar situation would occur on the top lane. It's time to take it easy. You guys should look for opportunities quickly. Mata signaled to his teammates to take it easy. Facing Top's lineup that is full of late attack capabilities, we expected to fall into a certain disadvantage in the late stage. But we are just using our time. Top's lineup is walking a tightrope. There is no pressure to retreat, and they can still make mistakes. It is indeed difficult for the hero Pansen to gain an advantage in the later stage. But the characteristics of the hero determine whether I have a fault tolerance rate. As long as I make a mistake and send out bounties, or bring a wave of small rhythm, RNG can reverse the decline. That being said, Top often chooses risky lineups. But the problem is that Pansen's user is Li Hansheng, a pervert who has made almost no mistakes since his debut. This is also recognized as the scariest thing about Su Xinfeng outside the professional circle. Su Xinfeng rarely operates. To be honest, a small number of top professional players can do it. After all, League of Legends has operations that are so simple that only a few people can complete them. All operations in League of Legends can be completed by everyone. The only problem is that the difficulty of starting is slow and fast. For example, Blindson's or Flash is just a matter of muscle memory. He performs custom exercises every day and can perform smooth or flash operations. What really allows me to dominate the bottom lane is that before my attributes are digitized by the system, there will be no ups and downs in my status. That is, there will be no mistakes. A player who always makes mistakes is an enemy in the professional arena. The game of League of Legends is similar to a fighting game. It compares with the ability to catch the opponent's mistakes. Su Xinfeng's zero mistakes means that the opponent will always catch my flaws. But I can catch the opponent's flaws. Looper is being tortured at this time. Have you ever tried a weak exchange with Li Hansheng? Sword Girl's continuous combat ability is definitely weaker than Pansen. But Li Hansheng always grasped the distance between them and gave them every opportunity. Instead, Sword Girl rashly used Q, air braking slash. Once the target was hit and the CD was returned, it meant that I had no chance to gain experience in the next 10 seconds. And, as the tower was breached later, the military line was pushed back into the defensive tower by Li Hansheng. In other words, the bottom lane is a pushback line for a wave of top. Su Xian's only AoE skill is E, heart-piercing spear. But that thing can only double damage to heroes. Especially only level 1. Which is just simple. This will cause a 100% critical hit to enemy units with more than 15% health. The presence or absence of AoE skills means that Pansen can have brain control lines. With the push back line plus troop control line, Sword Girl completely loses the opportunity to develop. And she will have to be beaten by Pansen. After getting first blood, Pantheon went home and took out the Sawtooth Dagger. Although the attributes of that thing are as weak as the deleted Cruel Power, the fixed penetration effect is enough. And as Pantheon's level increases, the improvement of Q skill will also increase the basic damage of spear throwing. And the basic damage of spear throwing will also increase accordingly. Although Sword Princess does not have certain offline recovery ability, she must be able to break through with others. The kind of back that has no chance of getting close to each other. Sword Princess is a crispy order behind Pansen, with or without the ability to recover. If you are hit by Q, your health will be reduced, and you will face the risk of being jumped over the tower again. The situation in the bottom lane is that GNG is being beaten unilaterally. Well, it can be seen from that Pansen is really good at beating Sword Girl. Miller laughed again. Sword Girl has no power to fight back. Are you sure that he just had no power to fight back? It was simply a one-sided murder. The doll shook his head. It's so miserable. Fortunately, it was difficult for Sword Girl to find an opportunity to use her Q to break the flaw behind Su Xian. However, Su Xian does not have the passive, Sacred Shield, effect under her body, so she can directly absorb all the damage from Sword Queen Q in the breach. The flaw was indeed broken. But regardless of the damage, Sword Princess only gained the acceleration and recovery effects of breaking the flaw. Oh? You thought Pansen's passive could only block basic attacks. But did you think it could even block damage from flaws? Wang Lachi looked very surprised. Also abnormal. Sword Girl is a rework that was withdrawn after last year's S5 World Championship. While Panson has long since left the game, and is a popular choice even outside the pub game, there are very few professional players who may not understand Panson as a hero, let alone our commentators. I really can't stand the pressure. Looper can only weakly call MLXG to help him clear the line, and he must push back the bottom line of troops. But then, RNG, which originally attacked the middle lane first after Yenke level 6, could only temporarily retreat. Instead, let the excavator go to the bottom lane to help untie the line. Catching the rock bird is a sure success. Helping GNG to relieve the pressure on the line is the most important thing. GNG's early side split push is the smallest reliance on our comeback. When the excavator came to the bottom lane, he did not hide his whereabouts. He just acted weakly to help solve the problem, although the men and horses squatted in reverse. But when Candy saw the situation, he immediately chose to invade RNG's jungle area to counter the jungle. It's rare to say that Top is someone who knows how to operate. You really should take a look at how Top resolves and exchanges every time they face the opponent's moves. Miller sighed. The excavator helps GNG clear the line, but the price he pays is that the jungle area will be countered. The troops will reach level 6 earlier than in a draw. The troops at level 6 without small moves will pose less of a threat to the RNG players on the field. Yes, the good news is, by pushing the troop line back in front of the tower, the bottom lane troop line is finally reset, and the Looper can go home and update a wave of equipment. But I was embarrassed about the money I had, and if I wanted to make cloth armored shoes, I couldn't do it directly, so I had to rush offline slowly before replenishing supplies. When I returned home, Panson also pushed the troop line back over, and the troop line just retreated from the tower, which meant that a wave of top pushback lines would once again form in the bottom lane. But Looper saw the situation of the army line and felt that there was no chance. I took a look at my experience bar. Later, when I was weakly killed by crossing the tower, I used my troops to slowly return to the lane, and I had too little experience in losing money. Now a wave of top pushback lanes means that I can gain the lane experience earlier than Su Xinfeng. I was supposed to be lagging behind in experience, but at that time my experience was equal to or even slightly ahead of Su Xinfeng's, and there were fewer soldiers on my side of the field, which could help me do a little more damage. Once both parties reach level 6, the situation is the same. Panson's small move is a skill that supports flow, and it does not help in 1v1 duels. However, Sword Queen's small move is a magical skill that can actually improve one-on-one abilities. Maybe this is a wave of opportunities? Looper's cerebellum was working rapidly, calculating the damage and thinking about the feasibility of that wave. The temptation to kill alone is too small. After all, for a hero like Su Xian who has no fault tolerance, as long as he gets a single kill in the lane, he will basically become the leader of the game. Looper only needs that single kill to completely reverse his decline. Very slow. Panson returned to offline again. 2 rounds of flat A made up for the 2 soldiers with residual health. And NQ Sword Lady. What are they? Last second, I saw Panson suddenly hit the soldier with residual health. That immediately caught the Looper's attention. Seduce? Or is it really just to replenish troops? Looper was too sure. But for me, it was indeed a wrong opportunity. Xianhua, do you know the location of the troops? Looper glanced at the experience bar and immediately asked proactively. The men and horses should be in the upper half. You both brush from top to bottom, MLXG replied. Okay. Before determining the position of the men and horses, Looper had a rough idea in mind. I grabbed Panson's back and fired E, taking the damage and pushing back. Then I drew the A with the previous shot and took away the remaining health of the artillery soldier. A moment of experience. A golden light flashed above the sword girl's head, and she was directly promoted to level 6. Panson on the side has also reached level 6. Looper has slow hand speed and can learn tricks in seconds. Then use the trick directly on Panson, double challenge. In the last second, Panson's 7 flaws suddenly appeared. Sword Girl immediately received a 30% movement speed bonus from activating her small move, and actively pursued Panson. Looper has actually reached level 6. I found an opportunity to get close to Noob. If both sides are level 6, Panson can still beat Sword Queen even if he doesn't have a certain equipment advantage. Right. At that time, Panson off the court seemed to realize that the Huffin was coming, and he moved forward directly. But GNG had no acceleration and no straw sandals, while Panson had acceleration and straw sandals. Plus Su Xi and QGNG sometimes he would pause on the spot, and then be chased down by Sword Princess very slowly. Sword Princess directly started with A and then E, and took the lead in breaking through the back, which was the first flaw on Pansen's right side, and also hit the slowing effect of the first blow of E's skill. Breaking through the flaw again gained the acceleration effect, while Su Xian was slowed down, giving Sword Girl a chance to adjust her position. Sword Girl used her super slow movement speed to walk below Pansen, A again, and then moved at an oblique angle Q to Pansen's side. In the upper left corner, the flaw directly above Su Xian was broken. 8 flaws were eliminated instantly. At the same time, during the displacement of Sword Girl Q, Pansen handed over W, causing Sword Girl to be briefly stunned in place. But does it prevent Sword Queen from poking holes? Whether or not W can stun the opponent first. The Looper's 8-point break in 1 second has reached its limit. However, everyone was shocked, because Pansen's blood volume didn't rise or fall at all. It was clear that Sword Girl had already exposed 8 flaws. Huh? Why is that? The doll was completely dumbfounded. Is it a bug? Where is Sword Princess damage? Looper also stared with a stunned expression on his face. At that time, Pansen was already standing next to the wall, using the terrain to block the hole on his left side. This was a chance for Sword Queen to hit a recovery formation. That would be fatal. Before Sword Lady activates her small move, other weaknesses will be refreshed after the 7 flaws are broken or the duration of the small move starts. Hitting will bring back the blood formation, and brushing will bring out new flaws. Although Sword Girl immediately used her backhand W to block the damage from Su Xian's Q skill, the reflected sword energy was dodged by Pansen's deft movement and had the effect of being slowed down. The two of them just stood there, facing each other and masturbating. It stands to reason that Sword Princess carrying War Coldness should have no advantage in that kind of protracted battle. But the problem is whether Sword Princess has output equipment, and Pansen has a serrated dagger plus 2 long swords, with full attack power, especially when Sword Queen's HP drops to 15%. Pansen's A, Q and E will all cause 100% critical hits. Will Sword Queen hit her with the head? Run! Looper turned around and wanted to leave. Are you pretending to be cool and still want to run away? Head. Get him. Su Shifeng started with an E, and before slowly dealing 8 levels of damage, he immediately chased after Sword Girl. A flat A, a direct critical hit, and the ignite will be killed. Sword Princess Q plus flash 7 steps and move forward. Pansen followed decisively and fired a heart-piercing spear, dealing another critical hit and taking the Sword Princess away. There was an uproar at the scene. There is one question on everyone's mind. Where does the damage from Sword Girl's little move go? Chapter 169, a bud move that falls from the sky. A strike that falls from the sky. Ale? Is it really open? Small penetration does not count as penetration, and small opening does not count as opening. Right? Unfair. Unfair. Why can't Sword Girl deal any damage? Is there something wrong with my eyes? I see Pansen didn't do anything. Why can't Sword Girl deal any damage? I'm so stupid. I just want to ask if there are any heroes that Brother Hanshum doesn't know how to play. Please. Professional players who can play Pantheon are super cool. Old Pansen of Wanlong said. This is 3 shields per second as long as you have a hand. Is there really someone who doesn't know about it? Ah. Yes. Yes. You just have to have your hands for everything. Why don't you go on stage and operate it instead of just being a keyboard warrior? The audience was completely confused. After all, although the live broadcast industry has developed very hotly in 2016, it is far from as scary as it was after the first year of esports. After the first year of esports, a large amount of capital entered the esports industry, and the live broadcast industry, which is the hottest industry chain derived from the esports industry, has been developed to the extreme. Not an exaggeration. At that time, on platforms such as Douyu and Huya, you could almost find most of the heroes' unique skills to teach you various tricks via live broadcasts. And now, as Pansen is a hero who cannot compete in high-end games, naturally not many people understand the detailed operations of this hero. I know that Pansen's passive, Sacred Shield, can block the damage of Sword Princess's flaw, but it can't be blocked 3 times in a row. Right. Wang Lauer is the lowest ranked person among the 8 commentators in the commentary table. He understands some mechanisms. But I still understand. I know. Pansen and the baby boy looked at each other in confusion before shaking their heads. Yes, I'm sure it's a bug, so it should be paused. The looper off the court was actually not a little confused. Professional players are not omnipotent. Few players always think that professional players must know the details of version updates and hero gameplay. It's actually wrong. Human energy is unlimited. Professional players have to play training matches and perform personal daily training. Time itself is enough. The analysis of content in similar versions and the comparison of hero values in new versions are left to the coaching staff. Let us know directly before the coaching staff summarizes the conclusions drawn from analyzing the data and collecting the data. LPL and S6 era? The only teams that really don't have a formal coaching staff and are equipped with data analysts are probably only EDG and Top. In addition, the data analyst of my team is responsible for data analysis on a daily basis, but helps the team members to study which restaurants are delicious and which restaurants have the wrong dishes. Before Looper was single-killed, he was really vague about what skills Wang Lauer used. And I didn't care. That kind of thing will always be answered by no one during the team review before the game. What's going on? Mata asked proactively. You were looking for an opportunity to show off to me. Looper also defended himself. You know Brahm's passive shield mechanism very well. Be careful. Mata also complained. That's the reason why all professional players hate facing popular heroes on the field. It's because if you understand the opponent's landing routine, it's very difficult to get tricked. Hey! Wang Lauer also laughed out loud. Braun is still too popular. Not many people know about 8 shields per second. 8 shields per second is considered to be Braun's low-end gameplay. It sounds low-level, but in reality, it can be operated without hands until you understand the principle. The core of achieving that operation lies in Braun's passivity. Sacred Shield, before each attack or cast 4 times. Xiang Shun can get a chance to block the enemy's normal attack damage. There is no status bar below the skill bar. Every time Braum attacks or uses a skill, the gray shield under the status bar will count. When the number reaches 4, it will turn into an orange shield, and Braum will automatically gain passive effect. The principle of 8 shields per second is that Braum first attacks the 8 generals to get the number of layers of the gray shield stuck at level 3, and then directly uses W, Sacred Shield Strike, because Xiang Shun's W has no effect. This is before releasing it. You will get the passive effect immediately. Before doing this, it is equivalent to brushing a passive shield under Braum. And at the same time, the 3 layers of passiveness of the card will disappear again. Then patiently wait for WCD to improve. Then go and seduce the other party to fight with you. When the first passive shield is dropped by someone with A, Braun immediately backhands to draw A or throws a skill so that the original 8-level passive immediately becomes 7-level. A passive shield is refreshed, and the 7th passive shield is broken. Previously, the CD that had been transferred to W was used again to refresh the 8th shield. Once you understand the principle and break down the process, you will be able to figure out that it is indeed a hand-free operation. Even people who have played League of Legends can operate it if you tell me the principle. Are there any requirements on hand speed or anything like that? When Wang Lauer saw a wave of pushback lines, and the Looper was about to move, he knew that I would definitely be stuck in the level 6 wave and look for opportunities to kill myself alone. So I deliberately handed over the W in front of the Looper, giving the Looper the illusion that there was no chance of a solo kill. Looper also failed me. That is a psychological game. If faced with an order from EDG, Wang Lauer would make a meaningful attempt. But the opponent is a Looper. Although Looper is pursuing a carry-level performance, he is definitely the kind of person who acts like a jerk off the court and would rather do everything than make mistakes. He died twice in just over 6 minutes. For the professional arena, this was almost a blowout. The most important thing is that Xiang Shun gained the landing advantage and killed GNG with a single kill that had the least chance to reverse the situation. Oldly, give the other side a surprise. Gao Dui took the initiative to send a signal to stop Wang Lauer, who wanted to go home. In the middle, Dahe didn't wait for help from his teammates, but was kicked by Candy in the later stage, which caused me to lose my advantage. The hero Enchantress needs to get kills in the later stage, because only by getting kills to accelerate my development can I clear the movement line. The Enchantress who is expected to develop is completely on the line of troops, unless he is willing to hand in WR to double step to clear the troops. But that means that he has no tricks, and the success rate of ganking on the side will be slightly reduced. On the contrary, it was the Rock Bird. After that, the damage of Q to the soldiers was weakened, and I was able to send the army line over very nervously, thus using the army line to tie the Enchantress tightly in the middle. And I had no chance to wander to the side road. The Lady of Swordsmen didn't notice the unexpected coming, and tried to deal with the line of troops slowly before coming offline. She wanted to push the line of troops over after Brown came out, and then reset the line of troops. It's just a wave of solo kills. An old player like Looper will have his mentality affected by being solo killed. Just like senior internet pornographic experts. They will be like those young guys who excitedly take out toilet paper when they see the educational videos of Japanese teachers and pull the regression bar to the dullest part. But they feel no emotions at all. Just when Sword Lady was clearing her troops. Sudden. In the grass beside the line, Braun suddenly walked out, handed over W, and jumped to Sword Queen. Looper was very focused, and handed over W right away. The Western long sword is placed across the chest. However, a wall of earth spread in front of him. And before Sword Princess W could start, the rock bird had already landed. Wei Shen's support is very fast. Sword Queen is still in the blocking state of W. And there is no time to make any adjustments. Pan Sen shouted. Although Sword Queen's West stun Braun in place, she still has no time to make any adjustments. But I already have the front hand skills to escape the damage from the rock bird. Yan K first used W, rock thrust, to push Sword Girl under Braun's face. And then used E, stone formation, before receiving Q. And rocks flew towards Sword Girl. The thunder burst out very slowly. Sword Princess has no magic resistance at all. And she is completely powerless in the face of the damage from the Rock Sparrow. Half of her health is taken away by one attack. Braun also recovered very quickly. Facing the Sword Lady, who was pushed into her face. Braun first fired A, and then Q, spear throw. Followed by E, heart-piercing spear on the spot. The same thing happened. Quickly deal thunder damage. One of them. One thunder. Almost electrocuted Sword Girl to death on the spot. Sword Princess health volume was immediately suppressed to more than 15%. Although she used Q, breaking air slash, to move forward to distance herself. Braum and Yanjak were chasing after her. Rockbird's 7th Q combined with Braum's 7th Q. A scarlet critical hit value appeared above the Sword Queen's head. Sword Lady died in battle again. Wow. Pan Sen took a breath. It seems that the combination of Braun and Rockbird is wrong. Huh? That's right. Brother Han Sheng seemed to have noticed something. The burst of Yang's set of big skills is actually low, but it relies heavily on teammates to help control people first. So I can use W to cooperate with E. Braun happens to have the most stable first-hand control. So the combination of those two heroes is a solution. Would you like to be called the inventor of the canyon? Li Hansheng can always come up with those weird tricks. I feel sorry for Looper for a second. He said why did he choose Sword Girl after Xiang Xuanyong's interview? How about choosing a tank and messing around? It can be said that the Sword Lady who died 8 times in battle has truly been completely disconnected from that game. Yes, that was also part of Wang Lao's plan. I just have to destroy Sword Girl in the lane first. So I don't have the energy to do other things. After I returned home that time, RNG suddenly felt like it was facing a small enemy on the top lane. The early stage of the top lineup relies on the purple skin garlic and the output pendant of the purple skin garlic. In this way, fattening the little mouth is what top needs to do in the future. Mata dares to wander around again. And MLXG is always paying attention to the top lane, focusing his activities on the top half. However, when RNG focuses all its attention on the top lane, Xiang Xuanyong chose the first trick to interact with the middle road. A blow from heaven. Dahu, who was clearing the line in the middle, suddenly saw a huge circle appear under the ground in front of him. Xiang Shun was showing me what the hip technique of falling from the sky is. Hack! Braun jumped! Dahu shouted in fright, and hurriedly walked to the upper river, hoping to join his teammates. But what I didn't expect is, what came oncoming in the grass was a huge wild horse. I instinctively wanted to hand over the W displacement. But the difference between the Enchantress's W and the Prince's EQ 7th consecution is very small, and the priority of the judgment is not considered low. Basically, even a control skill can weakly interrupt it. The man with E kicked the Enchantress back with one kick. Braun in front has also followed. WAQ directly to open E. Yenke also WEQ. Centaurs directly use AQ. 8 people broke out together. The damage of the 2, Thunder, was also dealt instantly. Bang. The Enchantress was passively triggered. But the Enchantress's clone and the main body didn't even have time to emerge from the short, invisible, state. And the health bar was cleared. Tops Nakano actually performed a wave of health bar disappearing techniques for everyone. What kind of injury is that? Pan Sen's eyes narrowed, with a look of astonishment on his face. Isn't Braun's injury that outrageous? The doll also looked doubtful. It's really not that outrageous. The main thing is that Dahu and Yenke are facing each other. There is armor on the outside of the runes. But at this time, Wang Lao has already revealed the spirit of Yomu. coupled with the armor-piercing effects of runes and talents. The Enchantress is naked in front of me. It is basically equivalent to all the damage caused by Braum. What is the difference between the real damage and the real damage when hitting the Enchantress? The Enchantress died in battle. And Top took advantage of the situation to control the first big dragon. Luck is wrong. It's a fire dragon. Wang Lao returned to the bottom lane and quickly cleared the army line. The swordswoman who died 8 times is completely useless. So Looper's first priority is cloth armor shoes. Whether there is attack power or the ability to clear the line, he can only rely on the flat A to push the line quickly, which will give Xiang Shannyong enough time to roam. A minute ago, RNG chose to take the initiative. The excavator used a small trick to fly to Delongqing, and then went straight to the road, trying to launch a wave of retreat. But Enchantress was able to rush to the front as soon as possible, causing RNG to do enough damage. With the protection of Lulu's small move plus E, Xiaozui was not dead. Instead, she stood in front of W and output wildly. Wait for the men and horses. With one small move, the men and horses rushed towards the crowd and frightened 8 people. Although Lunma Ma weakly replaced Xiaozui, Xiaozui also transformed into a living bomb before she died and took away Lunma Ma's head. And the excavator was taken away by the troops. Whether that wave of proactive attacks could be successful cast a shadow over everyone in RNG, because the top duo has surrendered all summoner skills. Xiang Shan and Yan Ke will definitely swarm in like sharks that smell fishy smell. Really? Half a minute ago, the almost resurrected Xiaozui and Lulu had just returned to the offline to clear the troops. And Yan Ke and Braun came to the top lane immediately. 2 small tricks directly blocked the road, completely blocking the Wheel Mother and Miller on the defense tower. Xiang Shannyong and Imp each gained a kill, and took advantage of the situation to demolish RNG's top tower. The Looper, who was playing a game with Xiang Shannyong on the wing, suddenly saw Braun taking a few steps toward the jungle area on the side, and then ended the jump on the spot. I rushed towards Braun and reminded my teammates constantly, "Big heart! Braun is too small!" However, it's still a step too late. Xiang Shan jumped to the middle and successfully blocked the front, and cooperated with his teammates to kill the Wheel Mother, who was fighting Xiaozui in the middle. The Wheel Mother is dead. RNG has someone who can clear the line head-on. Top made a weak push in the middle and successfully removed RNG's first tower in the middle. Next, Top took full advantage of their lineup and quickly removed RNG's towers one by one. By the time it's 20 minutes, the economic advantage has been expanded to 8,000. And Wang Lao even got a simple 8-piece armor-piercing set of Yuing, Baichia, and armor-piercing bow, mainly because the equipment was very cheap. RNG must continue to defend. Now is when Braun is at his weakest. As long as we can survive those few minutes, there is no possibility for us to continue the game. In the early stages, our lineup becomes even less advantageous. It's not difficult at all. Penson shook his head. GNG's equipment is very poor, and she can definitely create enough pressure on the wing to tie up Top's defense. Braun was looking forward to an 8-piece set, but Sword Princess only had 1.5 pieces. White Cup plus large Tiamat. Sword Girl is now able to split push or pass from the side, and is useful in frontal team fights. But she is still in a disconnected state. Oh? Are Top going to group up and rush the little dragon? I have made an 8-piece set of Mud Knife, Hurricane, and Ruined Small Mouth. The speed of rushing the dragon is very exaggerated. The speed of the rock bird beating the dragon is also fast. Before the CD is up, I can use Q frequently. Naturally, RNG was in charge, so they had no choice but to huddle together and push back to the distance of Xiaolong Pit. If we can grab the dragon buff, we still have no possibility of dragging the game forward. As long as we can drag it to the early stage, we have no hope of making a comeback. Once the dragon buff is lost, this Top will speed up the game's regression. I'm going to be a buffer later and try my best to help you open up your field of vision. You retreat and fight with the opponent for punishment. MLXG communicated with his teammates in advance. Be decisive when I sell you, because I want to join the team with the opponent. You cooperate with him. You double step on the small mouth to create chaos, and he takes the opportunity to grab the little dragon. As a good partner, Dahu reached a consensus with MLXG immediately. Wait patiently for a while. Mother will use a blue ornament to take a picture of the situation in Xiaolong's pit. There were only 7 people there, and she saw Braun's trace. Xiaolong's health had dropped to about 3,000. Just when RNG was preparing to rush back as a group, Imp, who used the dragon to stack up the layers of sheep knives, was the first to speak proactively. Give me W and E. Look at your position. Lulu gave W to Shiozue to create an acceleration effect for it. The green-haired Lulu took away very little of the team's economy. So the incense burner was made in 20 minutes. Oh my god! Panson was so surprised that he shouted. Small mouth! The small mouth is open. Hurricane. Rundown. Sheep knife. Pixar. Incense burner. Various buffs allow Shiozue to trigger various special effects every time he makes a basic attack. Even with an attack speed of 5.0. Imp still shows his proficiency in A. It is a perfect replica of S-Mel's Shiozue 1 Spray 5 this wave of operations. Mata even reacted immediately. By the time I reacted and opened E, and raised the shield to block back, Yao Ji and Wheel Mom had already lost half of their health. Even if Xiang Shun opened the shield a little later, the two fragile ones, Wheel Mom and Yao Ji, would have lost half of their health. Pai will probably be instantly killed by Shiozue. The moment when Enchantress WR double steps towards the small mouth, Lulu's small move hit Shiozue. And the timing of her small move was just right. It perfectly interrupted the W copied by Enchantress's mini move, allowing Enchantress to unleash a burst with the lowest damage. She could only fly 7 levels of W at the first time. Back to the front. Miller used a small backhand move to divide the battlefield. But Imp's little mouth used A to perfectly avoid Miller's small move. Even though the excavator and sword lady had already walked right under my face, I was still afraid and sprayed out thick saliva like crazy to cause horrific damage. The little mouth without Lulu protection is so bold. How dare a well-developed swordswoman dare to touch her face? As soon as she reached Shiozue's face, Sword Queen's health was already suppressed to 1/8. Looper quickly flashed reverse plus Q to distance herself. Such a funny scene caused a burst of laughter from the audience watching behind the screen. At this time, Candy's Centaur Sprint Plus E were activated at the same time to rush towards the crowd, forcing the Wheel Mother's Flash and Magic Immunity Shield to instantly scare the crowd. Yenke found a perfect angle and used a small trick of the earth wall to completely block RNG's escape route to the wild area. There was chaos on both sides off the field. Sudden, a huge circle appeared underground. Brahm's little move, Falling Blow, will be chanted for a total of 8 seconds. The enemy can see the circle in the second 1.5 seconds, and the enemy can see the circle in the first 1.5 seconds. The position of Wang Lao's little move is very tricky. It just puts Uzi's Wheel Mother in an awkward position, with or without the displacement skill. It is impossible to move just by relying on the movement speed provided by the small moves. And from now on, is it equivalent to actively sending it to the faces of the top 7 people? Just as Uzi was weighing his right and left, he stood in the middle and jumped horizontally repeatedly. Xiang Shun has fallen from the sky, because the Wheel Mother did not go out of the center area. She took full damage from her small moves. Then, a bang! The dust was flying, but Mother Wheel was nowhere to be seen. Bron's little move landed. That hip move dropped from the sky and went straight to the big dog. Where's the big dog man? Xiang Shun slowly explained the situation on the court. But what followed was an awkward moment as pause. Huh? The big dog was knocked to death by Bron's little move. The doll on the side reacted more quickly and immediately continued to broadcast the situation on the field. Oh my god! Can it be like that? Noob's use of Brahm's little move is actually so perfect. This is the first time you've seen Brahm's little move deal full damage. Brother Han Shum also exclaimed in surprise. Ha ha ha. I'm laughing so hard. The way a dog dies while bathing is so unique. Gods, but technique descends from the sky. Bat the dog. I'll eat you. Li Hanqing strikes with a heaven-dropping blow. Wang Lao would be in a daze off the court. When I saw Uzi being beaten to death by myself, I immediately jumped towards Enchantress with W. I used a basic attack to take out Enchantress's passive. I then directly fired E on the spot. The critical hit damage of E's skill take the Enchantress away directly. RNG faced Top's sudden attack and had no power to fight back. That little mouth. Panson shook his head. That means the Yang Dao has been strengthened. If it is replaced with the Yang Dao after version 6.9 and combined with the Hurricane effect, you estimate that Imp can defeat all RNG members by himself. Press it up. The little mouth without Lulu as a pendant is really weak. The doll also sighed. Brother Han Shun retorted. Should we say that Lulu, who has no small mouth as an output pendant, is weak? Xiang Shun and Wawa were stunned for a moment. Then they quickly realized what they were saying and smiled. There seems to be something wrong with saying that. In the version with and without cats, Lulu's increase for shooter heroes is the weakest among soft assistants. With or without one. Sword Lady exploded in the late stage. So the frontal battle at that time had no effect at all. Pan Sin analyzed the reason why RNG lost the team battle. Did Looper Sword Lady not do anything in the team battle just now? It seems like nothing. Right? Wawa was also very sure. That's the embarrassment of Sword Princess. The heavy warrior must have an 8-piece suit to withstand the first wave of damage in a head-on battle. After that, he can only split push on the side to create pressure. But the lane collapsed in the later stage of the battle, leading to the sequel of Sword Princess. There is no way to achieve the desired effect on the wing. It is equivalent to RNG playing 4 versus 5 throughout the game. It's true. It's 4 versus 6. After all, Brown can be so fat. And Sword Girl has a lot of skills. A wave of 0 for 5 destroyed the team, completely destroying RNG's idea of a comeback. Before getting the dragon buff, Wong Lauer went home and updated a round of equipment. For the 7th piece of equipment, I did not continue to use the output equipment, but made up for the resurrection armor. S6 resurrection armor. The synthesis formula is composed of chain armor plus negative cloak. The attribute is the passive ability to provide double resistance and resurrection. When making that equipment, Wong Lauer's intention was also very obvious. That is, he wanted to directly push weakly. After all, the top lineup is really suitable for dragging forward. That is already the weakest limit of Wong Lauer's combat effectiveness. If he goes any further, I basically have no room for improvement. But my combat effectiveness will continue to increase. Dragging it up would give RNG a chance to breathe. But Wong Lauer would do that foolishly. Group up in the middle and lead the troops to the low tower. Wong Lauer retreated directly and disappeared from the sight of everyone in RNG. I want to betray you, and I will rush with you. Xiang Shanong hid in front, patiently waiting for the wave of artillery and carriage troops ahead. Due to the weakening effect of the dragon buff, the troop line reached the lowland tower very slowly. At that time, RNG could only rely on the Wheel Mother to clear the line. That's when. Down, down, down. Wong Lauer released a small move in the middle of RNG. Just in front of the low tower. Everyone in top rushes back with me. When RNG saw the underground circle, it was already too late. Boom! A blow from heaven. Braun's little move successfully hit 7 people. It caused an uproar at the scene. And the next scene made the audience scream. Uzi's Wheel Mom immediately used the magic immunity shield to offset Braun's small move, and activated the small move to lead his teammates forward as a whole. But whether I had a flash or not, Mr. Wong was still holding the flash under his hands. Before landing, Braun activated Yumeng immediately, and the excavator came over and tried to push me up with W. Buzz flashed past the excavator. When he came to the face of the Wheel Mother, he was waiting for Uzi to distance himself. Wong Lauer directly connected AQ to W, directly dealing the damage of Thunder, and then tied A to E. When the 8 damage levels of E skill, Heart-Piercing Spear, were completed, the Wheel Mother already had a trace of blood left. Yuang, Baichia and CD shoes have filled up 40% of my CD collection. A Q every 4 seconds now only takes a little over 2 seconds. And another Q on the backhand will directly kill the Wheel Mother in a single second. Is that Brahm's damage? Who said Xiang Shan is useful in a team fight? Look, noob. That's not Brown. He's just an assassin in the middle. Xiang Shan roared excitedly. Although the remaining 7 members of RNG cleared Wong Lauer's health bar without the resurrection armor, Wong Lauer was simply worried. The final wave of flat push to the RNG base. Top takes the lead to win the first city. Chapter 170, the slap in the face moment in the post-game interview. Although I have said this many times, I still want to say that Top used a hearty offensive wave to destroy RNG. Miller shouted excitedly. Every time I see Top's game, I can't help but have a doubt in my mind. What hero is there that Noob can't play? Indeed. Wong Lauer nodded in agreement. Everyone says that Noob's operation is so awesome. But in fact, I think the most powerful thing about Noob is not his operation. Of course, his operation is also very awesome, which makes him truly dominate. The reason for hitting the road is the bottomless hero pool and never making mistakes on the field. I, Zhao Ritian, agree with your opinion. I really have never seen Brother Han Sheng make any mistakes. Seriously, it's quite outrageous. I even doubt that Brother Han Sheng is a robot wearing human skin. How can anyone do it without making mistakes? Does RNG regret it? If I were Bai Xing. When I think about such a powerful top laner being kicked out for free by his own manager, I think he would be eager to throw out the B company of San Xiao and his chair. Just wait for me until my 3rd master finishes writing this diary. Wong Lauer did hit the point. The bottomless hero pool ensures that Li Hansheng will never lose money in hero selection. Even Jace, who is recognized as having no natural enemies in the lane, can still bring out Lucian to punish him. Coupled with never making mistakes, it is equivalent to providing Li Hansheng with a double layer guarantee. To know what I can do is always making mistakes, which means that the people who are opposite me can also do it, which is very scary. In short, when you see Noob in excellent form and the entire top team in excellent form, you really want to say this. This year, perhaps it is really the most hopeless year in the LPL. Because you don't have Noob. Because you don't have top. Wawa found the opportunity and made a big wave of emotions. Of course, the game has not officially started yet, and RNG has no hope of a comeback. What do you think RNG needs to think about and clarify now? This is how we are going to retreat from the game off the court. Miller bringing the topic back to the stadium itself. Anyone with little understanding of the game can see that RNG has been struggling off the court since the summer split. In the final analysis, Uzi has been unable to integrate into the team for a long time. Galaxy Battleship may not be so easy to build. Wawa teased a little. To pass, you still have to be an RNG and be a big dog. Excellent players will definitely adjust their status and find individual and team play. The middle value of the law. I'm wrong. I still hope that RNG can adjust its condition in the 7th game and give you a dull game. Adjustment? How to adjust? Outside the front desk lounge, Fly had a sad look on his face, grabbing his hair in distress, while Bodwa on the side was doing crazy BBing on his behalf. I really dare to lose. Or I can lose so ugly. Or I can let Brother Hansheng win the MVP. And try my best to let Brother Hansheng accept the interview before the game. Brother Hansheng will never show any mercy to me with his mouth. In short, in the 7th game, let Looper get a character who can stabilize the situation in the bottom lane and is easily broken through. That was the death order from Hideo. When? I don't have the time to think about that now. The brutal killing in the first round made me completely confused. There is no way to cross the gap between RNG and top now. The players from both sides returned to the stage. That one. RNG did exactly what Bodwa said and adopted a slightly conservative lineup. In the end, RNG is on the blue side and top is on the red side. The lineups of both sides are determined as follows. Bottom lane, Yushuang vs Snake Man. Jungler, Female Gun vs Excavator. Middle, Victor vs Czar. On the road, Wilmom plus Nyoto vs Kalma plus Easy. Top got a lineup that was biased towards pulling. But RNG was actually about the same. Each side had its own strengths and weaknesses in terms of lineup. And what they were competing for was their ability in the later stages. However, since the large-scale rework of Snake Man in version 6.9, the ground binding created by W allows the enemy to use displacement skills, which is perfect for defeating Yushuang. Moreover, Brother Hansheng also chose Storm Knight Surge, combined with the acceleration of the Q skill, so that I can chase Yushuang as long as the skill hits. Even if Yushuang's A reaches the 8th ring, he can't escape the fate of being locked in the soul by the Fang. It's true without any doubt. As long as Yushuang wants to die and beats her in a rude way, Brother Hansheng won't be able to do anything about it. But here's the problem. Yushuang is better than Snake Man in head-on battles. And he has the ability to push from the wing. And the contribution brought by the 7 players to the team in team battles is also of the same magnitude. In the frontal battle, Brother Hansheng once again contributed a wave of reverse or flash, helping the team win the key team battle and completely establish the victory. Finally, Brother Hansheng's simple data of 739 is a question of whether I won the MVP. Instead, he was given the imp of 10-0-6 by Hao. Gusung been seen to have great energy when beating Uzi, and his performance was impeccable. Yes. Before the game, the scene that Bodwa wanted to see the most happened. Brother Hansheng was deliberately arranged by the officials to come off the stage for an interview. The person interviewing me was Lu Bo, an old acquaintance. Before today's win against RNG, Top's winning streak in the summer split had reached 11 consecutive wins. How do you feel? Do you have any plans for the sequel? You must be in a good mood. Brother Hansheng smiled and waved his hand. Especially before winning the game today. Your mood became more personal. When you think that no one will be upset because of losing the game, you feel even more undepressed. The scene burst into laughter. Everyone understood what Brother Hansheng was implying. But no one can be like Sisterly. Speaking of which, Noob looks a bit too big like that. Laughing to death. When Li Hansheng was bullied online, why did someone come out to speak for me? Just let RNG and the fans and GSL scold me. Or let others fight back. Right? Let's act like a good person online. It's really disgusting to blame others from a low moral point. Did GSL break the defense? Dude, I hate watching Li Hansheng mocking Bat Dog and RNG before the game. What happened? Ike also laughed lightly, and then asked, There are so many fans here today. Is there anything you want to say to the fans? Brother Hansheng's lips slightly lowered. Thank you, Xiujia, for coming to the scene to support you. You and your teammates will keep working hard to win. Winning the game is the best response to their support. Ike was still a little puzzled. That's Luboji's style. Last second, Brother Hansheng then spoke. You don't have an old friend. I asked you a question that was unforgettable in your mind. I also know that question. Can you guys answer it for you? Come! Tell your old friend in a low voice. What kind of champion are you? With that said, I extended the microphone to the audience. The audience was very cooperative and shouted, 2016 LPL Spring Split Champion. 2016 MSI Mid-Season Invitational Champion.